Chapter 1. The persistent drizzle enveloping Redwood County cast a damp and melancholic atmosphere, permeated by a hazy mist reminiscent of a lover just indulged, with lingering beads of sweat upon her skin. Scores of farms dotted the countryside like scars, their sparse oats swaying under the caress of the summer breeze, bowing with golden heads. Dantun once again examined the leather-wrapped mail, ensuring it remained untouched by the rain, before wiping the droplets from his face, tightening his cloak, and quickening his pace. Each summer harvest, trolls, goblins, and werewolves from the Dragon Hills emerged in droves, engaging in their side venture of banditry, ravaging the border villages like plagues of locusts. If caught, they would not even qualify as captives, for in the eyes of these races, humans were merely food to satiate their hunger. The Red Pine Watchtower finally came into view, allowing Dantun to breathe a sigh of relief as he approached. He even spotted two sentinels clad in standard-issue Frankfurt armor atop the tower, gesturing and pointing at him. The two soldiers sheltering from the rain in the tower, weapons ungrasped, emerged cursing, ready to extort a few silver coins from Dantun, a routine occurrence by now. Damn it, I knew I couldn't escape. Dantun felt a wave of despondency, though he was concerned about the silver coins. He was even more anxious about them tearing open his mail package, for the quality of these soldiers matched the notorious reputation of the vermin from the Western Territories. Bad news. A dozen ogres have attacked Pisa Town and are heading towards Morning Mist Town. The sheriff wants me to quickly inform the mayor and prepare the militia for defense. Dantun lowered the hood of his cloak, ensuring his face remained concealed, before suddenly breaking into a run, his voice laced with panic and helplessness, as if pursued by death itself. The two sentinels halted, exchanging glances, clearly startled by the sudden news. "Should we notify the centurion?" One of the sentinels shouted towards the tower. "Where are the ogres?" The centurion, having been napping with bare shoulders, scrambled up in a panic, neglecting to put on shoes, grasping his broadsword, and hurriedly rushed out. "Where?" The sentinel, realizing he did not know either, was about to question the messenger when he spotted a nimble figure darting past the outpost, swiftly vanishing into the curtain of rain. "Fool! Tricked again!" The centurion, infuriated, swung his blade at his subordinate. "Get after him." "Sir, the road is too poor. Even if we mounted horses, that lad would have already slipped into Morning Mist Town to hide." The sentinel, looking utterly defeated, saw the centurion preparing to strike again and quickly assured him, "Next time, he'll definitely catch him and extort double." "Balderdash!" The centurion slapped his subordinate across the face. "You didn't even see what he looked like. How can you extort him?" A group of sentinels fell silent. They hadn't even seen the man. What good was extortion? I recall hearing from other colleagues that there's a lad in a cloak who sneaks past the outpost using all sorts of bizarre methods. If you're not careful, he'll slip away without a copper coin extorted. The centurion took a few steps, suddenly gritting his teeth and cursing. "Keep your eyes peeled next time we catch him. We'll frame him for a crime and hang him on a wooden post for 3 days." It was only upon seeing the outline of Morning Mist Town that Dantun halted, glancing at the mud caked on his legs, letting out a sigh of relief that his mail package remained intact. Otherwise, the miserly clerk bomber would concoct various excuses to withhold his pay. At merely 16 years of age, Dantun had already been a postman for 3 years, making him quite seasoned. However, since the new clerk took office 2 months ago, he had been making trouble for the postmen, making their lives increasingly difficult. "I still need 37 gold coins to buy an Orlon's Highland horse. Then I can carry more letters and deliver them faster, naturally earning more pay." Dantun envisioned his future life, unable to suppress a smile. "After saving for my sister's tuition and living expenses, I can also set aside enough for the journey to the hero's corridor in the Mystic Realm." Calculating the fullness of his little treasury, Dantun dashed across the waterlogged cobblestones, splashing droplets with each step. Morning Mist Town, being the largest settlement on the border of Redwood County, boasted a population of 10,000, with nearby mail converging here before being dispatched. Yet, on rainy days, the post office was hauntingly desolate. Upon reaching the steps, Dantun removed his cloak, neatly folding it beside the door before pushing open the weathered door, its paint peeling. He would do his utmost to avoid any actions that might incur the clerk's wrath. Inside the hall, 16 busy young postmen were sorting mail, their faces etched with expressions of gloom, one even muttering curses under his breath. "Justin, if you want to avoid dismissal, you'd best keep quiet. I can feel your resentment even outside the town." Dantun lowered his voice, cautioning his friend. "What's there to fear? Balmer can't hear me anyway." Justin slammed the letters onto the table, venting his frustrations. "It's been nothing but bad luck lately. I'm worse off than you. I've already had half my pay docked by the clerk for various reasons. At this rate, he'll starve to death." Matt sniffled, his small eyes darting quickly over the ink stains on the envelopes, then discreetly selecting the closer mail. Postmen were paid according to the number of letters delivered, and Matt's little trick ensured he could earn at least 2 extra Dren coins each month. This was a tactic only seasoned veterans understood, and Dantun was no stranger, mastering it even more adeptly than Matt. "You're not the only one. Everyone except Dantun has had pay cut." The postman lamented in unison, cursing the clerk. "If we worked as diligently as Dantun, Balmer wouldn't find an excuse to dock our pay," Matt suggested, steering the conversation toward Dantun. "Impossible. The superior is deliberately seeking trouble you can't escape." Justin shook his head. "I fear Dantun is in for some misfortune. He's been treated as the favored successor of the former clerk, and if the clerk doesn't suppress him, he won't establish his authority." Dantun silently approached the workbench, opening the leather mail bag and beginning his tasks. Look at his meticulousness. Not a single letter has been dampened. No wonder he's the most esteemed and highest-earning postman among our 100 strong. The other postmen looked at the drying letters by the window, feeling inadequate, as those are the ones they had carelessly soaked. Every month, there were requests for Dantun to handle mail, a routine that had even caught the attention of the former clerk, who held him in high regard. Had he not been so young, Dantun would have been promoted long ago. "How do you plan to deal with the clerk? If we manage to have him removed, it would be a tremendous boon for us postmen," Matt flattered Dantun, igniting the spirits of the other postmen, who looked at him with eager anticipation. For Dantun was the #1 postman, having mentored many newcomers. "I'm currently troubled by how to avoid being dismissed myself, and you all should hush and focus on sorting the mail." Dantun feigned a troubled expression, glancing at Matt from the corner of his eye. Dunton's evasion left a flicker of disappointment on Matt's face. This lad was far too cautious, always eluding capture. Undoubtedly, Matt is the one who informed the clerk, leading to Duran's dismissal. Dantun frowned. This man would go to great lengths to ingratiate himself, even at the expense of his colleagues. Bang! The door swung open, and a mud-spattered Will slammed the mail bag onto the floor. "What happened to you?" Justin exclaimed, startled. Will's left eyelid was swollen, leaving only a narrow slit, and his mouth was split, blood staining his shirt a vivid crimson. He walked with a pronounced limp. "The next time a sentinel demands money, just give it to them." Dantun sighed. "Unless you've ascended to the soul tier and awakened your talents to become a mage, don't resist." "How do you know he was beaten by a sentinel?" Justin asked, puzzled. "It could have been bandits. If it were robbers, he wouldn't have even his clothes left." Dantun pointed at the mailbag. "Besides, do you think thieves would refrain from tearing it open? What if there's something valuable inside?" The postman nodded. Desperate brigands were hardly gentlemen, eager to squeeze every last drop from each sheep they encountered. After all, each heist posed significant risks, so they naturally sought to maximize their gains. "Have a drink." Dantun rose, pouring a cup of hot water for Will. "Is there another reason?" Melissa from the HR department sauntered over, playfully wiping her hand across Dunton's chin. She was the most renowned beauty in town, with a few infatuated youths often sneaking outside her home to spy on her every move. A mere smile or flirtatious glance would send them boasting to their companions for half the day. Dressed in a trendy low-cut, corseted gown that exposed a portion of her bosom, her bending forward caused them to sway enticingly, nearly spilling from her attire. Justin and Matt found their gazes fixated, instinctively swallowing hard. If the one encountered was a robber, Will would undoubtedly have gone to the police station. The time spent waiting for processing and filing a report would take at least 20 minutes, sufficient for his clothes to dry a bit, rather than being as drenched as they are now. "Have you truly been extorted?" Melissa's alluring gaze settled upon Will's cheek. "Yes, the Sentinels seized all my money." Never before had Will experienced such attention from a woman. It felt as though he were being caressed by the delicate hand of a lover. causing a tingling sensation on his skin and rendering him awkwardly restless. How unfortunate! Melissa reached out her hand. As she approached with her beautifully manicured, crimson nails, a waft of fragrance brushed against his nostrils. Will swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. I'll help you take the day off, go home, and freshen up. Be more cautious next time, Melissa said, removing a small twig that had become lodged in Will's hair, a smirk of satisfaction dancing at the corners of her mouth, pleased with her own allure. Will found himself at a loss for words after all. The postmen were merely boys of 15 or 16, having encountered too little in life. Truly deserving of the title of the finest postman in our misty town. Melissa's gaze shifted to Dantun, observing the handsome young lad, unable to resist extending her graceful neck to plant a kiss upon his cheek. Dantun swiftly raised his hand, blocking Melissa's lips, feeling the damp and delicate touch of her skin against his palm. Yet, he remained entirely undistracted, becoming even more vigilant, for this woman bore a notorious reputation in town. Such a shy little fellow. Well then, farewell, I must go for lunch. Melissa chuckled, swaying her voluptuous hips as she departed the post office, her floral umbrella in hand. What are you hiding from? The postmen were filled with envy, yet they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Melissa had not kissed him. Her backside is truly ample, I wish I could touch it. Justin's gaze followed Melissa's curvaceous silhouette, feeling parched. I've heard she is the secret mistress of a baron residing in town. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be best to suppress such thoughts. Matt licked his lips. Were you also extorted? Will lamented his lost coins, seeking a semblance of psychological balance among his companions. Is that even question? Do you think those Western pests are called that for nothing? Justin shot Will a disdainful glance. Not so. I believe Dantun must have evaded them. He is renowned as the wiliest fox of the West. Matt, recalling Dunton's moniker, inquired eagerly, what trick did you employ? I implore you, share it with us. The postman's eyes lit up, as if they had stumbled upon a newfound treasure, fixating hungrily on Dantun, clamoring for his secrets. Dantun shook his head, silently focusing on sorting the letters. Do tell us. We shall treat you to a grand feast at the Golden Ivory Tavern and find you a dancer for the night. Recalling Dunton's prowess, the postman grew increasingly insistent, fervently entreating him, convinced he must possess the means to escape the sentinel's extortion, merely being modest about it. What's all this commotion? A gruff voice suddenly shattered the atmosphere of the hall as Clerk Balmer swung open the office's maple door, glaring at the postman. Who permitted you to be idle? Each of you shall forfeit a silver coin. The postmen hung their heads, their faces ashen. A single silver coin was enough to sustain them for 3 days. Yet no one dared to complain, obedient as lambs. What are you still standing there for? Get back to work. The portly Balmer emerged, his bulging belly leading the way. The sound of his iron-soled shoes striking the floor echoed harshly. Will, stay behind. Will froze, realizing trouble was at hand. Look at what you've done. The floor is filthy for that. You shall lose another silver coin. Balmer stood before Will, haughtily reprimanding him. Tu didn't mean to. Will stammered, his fear rendering him tongue-tied, even too frightened to wipe the saliva that had splattered on his face. Still arguing back, Balmer kicked Will in the stomach. Will stumbled back 2 steps, falling to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, clutching his abdomen, sweating profusely from pain. The postmen felt helpless, suppressing even their breaths. They were all too familiar with the clerk's brutality, merely hoping to avoid drawing his ire. What are you still lying there for? Get up and clean the floor. If your reflection doesn't show in it, you needn't bother coming to work again. Balmer was seizing the opportunity to assert his dominance, intent on erasing the legacy of his predecessor, ensuring these postmen would never dare to defy his orders again. Thus, any dissenting voices were swiftly dismissed. The clerk was untroubled by staffing issues. There were plenty of eager young men in the nearby towns vying to become postmen. After all, it was a respectable occupation, and he could conveniently pocket bribes during recruitment. Please no, they'll do it. Will's face drained of color. Turning pale if he were dismissed, his father would surely beat him to a pulp. I only care about results. The clerk paid no heed to these explanations. This lad was destined to be fired. My lord, you see, he was injured while working, and Melissa has also agreed to let him leave early. Dantun stood tall, aware of Will's family's dire financial situation. If he lost his job, his several younger sisters would undoubtedly go hungry. Who do you think you are to interrupt? The clerk furiously scolded, swinging his hand towards Downton's cheek. Dantun stepped back with his left foot, arching his upper body backwards, calmly observing as the clerk's greasy palm swept past his nose. The gust of air ruffling his dark hair. The slap carried tremendous force. Had it connected, it would have loosened Downton's jaw. Though the postmen kept their heads down, they stole glances at the unfolding drama, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment as they witnessed Downton's unexpected evasion. Did he no longer wish to keep this job? The clerk was notoriously brutal, often seeking excuses to strike, yet the postman could only endure, too afraid to evade. Otherwise, he would relentlessly harass them every few days until they could no longer bear it and resigned, forfeiting even their wages for the month. Before his subordinates, the missed slap diminished Balmer's authority, causing his chubby face to turn an ominous shade of gray as he stepped forward, raising his leg to kick Dantun in the stomach. Like a wraith, Dantun sidestepped the hefty blow. Balmer, relentless, swung his large hand, grasping for Downton's hair, his rotund belly jiggling with each vigorous movement. A copper button from his shirt flew off, revealing a ring of flab. Within mere seconds, Balmer was out of breath, leaning on his thighs, panting like a comically fat pig, yet no one dared to laugh. You insolently defy your superior. I'll have you dismissed. Balmer glared at Dantun, bellowing, as if this were the only way to reclaim a semblance of dignity. Sir, it is all my fault. Please do not be angry. Dantun meant no offense. Witnessing Dantun speak up for him, Will was deeply moved, enduring his pain as he rushed to support Balmer. Get away! Balmer finally found his outlet for anger, seizing Will's hair and striking his face with a swift motion. The sharp slaps echoed throughout the post office hall, the postman watching Will's swollen face in stunned silence, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Dantun realized he had become a target. Even if he evaded this time, more troubles awaited him ahead. After all, Balmer was his direct superior, determined to make his life miserable with countless methods. Calm down. Dantun contemplated resigning, yet the thought of his sister's tuition compelled him to endure. Besides, leaving now would only serve to inflate Balmer's arrogance. Enough? Let him go, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Dantun raised his voice and shouted. The clerk was startled into a shudder. He had never imagined that a mere postman would dare to yell at him. Calm down and think of a solution. Faced with Balmer's wrathful glare, Downton's mind raced, aware that failing to provide an excuse would subject him to a storm of retribution. What are you waiting for? Break that bastard's legs. Balmer turned and roared at the postman in the hall, realizing he could still wield his authority over them. The postmen exchanged hesitant glances, torn between their fondness for Dantun and their fear of disobeying their superior. This was a prime opportunity to align themselves with the clerk, perhaps even gain a promotion. Matt's eyes flickered with calculations of risk and reward, but as he took a step forward, he caught Downton's gaze, causing him to freeze. After all, Dantun was the most senior postman in the office and had once mentored him. With no options left, Matt broke into a cold sweat, but upon seeing the clerk's imposing figure, he made up his mind. Dantun, what is your status that you dare to defy your superior? Kneel and apologize. Matt cunningly shouted to his colleagues, urging them to act, not allowing Dantun to run amok in the post office. With someone leading the charge, 10 postmen, who had only a casual relationship with Dantun, immediately surged forward, seizing the moment to pledge loyalty to the clerk that if they did not act, they would surely face repercussions later. Lacking the strength of a soldier and without any talents unlocked, Dantun stood no chance against the 10 postmen. The clerk seemed to envision Dantun being beaten to a pulp, and a smug smile spread across his face. What a pity, such a fine talent. If you weren't a confidant of my predecessor, I would surely appreciate you. Balmer acknowledged Downton's capabilities, yet found him utterly ungrateful. After 2 months in office, Dantun had shown no inclination to curry favor or pay respects. Seeing the tide turn against him, 2 more postmen lunged forward. Bastard, do you see? This is the allure of power, the clerk sneered, reveling in the pleasure of commanding others. Yet when he noticed Downton's calm demeanor, his enjoyment waned, and he couldn't help but curse. Smash that pretty face of his. Stop. I am Melissa's man. Try to lay a finger on me if you wish to die. Despite being in peril, Downton's pride compelled him to remain in the post office, a sudden spark igniting as he shouted. Wait. The clerk was taken aback, halting his subordinates, incredulously asking, What did you say? I serve Melissa. Balmer was a lecherous man, frequently harassing female employees in the post office, yet Dantun had never witnessed him making advances towards Melissa. The current attitude only solidified Downton's suspicions. Regardless of Melissa's status, the mere fact that Balmer feared her was enough. Are you lying to me? Balmer's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief as he scrutinized Downton, who, despite being a commoner, would not easily be swayed by a single statement. You can verify it. Downton adopted a nonchalant demeanor, though anxiety churned within him. Once Melissa arrived at the post office tomorrow, his ruse would be exposed. The clerk, of course, would not believe Downton was Melissa's lover, at most considering it a master-servant relationship. Yet it still posed a significant headache 2 months prior, upon first arriving at the Misty Town post office and laying eyes on Melissa. Balmer had yearned to possess her. The woman exuded an alluring charm, more captivating than any socialite in the capital, igniting a burning desire within him. Balmer had heard rumors of her being a baron's mistress, yet he paid them no mind. A woman without support would inevitably resort to various tactics to ensure her safety. On a rainy afternoon, Balmer summoned Melissa to his office, ready to make his move, but before he could lay a hand on her ample curves, a letter was flung at his face. After reading its contents, Balmer broke out in a cold sweat, hastily changing the subject, no longer daring to pursue her. Bastard, enjoy your fleeting triumph for a few more days. Balmer seized the mail on his desk and hurled it at Downton, issuing threats. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you have Melissa backing you? The postmen were baffled by the clerk's sudden change of heart. However, it was evident that Downton intended to stay, and their expressions shifted dramatically. After all, this marked a definitive break with him. The mere thought of the moniker Fox of the West sent shivers down their spines as they braced for difficult days ahead. I will be watching. Downton organized the letters, casting a glance at the hall he had occupied for 3 years, his lips defiantly refusing to yield, yet his heart sighed in resignation. The excuse would be unveiled tomorrow, and he could never return. Commoners are just commoners, devoid of any etiquette. I hear your sister is a student at St. George's Academy of Magic. Humph, how could a common wretch ever gain admission to such a prestigious institution? As he regarded the composed Downton, Balmer seethed with rage, unable to restrain his biting mockery, insinuating that she must resort to becoming a whore, entertaining dozens of men daily to scrape together her tuition. This is bad. The postman instinctively glanced at Downton, fully aware that Elaine was his treasure. Balmer's words had undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. You are courting death. Downton's expression twisted into a snarl, akin to a tempest rising from the ground. Charging at Balmer, stop him. Observing Downton's hawk-like, piercing gaze, Balmer's hair stood on end, instinctively retreating, his voice trembling. It was too late. Downton leaned forward, forcefully pushing off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards Balmer, and with knees coiled like a bow. He unleashed a powerful right punch straight into the clerk's jaw. With a resounding thud, Balmer's head snapped back, and he spat a mouthful of blood, several bloodied teeth clattering to the floor. Downton retracted his right arm and unleashed a flurry of punches to the clerk's face, cracking Balmer's nose, blood erupting like a fountain, soaking his shirt front. That a few postmen, who were on friendly terms with Downton, rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain him. Stop. You will kill him, and then you will face imprisonment too. Were clutched his waist, overwhelmed with relief, grateful that he had not ascended to the soul stage. Otherwise, a single blow from Balmer would have surely proved fatal. With a thud, Balmer collapsed onto the floor like a mound of flesh. You are doomed, he vowed. I swear I will sell your sister to the most disreputable brothel, where those filthy, sweat-soaked laborers will ravage her daily. Balmer writhed in pain, his limbs twitching, casting a glare of pure hatred at Dantun. Vowing to rend the young man into pieces, that I shall await that. Dantun licked the blood from his knuckles, spat it out disdainfully, and without a backward glance, departed from the post office. The postal workers stood in stunned silence. Gazing at the disarray of the hall, shaken by Dantun's outburst, they suddenly realized that turning against this young man might have been the most ill-fated decision imaginable. Standing on the long street of Morning Mist Town, Dantun tilted his head back, allowing the rain to wash over his face, gradually regaining his composure. After all, he was merely the newly appointed clerk of a border town, still lacking established connections. How much power could he possibly wield? He could only afford to hire those bloodthirsty, down-and-out mercenaries to trouble me. Dantun strolled slowly, pondering the potential actions Baelmer might take. The border of Sequoia County lay adjacent to the Dragon Hills, notorious for its bandits, and the sunsetting wilderness, compounded by an ineffectual border commander, resulting in utter chaos in law and order. In such impoverished and treacherous lands, one could easily find ogres and cannibals willing to kill in the streets for a single silver coin. The constraints of imperial law, such notions could hardly fill one's belly. Faced with starvation or the gallows, even the dim-witted offspring of cannibals understood the choice to make. Yet still he lacked funds. Otherwise, he could have ascended to the sole stage within a month. Dantun felt the weight of his coin purse. He was utterly reluctant to dip into the tuition savings he had painstakingly accumulated, but the magical energy required for advancement was exorbitant. Relying solely on natural absorption would take at least half a year. 10,000 bounty. Passing by the Golden Ivory Tavern, Dantun noticed a wanted poster affixed to the bulletin board, the vivid image of a red gold coin striking his eye. The notorious bandits active along the border primarily preyed upon passing merchant caravans and travelers, rarely daring to assault towns. After all, even the most inept border troops were still imperial regulars, equipped with priestly and knightly orders, posing little threat to bandits lacking proper gear. Most bandits maintained a low profile to avoid drawing attention. But there were always a few reckless souls who brazenly wreaked havoc, repeatedly challenging the authority of the Duke of the West. Without exception, these brigands found their names on the West's wanted list. Their likenesses printed on posters plastered throughout the border towns that in this world. There is never a shortage of adventurers yearning to become rich overnight and achieve fame. The heads of these bandits often serve as a shortcut to notoriety. Even a 5-year-old child understands that each bounty is steeped in an inescapable stench of blood, some belonging to adventurers, others to brigands that in this brutal melee. Those bandits who survive are notorious, each commanding a hefty bounty. Tyson the Ogre, nicknamed Iron Man, a recently risen thief, relishes in devouring the ears of his slain foes, with a bounty of 10,000 Jindel. Rooney the Violent Bear, known as Balloon, gained fame when he instantly killed the captain of the Arsenal Knight Order with a single shot, earning him renown throughout the West, infuriating the commander so much that he placed a 50,000 Jindel bounty on Rooney's head, yet all the mercenaries seeking that reward ended up as Rooney's fallen minions. Goodness, it has already escalated to 150,000 Jindel. Dantun observed Rooney's bounty notice in the upper right corner of the bulletin board. Weathered by the elements, yet the sum of gold remained vivid and intact. Its presence indicated that the bounty was still valid, and Rooney was still at large. That a brigand with a bounty exceeding 10,000 is undoubtedly a formidable foe, capable of dispatching Dantun without hesitation. Thus he continued to peruse the listings. Minotaur Keto Village, a beastkin female shaman, bounty 5,000 Jindel. Dantun sighed, relinquishing his search. Only those with bounties starting at 300 Jindel could possibly make it to the wanted list. And with his current abilities, he couldn't even handle a measly 10 Jindel fish, let alone live off bounty hunting without starving. Upon returning to his humble abode, in an effort to save money, Dantun decided against cooking, opting instead to gnaw on a piece of black bread while contemplating his financial strategies. As a citizen of Drankford, he naturally dealt in currency bearing the Dran suffix. A family of 3 required about 15 Jindel for monthly living expenses, yet most ordinary folk rarely encountered gold coins, frequently relying instead on silver Jindel. Rumor had it that postal workers in the imperial capital received over a dozen silver coins in tips daily. Though the truth of such claims remained uncertain, Dantun shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic fantasies, and resolved to venture out in search of odd jobs. This time of day in the past, he would have already organized his mailbag and set off on his delivery route. But now, he would never do so again. 3 whole years as a postal worker. as Dantun walked through the bustling streets. He suddenly felt an unaccustomed stillness. However, more than anything, he felt a pang of nostalgia. With these very legs, he had supported his sister Eileen, enabling her to enroll in the most prestigious St. George Magic Academy in Drakeford. He held a deep affection for this job. Had it not been for Baelmer's incessant provocations, spiraling into chaos, Dantun believed he might have continued as a postal worker for life. "Where have you been?" "I've been looking for you everywhere," Justin called out upon spotting Dantun, with 6 other postal workers trailing behind, all of whom shared a good rapport with him. "What is the matter?" Dantun inquired, noticing Weir's swollen lip. Frowning slightly, "Why aren't you resting at home?" "It's all my fault. We're expressed as guild. Don't blame yourself. Without you, Baelmer would have targeted me regardless." Dantun responded with a broad smile, patting Weir's shoulder. "Do you really think I'm destined to starve just because I can no longer be a postal worker? Not a chance. You're the Fox of the West, just that you'll have to relinquish your title as the chief postal worker." The youths chattered excitedly, bestowing nicknames upon Dantun, their boisterous laughter echoing through the gentle rain. While their method of consolation may have been clumsy, it undoubtedly reflected a sincere friendship. "Come, let us treat you to a grand feast at the Golden Ivory Tavern," boomed the tall Durin, thumping Dantun's chest and throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Enough," Dantun declined, aware that they were all children of ordinary families, hardly affluent enough to afford tavern fare. "Oh, you look down on us?" Durin tightened his grip on Dantun, preventing him from escaping, while the other youths pushed from behind. "Just the technique you taught us for selecting the nearest male to deliver is worth 100 meals." This group of young men sincerely appreciated Dantun. Each had benefited from his guidance, all having been trained by him as postal workers. Drakeford, situated in the northern part of the Western continent, ranks as a third-tier nation in terms of comprehensive national strength and is often labeled as impoverished and backward. Aside from the royal capital, the remaining territory comprises 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, each the hereditary domain of one of the 4 dukes. Morning Mist Town lies within Sequoia County, under the jurisdiction of the Duke of the West. Placido, with Dantun's annual tax contributions flowing directly into this noble family's coffers. During the 5th Continental Holy War a millennium ago, the Dragon Hills, one of the main battlefields, was bombarded mercilessly by the Dragon Legion commanded by the Red Dragon King, leaving it riddled with scars. The neighboring Sequoia County was also affected. It is said that under the onslaught of tens of thousands of fire-based spells, the entire county was reduced to cinders. It wasn't until the establishment of Drakeford and the migration of refugees that life began to trickle back into the area. Even today, on land scorched by the searing breath of dragons, many crops remain impossible to cultivate. Even the hardiest oats can only yield a single harvest per year, and most grains are shriveled, akin to malnourished beggars. Fortunately, the border residents do not rely on agriculture for survival. Beneath Morning Mist Town lies a rich vein of magical energy. Otherwise, the king would not have relocated the displaced populace. However, after nearly a millennium of exploitation, the mines have gradually depleted, and the economy along the borders has become increasingly desolate, prompting more and more young people to leave their homes in search of livelihoods in the grand cities. Countless abandoned mining towns now stand like forlorn wraiths upon the borderlands, having transformed into nests for beasts. Brigands and vagrants, rendering Redwood County even more dilapidated and chaotic. Beyond the vast expanse of the sunsetting Great Wasteland lies the Orc Empire, where ivory, beast hides, and the lifeblood of magical creatures, imbued with immense arcane power, along with other unique products, can yield substantial profits for merchants once sold in the human empire, thus giving rise to this lucrative trade route as the final substantial supply point leading into the sunsetting Great Wasteland. Morning Mist Town becomes a bustling hub during peak season, attracting merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers who crowd every corner of the town, with several taverns overflowing with patrons. Dun stepped into the Golden Ivory Tavern. A cacophony of noise, tinged with the sense of alcohol and sweat, assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow. He had never been fond of such raucousness that a diminutive dwarf, covered in mining dust, lay slumped beside a table, oblivious to the fact that a thief had just pilfered his coin pouch. Dancers stood atop the hall's elevated stage, energetically performing tap dances to the lively music, their snow-white thighs lifting high, eliciting a chorus of whistles that a few uncouth mercenaries crouched below the stage, craning their necks in an attempt to catch a glimpse under the dancer's skirts. "Bring me 8 cups of dragon's tongue liquor," Justin shouted to the server, effortlessly placing his order, clearly a frequent visitor. Among his peers, he was known for his indulgent ways and lack of frugality, which necessitated borrowing money towards the end of each month to make ends meet. "Over here, sit down," Durin called out as he found a few vacant seats, tugging at Tang Dun, only to realize after a few steps that Tang had not followed. "What's the matter?" Justin inquired. Following Tang's gaze, "Pa, just a down-and-out traveling merchant. What's there to see? Come on, let us drink. You all go ahead. I want to see what goods they have." Tang Dun dodged a few inebriated patrons and made his way to the merchant's stall. There stood a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and cloak, the entirety of his face obscured by a hood. His breathing was labored, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. On the ground lay a soiled bohemian blanket, upon which rested a mechanical pocket watch, enormous colorful feathers, and striped stones. All the items exuded an air of mystique that a broken piece of wood for 100 golden derlins. "Have you lost your mind?" exclaimed a portly merchant, spitting with disdain, yet he did not relinquish his grasp on the totemic wooden artifact, examining it closely. The merchant remained silent, not even lifting his head. "Enough of this charade. You cannot fool me. A flat price of 10 silver derlins. I'll take it." The merchant's glassy eyes darted about, pressing his offer. Nearby, a dozen or so patrons casually browsed the wares, their interest waning. They had traveled far and wide, encountering many sights, and were not easily duped by the theatrics of a merchant clad in such a mysterious guise. 13 silver derlins. No more. The overweight merchant insisted. "Granth, you are the wealthiest merchant in Morning Mist Town. Worth millions. Is it really necessary to haggle over a destitute merchant's wares?" Someone jested at Granth's expense. "You know nothing. Every copper must be spent wisely. If the value does not double, it is a loss." Granth retorted, stroking his meticulously trimmed mustache as he adjusted his price. "Fine, I concede, 20 silver derlins, but not a single coin more." The traveling merchant shook his head in silent refusal. Tang Dun's attention was drawn to a tome nestled in the upper left corner of the blanket. Thickly bound, roughly 6 centimeters in depth, and the size of A3 paper, its cover worn and oily, marred with dark stains and even dark red blood splatters. Unlike his peers who indulged in revelry, Tang Dun dedicated his time to work and physical training to absorb magical energy. The remainder was devoted to reading, as he believed that collecting books would cultivate wisdom and knowledge. You truly consider yourself one of the 5 most mysterious traveling merchants of the continent. Peddling legendary relics? 30 silver derlins. If you do not relent, I shall walk away." Granth issued his ultimatum, his small eyes fixed on a merchant, seeking to uncover the lowest possible price. How intriguing. Tang Dun bent to grasp the book, but a quicker hand snatched it away first. "This book is mine," proclaimed young Granth, adorned in a brand-new ogre suit. His back straightened as he casually flipped through the pages, casting a dismissive glance at Tang Dun. A group of boys followed him, casting provocative glances at Tang Dun. As the son of the wealthiest merchant in Morning Mist Town, 17-year-old Granth felt superior. Aside from the mayor's son, he believed his peers should behave like a pampered Siberian bear-hunting dog, wagging their tails in his favor. Yet there were always a few who failed to recognize their place. The Fox of the Western Lands? Why not me? Young Granth was aware that this was the moniker the postman had playfully assigned to Tang Dun. Yet jealousy consumed him. He believed only he was deserving of such a remarkable title. Woof, the massive white bear-hunting dog, standing nearly a meter tall and almost 2 meters long, sensed its master's ire. Crouching low and barking fiercely in an aggressive stance, several mercenaries drew back, casting greedy glances at the hunting dog, known in the northern territories for its ferocity, inherently savage and bloodthirsty. It was worth at least 10,000 golden derlins. Particularly if it was purebred. Tang Dun frowned. This fellow was like a stubborn gum stuck to his shoe, always seeking trouble whenever he spotted him. He had intended to leave, but found himself reluctant to part without having seen that tome. "What's going on?" Durin and his group approached, apprehensive for Tang Dun's safety upon seeing young Granth's presence. "Oh, the bodyguard have arrived." Granth mocked during, "I heard you were dismissed for the post office. How about joining my family shop? Rest assured, as long as my family has bones to eat, you won't go hungry." The boys erupted into laughter, the term bones referring to the bear-hunting dog, and Granth's sarcasm was unmistakable. "Let us go." "Ignore them," Justin urged, pulling Tang Dun away. The postmen were unwilling to concede. Yet what could they do? If a fight broke out, only they would suffer the consequences. "Let us move." Tang Dun was not easily manipulated. He understood that Granth aimed to provoke a conflict, providing him with an excuse to unleash a beating upon everyone. "Oh, the fox of the western lands is a coward without a spine." Granth's lackeys taunted Tang Dun, even going so far as to tug at the postman's garments. "Hey, aren't you a bookworm? Aren't you going to buy this book?" Granth viewed Tang Dun as a rival and had naturally inquired into his affairs. Moreover, he had a sister who was the object of envy. Tang Dun pretended not to hear, not even glancing back. He certainly wished to acquire it. However, should he reveal his desire, Granth's malicious nature would undoubtedly compel him to purchase it just to spite him. "Ah, aren't you the fox of the western lands? Prove your worth by snatching this book from me. I'll pay you double the golden durlins." Young Granth tossed a coin pouch onto the blanket, knocking over a beastly tooth pendant, deliberately provoking Tang Dun that if he could beat him within the tavern, it would undoubtedly humiliate him. "Humph, within 3 seconds, you will relinquish that tome," Tang Dun muttered under his breath, his steps unceasing, while inwardly counting the seconds. The postman cast a glance at Tang Dun, puzzled by his confidence. "You wasteful fool, what need have you for this worthless book? Do you wish to drive me to madness?" Granth exclaimed furiously, snatching the coin pouch back and leaping up like a ball, slapping young Granth on the head. "Father!" young Granth exclaimed, his tone sullen. Feeling humiliated before the mercenaries, he truly did not wish to converse with his father in the presence of so many. Compared to young Granth's ostentatiously extravagant leather armor, Granth wore a humble linen robe worth no more than 50 copper coins, its backside worn to a pale hue, an epitome of squalor. At a glance, who could guess that he was the wealthiest man in Morning Mist Town? Granth's stinginess was renowned throughout the western lands. He possessed no magical energy whatsoever. This was certainly not enchanted gear, worth a single copper coin. Granth smacked his son's wrist, saliva flying as he continued berating him. "Get back to meditating. If you fail to advance to the 3rd stage of the soul within half a month, I shall break your legs." "Father!" Little Jelangtai wished to say more, but was abruptly silenced by a kick to his thigh, leaving him too startled to utter another word as he hurriedly departed. "Hey, 30 silver durlans. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement." Jelangtai tossed down 30 silver coins, not pausing for the traveling merchant's response, and bolted away like a rabbit struck by an arrow. Clutching the totemic wood carving that a S for the commoner Tang Dun, in Jelangtai's eyes, he was no more significant than an ant, not even worthy of a glance. Tang Dun turned and swiftly approached the stall. Seizing a tome, the yellowed pages of the parchment bore black script, swirling and dancing like dragons and phoenixes, evoking a sense of artistic beauty akin to an elegant and resplendent lyric poem. Stirring the heartstrings, much like a masterpiece sculpted by a great artist, with each character seemingly imbued with the essence of millennia, it appeared to be a legal codex from some distant realm. Justin cast a glance, noting some legal provisions of little consequence. Such tomes were abundant in the library. What if little Jelangtai were to purchase it? The postmen, uninterested in books, were rather intrigued by Tang Dun's discernment. "Do you think Jelangtai's miserly reputation is unfounded? He is the sort who would refuse to ride a carriage to the imperial capital just to save a copper coin. Would he permit his son to squander wealth before him?" Tang Dun casually explained while leafing through the pages, growing increasingly pleased. The postman experienced a sudden epiphany, followed by overwhelming envy. They too desired such powers of deduction. "How much?" Tang Dun revealed no signs of eagerness, his expression neutral as he prepared to haggle. 100 gold coins. A coarse voice emerged from beneath the cloak, grating like sandpaper on metal, nearly piercing the eardrums. "Why don't you just steal it? You are hardly the legendary mysterious traveling merchant. For a mere tattered book to demand such a sum, that would cover most of my living expenses for half a year." Justin gasped, attempting to dissuade Tang Dun from this folly. What use was it when one could not eat it? Would 10 gold durlan suffice? Observing the merchant's tattered robe, Tang Dun suddenly lost the will to negotiate and offered his utmost sincerity. After spending 10 gold coins, he would be left with nothing but cheap black bread and water for his meals. The remaining coins were reserved for his sister's tuition, and he would never touch them. Not worth it, Durin urged his friend, knowing Tang Dun's compassion had once again overwhelmed him. In the Westlands, 5 great mysterious legends existed. Aside from the cloaked traveling merchant, the most renowned was the headless horseman and the postman Marlin. Countless versions of their tales served as bedtime stories for children. The individual before them was clearly a charlatan masquerading as a traveling merchant. Seeking to swindle and deceive. 10 gold coins would be his final offer. Tang Dun quoted once more. Should the merchant refuse, he would withdraw. After all, the book's value was roughly 7 gold durlans. The traveling merchant lifted his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Tang Dun. Suddenly, Tang Dun felt a sharp pain in his head, as though thrust into a meat grinder, his memories seemingly whisked away. Yet the next moment, his body felt no discomfort, as if it were merely a fleeting illusion. Am I simply too fatigued of late? Tang Dun pondered. Deal. The traveling merchant lowered his head once more. Tang Dun dashed home, quickly retrieving 10 gold coins to purchase the codex. All right, let us drink. Justin tugged at Tang Dun, finding a seat and snapping his fingers to summon a waiter. Durin, what have you decided? A young man casually seated himself at their table, greeting the others. The postman appeared somewhat reserved. This individual, named Robinson, was a local celebrity, having begun his apprenticeship at 6, debuting at 12, and rising from 3 silver durlans to a fortune of 200,000 within 8 years. I'll do it for 50 gold coins. Durin took a swig of ale, clearly torn by the decision. Absolutely. Robinson watched the dancing maidens on the stage, sipping his red wine without hesitation, displaying his generosity. Brother, if there are opportunities for wealth, do look out for your little brother. Justin's eyes lit up, his tone laced with flattery. I'm a first-tier mage. I'll hire them to gather magical herbs at Crow's Ridge. Are you certain you wish to go? Robinson countered. Not going, Justin replied decisively. I've heard there are ghouls roaming there. I certainly do not wish to be devoured. Robinson feigned disappointment, shrugging his shoulders. In truth, he did not wish to hire too many individuals. The fewer who knew about this expedition, the better. Tang Dun, will you accompany? Durin still harbored concerns, believing that Tang Dun's presence would enhance their safety. Absolutely not. Robinson swiftly dismissed the notion upon seeing Tang Dun's interest. Why not? The postmen were astonished. To them, Tang Dun appeared far more reliable than Durin. I sense no magical energies from you. Your soul seed has yet to form. Activate your talent. Robinson, possessing considerable prowess himself, presented an irrefutable excuse. Tang Dun's sister, Eileen, was a student at St. George's Academy of Magic. Had he spent all the savings for her tuition and living expenses on magical stones and potions to strengthen his body, he would have advanced to the soul tier and become a mage over a year ago. Durin advocated for his friend. In the fantastical Westlands, various magical energies exist. Arcane, elemental, natural, divine, and so forth, collectively referred to as magical energy. Their presence allows any life form's potential to be enhanced through cultivation, and true powerhouses can, with a mere gesture, move mountains and fill seas, pluck stars and seize moons. The path of cultivation begins with physical training and willpower refinement. As one grows stronger and more resilient in spirit, through meditation, one can gradually sense the magical energies that drift through the air. Eventually, by diligently absorbing these energies, a qualitative transformation occurs after reaching a critical mass, causing the magical energy to coalesce into a soul seed within the body, thereby unlocking one's talent. Talent is a divine gift to the people, an extraordinary ability. Only upon ascending to the soul tier can one be deemed a mage. For only those who have formed a soul seed can choose an appropriate magical profession for further study based on their talent and aptitude. Beyond the soul tier lies the war tier, where the soul seed germinates, growing into a towering soul tree, and subsequently, the judgment tier, where blossoms flourish. In this tier, Any mage can summon a magical servant, and their talent undergoes its first evolution, making the Judgment tier a significant watershed in strength. Beyond this lies the dragon-slaying tier, yet such formidable beings are exceedingly rare across the entire Western realm that, of course, there are even loftier realms beyond, but for ordinary commoners, the mere mention of them is unheard of. Very well, 30 gold coins. Be prepared to gather at the South Town entrance at dawn. Robinson altered his decision, perceiving Dantun as a potential asset as a merchant. One must always observe and assess whether an individual is worthy of investment. By carriage, Crow's Ridge lies approximately a day and a half's journey from Morning Mist Town. Legend has it that a millennia ago, it served as the royal burial grounds of a certain kingdom. This tale attracted numerous adventurers, yet none ever unearthed treasures. Instead, they fell prey to becoming the Ghoul's Lunch. 2,000 years ago, the Southern Orc Legion allied with the Troll tribes emerging from the Dragon Hills to invade Drankford, only to be soundly defeated by the astute King Drankford VI in the Western Realm. This battle resulted in over 1 million soldiers' deaths, their corpses strewn across Redwood County, the blood flowing, transforming the land into a mire. The restless souls lingered, circling the skies, and for months, the inhabitants of the Western Realm saw no sunlight to prevent a post-war plague. The king ordered the soldiers to gather the bodies and dispose of them at Crow's Ridge. Initially, they were cremated, but as the corpses became innumerable, the king departed, and the officers handling the aftermath became negligent, hastily disposing of the remains. The dead were far too many, and some lingering souls, having traversed endless ages, naturally evolved into undead beings as they gradually absorbed magical energy. For the safety of the border inhabitants, the king once dispatched paladins and priests to exorcise Crow's Ridge, halting only when no threat remained. Nevertheless, even so, the people continued to avoid Crow's Ridge as if it were a den of vipers, never daring to set foot there. With a kerosene lamp, candles, fishing line, 5 days' worth of provisions, and clean water, Dantun meticulously checked the items needed for the expedition. Once satisfied, he packed them into a leather backpack. He still required healing potions, quality weapons, and ideally, a magical accessory for protection, though he had prepared with great care. Upon gazing at the shabby and meager belongings, Dantun let out a sigh. His poverty was insurmountable, rendering him unable to afford anything more. Perhaps this expedition was a grievous error in judgment. He took a seat at the round table positioned beneath the window, utilizing the faint glow of the kerosene lamp to illuminate his thoughts as he picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to outline the precautions for this journey on paper. No matter how he calculated, the risks loomed above 60%. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver upon his skin, a gentle chill enveloping him. He should withdraw. This notion flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly cast aside by Dantun. Without the post of a letter carrier, he required a new source of income. Lest he be unable to gather his sister's tuition fees, to dispel his distractions, Dantun opened the newly acquired legal tome. The elegant prose and the 14 lyrical sonnets concerning legal tales brought him delight, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. If he could become a mage, the dangers would diminish significantly. Resting his elbow on the round table, he cradled his chin in one hand, gazing at the resplendent starry sky, filled with dreams and aspirations for the future. Should he ascend to the realm of souls, setting aside innate abilities, the mere opportunity to study formidable martial techniques and spells would elevate his strength, enabling him to achieve feats of slaying 10 or even 100 foes. As he beheld the twinkling stars and basked in the soothing moonlight, Dantun's heart found tranquility, and he unwittingly slipped into a meditative state. To absorb magical energy, one must enter this state of meditation. Yet the common mind often flits about restlessly, mired in chaotic thoughts, unable to find stillness. Though he occasionally managed to enter this state, the magnitude of magical energy required for advancement was too vast, rendering those fleeting instances utterly insufficient. The depth of meditation determined the rate at which one could draw in magical energy. Presently, Dantun was practicing the vortex meditation technique taught by his sister. Typically, he could only reach a shallow level of meditation, but astonishingly, he breached his limits and entered a mid-level state. Under the pure moonlight, the magical energy within the small room began to converge with increasing velocity, seeping into Dantun's very being. The concentration of magical energy intensified, occasionally erupting in sparkling points reminiscent of stars. Dantun became like a vortex, greedily siphoning the magical energy. Lost in his meditative state, he remained oblivious to the resonance of the tome with the vibrations of the soul. 3 mottled points of light spilled forth from its pages, glowing warmly like fireflies, drawing in more magical energy from the surroundings. Suddenly, a resounding knock at the door jolted Dantun from his trance, causing his hand to tremble, and the quill he held left a dark streak across the page. What is it? He gazed at the ink mark that marred the sonnet, akin to an unsightly scar blemishing the visage of a beauty, and felt a pang of sorrow. What are you doing? You are half an hour late. If I hadn't pleaded, Robinson would have set off already. Duran, bewildered, noted that Dantun was typically punctual, never prone to such blunders. What? Dantun glanced at the old mechanical clock resting on the table. He recalled that after organizing his belongings, it had been just past 9, yet now the hour had reached half past midnight. Impossible! Have I truly meditated for over 3 hours? Dantun's expression morphed into one of shock, momentarily forgetting to open the door for Duran. In past meditations, he had managed to sustain focus for a maximum of 40 minutes before his thoughts became muddled and he exited the state. Yet among the youth of Morning Mist Town, this had already placed him in the top 10. Now, however, he had extended that time nearly 8-fold. Lengthening the meditation duration was no trivial matter, as mages drew upon the surrounding magical energy through resonance during meditation. The influx required time. Thus, as the meditation lengthened, the amount of magical energy absorbed per unit time continually increased. Naturally, there existed a saturation limit. Once reached, no further changes would occur. Open the door. Are you all right? I'm fine. Dantun rose and took a few steps, astonished to find himself brimming with vitality, feeling as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. He casually opened the door for Duran, then turned, deep in thought as he moved toward the window, eager to grasp this extraordinary sensation and discern the reason behind the extended meditation. Duran had intended to complain, but upon witnessing Dantun's demeanor, he promptly closed his mouth, aware that his friend was undoubtedly contemplating something of great significance. What could it be? As Dantun reflected on the details prior to his meditation, admiring the poetry and stargazing, he turned his gaze to the legal tome, noting the absence of any magical energy fluctuations. It should not be merely a magical artifact. Are we ready? Robinson must be growing impatient. Duran glanced at the clock, unable to contain himself any longer. Apologies, I'm coming now. Dantun inserted the quill into the ink pot, about to close the tome when he suddenly paused, astonished to find that the unsightly ink mark he had unintentionally made had vanished, as though it had never existed. What's wrong? Duran urged, hoisting Dantun's backpack. Hurry, Robinson is waiting. Yes. Dantun retrieved his dagger, inserting it into his boot, and exited the room. Yet as he locked the door, he couldn't resist casting one last glance at the tome. No, I must unravel this quickly. Dantun dashed back, stuffing the tome and ink pot into his backpack. He and Duran hurried to the southern street corner of Morning Mist Town, where before he could offer an apology, a pockmarked youth unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. Do you think you're royalty, making us wait so long? Apologies, it was my fault. Dantun refrained from arguing. Enough chatter, it's getting late. Everyone get on board, we must depart. Robinson interjected, halting Tony, who was poised to continue his tirade. A carriage drawn by 2 Orlean Highland horses stood nearby, its roof piled high with supplies, securely bound with thick ropes. Sir, please board. Keel opened the carriage door, slightly bowing, respectfully inviting Robinson to enter. This slightly hunchbacked, middle-aged man served as Robinson's servant and coachman. Additionally, there was a towering figure named Pier, who bore a Viking longsword, exuding an aura of rugged masculinity with every move he made. What brings you here? Dantun was taken aback to see Will present as well. I am seeking to earn a little extra. Knowing Bulmer's temperament, Will was aware that he would likely be dismissed. Thus, he pondered for an entire afternoon and, come evening, approached Robinson to request inclusion in the group. If he performed well, perhaps he could continue working with Robinson, who was renowned as a young merchant in Morning Mist Town, a figure many young people aspired to emulate. Enough of the chatter. Get in, Tony, picking his nose, shoved Will aside. The night breeze swept through, and with the crisp sound of hooves, the carriage rolled out of the town, embarking on the journey to Crow's Ridge. Robinson, you're risking it all for wealth. Even daring to venture to Crow's Ridge? Tony, a loquacious one, jested while chewing on a smoked sausage. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, if one wishes to prosper. One must take risks. Robinson closed his eyes, resting. Countless corpses, countless eons had forged Crow's Ridge into a desolate ecological environment, ideally suited for undead creatures and flora. Some of these beings served as ingredients for crafting various magical potions, which could be sold to alchemists for a handsome profit. Each year, a handful of fearless adventurers dared to enter Crow's Ridge. However, most met misfortune, becoming the main course for ghouls. What purpose do you serve by bringing these two non-mages along? Thor mocked Dantun, his mouth smeared with meat scraps. One must grant aspiring youths an opportunity. Robinson grinned, revealing his pearly whites, radiating warmth that was difficult to resist. Thank you, boss. Will felt immensely grateful, promptly changing his tone. Robinson nodded, yet internally sighed. Bringing these two along was, in truth, a means to serve as bait. Even a first-tier soul mage possessed a physique superior to that of well-trained ordinary soldiers. Thus, should danger arise, these two youths would inevitably lag at the rear, naturally drawing the attention of any pursuing ghouls. Dantun did not hastily observe his companions within the carriage. There was still a day's journey ahead, and ample time lay before him. After all, everyone is merely getting acquainted at this juncture, observing each other with the utmost vigilance. The scrutinizing gazes may inadvertently provoke displeasure, potentially leading to conflict. Moreover, Dantun has more pressing matters to attend to. Once a candle was lit, Dantun retrieved the codex and began to peruse its pages. Robinson cast a fleeting glance, but quickly lost interest. As a seasoned merchant, his discerning eye detected no traces of magical energy emanating from the tome. It appeared utterly mundane. After a meticulous examination yielded no anomalies, Dantun hesitated for a moment before extracting a quill, dipping it in ink, and inscribing a stroke in the blank space at the top of the page. A full 10 minutes passed without any discernible change. Dantun frowned and hastily scribbled a few words. An hour slipped by. Yet still, there was no alteration, causing Dantun to question his initial judgment. Had he miscalculated? He contemplated abandoning his efforts, but felt a pang of reluctance. If he could discover a method to extend his meditation time, he could swiftly ascend to the soul stage. Let me try again. Dantun resolved, this time preparing to write a few more lines. Thus, he commenced penning a lyrical poem in the style of Shakespeare. Enough, commoner. If you continue, I shall unleash my wrath. Suddenly, a line of elegant, flowing script materialized on the page, intruding into Dantun's field of vision that he had not anticipated that this codex could manifest text, engaging in dialogue with him, leaving him astonished and instinctively inclined to glance up at the other passengers in the carriage. Fearing their discovery, stay calm. Dantun forcibly suppressed all inner turmoil, compelling himself to think of other matters as a means of distraction. Only by doing so could he maintain composure. Otherwise, he would be unable to refrain from exclaiming in sheer delight. Even so, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of the perceptive Robinson. What is the matter? Robinson opened his eyes, casting a glance at Dantun and the codex in his grasp. The IT was as though he had been bitten by an insect. Dantun restrained himself from stowing the codex away, feigning nonchalance as he scratched his neck, acting as if nothing had transpired. An artifact imbued with wisdom must at the very least be a piece of perfect-grade magical equipment, worth no less than 1,000,000 gold coins at auction. Even a fool like Dantun recognized the rarity of the codex he held. This was a precious magical tool capable of propelling the impoverished into the ranks of millionaires overnight. Should the strangers in the carriage become aware of it, who could guarantee that greed would not take hold of them? Dantun had to tread carefully. Losing the codex would be a trivial matter compared to the tragedy of being silenced and disposed of in the wilderness. Get some sleep and conserve your energy. Don't jeopardize tomorrow's important affairs. Robinson issued a warning before closing his eyes. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and the passengers in the carriage were succumbing to fatigue, all asleep and lacking the inclination to observe him. Otherwise, at such a close proximity, his secret would surely be exposed. Indeed, Dantun nodded, initially intending to discreetly stow away the codex, but found himself unable to resist the urge to delve deeper. It was akin to a person who had just won a massive lottery, unable to remain still without confirming the truth. You possess wisdom? Dantun dipped his quill in ink, hesitating momentarily before inscribing the question. The codex remained unresponsive. However, all the text he had previously written, along with the answers on the pages, vanished without a trace. Silence. Then I shall indulge in some arbitrary doodling. With a flick of his wrist, a line of exquisite script appeared upon the page. Nonsense. I am an ancient magical tome, the greatest encyclopedia. How could I lack wisdom? As if an invisible quill were dancing upon the pages, splendid words emerged. The crimson ink resembling fiery flames that seemed poised to ignite. Though it was merely a line of text, the air of nobility and pride emanating from it was palpable. What a stunning script. Dantun marveled, each character a work of art, akin to a legacy of civilization. Your taste is commendable. This is the Nasirial Arcane Flame script. However, it is but a trifle. I am proficient in numerous styles, even dabbling in the calligraphy of the Eastern continent, as if to boast. The latter part of the statement was adorned with characters that Dantun had never encountered before, yet all shared a singular trait: extravagance beyond measure. Are you an esthetician? Dantun maintained a stoic expression while a tempest of astonishment brewed within him. The Nasirial magical civilization had vanished into the annals of history over 100,000 years ago, not to mention the remnants of its homeland. The surviving documents were few and far between, safeguarded within the imperial library of the Plantagenet dynasty, accessible even to the average duke only with great difficulty. They were exceedingly precious, and even a single drop of ink upon them would constitute an irrevocable loss. Humph. The magical tome employed a single word to convey its disdain for Dantun. Commoner, you are dreadfully impolite. Then how should I address you? Dantun chuckled, finding the book quite amusing. You may call me my Lord Codex, or Lord Homer. Oh dear, I've already told you to cease writing. Homer admonished Dantun, punctuating the statement with a series of ellipses to express profound dissatisfaction. How shall we communicate then? Dantun inquired further, but Homer fell silent. Does writing upon the codex cause you harm? After inscribing this question, Dantun sighed, preparing to conclude the dialogue. He was not one to press others unduly. No. It should be said he was not one to press a book unduly. No. It merely gets dirty. Dantun nearly spat blood in incredulity. Was this truly a justification? You must be jesting. Those characters can certainly disappear. The codex remained silent, and several minutes later, it finally revealed a response. Very well. You have seen through me. I simply find it bothersome and do not wish to engage in conversation. Dantun's lips twitched. The codex's temperament was indeed unpredictable. Very well. I shall not disturb you further. Dantun inscribed this statement, preparing to close the codex, his mind beginning to contemplate the potential benefits it could bring him. What a farce! Judging by the implications in this fellow's words, this is at the very least an artifact from the Nasirial era. It would be remiss not to exploit it somewhat. Of course, Dantun would not resort to any underhanded tactics. A straightforward exchange would suffice. Wait a moment, commoner, by your tone, do you harbor disdain for me? Humph. As a nobleman, I must maintain my composure. This time, Homer wrote swiftly, as an apology, declaring, I have decided to bestow upon you a meditation technique. Thank you, but I must decline. Though tempted, Dantun chose to refuse. Uncertain whether the codex was jesting or mocking him, he replied, You have not offended me. There is no need for an apology. Unacceptable. You, a commoner, are so magnanimous. Does that not imply that I am petty? Homer was incensed. Very well. You may bestow it upon me. Dantun was curious about the meditation technique that even the Nasirial civilization was aware of. It must surely be extraordinary. Not at this moment. Are you mocking me? Dantun nearly spat blood upon the pages, his expression darkening. Commoner, mind your tone. Lord Homer is a man of his word. The codex felt it had been slighted. Is that so? Absolutely, your string of question marks. What is that about? Do you not believe me? Homer was incensed. Nobles should not lie. Dantun deliberately provoked the codex, fabricating a story. Very well, in truth, I have only misspoken once, yes. Just once, concerned that Dantun might doubt him, Homer punctuated his statement with an exclamation mark that filled the entire page, underscoring his certainty. Whatever, it matters not to me. Dantun adopted a strategy of retreating by advancing, preparing to gauge Homer's character. Commoner, the vortex meditation technique you are currently utilizing is quite commendable. Your innate talent is also exceptional. Provided your magical energy is sufficient, you will quickly coalesce a soul seed. That meditation technique was given to me by my sister. It is incredibly precious. Downton's sister possessed outstanding talent, a rarity among 1,000, and within just half a year of enrollment, she had attracted the attention of numerous mentors. The vortex meditation technique was a parting gift from her current mentor, as it was customary to present an apprentice with a valuable offering. Humph! A commoner who has never seen the world. I shall bestow upon you the holy angel statue meditation technique. Though you can only employ it after entering the soul stage, it will exponentially enhance your ability to absorb magical energy. That sounds impressive. Dantun gasped. It seemed that Homer indeed had some worthwhile treasures. Of course, what I, Lord Homer, bestow cannot possibly be trash. Once you master it, you will comprehend its true value. Homer was brimming with pride. First and foremost, thank you. Dantun suddenly pondered a question. What is the identity of that traveling merchant? A commoner. The response from the grimoire was indeed imbued with the essence of Homer. Dantun nodded, harboring no doubts. The life of a traveling merchant revolves around acquiring distinctive items from one locale and selling them in another, capitalizing on the novelty they evoke, while there are occasional lucrative finds of antiques. Misjudgments are not uncommon. I am off to sleep. Penning this has truly exhausted me. Homer wished to conclude the topic. Wait, can you extend my meditation time? Dantun nearly forgot the most crucial inquiry. Certainly, Homer's nonchalant reply filled Dantun with exhilaration, for he understood the implications of such an effect. Why had no one previously recognized this magical phenomenon? Because those fools could not appreciate the allure of the arcane script. By the way, your handwriting is atrocious. The grimoire had been dormant, its myriad wondrous effects sealed away, until Dantун's soul vibrations during meditation awakened my apologies. Dantun felt a flush of embarrassment. Resolving to practice his calligraphy diligently, being scorned by a book was indeed humiliating. In truth, Dantун's handwriting was quite commendable, far surpassing that of most, yet when compared to the erudition of Homer, it appeared utterly dismal. I shall retire. After the grimoire displayed the 3 prominent characters, it closed itself without Dantун's intervention. He gazed at the oversized tome, placing his palm upon it, gently caressing its surface. Even the blackened stains seemed to take on an aesthetic quality. Unremarkable. Dantun shook his head. The tome's exterior was indeed appalling. If discarded in the street, no one would bother to retrieve it. Unbeknownst to him, this was not the grimoire's original form. Homer had sensed Dantун's genuine fondness for literature, his sincere passion for reading, which hinted at the potential for him to become a poet. Hence his responsive discourse. Otherwise, even if he were to tear the pages, the grimoire would remain indifferent. Lord Homer, after all, exuded an artistic aura and never engaged with the uncultured. Through the carriage window, Dantun glanced at the moonlit night, suppressing the urge to commence vortex meditation immediately. Should Robinson and the others witness his ability to meditate for extended periods, inquiries would surely arise that a slip in response could lead to complications. Taking a deep breath, Dantun steadied his emotions, stowing the grimoire into his backpack, leaning against the carriage, and beginning to rest. He was not a fool lost in self-satisfaction. He understood when to act appropriately. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the carriage, the group was roused from slumber amidst the cawing of crows, signaling their arrival at Crow Ridge Cemetery. Durin leapt from the carriage, stretching his limbs. The bumpy journey having left him sore, this the infamous Crow Ridge, overrun by ghouls. Dantun surveyed the scene before him. A patch of land transformed into blackened soil, intermingled with decayed bones and putrid corpses, writhing with plump maggots, evoking a chill down one's spine. What a foul stench! Tony pinched his nose. Although they had yet to enter Crow Ridge, the nauseating odor had already assailed them. provoking revulsion. Will could not contain himself, his face paling as he doubled over, expelling a torrent of bile. "Half an hour for breakfast, and then we commence." Robinson pulled out a map, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Gold coins, here I come." The coachman and servant, Keel, busied himself, rummaging through their belongings to produce a leather backpack, distributing the pre-prepared bread and sausages to the group. "Pass me the butter." Tony squeezed a pimple on his face and wiped it on his thigh. Snatching a sausage and taking a bite, then, with an air of superiority, commanded, "Don't be shy. If you want something, have the servant fetch it." Robinson tied a napkin around his neck, brandishing his knife to begin his meal. His every gesture an attempt to emulate the upper class. "I'll have a duck egg." Coming from a humble background, Will had never been served before. As he watched Keel respectfully present the duck egg, he felt a wave of discomfort, soon replaced by envy. Strive hard, and not only might you win the favor of a lovely maid, but perhaps you could even marry a princess. Robinson chuckled, acknowledging that with the task at hand. Drinks were off the table, but he would treat them all next time. "Thank you, boss." Will was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling as though Robinson was his kindred spirit. He resolved to work diligently, not wanting to disappoint his employer. This was precisely the effect Robinson sought. Observing Will's excited and hopeful expression, a satisfied smirk crept across his lips, though he quickly masked it. He prided himself on his understanding of human psychology, adept at coaxing others into willingly serving his interests. Tang Dun rapidly consumed his food, preparing for the final organization of his belongings, ensuring nothing was overlooked and that everything was within reach. "Aren't you going to eat more?" Robinson's gaze sharpened slightly. This youth displayed more proficiency than Pierre, who had spent 3 years as a mercenary. The food was provided by him, while Tony and the others seized the opportunity to gorge themselves. Yet this boy, having merely eaten a piece of black bread and a few slices of sausage, halted, likely not even reaching 6/10 full, no need. "Overeating will hinder our movements." Tang Dun shook his head, subtly reminding the others he did not wish to operate alongside a band of gluttons. After a bout of excessive feasting, not only would their bodies become sluggish, but their spirits would also wane, making it perilous to venture in a Crow Ridge at such a time. "What do you know? If you don't fill your belly, how will you have the strength to fight?" Toru provocatively glared at Tang Dun, stuffing a large chunk of sausage into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, unable to chew, bits of meat falling messily. Pierre, caught mid-bite, frowned, glanced at Tang Dun, then set down his food, picking up his Viking sword to meticulously polish it. A standard set of equipment, including weapons and armor, would cost at least 500 gold coins. After accounting for regular maintenance expenses, little would remain. Thus, most mercenaries lived in poverty, seizing any opportunity to feast. Pierre explained, his pride preventing him from appearing incompetent in front of others. Will and Durin felt similarly reluctant to indulge. "When we return to Morning Mist Town, I'll treat you all to a grand feast." Robinson was adept at socializing, not only soothing everyone, but also casting a grateful glance at Tang Dun, a tactic of manipulation. Robinson handed his plate to Keel, scrutinizing Tang Dun with growing satisfaction. He was a somewhat slender, 15-year-old youth. However, he exuded vitality, his features refined, always maintaining a tight-lipped demeanor. Yet when he occasionally smiled, an invigorating aura would emanate from him. Tang Dun perched upon a stone, retrieving the grimoire. Casually flipping through its pages, he was not entering a meditative state, but rather reading, his mind tranquil. The rising morning light bathed Tang Dun's sharply defined facial contours, rendering him akin to a masterfully sculpted statue by Rodin. This lad would undoubtedly grow into a striking figure. With just that visage, he could easily charm many lonely, noble women into his embrace. Robinson felt a twinge of jealousy. As Tang Dun read, he appeared as serene as an elegant poet. He understood that in the imperial capital, a youth of such poise would be irresistibly alluring to women with peculiar tastes. Will felt inferior, believing he fell woefully short compared to his peer. Tang Dun. However, an hour into their venture into Crow Ridge, such thoughts dissipated, leaving only panic and fear. The stench clung to his nostrils relentlessly, the soil soft and yielding, with insects crawling brazenly over him. If left unchecked within 5 minutes, his pant legs would be crawling with repugnant bugs, A cold breeze swept through, seemingly carrying the lamentations and screams of lost souls, penetrating to the marrow and sending shivers down one's spine. Afraid? Toru mocked Will, deliberately attempting to frighten him. Not at all, though Will denied it. The tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Silence. Focus on searching the ground. Don't overlook any herbs, Robinson cautioned in a hushed tone. Wary of attracting the attention of undead creatures, the sky was filled with numerous black crows, incessantly cawing, creating an unbearable din. There are far too few herbs. After nearly an hour of trudging, even passing through an abandoned village, Will gazed longingly at the meager 5 plants, unable to suppress his complaints. It's only natural. Many come out here to gather herbs. Hence, there is hardly any yield near the outskirts of Crow Ridge. However, no one dares to venture into the cemetery's heart. So to strike it rich, one must go in. Tony licked his lips, hesitating. The calm demeanor he once possessed had long since evaporated. He wished to leave. Yet only by venturing into Crow's Ridge could one truly comprehend the suffocating pressure of death that lingered in the air. Durin was equally on edge, as their small party of 7 had already encountered 17 wandering ghouls. Fortunately, thanks to Pierre's experience, they had managed to steer clear of trouble early on to seek fortune. One must embrace risk. Surely they could discover herbs that were a century or even a millennium old. With a single specimen fetching several thousand gold coins, Robinson rallied the group, painting a picture of riches to boost morale while also alleviating their anxiety, assuring them that they would return by afternoon. Well before darkness fell upon Crow's Ridge, it was imperative, for night was the time when undead creatures roamed. To remain here after sundown would spell doom. Pierre walked at the forefront of the group, unable to resist glancing back. Dantun, why are you carrying so much? Aren't you tired? The lantern and 5 days' worth of provisions serve only to exhaust your strength. Their necessity is dubious. Tony seized the opportunity to mock Dantun. Are you planning to camp in Crow's Ridge? Better safe than sorry, Dantun replied succinctly. Robinson, observing Dantun, who walked in second place, felt a surge of admiration for him, especially in contrast to the terrified Will. Although Will was also anxious, he managed to maintain some semblance of composure. When they had unexpectedly encountered a ghoul earlier, Will had screamed in fright, but thankfully, Dantun had swiftly covered his mouth, preventing any disturbance to the lurking monstrosities. Attention, I spot a necromancer mushroom at 10 o'clock, approximately 50 paces ahead. Dantun, a man of his word, despite having acquired a valuable grimoire, did not request to return home, instead daringly proceeding into Crow's Ridge. You have remarkable eyesight, Will exclaimed enviously, as Robinson promised that apart from the fixed commission, there would be additional bonuses for each herb discovered. It's not just about eyesight, at such a close distance. Anyone could see it, Durin chimed in, chuckling as he glanced at his friend. Have you noticed? A third of our discoveries have been thanks to him. What is your secret? Do share. Will's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are you foolish? If he tells you, how will you earn your bonus? Tony spat, intentionally provoking Dantun to reveal his secret. Come here, and I'll tell you. Dantun beckoned Will over, then raised a finger to Tony. No more baiting. 10 gold coins, and I'll divulge the answer to your searching based on the growth characteristics of necromancer mushrooms. Aren't you? They typically thrive in damp, shaded, and backlit areas. Robinson slapped his forehead, realizing he had neglected to introduce them properly. No wonder I saw you in the potion shop yesterday afternoon. You were inquiring about potion knowledge. Durin suddenly enlightened. Not inquiring, but purchasing. That arrogant and self-important apothecary. You all know him too well, Dantun remarked as he dashed out to gather the necromancer mushrooms. If this lad were to become a mercenary, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself. Pierre observed Dunton's audacity and meticulousness with genuine admiration. 15 gold coins a month. How about working with me? Robinson proposed, knowing he needed to secure such talent without delay. Durin and Will immediately exchanged eager glances, urging Dantun to accept. Puffed. Someone who isn't even a mage. What's so impressive about him? Tony scoffed, feeling envious. If Dantun agreed, his pay would surpass Tony's. Let me think. If it weren't for the grimoire, Dantun would have readily accepted. However, he now needed to reconsider his future prospects. What is there to ponder? 15 gold coins. An average apprentice earns only 3 a month, Will fumed. Had such a lucrative offer been presented to him, he would have leaped at it without hesitation. Even Pierre, usually composed, was taken aback by Dantun's reluctance. The envious Kill's eyes were practically crimson with jealousy. As a slave, he earned not even a single silver dollar per month. Well, to each his own, but my door will always be open to you. Robinson masked his displeasure, internally berating the Navi youth, convinced he would soon learn the harshness of reality after suffering enough. Down. Ghouls ahead. 100 meters. Pierre's voice boomed, prompting the group to crouch low. Fearful of detection. Before them loomed a horde of 36 ghouls, one of which appeared to be a minotaur, towering over 2.5 meters. Let us take a detour, Robinson gestured, signaling the group to circumvent the ghoul pack to the right. Having gained experience from previous encounters, the group moved cautiously and quietly, keeping their bodies low. All clear. Every minute, Pierre updated them on the status of the ghouls. 10 minutes later, they had successfully maneuvered in an arc, reaching the 2 o'clock position relative to the tallest ghoul, soon to escape their vicinity. All clear. Another 100 meters, and we can accelerate. Pierre's words eased the tension among the group, yet Dantun suddenly interjected. Wait, something's amiss. The others were startled, glancing back at the ghoul pack, which remained oblivious to their presence. Wandering aimlessly and increasingly dispersing, there appeared to be no danger. What nonsense are you spouting? Trying to scare me to death? Tony snapped. Look at those dispersed ghouls. If connected, they form an arc. Dantun surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. He would rather be mistaken in his deduction. While the others were still processing this, Pierre, with a single glance, turned pale. His extensive experience told him they were being hunted. This is bad. That ghoul could be a cunning lord. As if to affirm Pierre's assessment, the tallest ghoul emitted a chilling, soul-piercing shriek. The previously wandering ghouls instantly descended into a frenzy, rushing towards the party in a murderous charge. Run! Robinson let out a low growl. Should they only be faced with a dozen mindless ghouls? He and Pierre could manage. However, with the lord directing them, the combat prowess of these undead would double. Tony sorrowfully realized that they had no escape route. Monsters surrounded them in every direction. From above, as the ghouls charged, a large semicircular formation became apparent. If not for their insufficient numbers, the 7 unfortunate souls would have been completely encircled. Faster. They're within 100 meters. Pierre's warning drained the color from Will's face, who dared not look back and sprinted with all his might. The graveyard's silence shattered. Crows, pecking at the foul-smelling earth and picking at maggots, took flight in a panic, flapping their wings wildly. Thud, one ghoul, sprinting too fast, snapped its Achilles tendon, crashing into the ground, its head buried in the soil. Yet it quickly rose again, its right foot grotesquely twisted, but it felt no pain, continuing the pursuit. Upon death, if the souls of humans or subhumans remain unappeased, they may transform into ghouls. By this time, they have lost all semblance of their former selves, becoming hideously deformed, with decaying flesh, driven solely by the instinct to feed. As time passed, some ghouls with better attributes would grow a soul mark in their skulls, capable of siphoning magical energy from their surroundings, continually transforming their bodies to become stronger. The fragmented souls would gradually mend during this process, leading to the awakening of intelligence. Only at this stage could ghouls be considered mid-tier undead creatures, akin to completing the journey from birth to maturity in humans. The towering ghoul behind them demonstrated an understanding of ambush tactics, indicating it was at least a high-tier undead. High-tier ghouls possess independent thought and formidable combat capabilities, roughly equivalent to a 5th-tier war mage's level. Among the 7, Robinson was the most powerful, a 5th-tier soul mage, yet even he would meet a swift demise against such an adversary in less than a minute. The distance among the 7 had widened. The 4 mages sprinted ahead, with Dantun, thanks to years of endurance training from delivering messages on foot, bringing up the rear 3rd, while Will lagged 10 meters behind. And Kill had fallen far behind. Don't leave me behind, Kill wailed. Robinson seemed not to hear, not even glancing back. As for Pierre and Tony, they had no intention of aiding him. Kill had fallen behind. Dantun warned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Forget him. He is beyond help. Robinson brought Keel along solely to use him as cannon fodder in the face of such unforeseen circumstances. Dantun pressed his lips tightly together, his rational mind acknowledging that Robinson's assessment was indeed correct. Keel, now in his 40s, had significantly diminished physical capabilities, rendering him incapable of sustaining a long-distance sprint. Rescuing him would only hinder their collective speed, leading them all to become a meal for the ghouls. Help! Keel's cries abruptly morphed into a chilling scream. Turning back, Dantun witnessed a ghoul pounce upon him, its decayed teeth sinking deeply into his neck, viciously tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh and clothing in the process. Point 3 of the fastest ghouls soon arrived, lunging at Keel like ravenous hounds, their ferocity splattering blood and flesh in all directions. Robinson, think of something. This is open terrain. If we keep running like this, we'll inevitably be caught, Pierce shouted, discarding all unnecessary belongings to lighten his load. Run towards 11 o'clock. There should be a small town over there where we can take refuge. Robinson was not inept. Knowing the mission bore risks, he had made thorough preparations, acquiring a rough map from adventurers who had previously visited Crow's Ridge Cemetery. This decision would lead the group closer to the ghouls on their left. But they had no choice. Seeing Robinson change direction, everyone followed suit. How far? Dantun, initially prepared to abandon his backpack, halted upon hearing the question. Over 2,000 meters. Robinson pulled out the map and glanced at it. At this moment, he could only pray that the individual who sold him the map had not misrepresented the location. And no problem. It's not far. I can hold on. Dantun understood his physical limits. As long as he could run, he needed to strategize for the ensuing actions. He wouldn't discard his backpack. That would be too wasteful of his energy. Durin was anxious. Even Robinson had discarded his backpack. Yet Dantun still clung to his, not forgetting that his friend carried the most supplies. Don't speak. It will strain your lungs. Dantun adjusted his breathing and turned back to see the ghouls. Distracted by their feast on Keel, lagging slightly behind, he immediately slowed his pace to conserve energy. Daha! That kid is going to fall behind, Tony said, reveling in his misfortune. The ghouls devoured Keel within a minute, then resumed their relentless pursuit. These creatures, driven solely by their primal instincts, showed no signs of fatigue. The distance was gradually closing in, now within 100 meters. Dantun turned back, even spotting maggots crawling over the ghouls. Trailing nauseating green slime. Why are they still chasing us? Will felt as exhausted as a dying dog, the ever-present sensation of impending death pushing him to the brink of despair. And Owen explained. Everyone was conserving their strength. Pierre cursed silently. Once the ghouls became undead beings, they developed an innate loathing and extreme hatred for all living creatures, driven to tear apart and consume their flesh. Ensuring their relentless pursuit would never cease, I hope there aren't too many ghouls in the town. Robinson silently prayed, knowing that only by escaping their line of sight could they hope to survive. Why hasn't that guy fallen behind? Tony was astonished. Dantun clung stubbornly to the rear, eluding the ghouls. Impressive. Robinson glanced back and identified the crucial factor. Dantun consistently maintained a safe distance from the ghouls. Whenever they closed in, he would accelerate, and once safe, he would slow down to catch his breath and conserve energy for the next sprint. I can't believe I Haven T remained as composed as a youth. Pierre thought with a bitter smile. Realizing that, at least mentally, he had succumbed to Dantun, he believed that once the ghouls caught up, it would be Will who perished. I see it. The town, Durin shouted, igniting a wave of joy among the group. After running for over 3 minutes, the town finally emerged in sight. We're saved. However, Will, overwhelmed with joy, mismanaged his energy during the long run. While leaping over a dirt pit, his leg buckled, and he fell hard, striking a sharp rock. Get up! Dantun rushed over, grabbing Will's arm and pulling him with all his might. My leg. Will shrieked, having only taken a few steps before collapsing to the ground. With a final effort, the ghouls had closed in to within 70 meters, and soon they would all face their fate. Dantun dragged Will a few meters, but was utterly stunned when he looked down. Will's left leg was broken, bent at a horrifying 60-degree angle, held together only by skin, blood seeping from the jagged wound and soaking his pants. What is wrong with my leg? Will's face turned pale with pain. his body convulsing, devoid of the strength to look down. It's nothing. Just a sprained ankle. Dantun reassured while glancing at Robinson and the others, now running farther away, then back at the approaching ghouls. Suddenly, he raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his brow. It's broken. My leg is broken. Will saw the fracture and wept uncontrollably, knowing his fate was sealed. In his peripheral vision, he spotted Dantun, clinging to him like a lifeline, pleading, "Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me. I want to leave you." Dantun shifted his backpack to the front, crouched down, and grabbed Will's arm, preparing to carry him. Will clung to Dantun's back, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming like a fountain, knowing he shouldn't be this way. If he did, they would both perish. Yet he clung to a sliver of hope, unwilling to abandon the chance of survival. "Look, Dantun, that kid has lost his mind," Pierre exclaimed in shock upon hearing Will's cries. "Has that fool gone mad? Carrying will lead to both their deaths." Tony gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "Run!" Robinson had intended to use them as bait. Although Dantun's actions were unexpected, he remained unmoved. "Dantun, drop him, or you'll die too." Durin's eyes were filled with desperation. "Will, you coward, are you willing to betray a friend of 3 years just to survive?" "No, that's not it." Will sobbed, his grip on Dantun's neck loosening against his will. "Dantun, be rational." Durin attempted to run back, but his legs refused to heed his commands that he recognized as cowardice, his fear preventing him from saving them. Will felt an overwhelming sense of shame, recalling all that Dantun had done for him over the years. He suddenly pushed with all his strength, leaping off his back. The ghouls pursued, lunging forward with a sickening stench. "Dantun, go!" Will leaped, raising his arms high, grabbing hold of the ghoul's right leg and pulling it down. Dantun staggered a few steps before turning to see Will entangled with the ghoul, and then several more lunged at him, crashing down upon him, one even leaping over them towards himself. "Run!" Tony shouted. Dantun ignored him, drawing his dagger, his expression steely as he focused on the approaching ghoul. This moment, fleeing would leave his back exposed, a fatal mistake that could cost him his life. It was better to fight. The advancing ghoul let out a hoarse roar, akin to the death knell. Dantun held his breath, eyes wide, fixated on it. Just as the ghoul's claws swiped at him, he summoned all his strength and swung his left arm, deflecting its attack. Then, gripping the dagger tightly in his right hand, he plunged it forcefully into the ghoul's eye socket. With a sickening squelch, the dagger penetrated, and Dantun twisted it with all his might, ensuring its demise. Yet, due to the inertia of the charge, the body still crashed into him, its nearly 100-pound weight forcing him to stagger back a few steps, even sending some wriggling maggots onto him. Impressive, Pierre was left dumbfounded, astonished by Dantun's remarkable performance, achieving a one-hit kill when he had previously worried that if Dantun had heeded Tony's advice, he would have surely perished. The ghoul's weak point was its head. If not destroyed in one blow, even if its limbs were severed or its chest torn open, it would not die. These monsters were terrifying because they possessed almost no pain receptors, rendering fear non-existent. They knew nothing of death. Even faced with a dragon's breath capable of reducing them to ashes, they charged fearlessly, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Even when faced with the gravest of injuries, one would relentlessly assault the enemy until one side succumbs. Due to such racial characteristics, ghouls have emerged as the most cost-effective cannon fodder, with the Ghoul Legion perpetually occupying the foremost position in the ranks of the undead. The ghoul tsunami tactic has instilled fear across numerous nations on the Western continent. Indeed, this inexpensive fodder is a coveted asset for every commander. Tang Dun pushed aside a corpse, drew his dagger, and with a powerful kick against the ground, launched himself forward, creating a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. The ghouls, preoccupied with tearing apart the corpse of Will before them, neglected to pursue Tang Dun, granting him ample time to reach a safe distance. Pai Lei gave Tang Dun a thumbs up. Had he missed that strike, he would become ghoul fodder. Tony seethed with jealousy, for Tang Dun remained unerringly calm, exhibiting an alarming capacity for on-the-spot adaptation. He pondered that if he were confronted by a horde of vicious ghouls far superior to himself, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. With only 5 members remaining in the team, they dashed into a small town. A few ghouls wandered through the dilapidated streets, immediately rushing towards them upon hearing the commotion. What should we do? Tony gripped a slender-bladed dagger in reverse, preparing for battle. Don't force it. Let's find a place to hide. Robinson quickly surveyed their surroundings. Exhausted from their prolonged flight, even if they were to fight their way out, they first needed to regain their strength. Let us enter the inn. With more rooms, we'll have more options. Dantun pointed to a large 6-story hotel about 30 meters away. Let us go. Pyle, you lead the way. Robinson unsheathed a dagger adorned with mana gems from his waist. Were it not for the urgency of their situation, he would not dare to squander the spells stored within. To gain entry to the inn, they would need to slay 2 ghouls blocking their path on the long street. Evasion was no longer an option. Fireball. As Robinson gestured, a fireball the size of a coconut shot forth from his fingertips, trailing a blazing tail, striking the ghoul with a thunderous explosion. The creature was blown apart, its burning flesh scattering in all directions, after Pyle and Tony combined their efforts to slay another ghoul. The 5 of them rushed into the inn, ascending directly to the 2nd floor without pause. Damn it, they're still pursuing us, Robinson exclaimed in frustration. He had not anticipated that even after employing the magical dagger to swiftly dispatch a ghoul, they still would not gain any time. These relentless undead creatures were pursuing them too closely. Even without a visible target, they could follow the dense sound of footsteps. Split up, every man for himself. Dantun, Dulin, you 2 head to the 2nd floor. Pyle charged up to the 3rd floor, his tone unabashedly forthright. Old Pie is deceiving us again. Tony couldn't help but smirk, envisioning the grim fate awaiting those 2 unfortunate souls. Robinson, in 3rd place, didn't even glance at the 2nd floor but turned the corner of the staircase, continuing to ascend. The 3 of them were longtime friends, their teamwork honed over the years. They had narrowly escaped death using this tactic 3 times before, having deceived numerous adventurers. All right, Dulin agreed, immediately preparing to dash into the 2nd floor corridor in search of a room to hide in. Dantun, quick on the uptake, seized his friend's clothing, yanking him toward the 3rd floor. What are you doing? If we can lead the ghouls away, we might survive, Dulin urged anxiously, whispering a reminder. In a life-or-death moment, naturally, one couldn't afford to think of others. That's not an option. Dantun had no time to explain. As he rushed up to the 3rd floor, a cold smirk formed within him. Who would have thought that the seemingly amiable Pyle could be so cunning? The 2nd floor corridor was a straight line, offering an unobstructed view. The ghouls, hot on their heels, would undoubtedly spot the unfortunate souls dashing this way upon their arrival. After all, the staircase leading to the upper levels had a turn, effectively concealing Robinson and the others, significantly reducing the likelihood of their discovery. Dantun had considered hiding in the nearest available room. But what if that distance was too far? What if they could not slip inside before the ghouls arrived? Moreover, the door might well be locked. Pyle was exploiting the fact that Dulin also intended to use them as bait. However, the conditions between the 2 parties were far too disparate. For more than 4 minutes of frantic flight, Dantun was not solely focused on running. Upon hearing Robinson mention a small town, he began strategizing how to utilize the town's terrain for their escape. Otherwise, he would not have promptly suggested taking refuge in the inn, having even speculated on its internal layout. Indeed, the more honest a person, the more deceptive their lies can become. May the ghouls relish their flesh. Tony dashed into the 3rd floor corridor, instinctively glancing back, only to freeze at the sight of Dantun and Dulin panting as they ascended. What are you doing here? He blurted out, his expression betraying his surprise at their successful ruse. This is bad. Robinson turned back, just as Pyle, who was at the front, was about to shoo them away, suddenly disappeared from the corridor. Tony and Robinson were so stunned that they nearly dropped their jaws to the floor. Moments later, darkness engulfed them, but it seemed only a fleeting instant before light returned. What just happened? Dulin asked, observing the 3 vanish in a thin air, instinctively slowing his pace. Thud, thud, the urgent sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. Dantun realized the ghouls had caught up with them. Faced with certain death on one side and a glimmer of hope on the other, they had to take a chance. Don't stop. Dantun urged, pulling Dulin as he summoned strength in his legs, accelerating once more. Soon, their vision plunged into an endless darkness, akin to plunging into a lake, a sticky sensation enveloping them before vanishing swiftly. Dantun lost his balance, instinctively shielding his head with his arms, and then fell heavily to the floor, rolling away. Where is this place? Tony scrambled to his feet, surveying the dust-laden room in bewilderment. Stay alert. We must fight, Dantun growled. All five had arrived, thus there was no reason for the ghouls to lag behind. Sure enough, as soon as Dantун's words fell, the ghouls appeared, exuding a pungent stench. However, they too had lost their balance while abruptly passing through the teleportation door and fell. Thunderstrike. Pele roared, charging towards the ghoul, simultaneously launching himself off the ground with his left foot. Activating his combat skill, blue arcs of electricity instantly spreading in all directions. The ghoul momentarily stiffened from a shock. With a heavy whoosh, the Viking greatsword cleaved down upon its head, splitting it cleanly in two. Robinson brandished his dagger, unleashing a fireball that obliterated the second advancing ghoul. Burning chunks of flesh rained down, splattering onto the ground and kicking up choking dust as the upper half of the third ghoul emerged. It shattered before it could fully enter. Tony gripped his dagger tightly, fixating on the spot where the ghoul had appeared. Fortunately, the fourth one did not materialize. The ghouls, having reached the third floor, lost track of their prey. Momentarily stunned, these creatures did not possess the capacity for thought. Thus they did not search the corridor, but merely wandered instinctively. The five, wielding their blades, remained on guard for several minutes, yet no ghouls emerged. Leading them to relax and plop down onto the floor. This a teleportation? Tony gasped, glancing uncertainly at Robinson. Indeed. Robinson nodded, surveying the surroundings. They found themselves in a spacious master bedroom, thick with a layer of dust. Over an inch deep, as if submerged in the river of time. Robinson, having traversed 7 countries and seen much of the world, could not recognize the decorative style. Whereas the teleportation door? Dulin asked. Puzzled. The magical energy sustaining the teleportation door has been depleted, hence it lacks a physical form, that we are incredibly fortunate. Did you all see? The last ghoul was torn apart by spatial energy before it could arrive due to the insufficient magical energy of the teleportation door. Robinson pointed to the walls, which were adorned with intricate and mysterious magical arrays, each node embedded with magic stones, though all the stones had cracked, indicating the exhaustion of magical energy. Magic stones are a natural mineral that takes at least 1 billion years to form. Containing rich magical source energy, they're the purest form of magical energy. Any practitioner of magic can directly draw from and absorb them, and they are essential fuel in the magical realm. Utilized across various magical industries such as alchemy, forging, and potion making. Who constructed this teleportation door? Dulin inquired, intrigued. It was said to be a highly advanced magical discipline, one that even typical dragon-slaying mages would not comprehend. Why bother with this? Tony's voice cut through the air, laced with exasperation. The portal is gone. How are we supposed to return? His words plunged the group into a heavy silence, their faces etched with profound concern. If we can gather enough magical essence, we should be able to reopen the portal, Pierre began, only to be interrupted by Tony. Are you joking, brother? Count the nodes on a magic array. It would require over 100 to fill them. Where do you suggest we find that? Tony's expression was one of deep frustration. First, let's ascertain where we are. Pierre sighed, moving towards the slatted window. The room was dimly lit, and with the slightest movement, dust danced in the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Have you noticed? The ambient magical energy in this space is abundant, at least 3, no, 5 times that of Frankfurt, Robinson exclaimed, his soul energy attuned to the concentration of magic. His face alight with elation that, if I train here, I could swiftly attain the 6th tier of the soul, perhaps even ascend to the war tier without issue, before the others could savor this promising revelation. Pierre, standing before the window, let out a piercing scream. Come quickly. The 4 rushed to the window, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Before them lay a magnificent main city, its streets a labyrinth of orderly design. Akin to a chessboard, the Baroque architecture was stunningly beautiful, meticulously arranged along the grand thoroughfare, all converging around the central Duke's castle. The elegant layout rendered the city reminiscent of a timeless masterpiece by Van Gogh, exuding an aesthetic allure akin to a regal lady. Yet now, this noblewoman lay entombed, for the city was dead. What place is this? Where have all the people gone? Tony's shock was palpable. Silence enveloped the group. They had no answers. The grand city was shrouded in dust, lifeless as if draped in a shroud, buried within a graveyard. If it had been ravaged by war, why did the structures remain intact? Robinson pondered desperately, seeking an explanation. Are we underground? Dantun looked up, observing only a thick layer of dark clouds, without a sliver of sunlight penetrating. The reason they could discern the distant landscape was due to swarms of fireflies emitting a dim red glow, weaving luminous trails reminiscent of the aurora. The buildings were cloaked in a dark moss, radiating a ghostly green luminescence. Fortune has smiled upon us. Robinson's sudden exclamation shattered the stillness of the chamber. Have you lost your mind? Those creatures roaming the streets are not coins, Tony retorted, exasperation evident. The ghouls wandering about nearly drove him to madness. If discovered, they would surely be torn to shreds. Ignoring Tony's outburst, Robinson eagerly rummaged through the furniture, soon uncovering a money pouch. What madness is this? Pierre could not suppress his dismay, but his words faltered as he beheld the pouch. After millennia, the fabric had deteriorated. Before Robinson could untie it, it crumbled into dust, spilling dozens of coins onto the floor with a melodic clatter. Tony's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as the golden glimmer quickened his breath. Indeed, the sudden onset of war must have forced the residents to flee without taking their possessions. Robinson picked up a coin, feeling its cold metallic surface, his voice trembling with excitement. Given the scale of this city, it must have housed at least 600,000 inhabitants. Imagine the wealth of 600,000 people lying in wait for us to unearth, he continued. And that's not all. The deposits in the banks, the goods in the shops, the treasures within the noble estates. All of it is now ours. Tony's gaze fixated on the castle of the city's heart, his eyes ablaze with desire to possess such a city. It must belong to a high-ranking noble family with a lineage stretching back millennia. Just how immense would their wealth be? Countless riches. Except for Dantun, the others instinctively swallowed hard if they secured this treasure. They wouldn't merely rival nations but could easily become billionaires, considering that many of these nobles were themselves millionaires. Now their gold was ripe for the taking. Dantun's expression remained unchanged, but his heart raced with urgency. The wealth of this entire city pressed upon him like a vice. This was an effortless opportunity to become a billionaire. Who would willingly share such a fortune with unfamiliar faces, especially when those he would share it with seemed utterly incapable of self-defense? The gravest concern was that during their escape, Robinson and his companions had already displayed hostility. If Dantun failed to grasp that they had employed him as bait, he would be foolish beyond measure. This is a deadlock, Dantun chuckled bitterly, likening it to fate's cruel game, teasing him with temptation only to spit in his face. Let's not forget the concentration of magical energy. That is the most valuable resource. Durin interjected, his face alight with enthusiasm. In the Western continent, any region boasting above-average magical energy was a coveted prize among nations, for it could yield more powerful magic practitioners, thereby enhancing a nation's military might. Such a treasure was of immense value. Beyond personal empowerment, merely informing the king of this discovery would lead to the bestowal of at least an earldom upon the informant. This was not the title of a mere fallen noble, but of a true lord with dominion over lands. A leap into societal prominence for an ordinary individual. I intend to procure a dozen elven maidens and a dozen foxwomen, swapping them nightly for endless enjoyment. Tony's exuberance was palpable, his youthful exuberance evident as he rambled about future pleasures. But those ghouls are no mere clay to mold. There may be other undead lurking about. Unless we eliminate them, the sleeping coins will remain forever out of reach. Dantun doused the flames of enthusiasm, not relinquishing hope, as he began to strategize for survival. When wealth is not easily grasped, one must confront the imminent crisis. Dantun's aim was to demonstrate his value, ensuring he would not be swiftly dispatched, as long as he remained alive. There was hope. He recalled the magical tome, and with the quintuple concentration of magic here, he should be able to ascend to the soul tier quickly. The joy on the faces of the four began to wane as reality set in. Their rations were scarce, and without resupply within 2 days. Starvation loomed ominously. Dantun deliberately imposed a deadline, signaling the urgency of their situation, for every additional ally meant greater strength. The expressions of the four darkened, and it was fortunate that Dantun had not discarded his backpack. Otherwise, they would face starvation. If only I had not abandoned my backpack, Tony lamented, pounding his chest in regret, only to reveal a glimmer of malice on his face. If I were to eliminate the two of them, we could conserve 2 portions of food and gain immense wealth. Thankfully, Dantun had prepared for such eventualities. Robinson, smiling, placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder, pressing down gently to calm him. Dantun, you wouldn't hoard all the food for yourself, would you? Pierre quickly signaled his friend to temper his ambitions. Their long-standing camaraderie allowed them to communicate without words. Of course not. Given the circumstances, there are numerous ghouls in this building that we must contend with. If I perish, I am doomed as well. Curse it, if only I had reached the soul tier. Downton's face betrayed his frustration, subtly emphasizing the mutual reliance on their strengths to convey that he posed no threat. Rest assured, you will not suffer loss. In the end, you shall receive an extra coin, Robinson reassured him, adopting the role of a generous benefactor. Durin playfully punched Downton's chest. Well, lad, you've struck gold. How do you plan to spend this fortune? Tony embraced Downton's shoulders, feigning warmth. Yet inwardly he was on the verge of laughter at the 2 fools who were being led around like puppets by Robinson, oblivious to their plight. If he allowed them to leave alive, that would truly be a sight for the dead. Purchasing a complete set of exceptional mountain gear, along with several purebred Frenian horses, a manor, and servants, were all essential. Dantun gazed dreamily, narrating his aspirations with exaggerated seriousness to distract his adversary, while secretly indulging in a cold chuckle. His strength was insufficient to secure their food. Failure to yield would only provoke retaliation. A beating would be the least of their worries. The 5 days' worth of food was perfectly apportioned, 1 share for each. Dantun, anxious about the possibility of it being snatched away, decided to distribute it immediately. Robinson nodded in approval upon observing Downton's lack of selfishness. Time was of the essence. Let us hasten to find the magic stones. Durin urged, his oblivious demeanor failing to grasp the hostility of their surroundings. How should we divide ourselves? Dantun inquired of Pierre. Perhaps we should team up? Our abilities are lacking, and if we act alone, we will surely perish. Robinson had initially intended to keep Dantun and Durin close for monitoring, but upon hearing the suggestion, he hesitated instead. No, that would squander both time and manpower. We shall operate independently, each overseeing a different area, Pierre decisively countered. But it is too perilous. Dantun feigned reluctance, all the while employing a strategy of retreat through advance. If he proposed independent action, Robinson's nature would undoubtedly lead him to suspicion. Robinson slowly opened the door, peering out to assess the situation amidst the shrill creaking of the rusty hinges. An oak danger present. Well then, enough chit-chat. We must act swiftly. Robinson signaled, and Tony and Pierre immediately propelled Dantun and Durin out of the bedroom. 1 on each side. Robinson gestured towards the staircases at either end of the corridor, provoking, surely you are not cowards? You are the coward. Dantun, be cautious. Durin rolled his eyes, extending his right hand. You too, with a clap. Dantun exchanged a high five with his friend. He advanced cautiously, finally pausing against the wall after descending the staircase, exhaling a long sigh of relief. At last, his life was momentarily secured. Dantun realized that his back was drenched, sweat dripping onto the floor and moistening the dust. This appeared to be an inn. Never mind. First, he needed to find a place to hide and absorb some magical energy, suppressing the urge to select a nearby room. He walked further down the corridor, leaving a few footprints in front of the door to create the illusion of entry, then retraced his steps along the previously trodden path, pushing open a door and jumping inside. Without leaving footprints, he hoped to evade a swift discovery. Dantun had to be cautious. Durin, do not foolishly return. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he placed the magic tome on his lap, inhaling deeply before commencing his vortex meditation. Time was too pressing. He could not even afford a moment to converse with Homa. You are exceedingly cunning, managing to deceive 2 free laborers with just a few words. Within the bedroom, only those in their circle remained. And Tony laughed boisterously without restraint. Let them survive for now. The benefits are numerous. Gathering magic stones. The more there are, the greater and quicker the chances of discovery. And when faced with monsters, they could be used as fodder. That Dantun is quite clever. He won't cause any unexpected trouble, will he? Pierre frowned, contemplating the possibility of escape. That lad isn't even a magic user. What waves could he possibly make? I could crush him with a single hand. Tony spat dismissively, his face filled with scorn. Even though the concentration of magical energy here is high, it might take him a month to reach the soul stage, even if he becomes a magic user. In this place, where will he find a mentor to learn martial skills and magic to enhance his combat capabilities? Robinson had considered every angle. Besides, do you really think a first-stage user could match us? Outside are ghouls. Where could he escape to? The teleportation portal is right here. Should he wish to leave, he must return. Tony chuckled gleefully. If only he could find some gold coins, it would be even better. There's nowhere to spend them, so he might as well gather them for us. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to find the magic stones, even if we were as rich as a nation. What use would it be? The cunning Robinson harbored deeper concerns. Who could guarantee that Pierre and Tony did not entertain the idea of hoarding the wealth of this underground city for themselves? Vigilance must be doubled. As for Dantun, a mere fish that could be crushed at any moment, he was hardly worth consideration, had it not been for a sudden whim to bring the magic tome. Dantun would undoubtedly be doomed. In the quiet guest room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard as Dantun closed his eyes, devoid of distractions, entering a meditative state. Truly, this underground city has an extraordinarily high concentration of magical energy. Under the resonance triggered by his vortex meditation, star-like sparkles began to burst forth, accumulating more and more as time passed. Dantun's breathing gradually lengthened, and the scattered magical energy light spots began to follow his inhalation. Entering his body, with a whoosh, the magic tome opened of its own accord, flipping its pages, and 3 dark red light spots floated out, magnetically drawing in more magical energy from the surroundings. Dantun swiftly entered a mid-level meditative state. Surrounding the light spots, magical energy coalesced, gradually forming a vortex, which, under the pull of his soul power, slowly flew towards Dantun's skin and permeated within 20 minutes later. Nearly 30 magical energy vortices had emerged in the room, glowing with a greenish luminescence, illuminating the dim surroundings considerably. The vortices continued to form, yet they could not keep pace with Dantun's absorption rate. Remarkable talent. He has managed to gather so many vortices. Were it not for his poverty preventing him from purchasing magic stones for cultivation, he would have long since reached the soul stage, or even attained a higher level. Homa observed Dantun, filled with curiosity. Through the eye of magic, Homa had witnessed all of Dantun's actions upon entering Raven Ridge. As a youth, his performance was nothing short of stunning. Not abandoning will, defeating the ghoul in a single strike. Rationally utilizing his physical strength to escape, prudently conserving his backpack, strategizing his exit upon entering the town, uncovering Pierre's scheme, and engaging in a battle of wits with Robinson and the others, ultimately finding a way out of the deadlock. Homa was captivated. Akin to experiencing the most perfect opera. While Homa was lost in thought, another 20 vortices coalesced. Only when the total reached 100 did it stabilize, matching Dantun's absorption speed, an ordinary first-stage magic user. Even in such a high concentration, would at most condense 20 magical energy orbs, falling at least 5 times short of Dantun. Despite this, Homa remained unsatisfied at this rate. He would require only 2 days to condense a soul seed. Yet with danger lurking everywhere and time pressing, it seems I must consume the magic essence I have accumulated over 1,000 years to lend you a hand. The magic tome floated up, its pages glowing, turning violently, each one spilling forth a dozen light spots that frantically drew in magical energy from the surroundings, forming vortexes, which were then forcibly pushed into Dantun's body. Dantun's strong brows knitted tightly. Enough to crush a crab, his body trembled slightly, sweat pouring forth like a deluge. Not even at his limit yet. More. Homa released additional light spots. Moments later, the room was filled with vortices, swirling and disturbing the airflow, producing a whooshing sound. Thousands of firefly-like light spots entered Downton's body, rendering him translucent, resembling a firefly lantern, illuminating the room ever more brightly. Time flowed slowly. After a long breath, the magical energy finally saturated every cell in Downton's body. Boom! Downton's body jolted, as if struck by a war hammer to the head, breaking him from his meditative state. Quickly, focus your mind, concentrate, gather magical energy in your mind according to the holy angel meditation method, and condense the soul seed. The magic tome floated before Downton, its pages brimming with large red letters, slightly chaotic, indicating Homa's urgency. If the optimal time was missed, failure to condense the soul seed on the first attempt would drastically reduce the chances of success thereafter. Moreover, even in the event of success, future accomplishments may not be particularly grand. The tome of magic radiated brilliantly, casting forth the image of a naked female angel, appearing in a semi-transparent form, her arms gracefully crossed over her chest. With a swift motion, the angel's wings unfurled behind her, as ethereal white feathers, imbued with magical energy, gently cascaded down. Her delicate lips parted slightly, releasing a series of hauntingly melodious arias. Tang Dun opened his eyes to behold the swirling orbs of magical energy that filled the room. The sacred and resplendent visage of the angelic figure, alongside the tome's reminders. After a moment of distraction, he regained his composure. For this moment, Tang Dun had conducted extensive research, inquiring into the intricate process of his sister's soul seed formation. Thus he felt no trace of panic or concern. By meditating and resonating with the soul, he initiated a pulse that simultaneously drew forth the magical energy, flooding into his brain, merging and cleansing this pulsation, refining and expanding it continuously. The frail soul was battered by the surging magical energy, akin to a humble pebble ravaged by a tsunami, causing Tang Dun's nerves to endure a pain akin to 1,000 cuts. What resilient nerves, what formidable willpower! Homa's magical detection fixated intently on Tang Dun, marveling at his tenacity, for he had surpassed the time taken by the previous master to shape his soul. This refining process, also known as soul shaping, dictated that the longer one persisted, the more potent the resultant soul seed would be, leading to a more flourishing soul tree upon its eventual sprouting. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated within Tang Dun's mind. Boom! As the magical energy surged forth like a tidal wave, a seed, no larger than a sesame, materialized within his cranium, quietly suspended in mid-air. Tang Dun opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, a multitude of dark red motes erupting forth. Akin to a dragon's breath. Congratulations, you have become a magical energy wielder. The tome returned to rest upon Tang Dun's knees, offering its congratulations. Thank you, he exclaimed, raising his hands in a vigorous grip, feeling the power coursing through his body. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, I have awaited this moment for so long. Write it down. I cannot hear you speak. Homa retorted with vexation. You owe me a debt of gratitude, to facilitate your rapid ascension. I have depleted 1,000 years' worth of magical essence reserved for soul restoration. In the last great war, following the fall of the master, the tome had suffered severe damage, teetering on the brink of destruction. To prevent the soul from perishing, it had to seal away all its various powers, resulting in a pitifully limited supply of magical essence. The magical essence represents a higher form of magical energy. A magical energy wielder utilizes the soul seed to extract magical energy and refines it into magical essence, which is then employed to forge both soul and body. How do I repay this debt? Tang Dun rummaged through his backpack for an ink bottle and quill, ready to inscribe. You are far too weak. Let's discuss compensation once you reach the Dragon Slayer level. Homa's tone was somewhat defensive. As the new master, even if he drained the tome of its source power, he would find himself powerless. Very well. Tang Dun stood, swinging his fists vigorously. Thud, thud, thud. His heart beat like a war drum from ancient times. Pulsating with newfound vitality, his vision sharpened, allowing him to see further and clearer, while his sense of smell heightened, making the stench of decay in the air overwhelming and nauseating as a newly minted magical energy wielder. One's physical attributes typically improve by a maximum of double. Yours, however, appears to be threefold. Homa scanned Tang Dun's body with his soul's eye, reporting the latest data. Tang Dun nodded, feeling his muscles tighten and strengthen. Agility enhanced. A light jump sent him soaring over a meter high. Prior to ascending to the war stage, your physical attributes should ideally increase by another twofold. This stage primarily fortifies the soul's essence, enabling the magical energy wielder to absorb magical energy more efficiently. The war stage is where the body undergoes perfect enhancement, encompassing the heart, bones, muscles, and tendons. At this stage, magical energy wielders can be classified as humanoid beasts, capable of tearing apart certain low-tier magical beasts solely through their physical strength. The judgment stage marks a pivotal turning point in power. At this level, talent undergoes its first evolution, allowing for the summoning of a magical servant. Progressing further leads to the Dragon Slayer level. Homa elucidated these concepts to Tang Dun, detailing each term with clarity and precision, far surpassing the textbooks his sister had brought back from the prestigious St. George Academy of Magic in Frankfurt. I understand that each major level is subdivided into 7 minor tiers, and that advancing to the next level will entail facing the rejection of the laws of the planes, with the immediate consequence being elemental strikes that if one cannot withstand them, they will disintegrate into ashes. Tang Dun hurriedly wrote, determined not to appear foolish to the tome. Thanks to his sister, he had acquired considerable knowledge, even having visited the Academy's grand library, though he had been hastily expelled by an instigator at the time. Indeed, thus each advancement necessitates not only the absorption of sufficient magical essence, but also the continuous study of advanced martial skills and magic, honing them to perfection to combat the attacks of the laws of the planes. Therefore, I shall now teach you a transcendent martial skill. Homa's magical script became increasingly ornate and beautiful, especially with content that stirred Tang Dun's heart. The immense power of a magical energy wielder is manifested through martial skills, magic, and divine arts. A forbidden spell is capable of annihilating a major city, while hall-level Sacred Wish can even resurrect a soul. What transcendent martial skill? Tang Dun inquired, his quill poised, eager to inscribe. The giant martial skill belongs to the Dragon Slayer grade powerful techniques, once wielded by the clan of giants, who had suffered greatly at the hands of these Titan descendants. Are you jesting with me? With my current magical energy, I simply cannot afford its consumption. Tang Dun couldn't help but roll his eyes that higher-tier martial skills are always more potent than their lower-tier counterparts. Yet they are also more intricate, challenging to master, and require greater magical energy. Given Tang Dun's current reserves, deploying a Dragon Slayer-grade martial skill would deplete his magical energy entirely. Would he then have to rely on sheer physical strength to engage in melee combat? It would be a miracle if he didn't get killed. Magical energy is not infinite. It is impossible to continuously unleash martial skills or magic. Countless practical experiences have demonstrated that the key lies in efficiently managing magical energy, employing appropriate martial skills, and combining them with ordinary attacks to maximize one's offensive capabilities. Uninformed commoners in any plane have never lacked for exceptionally talented individuals. The martial skills they create offer remarkable value. The giant martial skill, a Dragon Slayer technique from ancient times, is said to have been crafted by the founding patriarch of the giant clan. The tome displayed its text rapidly, nearly exasperating Tang Dun. So what if it is? He frowned. If I cannot use it, then it is of no use. You infuriate me. Although the giant martial skill is of Dragon Slayer caliber, it can be cultivated from the soul stage, and its magical energy consumption will proportionately decrease, albeit its power will also diminish. The tome's lettering became increasingly chaotic with frustration. If it is unusable, then why present it to me? I forgot. I believe I have heard that martial skills possessing such characteristics are exceedingly rare. Tang Dun smacked his forehead. This was not entirely his fault. As a commoner, his exposure had indeed been limited. Admittedly, while its power diminishes at lower tiers, it remains significantly more formidable than ordinary martial skills of the same level. Furthermore, and most importantly, as one advances, they will become increasingly proficient in such martial skills that, in contrast, other magical energy wielders must seek out higher-tier martial skills for training. Otherwise, low-tier martial skills would be utterly inadequate to withstand the attacks of low rejection during advancement. Homo was undoubtedly a chatterbox. An entire page was filled with his ramblings. Just think of how much time this will save. How outrageous. You dare to question the expertise of Lord Homa. I admit my fault. Lord Homa, please accept my humility. Tang Dun resolved to read more in the future, lest he embarrass himself further. Humph. Defeating Tang Dun in matters of expertise left Homa in high spirits, and he projected an image of a giant wielding a massive war hammer. Simulating various martial techniques, giant's roar, giant stomp, giant seal. Each technique was breathtakingly powerful, and Tang Dun watched in rapture, instinctively mimicking the motions. Homa slowed the giant's movements, providing detailed explanations, including magical energy operation techniques, attack ranges of the martial skills, and their magical energy consumption, among other aspects. Time was of the essence. Homa was eager to impart all these martial skills into Tang Dun's mind in an instant. Let's go. Seeking monsters for real combat is the fastest way to enhance combat strength. In a mere 30 minutes of instruction, Homer was ready to send Dantun into battle. Dantun clenched his fists, displaying a look of eager anticipation. He was undaunted and recognized the necessity of familiarizing himself with the surroundings in search of an escape route. The corridor was devoid of any furnishings, prompting Dantun to fling open the door and survey the area before darting toward the staircase on the left. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to a mountain cat, landing soundlessly. Upon rounding the corner of the fifth-floor staircase, Dantun's pupils constricted sharply that a ghoul was wandering below. Upon spotting him, it lunged up the steps like a hound catching the scent of blood. Emitting a hoarse, guttural roar from its ravaged vocal cords, Dantun retreated, leveraging his right leg against the ground with force, leaping downwards while simultaneously drawing back his right arm, resembling a taut bowstring. Arcane energy surged chaotically into his right fist, causing the joints to pop ominously as if his fist had swollen in size. Giant iron fist, Dantun bellowed, undeterred by the ghoul's grotesque visage, as his right fist struck like a bolt from a crossbow. Crashing into its face, the impact sent the ghoul's head snapping back, its decayed flesh exploding outward, the entire face caving in before it was propelled down the steps, colliding with the wall opposite with a resounding thud. You exerted your force incorrectly. It was too brute. The grimoire floated beside Dantun, displaying a prominent line of text. Although this would deplete his magical essence, Homer had to supervise, as Dantun was still a novice. Dantun, however, was oblivious to the warning, his gaze fixed solely on the ghoul. After his initial strike, he propelled himself forward, leaping over the 7 steps below like a meteor plummeting towards the beast. Giant trample. The ghoul had yet to rise when Dantun landed upon it. The sound of bones shattering filled the air as its ribs fractured under his weight. Die. Dantun bent slightly, bringing his right fist down once more upon the ghoul's head. The ghoul's skull was utterly obliterated, its cranium spinning across the floor for several meters until it collided with the door, finally coming to a halt, a wisp of dark purple mist, the remnants of the ghoul's soul, drifted from the body and was drawn into the grimoire. Panting heavily, Dantun cast a glance at the lifeless form before dashing down to the lower level. The previous commotion would undoubtedly attract other monsters. You were too reckless. Had that been a mid-tier ghoul, you would have perished. Homer admonished, I will employ soul magic. If we ascertain that the monster is too formidable, we will retreat immediately. Dantun nodded, knowing he was not truly reckless. That ghoul's body was so decrepit, it was hardly even a beginner-level creature. Due to the presence of various magical energies, magical beasts could cultivate and ascend through the ranks, from beginner, intermediate, advanced, to elite and hero tiers, forming a pyramid of power as for those superior tier beasts. Each was a sovereign in its own right. In the mainstream understanding, undead creatures were classified as monsters, and naturally, they were categorized according to the tiers of magical beasts, with higher ranks not only possessing greater strength, but also exhibiting significant physical transformations that a ghoul lord, for instance, would bear a distinctive insignia on its arm, exuding an unparalleled elegance, utterly unlike the wretched, mangled corpse before Dantun. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Dantun spotted 2 ghouls rushing towards him. Drawn by the sounds of battle at low tier, they can be slain. The grimoire emitted a beam of green light, landing on the ghouls for magical detection. Dantun surged forward, propelled by the wild exuberance of his initial victory, like a hurricane racing towards the two creatures. The 30-meter distance closed rapidly. As he neared, Dantun stepped forward with his left foot, halting his momentum, his right hand forming a blade-like finger, thrusting forward with force. Giant spear. A surge of magical energy shot forth from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into a sharp arrowhead, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air as it struck the ghoul. The ghoul's head exploded upon impact, and the second one leaped over the fallen body, claws poised to strike. Dantun did not flinch. Instead, he spun gracefully, sweeping his leg to collide with the ghoul. The creature smashed into the right wall. Splintering wood flying everywhere, before tumbling inside, where Dantun descended upon it, reducing it to a pulp. Dantun moved like a specter through the hotel, dispatching weaker ghouls as they appeared, growing increasingly adept in his application of giant combat techniques amidst this life-threatening reality. It must be said that Homer was an exemplary mentor, not only projecting the giant combat technique for Dantun to emulate, but also providing astute and meticulous explanations, continually correcting his missteps. Dantun's initial lessons were rooted in the most orthodox martial arts, and such perfect instruction would spare him years of detours and prevent the formation of detrimental habits. It is crucial to recognize that these minor combat flaws could easily become vulnerabilities in duels against seasoned opponents. As he navigated further, Dantun discerned that this was a grand and luxurious hotel, boasting 6 floors, where the ghouls were once guests, their bodies transformed into the undead remnants of former staff. After millennia, some of these monsters had grown formidable, and with Dantun's current capabilities, evasion was his only option. Having settled from his initial excitement, Dantun became cautious. He had no desire to become a ghoul's meal. Even if pursued, Dantun's exceptional physicality, enhanced by his newfound magical abilities and giant leaps, would allow him to escape. The hotel had an abundance of rooms, and most ghouls lacked intelligence, as long as he remained out of sight. They would be powerless, but of course. This was contingent upon not being cornered by multiple ghouls. Should need to flee, he would follow the paths he had already traversed, never recklessly venturing into unexplored territory. To inadvertently stumble into a ghoul's lair would be an act of foolishness he would surely regret. After an exhausting hour, Dantun finally reached the grand hall on the first floor. Like most hotels, it featured a tavern, with a bar lined with shelves displaying an array of fine wines. What fortune! Dantun's eyes gleamed. These bottles had been here for at least a millennium, and if he were to take them, they would be vintage treasures. Only in the cellars of hereditary nobles might such ancient wines be stored. Beyond being delectable, they were symbols of status and wealth. The ignorant commoners should not indulge in idle fantasies. These wines were far too ordinary, and given the poor conditions of their preservation, most would surely have deteriorated. The true exquisite wines resided in the cellars of the affluent. The grimoire shattered Dantun's dreams without mercy, stating that only by conquering the largest castle at the city's center could he hope to taste such fine vintages. Dantun's lips twitched at Homer's sharp tongue. The Thunder Dwarves Thunderbeer series. The Crown L's Golden Honey Wine series. I assure you, a commoner like you would swallow your own tongue after a sip. Homer rattled off a list of rare brews, exuding an unparalleled aristocratic air. Dantun's gaze wandered, seeking a possible water source, only to discover shattered wine bottles and spilled liquid on the floor. He quickly grasped the grimoire and retreated back to the staircase. Voices reached Dantun's ears, indicating that someone had arrived before him. Not far from the bar area, a door led to the hotel's backyard, basement, well, and storeroom. Dantun recognized the voices belonging to Robinson and Pierre. He knew he was no match for them at present and wisely chose to withdraw. Finding a secure guest room, he ensured all traces were erased before hiding inside. How long have I meditated? Dantun scribbled with a quill, communicating with the grimoire while contemplating his next course of action. Nearly 25 hours. Homer replied swiftly to, "It was due to my use of magical essence to help you gather energy that the meditation lasted so long. At your current level, it should have been no more than 3 hours. Such a long time. I wonder how Duran is faring." Although Dantun was deeply concerned for his friend's safety, he felt powerless. He was only just capable of safeguarding himself. if faced with a powerful ghoul. It would be a certain death sentence to end this dimly lit subterranean city. Determining the time by the sun was impossible. Everything, save for the moss-like plants, appeared lifeless. Homer remarked wistfully, even contemplating penning a sonnet to express his sentiments. Gurgle, Dantun's stomach rumbled, signaling hunger. He retrieved some bread, broke it apart, placed it in his mouth, moistened it with saliva, and swallowed. You must find food promptly, or you shall starve, Homer urged, adding that water was also essential. The intense battles would deplete his hydration significantly, and while the wine could suffice in an emergency, it would likely be guarded by Robinson and his companions. A sharpened blade is essential for a woodcutter. Before anything else, I need to find a weapon. Going in barehanded would be a disadvantage. Dantun gazed at the dagger nestled within its leather sheath, letting out a heavy sigh. The majority of a giant's martial prowess relied on the use of long-bladed weapons, and this particular item was certainly not included. Dantun was a thoroughgoing miser, with no spare coin to purchase weapons. The dagger in his possession had been a gift from his sister, bought with her scholarship funds. Where could he possibly find one? A blacksmith's shop. Homer could think of no other alternatives, but with numerous undead creatures lurking outside, it would be far too perilous given one's capabilities. No, let us search the guest rooms. This, however, was impractical. A grand establishment such as this boasted at least 200 rooms, far too many to search. Not to mention, one could not be certain if any adventurers carrying weapons were even residing there, making the endeavor a colossal waste of time. Homer dismissed the idea. Let us only check the luxurious suites. Those who can afford such opulence must have personal guards bearing arms. Surely, Dantun had anticipated Homer's concerns. Homer fell silent, realizing that it was struggling to keep pace with his disparate thoughts, feeling somewhat vexed. Isn't it said that upon entering the soul stage, one awakens their innate talents? Why have I not? Dantun pondered that. Do not fret. The soul seed is merely acclimatizing to your body. Once it achieves perfect harmony, your talents will automatically manifest. This process should take approximately 3 days at the mention of his area of expertise. Homer brimmed with confidence. 3 days is far too long. Dantun expressed his disappointment. Upon becoming a mage, everyone would naturally acquire a unique soul shield, which could be activated merely by thought. Homer elaborated, explaining that it was a shield immune to both magical and physical damage, making it incredibly useful. Suddenly, a fist-sized, translucent orb of pure white materialized, slowly revolving around Dantun's form like a satellite. Let us proceed, hoping Robinson and his companions have not already searched the luxurious suites. With that, Dantun seized his backpack and exited the guest room, retracting the soul shield, as maintaining it required a drain on his magical energy. As he traversed the dimly lit staircase, Dantun ascended to the top floor, where the luxurious suites of such grand hotels were typically located, in addition to providing a sweeping view of the main city's breathtaking scenery. It bestowed a sense of superiority, as though one were standing atop the world itself, a sentiment much favored by the wealthy and noble elite. However, misfortune struck. The door hinges were rusted, and the creaking sound of the door opening served as the perfect signal for an impending attack. Pushing open the door to the first suite on the left side of the corridor, Dantun leaned in slightly, only to be met with the swift onslaught of a ghoul. Alerted by the noise that it can be slain. Without waiting for Homer to finish, Dantun, seeing the ghoul's tattered form, squeezed into the room and quickly shut the door behind him, concerned that a battle in the corridor would attract more monsters. The range of a giant spear was within 5 meters. Facing the approaching ghoul, Dantun immediately unleashed a magical bolt, the concentrated magic energy piercing toward its chest. With a resounding thud, the ghoul's ribcage caved in, momentarily halting its advance. Dantun then stepped forward, twisting his waist and swinging his arm, delivering a colossal punch that crushed the ghoul's skull, sending it sprawling, its shattered flesh and maggots scattering across the floor. Well done. The head is a relatively small target. With your skill, you might have missed. Placing yourself at a disadvantage. It is better to attack the body to prevent it from advancing, then follow up with additional strikes. Observing Dantun pounce upon the creature to deliver a final blow as it attempted to rise, Homar felt quite satisfied, though it lamented the waste of magical energy, that a wisp of deep purple mist emerged from the corpse, drifting into the grimoire. "What is this?" Dantun inquired, having previously observed the grimoire absorb this mist from every corpse he had slain. Yet he lacked the time to ask. "Soul remnants," Homar clarified, revealing they contained soul energy capable of mending my soul's essence. So it was not merely a preparatory offering. Dantun was not overly astonished. Soul energy was a form of magical energy, and one of the most enigmatic types of magic, highly coveted by numerous deities. The gods of the Western continent were generous, as long as one offered a satisfactory tribute. They could receive the divine blessings they yearned for. Gifts such as the time sand of the dragon of time and order, the artifacts of the god of war, and the lucky green leaf of the goddess of fate were among the top-tier divine favors. Enough to drive any monarch on the continent into madness to offer such items as tributes. The gods would scarcely cast a glance in your direction. Homar's sharp tongue remarked that they might even curse in their hearts, musing that the impoverished should refrain from making offerings, as it wasted their time. Dantun couldn't help but chuckle. Typically, those who could procure offerings for sacrifice were significant figures, yet in Homar's eyes, they were rendered worthless. An odor of decay wafted through the room, quite pungent. Ignoring Homar's ramblings, Dantun commenced a hasty search. On the ground lay a skeleton, evidently having never transformed into a ghoul, its clothing in tatters. With several coins scattered around, Dantun discovered a travel chest in the wardrobe. Upon opening it, a dazzling light nearly blinded him, revealing it was filled to the brim with gold coins and gemstones. If he could take these back, this wealth would not only suffice for a purebred Franian horse, but could indeed purchase a modest estate. Dantun shut the chest and returned it to the wardrobe. Continuing his search, for someone trapped like him, they would merely add extra weight and drain his stamina, serving no purpose. This magical equipment. Dantun removed a ruby ring from the skeleton's finger, a destitute commoner. He had never truly encountered magical adornments. Nay, just a luxury item. The dagger at my waist is the true treasure. Judging by the inscribed magical array, it should activate a war-tier spell with the infusion of magical energy. Dantun gleefully picked up the 1-foot-long dagger, wiping off the dust on his sleeve and channeling magical energy into it. Yet nothing transpired. "What is happening?" Dantun questioned in confusion, swinging the dagger once more. "This underground city has been buried for at least 3,000 years. Do you truly believe the engraved magical array on the dagger remains intact without even rudimentary maintenance?" Homar scoffed, discarding the rust-covered dagger. Dantun resumed his treasure hunt. Half an hour later, he had scoured 5 luxurious suites, discovering primarily gold coins, along with a pendant and a mechanical pocket watch, which bore an engraved defensive magical array, presumably utilized by the wealthy for protection. Yet the relentless passage of time had rendered them inoperative. The sole valuable find was a rusted knight's sword pried from a corpse, which Dantun estimated would snap after no more than 5 strikes. Do not lose heart. Once I absorb sufficient soul energy to repair part of my essence, I can open a war space and take everything with me. Homar consoled Dantun, concerned he might feel disheartened. A spatial artifact? Dantun exclaimed with delight, hastily penning a follow-up question. Spatial metal veins were notoriously rare and exceedingly challenging to extract, coupled with the fact that crafting spatial equipment required the expertise of obscure spatial mages. Thus, such items were perpetually expensive and often unattainable. Do not equate me with those worthless spatial artifacts. I'm illustrious Homar. Homar was visibly displeased with Dantun's comparison. How much must I absorb? Dantun inquired, eager to slay more ghouls. For such ghouls, perhaps 1,000. Homar estimated that he should be able to open a war space large enough to contain 2 heavily armored rhinoceroses. The more effort you put forth, the more I can restore, and the greater the space I can open. Are you jesting? 1,000? How long will that take? By the time I slay them all, I might very well become a dried corpse myself. Dantun could not help but roll his eyes. These were not mere ants that could be wiped out with a pot of boiling water. They were flesh-eating ghouls. If you were to procure the complete soul of a dragon, I could directly open a war space the size of a small gladiatorial arena, ample enough to contain 1,000 ghouls. Homar grumbled, feeling belittled by a commoner, vowing that if it were to regain its full powers, it would surely frighten him to death. You should hasten to recover to the point where you can converse with me directly. This constant writing is rather troublesome. Dantun put away his quill and inkwell. Pushing open the next door, within the dimly lit sitting room, a battle-axe lay quietly on the floor, emanating a soft blue glow, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. A battle-axe? Delight blossomed on Downton's face. Even he, with his limited intellect, recognized that after several millennia, a weapon still radiating magical light was undoubtedly extraordinary. For the first time, Dantun lost his composure, rushing in to collect it for admiration. Completely oblivious to the massive spiderweb that enveloped the ceiling, a black blood spider, comparable in size to a purebred steed, with its 12 enormous compound eyes fixed upon its prey, stealthily descended along its silk thread from the ceiling. This was a heavy battle axe infused with the style of the ogre clan. The battle axe measures an impressive 1.5 meters in length and weighs a staggering 300 pounds. Its handle is meticulously crafted from the thigh bone of a heroic Great Hill beast, adorned with intricate spiral patterns, forged from 6 rare metals and dragon fangs, imbued with the sacred potions of shamanic healers. It boasts a razor-sharp blade shaped like the fangs of a fearsome beast, poised to rend its prey to shreds at any moment. "What a magnificent piece!" exclaimed Tang Dun, unable to contain his admiration, as the blade gleamed with a vibrant red tribal emblem. Even after a millennium, it retained an unblemished brilliance. This weapon, known as the Rending Dragon Fawn, is a legendary instrument capable of slaying 100 foes. The Tome of Magic proved itself to be an encyclopedia of knowledge, detailing its origins that a troll must personally slay 100 giants, collect their souls, and offer them at the ancestral altar to obtain the Rending Dragon Fawn. Thus, this battle axe also symbolizes the valor of troll warriors. Remarkably, it is a weapon of the altar. Tang Dun's heart raced with excitement as he hurriedly penned, "What tier does it belong to?" In the Western continent, aside from purchasing weapons forged by blacksmiths, magic users can also acquire equipment by gathering sufficient offerings to present at the altars of various deities, the god of war. Presiding over battles and bloodshed is the most generous of deities, crafting a variety of 100-man slaying weapons through divine power, making them the preferred choice for many melee-oriented magic users. Naturally, even among weapons of the same 100-man slaying tier, their potency and rarity vary. A weapon obtained through the sacrifice of 100 ogre souls is far superior to one acquired through the sacrifice of 100 ordinary human souls. After all, ogres are innately formidable in combat. Even without advancement, their exceptional physical attributes allow them to overpower 20 ordinary human soldiers. The perfect grade weapon is of low quality, but for you, it barely qualifies as an excellent high tier. Homicide, lamenting the discovery of a weapon, yet being unable to unleash its full potential. "Why is that?" Tang Dun inquired, perplexed. Equipment is strictly categorized, ranging from common to fine, then to excellent, perfect, and beyond that, to legendary and epic. Each tier is further divided into low, middle, and high quality, with the most apparent difference being the variation in price. Excellent tier equipment starts at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. Even after 20 years as a mercenary, Pele could not afford a single piece, and perfect tier items begin at no less than 1 million gold coins if equipment is not properly maintained. It can suffer damage and lose its potency. However, Tang Dun had never heard of tier variations based on the wielder. This is a weapon exclusive to the Troll tribe's altar, imbued with the effect of ancestral souls. Without troll blood, you cannot activate it. Noticing Tang Dun's disheartenment, Homa quickly reassured him, "But do not worry, there's also a giant's power magic inscribed upon it. Once activated, it grants you the strength of a giant for 20 seconds. With a cooldown time of 10 minutes, that means you can use it once every 10 minutes. How powerful? Does that mean I could crush any adversary?" Tang Dun hefted the Rending Dragon Fawn. It was heavy, yet with his current physical condition, he could manage it. However, wielding it with proficiency proved challenging, as he would tire within 2 minutes. Dream on. Do you think your enemies are fools? Upon witnessing your surge of giant power, they will undoubtedly distance themselves, waiting for the effect to wear off before engaging you in battle. Homa, with a keen perspective, swiftly identified the weakness, noting its excessive weight. Perfectly suited for trolls, yet far too cumbersome for you. Unless you ascend to the war tier quickly and enhance your strength, you will struggle to wield it effortlessly. What now? Tang Dun hesitated. The rending dragon fong was too heavy, and carrying it would deplete his stamina. Yet, parting with it felt unbearable, as it was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins as an altar weapon. Be careful. Suddenly, a red shadow leaped from the tome, forming two flickering magical words that swiftly darted forth. Striking Tang Dun's shoulder with force, he staggered a few steps, but tightened his grip on the battle axe, knowing that Homa would not attack without reason. Danger was imminent. Indeed, just as Tang Dun dodged, a green glob of slime the size of a watermelon splattered where he had just stood, corroding the wooden floor and emitting dark smoke. Tang Dun dared not look up. He dragged the rending dragon fong forward, as a fist-sized soul shield sprang forth, revolving around his body. Whoosh, 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 pulses of green slime were launched, pursuing Tang Dun relentlessly. The speed of the slime was astonishing, and he was struck by one shot. Fortunately, the soul shield absorbed the impact, albeit losing a third of its integrity. The slime from the black blood spider's venom sac was limited, and after expelling its projectiles, the assault ceased. Tang Dun halted and looked up to see a spider. Its size comparable to that of a steed. Lurking on the ceiling was a black blood spider, a sinister undead creature adept at ambush hunting, with a strength estimated to be around the second tier of souls. Homa projected the words. Otherwise, Tang Dun, too far away, would have been oblivious. The spider's body was adorned with red and black patterns, covered in spiny bristles reminiscent of fingers, while its grotesque suction mouth dripped with venom. Hiss, hiss, the black blood spider emitted its customary intimidation sounds while elevating its rear, suddenly shooting forth a stream of white liquid that solidified upon contact with the air, forming an elastic web aimed at Tang Dun. He executed a giant leap, darting to the side. Thankfully, he remained calm. Seeing Tang Dun fixated on the black blood spider, his demeanor tranquil, Homa felt a semblance of relief. If he succumbed to fear before the battle even began, their chances of victory would plummet. The black blood spider, having missed its 2 ambush attempts, slowed its offensive, its 12 multifaceted eyes fixated on Tang Dun, applying psychological pressure while searching for an opportunity. In the realm of beast and insect hunting, they pull with a fierce surge of energy. Tang Dun broke free from the web, once again wielding his battle axe, a massive axe, amplified tenfold by concentrated magical energy, materialized before him, swiftly descending upon the black-blooded spider. With a sickening thud, the magnificent creature was cleaved in two, its blood spraying outward in a radial pattern. Tang Dun lunged forward, relentlessly hacking at the corpse. Fearful of any potential retaliation, enough, it is utterly dead. Observing Tang Dun's frenzy, Homa swiftly floated over, projecting the words, "Calm down." Gasping for breath, Tang Dun finally halted his assault, his arms aching and unable to hold the axe any longer. It clattered to the ground. It was utterly astonishing. You truly killed it. After expressing his astonishment, Homa quickly adopted a serious demeanor, warning Tang Dun not to employ such reckless tactics again, as it nearly frightened him to death. "Do you think I wish to gamble with my life?" Tang Dun retrieved the torn dragon tooth and raced outside, knowing the commotion would surely attract monsters or Robinson and his group. If even one of them showed up, he would be doomed. "Wait, I must collect the spoils first," Homa exclaimed in alarm, for the corpse contained a soul magic core, a valuable magical material. Tang Dun picked up a walnut-sized magic core from the pool of blood. The grimoire extracted a mist-like, deep violet fragment of soul residue from the carcass. Excellent. The energy within the recently extinguished life has not yet dissipated. It is equivalent to that of 10 ghouls. Homa was quite satisfied. After slaying 100 more, I should be able to unlock the war space. However, by that time, I would have surely been swallowed by the black-blooded spider. Once Tang Dun found refuge in a guest room, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, he couldn't help but express his grievances. Am I destined to become a laborer with no future? Who said that? You are a holy warrior. After all, Homa's response left Tang Dun momentarily stunned at, "Ha, are you joking?" The incredulity was evident on Tang Dun's face, as if he had just witnessed a filthy, cowardly goblin attacking a fearsome dragon. "You are indeed a paladin," Homa retorted with irritation. "Are you questioning the expertise of my encyclopedic knowledge?" "Impossible." Tang Dun shook his head. "This is far more extraordinary than being a mere magician in the Western continent. There are numerous magical professions, broadly categorized into three main types: warriors, assassins, archers, etc., falling under the physical category, while mages and warlocks, capable of wielding wondrous magic, are termed magical professions. Then there are priests and paladins, holy warriors who utilize divine arts. Warriors require the least skill. Once they become magical practitioners and learn a few combat techniques, they can become mercenaries. With their numbers, their status naturally diminishes, relegated to performing menial tasks. Hence, they are mockingly referred to as laborers. Magical professions are considered high-end careers. One cannot simply become a great mage through wishful thinking. Intelligence alone will eliminate many mediocre individuals. Each magical profession requires mastery of at least 3 languages to even begin comprehending magical tomes and literature. Or else entry into the mysterious realm of magic is impossible. Dragon language, elven tongue, and giant language are all compulsory courses that, if one focuses on combat, ancient dragon language, earth gnome language, and Nezareth language are also essential to master. Only by thoroughly understanding these can one abbreviate or simplify syllables when casting spells, achieving rapid incantation in combat. A mage can chant spells twice as fast as their opponent. Even a fool would recognize that this signifies a one-sided massacre. Theories of elements, knowledge of demons, and the 3 fundamental laws of magical energy are foundational concepts that deter 2/3 of magical practitioners from pursuing the path, let alone advanced magical geometry and the arrangement and reconstruction of magical energy. Without comprehension of these, one cannot even draw a magic circle, but a magical practitioner who cannot draw a magic circle would be utterly humiliated and would not be acknowledged by their peers. The realm of magical professions is a closed circle. The magical tomes available on the market are often incomplete and even counterfeit. Only handwritten copies hold true value. That if one cannot comprehend these, how can they communicate with others? Beyond personal aptitude, becoming a magical professional requires substantial financial support. Magical materials, scrolls for transcription, experimental endeavors, and materials for casting. Each of these incurs significant expenses, which ordinary individuals cannot bear. Physical practitioners, even as laborers, can earn a decent living, while mages are a bottomless pit, consuming wealth without end. Tang Dun considered his intelligence to be somewhat adequate. Perhaps with effort, he could become a mediocre mage. However, the thought of being a holy warrior had never crossed his mind, as this profession is solely for the devout followers of deities. Without exception, all possessing unwavering faith, dedicating their lives to the divine. You must be mistaken. I am a thoroughgoing atheist. Since childhood, Tang Dun had often experienced peculiar dreams, featuring iron boxes that race swiftly and flying iron birds. If he were to share such things, he would likely be burned at the stake by religious zealots. There is no mistake. Your bloodline harbors sacred power. You are a paladin. Homa was confident, now calming his mind. Beginning to meditate on the sacred angelic form, feeling the divine energy within the soul seed. After taking several deep breaths, Tang Dun sat cross-legged on the floor, envisioning a pure angel. Time flowed slowly, and pure white motes of light began to appear on the soul seed. Suddenly, a beam of white light struck his mind like thunder, and a flash of inspiration coursed through Tang Dun as he raised his right hand. In an instant, a golden glow resembling fireflies materialized, cascading down from Tang Dun's head. This is the initial stage Hercules' radiance, also known as the radiance of strength, which holy warriors can bestow upon anyone. Doubling their power, Homa explained. Then which deity do I worship? Tang Dun clenched his fist, observing the slight bulge of his muscles, still astonished by the newfound strength that to become a holy warrior. One does not necessarily need to worship a deity. It may be that a direct ancestor once possessed a trace of divinity. Homa was curious, having never heard you mention your mother before. I do not recall anything about my mother. Tang Dun touched the ring on his finger. The only memento left to him by his mother. I apologize. Homa felt it was inappropriate to bring up the topic. So, does this mean I'm a wild card? How will I learn divine arts? I cannot simply go and randomly worship a deity, can I? Tang Dun felt dejected. If one does not worship sincerely, divine retribution may ensue, which means that his chances of finding a holy warrior as a mentor have been severed. Could it be achieved through enlightenment? Tang Dun licked his lips. Aside from seeking a mentor, he could also offer sacrifices to obtain divine arts or search for magical tomes in ancient ruins. But all of these paths are fraught with difficulty. Enlightenment is a gift from the gods to their followers, akin to a serendipitous masterpiece of poetry, a rare opportunity that cannot be sought after. One might live their entire life without experiencing a second divine art. Homa's words struck Tang Dun down, as this individual truly lacked common knowledge. What then? Must I resign myself to being a laborer? Tang Dun felt utterly miserable, as if he had just lifted the skirt of Lady Fate, only to be met with a foot crushing his face before he could glimpse her undergarments. Homa projected a large character, dripping with an air of arrogance, as if to imply, hurry and seek me as your mentor. I am the encyclopedia. Lord Homa, please accept my knee once more. Tang Dun chuckled. Gratifying Homa's vanity, he asked for divine arts. I do not possess many. The grimoire poured cold water on Tang Dun's excitement. Observing his expression of despair akin to a dragon's wrath, it quickly clarified. However, my dimensional space contains numerous altars dedicated to various deities. You can certainly make sacrifices to obtain divine arts. Are you trying to get me killed by divine retribution? Tang Dun's eye twitched. Not at all. Most of the deities worshipped at these altars have already perished. Yet they still bear a trace of divine essence. As long as you offer a tribute, you can still learn divine arts. Homa never missed an opportunity to praise himself, saying this means that with my presence, you can simultaneously learn the divine arts of different deities. This is an incredible windfall. Tang Dun was so excited he nearly drooled. Each deity possesses exclusive divine arts, and if I can master them all, would I not be the foremost in the world? There is indeed potential for that. Homa agreed, his tone filled with pride. Are you dumbfounded? This is merely a fraction of my power. Then hurry, teach me some divine arts to enhance my strength. Allowing me to wield this war hammer with ease, the sensation of being filled with the might of giants to crush monsters is simply exhilarating. Tang Dun could not help but desire another taste of it. What I know, you are not yet ready to learn. Look at this instead. The pages of the tome unveiled a series of divine techniques, accompanied by detailed descriptions, a true testament to the grandeur of an encyclopedia. However, what was the significance of the price tag of 1,000 souls? Was this the work of a deity or a heartless merchant? The mere notion that a fleeting boon of stamina, lasting a mere 2 minutes and applicable to a single individual, could cost 500 souls was utterly absurd. Or was I to procure such a sum? They might as well just end me. Dantun was exasperated, his written complaints morphing into a chaotic scrawl. Such ignorance. This was undoubtedly a case of pricing that far exceeded the value. If one were to make a legitimate offering an altar, it would require no less than 1,000 souls. Homer adopted a mysteriously knowing demeanor, quietly revealing that the officiating priest could also partake in a share of the offerings during the sacrificial rites. Kickbacks. Even the clergy lacked scruples. Dantun lamented, pleading for a reduction in costs. Powerless, Homer retorted, merely a mediator, unable to exert control over the altar. Why was it that the dark arts were generally priced a third higher than the radiant ones? As Dantun perused the list, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Divine techniques were typically divided into radiant and dark categories, the former being supportive spells that conferred benefits such as strength, agility, and stamina to allies, while the latter inflicted negative effects upon foes, such as sluggishness, doubled pain, and strength deprivation. Perhaps it was due to the benevolence of the divine. The doctrine of dark deities seemed to revolve solely around slaughter and destruction. Dantun was somewhat familiar with a few of the prohibited religions in the Western continent. Regardless of the circumstances, my fragment of a soul must be preserved. Otherwise, I shall cease my efforts. Homer expressed concern, fearing that Dantun might sacrifice himself in pursuit of offerings to exchange for divine techniques. All for you. Downton yearned to unlock the war space in the grimoire, dreaming of seizing treasures. Divine techniques? Could they possibly compare to the might of giant weaponry? Standing back to cast radiant spells in support was no match for the thrill of wielding a battle axe and cleaving foes with visceral satisfaction. That hand-to-hand combat was the true romance of a man. Downton mused, dragging the rending dragon tooth, ready to continue his hunt. Barbarian, Homer scoffed. The weapon of exceptional caliber was undeniably sharp. Downton need not waste magical energy on martial techniques, as a simple swing would suffice to cleave a ghoul in two and then easily crush their skulls. Its only flaw was its weight, rendering him fatigued after just a few minutes of wielding it. Why must one wait until the judgment stage to summon demonic servants? If only I had a creature to carry the battle axe for me now. How much energy I could conserve! Downton scribbled in the grimoire, having heard that sorcerers were not bound by ranks. Through magical materials and summoning rituals, they could conjure numerous demonic servants from the abyss. Could you do that? The magical class was an exception. As long as one's soul power was sufficiently robust, they could summon many demonic servants to serve them. Some lesser demons, having been trained, could easily fulfill the roles of butlers and chefs. Homer offered yet another lesson. Due to reasons of confidentiality and trust, most wizards preferred not to hire servants, but entrusted their daily tasks to summon demons. That I envy that immensely. I wonder what my future servant will be like. Downton daydreamed about a bright future, only to feel hunger pangs and prepare to consume the remaining bread. Suddenly, Homer collided with his head, causing him to choke. Enemy attack. Downton sprang to his feet, alerting his surroundings. Haha, I have an idea to grant you a servant right now. Homer projected words, igniting a fiery spark in Downton's eyes. How do I do it? Downton remained composed. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if found, one must assess whether it would shatter one's teeth. Since magical classes could summon servants through spells, then you, too, can call forth one through divine techniques. Homer exclaimed with excitement. An exquisite and elegant script materialized, detailing the name of a divine technique and its description, prominently displayed on the title page. The confession of the undead could purify the bodies and souls of wicked beings, transforming them into devout followers who repent for their past sins. This was a dragon-slaying level divine technique, and to think it could be obtained for the sacrifice of merely 3,000 souls. What a bargain! Homer laughed heartily, finally resolving the issue. Such a powerful divine technique. It could alter the very faith of the undead. Would that not mean the eradication of all evil in the world? Downton was taken aback. Commoner, you misunderstand. The failure rate of this technique is exceedingly high. Nearly 1 in 1,000, rendering it effective only against the dim-witted ghouls and abominations. Should it be attempted on a death knight, you would undoubtedly be turned into pulp in an instant. Homer wished to roll his eyes. His new master was rather foolish, and it seemed he must undertake a crash course to impart some knowledge to... I knew it. How could one expect to reform those vile liches with a mere spell? Turning them into virtuous beings? No, virtuous undead. Downton felt relieved. Although divine techniques were miraculous, they were not infallible. Enough idle chatter. Let us proceed with the sacrifice, as it will be sufficient to deal with those ghouls. Homer urged, setting aside the fact that he could barely afford this technique. Bringing a ghoul servant out into the world would be utterly disgraceful. The thought of those tattered beings, crawling with maggots, following him made Downton shudder. His appetite would likely diminish significantly thereafter. Others would have to wait until reaching the judgment stage to summon servants. Yet here he was with the opportunity. What a significant advantage. If necessary, I could always replace them later. Do not provoke me to curse. With these lowly ghouls lacking advancement, I could slay one effortlessly without breaking a sweat. Downton grumbled, pondering the potential of repenting a ghoul lord would not be so bad. Daydreamer, Homer scorned. Fine, surely the initial tier would suffice. What use is a creature that lacks even the power of soul tier to pollute the streets? Downton racked his brain, searching for any redeeming qualities they might possess. Once you reach the war stage or acquire soul-related magical equipment, you can repent for the initial tier ghouls. Otherwise, prepare to be hunted down by them. Homer was frustrated. Had he not been teetering on the brink of collapse, he would have shown him the repentance of even a ghoul lord. Indeed, if I could find the rending dragon tooth, perhaps there were even more formidable magical armors to acquire, knowing that the luxurious suites were occupied by noble elites. How could they lack protective gear? Dantun muttered to himself, preparing to continue the hunt. Robinson, do not venture to the top floor. In this precarious situation where death looms at any moment, you truly have no choice. An additional ghoul servant would significantly increase your chances of survival. Homer earnestly persuaded him, for if Dantun perished, it would mean countless years of slumber for him. Even if I wish to offer sacrifice, I possess no souls. Soul stones are essential items for adventurers, utilized to capture the souls of slain prey. However, a pauper like Dantun clearly could not afford them. You may incur a debt. As Dantun stood, dragging the rending dragon tooth to the doorway, preparing to leave. The grimoire swiftly flew before him, projecting large letters. Huh, which deity is this, struggling so? Dantun couldn't help but chuckle. Sacrificers often fear that their offerings would be inadequate, leading to the divine withholding their blessings. However, he had never heard of a deity willing to extend credit. Even the weakest of deities radiated mystery and superiority over mortals, casting not even a glance without sufficient offerings a month. If you can sacrifice 3,000 souls within a month, you shall receive this dragon-slaying divine technique. Homer wore a look of disbelief, deeming this deity to have lost all dignity. It seems you resemble a middleman. Why not inquire if the deity would consent to a 70% discount? Dantun jested, only to find Homer suddenly falling silent. A floating grimoire in mid-air felt distinctly eerie. Could it truly be possible? Dantun was self-aware enough to know that given his current strength, even if he were to inquire about Homer's origins, the latter would remain tight-lipped, leaving an impression of being ungrateful. A 70% discount is feasible, but the time frame must be shortened to 20 days. Homer projected the words, startling Dantun that it truly was possible. Dantun stood momentarily dumbfounded, then waved his hand to inscribe another line. What about a 50% discount? Surely, after thousands of years, he must be their first customer. Some concession ought to be made. Commoner, do not overreach. Homer was infuriated, his text becoming disfigured. With whom do you think you are negotiating? The souls I save are still yours. Dantun tapped the grimoire with a finger. How foolish. As Homer found himself a loss for words. A moment of contemplation confirmed the truth of the matter, and he promptly fell silent. Dantun suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Without a trump card, eliminating Robinson and his companions and escaping this underground city would be an arduous task, akin to climbing a mountain. Faced with the inevitability of death, he resolved to take a gamble, leaning against the wall as he pondered how to maximize the potential of the ghouls as cannon fodder. It is agreed. Homer reported the outcome of the negotiations. 1,500 souls, to be paid in full within 20 days. Now, grant me the divine art. Just as Dantun nodded in assent, a golden arrow materialized abruptly from the pages of the tome and struck him squarely in the forehead. With a resounding thud, Dantun felt as though his brain had been struck by a battering ram. Darkness enveloped him, and he staggered backward a few steps, nearly losing his balance. How does it feel? Homer inquired with concern. The skills acquired through the sacrifice, martial arts, magic, divine arts, would be indelibly imprinted upon his mind, resulting in considerable pain. Quite well, Dantun replied, sensing a new incantation take root in his consciousness. He made the gestures necessary to cast the necromancer's confession. Stop. This divine art consumes an immense amount of magical energy. With your reserves, you can manage at most 3 uses. Homer interjected hastily. Once your magical energy is depleted, you will require 6 hours of meditation to replenish it. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Dantun felt a surge of relief. The longer he delayed, the greater the chance that Robinson would be the first to explore the luxurious suite, leaving him with naught but a hollow stomach. The sacrifice would only allow him to learn the necromancer's confession, not master it, wielded in battle with the grace of instinct. One must engage in relentless practice. Homer warned, concerned that Dantun might become addicted to the allure of sacrifice that I understand. Only through hard-earned effort can one attain true mastery. Dantun wholeheartedly agreed, realizing that only by honing his martial skills to the point of instinct would he unleash their full potential. Emerging from a guest room, Dantun cautiously made his way toward the upper floors, straining to listen. He was eager to encounter a ghoul in the labyrinthine depths of the undead-infested underground city. His anticipation quickly bore fruit. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he beheld a ghoul wandering the corridor. With his left hand raised, he softly intoned the incantation for the necromancer's confession. A golden longbow materialized in his grasp, and with his right hand, he drew the bowstring into a crescent shape, the light coalescing into a golden arrow. Having completed his preparations, Dantun thrust his right foot against the ground with force. Bang! The ghoul, alerted by the noise, turned to face him and charged like a rabid dog, shedding a number of maggots in its frantic haste. Dantun's archery skills were mediocre, so he resorted to this blunt method to enhance his accuracy. As the ghoul closed in within 10 meters, he released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a shooting star, piercing the ghoul's chest and continuing onward. The ghoul faltered for a moment, then let out a furious howl. Pressing on with its assault. Fight on. Failure is inevitable. Homer's projection read. Dantun swung his battle axe, cleaving the undead creature in two and severing its head, sparing him the effort of seeking out a second ghoul. The sound attracted another ghoul, which burst forth from the guest room. Although the necromancer's confession was not an instantaneous spell, its casting time was under 3 seconds as the ghoul advanced within 5 meters. Dantun released another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow penetrated the ghoul's chest, continuing to pierce through. Die! Dantun countered the ghoul's claw strike with his rending dragon tooth, then swiftly severed its neck. The odds of failure were disheartening. Homer extracted the remnants of the soul from the corpse, though he did not merge them, opting instead to preserve them. Success will come. Dantun maintained his stoic expression, continuing his search for the next target. 5 minutes later, he experienced his third failure. His magical energy was depleted, leaving him with a profound sense of physical exhaustion. Dizziness clouded his mind, and weakness enveloped his limbs, making him yearn for a deep slumber. Have you ever considered what the consequences would be if you failed to repay the sacrificial debt by the deadline? After a moment of silence, the tome projected its message, attempting to encourage Dantun. Ultimately, it would mean death at A.S. Dantun leaned against the wall while ascending the stairs. A wry smile crept across his lips. Since I've committed to this path, I won't look back. Besides, who has the time for melancholic musings? Striving for survival, even in death, leaves no regrets. Homer was momentarily at a loss for words, observing Dantun's calm demeanor and steady heartbeat, both testaments to his sincerity. Are you truly concerned that I might falter? Dantun chuckled. I am not so fragile. Failing to repay the sacrificial debt will result in your soul being forcibly offered. Homer cautioned. Sacrifice is a sacred contract, one that cannot be rewritten, just as I anticipated. The outcome remains the same, albeit with different methods of demise. Dantun tapped the tome. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, since the sacrifice must be conducted through you as an intermediary, you might as well charge a service fee. Homer was taken aback. The thought of swindling a deity was exhilarating. The next time they collaborated, they could scheme to bilk him repeatedly. Clearly, a 50% discount was excessive. Dantun mused that if he proposed an absurdly low price, the deity might very well be driven to madness. Return my concern. How foolish of me to worry for someone like you. Homer grumbled in written words, yet felt reassured, recognizing that Dantun possessed a formidable spirit. The greater the pressure, the more exceptional his performance. With so many divine arts, I desire them all. Dantun licked his cracked lips, recalling that Homer had mentioned numerous altars inhabited by fallen deities within the tome's dimensional space. Which of them is the most gullible? Who is easiest to bargain with? Homer declined to answer, recognizing Dantun's atheistic tendencies. However, it suddenly occurred to him that given the current predicaments of those deities, swindling one might indeed be feasible. Having exhausted his magical energy, Dantun knew that without meditation, it would take nearly a day for him to naturally replenish it. Of course, using magical stones or various potions could expedite the process. But such methods were prohibitively expensive. Even the wealthiest of mages would only use them in battle, relying on meditation in their daily lives. How could one afford to reside in a luxurious suite without even a single magical stone? Dantun scoffed, discarding a handful of gold coins. Choking on the dust that was stirred up, the broken magical trinkets and coins held no allure for him now. All he craved were magical stones and sustenance. Hunger crashed over him like a tsunami, causing his stomach to cramp. The wooden furniture appeared to transform into delectable morsels, tempting him to leap upon them and feast, navigating the corridor with utmost caution. Dantun pushed open another door. Dust cascaded down, tickling his nostrils and prompting a sneeze. A skeletal figure lay propped against the bed, its black robe adorned with silver trim having endured the ravages of a millennium. Though tattered and worn, its identity was unmistakable. A mage. Downton's eyes brightened, though he did not rush forward. Instead, he meticulously surveyed every corner of the room, unwilling to fall victim to another black-blooded spider ambush. Once assured of his safety, he closed the door and swiftly approached the corpse. "Can I take this?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on the dust-covered staff, awaiting Homer's magical detection. A violet beam of light emanated from the tome, scanning the corpse from head to toe and traps. Homer reported, "The staff is of superior quality, undamaged, and possesses a magical effect that doubles the casting range. However, it is of no use to you. I can take it back from my sister." Dantun exclaimed, eyeing the sapphire embedded in the staff's top with satisfaction. Wiping away the dust, it would make a splendid birthday gift on the skeleton's left hand. A magical ring adorned the index finger, capable of channeling magical energy to activate a soul tier shield, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes. "This is excellent." Dantun attempted to remove the ring, only to snap the skeleton's finger clean off. The sharp crack echoed ominously in the silence of the room, sending a chill down his spine. A mage. How could one not prepare one or two magical stones for emergencies? After donning the ring, Dantun began rummaging through other belongings, yet found nothing of value. "Check the wardrobe," Homer suggested. "There must be something. Spellcasters never allow themselves to run out of magical energy. Such a state is far too perilous, so they're sure to keep reserves." After discarding the decayed clothing, Dantun discovered a black travel trunk. Opening it revealed 6 fist-sized black vials and a dozen test tubes affixed to a leather belt. Cautiously twisting open one of the vials, a peculiar odor wafted forth. "These are magical energy potions, but unfortunately, they have dried up and lost their potency." Homer's extensive knowledge came into play, preventing Dantun from floundering in confusion. "And what about this?" Dantun shook the test tube, but he had never seen such a thing before. He must be a potioneer, and this might be his newly concocted elixir, aside from 3 robes of a mage. A coin pouch, 2 diaries, and 2 magic stones. There was nothing else of value. Dantun felt a profound disappointment. The 2 fist-sized magic stones would only replenish half of his magical energy for an ordinary first-tier magic energy user. A single stone of this size would suffice to fully restore their depleted energy, leaving a surplus. However, Dantun was different. During his ascension as a magic user, the grimoire consumed a millennium's worth of magical essence, and he employed the exceedingly rare meditation technique of the holy angelic statue. Coupled with his resilient body and will, the process of soul shaping was prolonged, resulting in a soul seed that was exceptionally solid, secure, and powerful. Not to mention that he would eventually grow a more flourishing soul tree. Even now, his capacity to store magical energy was a distinct advantage, allowing him to unleash more spells and martial techniques in battle. Thus, the direct descendants of noble families are often provided with ample magical potions and rare treasures by their clans when they become magic users, all to cultivate a robust soul seed. Dantun should consider himself fortunate. If he had not laid such a solid foundation, he would not even have enough energy to cast a single spell of undead repentance, a divine technique of the dragon-slaying tier. "Wait, I sense a reaction of magical energy. Search more carefully." Homa's soul detection was far clearer than Dantun's naked eye. Could there be a hidden compartment? Enlightened, Dantun used a rusty dagger to cut through the leather of the suitcase, revealing a concealed layer. Inside lay 16 yellowed sheets of parchment, a badge, and 9 red stones the size of fingernails, appearing rather ordinary. However, their careful preservation indicated they were indeed valuable items. This did not seem to be magic stones. Dantun picked up one of the stones and examined it against the dim light of the window, That it was a magical red diamond. What? This is a magic diamond. Tang Dun was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. Magic diamonds are the most precious part of a magic energy vein, containing magical energy at least 10,000 times that of an equally sized magic stone. And their value is heightened by the unique effects each type of magic diamond possesses. Each magic user can extract a limited amount of magical energy from magic stones. However, when used in conjunction with a magical red diamond, this limitation is shattered, as the diamond allows the body to absorb energy more readily. Is it really worth such a fuss for a mere commoner red diamond? Just wait until you encounter the rarer gold and green diamonds. Wouldn't you burst with joy? Homa scoffed at Tang Dun's lack of composure. This is a magic diamond, reputed to be hard currency across dimensions. Some magic users might not even see one in their lifetimes. Tang Dun could not help but be astonished. He had heard from Eileen that in those ultra-hand, luxurious auctions, gold coins were as worthless as refuse, while various magic diamonds are the universally accepted equivalent. The value of those 9 magic diamonds is probably less than a tenth of that stack of parchment. What is this? Tang Dun reached for the parchment, but he could not recognize a single character. Hastily writing to inquire with the grimoire, a new potion formula, the value of which cannot be assessed at present. Homa projected the text, likely encoded in ancient dragon language for confidentiality. Can it be translated into Drankfurt language? Tang Dun expressed keen interest in the formula. A potioneer, as the name suggests, is a magic user capable of concocting various marvelous potions. Potions have become an indispensable part of the magic user's life. Even the most mediocre melee-type laborers would prepare a few bottles of healing potions, mana potions, and stone skin potions for emergencies, let alone the higher-tier potions like giant strength and gale potions, where sometimes a mere vial can turn the tide of battle. Commoner, it's been translated, but you still want to understand. Homa was reluctant to waste effort, as comprehending the formulas and drug reactions required specialized knowledge in potion making. I've decided to become a potioneer. Repeatedly looked down upon had stirred a hint of annoyance in the usually good-natured Tang Dun. Delusions. Homa clearly did not hold much faith in Tang Dun. Tang Dun remained silent, tucking away the potion formula. Previously, he lacked funds, having devoted all his time to earning money to support his sister Eileen's education. Now, however, it was different. Once he emerged from the underground city, he could exploit the vast wealth of this city to purchase the books he desired and learn. I am only 15. It is not too late. Tang Dun motivated himself. I shall become the most learned individual. Are you truly resolved? Seeing that Tang Dun was not joking, Homa felt it necessary to enlighten him. Becoming a potion apprentice is not difficult, but achieving any notable success as a potioneer is exceedingly challenging. Among 1,000 apprentices, fewer than 10 would ultimately obtain a certification. Tang Dun fell silent, putting away his quill, and wrote nothing further. Being a potioneer is an exceedingly costly profession. Even those noble families struggle to support 2 of them. Tang Dun pointed outside with his index finger, his meaning clear. The wealth of this underground city was enough for him to squander. Very well. Even if you have money, can you endure the solitude and tedium? Potion making is often deemed the most monotonous and tedious discipline. A typical potion concoction usually takes 2 to 3 hours, let alone those studies extending over several days or even half a month. A potioneer spends the majority of their life within laboratories. Do you believe you can manage that? Tang Dun continued to remain silent, yet his gaze grew even more resolute. He did not wish to be underestimated. I have yet to mention the most crucial point. To become a master potioneer, aside from diligence and perseverance, one also requires sufficient talent and innate ability. There are some things in this world that cannot be obtained merely through sweat and toil. I will undoubtedly become a master potioneer. Tang Dun gritted his teeth. Aside from his stubbornness, being a potioneer is also one of the most lucrative professions. Having been impoverished for too long, Tang Dun did not wish to live his life as a mere courier or a downtrodden laborer. If one lacks ideals, what differentiates them from the goblins who squander their days in idleness? The power of Dragon Guardian. Homa, observing the resolute expression on Tang Dun's youthful face, suddenly flew before him, projecting 6 magical flame characters. The parchment contained the formula for the Dragon Guardian potion, which bestows the drinker with the strength of a dragon and even a chance to transform into one. Homa sighed. He had never heard of such a potion, and judging by the potioneer's badge, it seemed that its creator was merely an intermediate potioneer, unlikely to have developed such a high-tier potion. It was quite probable that this was the stolen research of another master paladin. This not the only known potion formula on the western continent. Dantun was taken aback, then clenched his fist. Then I must concoct it. Surely its original owner yearns to see it renowned across the continent. Such a powerful potion lying dormant is indeed a regret and a loss. Homa concurred. If the potion formula is accurate, its value is incalculable. In summary, he had struck gold. Knowledge is wealth. Who could have imagined that these tattered sheets of parchment would be worth so much? Dantun did not take the formula with him, but instead sought a guest room. Lifting a floorboard to hide it, along with the sapphire staff, the parchment, having endured the ravages of time for thousands of years, had become too fragile. As Dantun flipped through it, large sections began to tear, and he dared not tuck it into his clothing. Covered in formulas, even a single missing digit could result in a potion that diverges significantly from the intended product, as everyone knows that potion making is a highly meticulous discipline. Having overcome his hunger, Dantun no longer felt discomfort, but thirst began to set in. He endured it and continued to search the room. Upon opening a door, he saw through the crack that the ceiling was thick with cobwebs. With a black blood spider perched above, Dantun turned to flee, simultaneously drawing a magic stone to extract magical energy. Otherwise, facing the black blood spider in his current empty state would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Hiss, hiss, the black blood spider screeched, smashing through the door and charging out, but after pursuing halfway down the corridor, it abruptly retreated. What happened? Dantun stood at the stairway, bewildered. They're not ferocious beasts, they're spiders. Of course, they hunt using webs. Homa tapped Dantun's head, but your reaction was quite quick. Better to be dull. My magic stones. Dantun was filled with anguish, having saved up magic stones with the intention of opening a teleportation portal, only to find his efforts wasted in vain. Continuing in such a manner was not a viable solution. He might as well absorb the magic crystals. Homa, in a moment of determination, decided that with 9 crystals at his disposal, there was enough to spare. Was the stored magical energy not sufficient to activate the portal? Suddenly, Dantun recalled a single magic crystal that could be worth at least 10,000 magic stones, prompting him to hastily write an inquiry. The quantity was insufficient, and nodes were considered part of the magical array. It was imperative to fill them with magic stones to establish a connection before the portal could be activated. Homa's expertise was unquestionable. Indeed, alchemists were the most lucrative profession. Merely at an intermediate level, he had amassed 9 magic crystals. Dantun patted his pocket, bubbling with delight, for his current worth was astonishingly high. It was also possible that they were stolen. Let us not forget that precious potion formula. Perhaps that rogue had plundered his mentor's treasury. Homa projected text, sketching a narrative that, I must say, you have a hidden talent for storytelling. Dantun jested. If this were written into a book, it would surely become a bestseller. Humph. I am Homa. After all, the Grim unnaturally accepted the praise. Although it pained him, Dantun began extracting magical energy from the crystals. He needed to find sufficient magic stones or food before hunger rendered him immobile. A ghoul wandered into view, and Dantun unleashed a necromantic penance. But alas, the golden arrow pierced through its chest, resulting in yet another failure. Dantun dispatched the ghoul and continued dragging the torn dragon tooth in search of target. Half an hour later, Dantun took refuge in a guest room to rest. 8 consecutive defeats. I must say your luck is abysmally poor. Homa sighed that I refuse to believe it. Let's try again. Dantun replenished his magical energy and charged forth once more. Despite the continuous failures, his combat experience was steadily accumulating. After evading the pursuit of a low-level ghoul, he encountered an ordinary one on the 3rd floor. Let us see. A longbow materialized in his left hand, while he drew the bowstring with his right, muttering to himself as he aimed at the ghoul. The golden arrow struck the ghoul's head, and Dantun, not harboring much hope, quickly gripped his battle axe, preparing for melee, only to find the arrow-stricken creature halted in its tracks. This time, the golden arrow did not pass through. Upon striking its head, A brilliant light erupted, and a female angel composed of white light suddenly manifested. Her eyes closed as she chanted a holy hymn. Beneath the ethereal sacred incantation, the ghoul began to repent for its sins in life. "We did it," Homa exclaimed joyfully. "It is now your servant. You can command it with your soul force. Come here." Watching the ghoul stand before him with no hint of hostility, Dantun felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. "It's too filthy. I should find a suit of armor to wrap you in. Why didn't I think of that before?" Dantun deemed the ghoul too grotesque and decided to cover it up for easier transport, and a sudden inspiration struck him regarding enhancing its combat prowess. "What's wrong?" Homa asked, puzzled by Downton's days that I could equip the ghoul with armor and a weapon. "Wouldn't that boost its combat effectiveness?" Downton hurriedly wrote to inquire about the feasibility. Armor was possible, but the ghoul could not wield weapons. Unless it attained intelligence, such undead beings would not be able to repent. Homa was skeptical of this approach, noting that an unadvanced ghoul was far too weak. "You could slay them with a single strike." "No, let's suit them in full heavy armor. After all, ghouls don't tire, and weapons need not be skillful swords or axes. We could affix steel claws, as their attacking methods revolve around clawing and tearing." As he elaborated, Downton's thoughts grew increasingly lucid. Wearing heavy armor would slow them down, Homa emphasized, and they are simply too weak. Slaying a magic user would be exceedingly difficult. Slow is not a concern. They can serve as meat shields, while I take on the main offensive. Dantun refined his strategy, reminding Homa that they were the most excellent cannon fodder of the undead, unafraid of death. It seemed feasible. But the ghoul army relied on sheer numbers. You had but one, and the enemy could easily bypass it to attack you directly. Homa, with far more experience and insight than Dantun, pointed out the flaw with precision. "Then let's summon a dozen more. The many ants can take down an elephant." Dantun felt a surge of bravado, then nervously inquired, "How many ghouls can the necromantic penance affect with your current soul force?" "A maximum of 2. Otherwise, they will rebel, and you will be the first to be slain." Homa was well aware of Downton's physical limitations. "What? They can rebel?" Dantun was taken aback. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Isn't this akin to carrying a ticking time bomb with me?" "Divine magic isn't omnipotent," Homa retorted. "Do you expect the ghoul to remain loyal to you for eternity? Are you a holy paladin of radiant virtue? You are more wicked than a lich, so the stronger the soul force, the more ghouls I can make repent, correct?" Dantun realized that the most direct way to enhance his soul force was through continual advancement. "Indeed," Homa confirmed. "However, if you were to repent a low-level ghoul, you would only be able to bring one along, and the chances of rebellion would significantly increase. If I ascend to the war stage, how many ghouls can I command?" Downton's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "That would depend on your growth, but it should be no less than 15. Homa could only estimate, unable to guarantee, as no one knew what might transpire before Dantun ascended to the war stage. 15 ghouls, oblivious to fatigue and fear, fully clad in heavy armor, surging like a tide towards the enemy, surrounding and annihilating them. What a thrilling thought! Dantun chuckled but quickly silenced himself, realizing that attracting monsters could lead to disastrous consequences. Homa, with a furrowed brow, contemplated Dantun's strategy and recognized that if executed, it could indeed be formidable. He had not forgotten that this individual was not short on funds. Even outfitting the ghouls in a complete set of fine heavy armor was within his means. "Here, take this. From today onward, you are servant number 1. Dantun handed the battle axe to the ghoul, watching it obediently shoulder the weapon, and felt a sense of satisfaction that he raised his hand to pat its back in encouragement, but quickly halted at the sight of its rotting flesh. "Let us go. We need to catch another one. What S. Robinson compared to us? Once we have an army of ghouls, we'll bury him under sheer numbers." Dantun was resolute, utilizing the magic crystals to replenish his magical energy. "Let us go. First to overturn that black blood spider." Dantun was filled with vigor, but 10 minutes later, he faced a setback. The necromantic penance failed. Attack. Dantun decided to test the ghoul's effectiveness and commanded it with his soul force. Servant number 1 was indeed impressive, lunging straight at the oncoming undead counterpart, its sharp claws striking its face. Naturally, due to their equal strength, one's chest was also torn apart in the fray. Dantun quickly recalled one, taking matters into his own hands to slay the opposing creature, unwilling to lose his newly acquired servant. The exceedingly high failure rate was truly frustrating. If he attempted to penance another, he could only imagine how much magical energy and time would be squandered. Dantun, accompanied by one, returned to the top floor, but before he could begin his search, he heard faint complaints. This room had already been occupied. It must be Durin. Tony would be furious. He wondered if anything of value had been taken. Why wasn't he at Dantun? Pierre meticulously searched, leaving no stone unturned. Tisich, that kid isn't even a magic user. It has been nearly 2 days since we last saw him. He has probably already met his demise in some corner. Tony couldn't fathom how Dantun could still be alive. Indeed, that unfortunate fellow has likely become a ghoul at lunch. Pierre mocked as he walked towards the door, heading to the next guest room. Stop picking up those coins. There's nowhere to spend them anyway. Robinson's brain is sharp. It was wise for us to search the luxurious suite. And it has proven correct. Tony tossed a magic stone in the air, feeling elated. That skeleton we encountered must have been a wealthy individual, carrying 30 magic stones. What a true tycoon! For Dantun, the perilous black blood spider was easily dispatched by Pierre and Tony, allowing them to search the suite without trepidation. With Robinson's reserves, they were still short by over 60 stones, not to mention the wine cellar was stocked with fine spirits, ensuring they wouldn't starve for at least a week. During this time, they would surely find enough magic stones. Tony dreamed of the future, convinced that once they emerged, they would be wealthy beyond measure. Letting go of those two earlier was a mistake. If the location of the dungeon were to leak, it would spell disaster. Thus, they must eliminate them before leaving. Without outsiders, Pierre revealed his true nature. Isn't Robinson guarding the wine cellar. As long as they venture into the backyard in search of sustenance, they are doomed. Tony jested with his friend. Don't worry. They might have already met their demise. Let us go. There's no time left, Homar urged, concerned that Dantun might succumb to despair. Dantun nodded and quietly retreated down the staircase. But just a few steps away, he heard Tony's startled exclamation, followed by a thunderous crash. Run! Pierre bellowed, his tense tone revealing that they were in grave trouble. Dantun immediately quickened his pace, racing toward the 3rd floor. He had no desire to be caught in the chaos. What do you plan to do? Homar asked, observing Downton's cracked lips with worry. The conversation he had just overheard had sealed off his final escape route, leaving him to fend for himself. The dimly lit corridor was permeated with a faint stench of decay and dust, saturated with the essence of death and corruption. Dantun entered a guest room and peered out of the window, spotting ghouls wandering the streets below. First, I need to find some food and water. Survival comes first. He opened the window, gazing down at the tightly packed streets, resolutely declaring, I must leave this inn. Have you considered that there are likely more and stronger undead creatures outside? They are not merely the weaklings we face now. Homar was acutely aware that Dantun had no choice. He had already scoured 2/3 of the inn without finding a single grain of rice. If he did not take advantage of his current strength to seek out a glimmer of hope, he would surely starve. As for collecting magic stones, Robinson and his companions were undoubtedly more desperate than he. We could traverse the rooftops. Just be cautious. We should avoid attracting any undead. Dantun dipped his quill into the nearly depleted ink pot. If Robinson could find wine in the cellar to quench his thirst and stave off hunger, then surely he could also try his luck elsewhere. Let us head to the magical items shop. I might also procure some equipment to enhance my combat prowess. Homar agreed. Let your servant lead the way. Number 1, jump, with Downton's command. The ghoul leapt from the window, landing squarely on the roof of the adjacent grocery store. Unfazed, Number 1 rose and stood guard, after waiting for over a minute to ensure there was no danger. Dantun stepped onto the windowsill and jumped down. With a crash, he smashed through the roof that had been fractured by the ghoul's landing, plummeting directly into the grocery store below, debris raining down upon him like hail. Could this day get any worse? Dantun barely avoided the wind being knocked out of him as he rolled to shield his head. Hiss, hiss, 2 blobs of venom struck the spot where he had just been standing. Be careful, it's a shadow spider, Homar exclaimed, unable to suppress a sigh. Dantun was undoubtedly cursed by the goddess of misfortune. In the corner of the ceiling lurked a spider adorned with green patterns. suddenly spotting its prey and launching an attack. Number 1. Tackle it. Dantun ordered, raising his right hand, and a burst of golden light cascaded down from above. Empowered by the brilliance of Hercules, Dantun immediately felt a surge of strength within him. Swinging his battle axe with all his might, the magical energy-infused dragon's tooth tore through the air as it smashed into the corner of the room, obliterating the spider's web. Number 1. Ever the loyal servant, crashed through the ceiling, bringing the shadow spider down with it. Block it, spinneret! Dantun dashed forward, activating the giant's power effect on his axe, mustering all his strength for a giant's execution aimed at the shadow spider's head. The shadow spider, ensnared by the ghoul's grip, was rendered immobile, its spinneret blocked and unable to unleash webs. The only defense it could muster was its venom, but all of it was thwarted by Dantun's soul shield. Die. Faced with an incapacitated giant spider, Dantun could not afford to falter. It would be utterly humiliating. Without a hint of suspense, the dragon's tooth cleaved through the creature, severing it in twain that a spray of pungent blood drenched down. Was that it for the battle? In a flash, the shadow spider, which had a power level akin to a second-tier soul, lay lifeless, leaving Homar nearly astounded. Number 1 had performed admirably, had it not been for its assistance. Dantun would have faced a fierce struggle. Dantun panted heavily, basking in his triumph. Why meat shield strategy is quite effective. Wouldn't you agree? Homar mused, reflecting on how Dantun's sacrifice of 1,500 souls had truly paid off. Not going to eat it? Blood splattered on his face, trickling past his lips with a metallic tang. Dantun wiped it away, about to extract the magic core, when he noticed the words projected by Homar. Momentarily stunned, "Don't dawdle. Extract the magic core." A wisp of soul remnants was absorbed into the grim. I've heard from those down-and-out bards that in certain lands on the continent, fried spiders are considered a delicacy. Dantun sliced open the spider's carcass, revealing its succulent flesh. It's from the Thai people. They enjoy consuming insects. Homar's realization hit him. You're not actually planning to eat that spider, are you? Is it toxic? Dantun inquired. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer not to eat it. The shadow spider, dwelling in dark, damp areas, was not classified as undead. Hence, Dantun was momentarily taken aback, not only because the other party had audaciously pleaded for mercy, but also because he realized that his physical attacks inflicted minimal damage on this soul-type creature. Soul beings could partially exempt themselves from physical strikes. To vanquish one was a task far more arduous than slaying a black blood spider. Homar hastily projected words as a reminder. Dantun swiftly seized the grimoires and concealed them behind his back, while the deathly banshee opposite him, evidently lacking in knowledge, remained in a state of shock. If she were to see the written words and awaken to the reality of the situation, he would find himself in a dire predicament. You have harmed my servant. Do you think I will let you go? Dantun adopted a fierce countenance, preparing to probe the depths of the Banshee-esque capabilities. Like a T-long last, he had encountered a conversant being. Even if she was a banshee, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that comforted him. Furthermore, it was possible that future sustenance might hinge upon her, that I can compensate. The banshee would not engage in negotiation, directly offering a price. I will give you many gold coins. You dare attempt to bribe me with money? Perish, Dantun proclaimed with righteous indignation, brandishing his battle axe. Are you not a paladin? Why do you treat a kind girl so brutally? The banshee suddenly burst into tears. Kind. Dantun scrutinized the banshee, wrapping the grimoire as he secretly inscribed notes. Was it not said that undead beings were malevolent? Why did this banshee possess such an odd temperament? She resembled a weepy girl from the neighborhood. That is mere rumor. The realm of the undead, much like the realm of humanity, contains both benevolent and malevolent spirits. You surely do not know that in the realm of the undead, there exist numerous human kingdoms that thrive under the protection of the undead, living lives even more prosperous than yours. Homar divulged a small secret. If the church were to hear this, they would undoubtedly condemn it and burn it at the stake. Stop crying. I do not bully girls. As he gazed upon the banshee, Dantun was reminded of his sister, Elena, and he promptly lost all interest in combat. Really? I knew it. Paladins are all sacred and just. The banshee twirled joyfully in the air. Yet soon her expression shifted to one of concern. anxiously clarifying, "Although I am a deathly banshee, I am not evil. You must not purify me." Paladins were the natural enemies of undead beings. Divine spells could inflict tremendous harm upon them, which explained the banshee's fear. "You have struck gold. This banshee clearly lacks common sense. From the moment you emitted your radiant power, she recognized you as a paladin and feared for her safety. If she were to learn that you wield only 2 divine spells, incapable of truly confronting her, she would likely laugh in disbelief." Homer ensured that the text remained hidden from the banshee's view. In the dimly lit room, Dantun and the banshee exchanged no words, quietly observing one another. She appeared to be around 15 years of age, her youthful cheeks exuding an innocent charm. Yet between her delicate brows, hints of an enchanting beauty began to surface, one that would surely drive many kings mad in her adulthood. Her eyes were large and striking, resembling sapphires, glistening with tears, evoking a sense of pity. Her nose was delicately upturned, adorned with a scattering of fading freckles, and her thin lips, slightly pink from the gentle bite of her pearly white teeth, added to her allure. "Do not look at me like that." The banshee fidgeted, intertwining her slender fingers, avoiding Downton's gaze, yearning to flee, yet the door was obstructed. I have never encountered such a timid and bashful banshee. The grimoire fluttered open, displaying text. The banshee's frame was slender, clearly malnourished. She was clad in a Victorian-style white dress, her legs adorned with knee-high blue and white striped stockings, and her feet encased in pink round-toed shoes, sweet as a slice of cake. "No peeking." The banshee abruptly extended her hand to cover her chest. "I have no interest in eggs." Dantun had initially not noticed the banshee's bosom, but upon her remark, his gaze instinctively wandered, the subtle curve, reminiscent of a bud awaiting bloom, coupled with her fair, slightly translucent skin, was undoubtedly captivating to certain unsavory characters. "You are the egg. Your entire family is composed of eggs." The banshee pouted, her ethereal voice devoid of the menacing aura typical of a soul harvester, instead resembling that of a bullied girl from next door. "How long have you been here?" Dantun, wishing to avoid wasting time, pondered if the banshee might reveal the origins of this underground city. The banshee's expression stiffened momentarily, then turned forlorn as she drifted to a corner, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. "Hey." Dantun felt like a villain. "I do not remember. It has been a long time. Long enough for the vines to grow from a single seed and cover the entire city. Long enough for Tia to collect every stone here and pile them up in the back garden." The banshee suddenly began to sob. "I miss home. I miss my mother. I want my brother to talk to me." Dantun sighed, sitting by the door as if he had been on guard against the banshee's potential ambush moments ago. He had since relinquished any thoughts of combat. This girl resembled a little swan that had strayed from home, posing no threat whatsoever. Silence enveloped the bedroom until the girl's sobs subsided, at which point Dantun spoke. "Where is your home? I will take you back." "Really?" The girl's face lit up with delight, but moments later, her expression morphed into one of anguish. "Where is my home? Why can't I remember? What is happening?" Dantun inscribed his query in the grimoire. She is a naturally reincarnated banshee, having lost portions of her memories from her previous life, Homer reflected, though unaware of who had slain the girl. She was undeniably fortunate, having avoided becoming a grotesque ghoul. Dantun nodded, understanding that the natural reincarnation rate for banshees was 1 in 100,000, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Banshees possessed an innate affinity for magical energy, and given their lengthy lifespans, they could easily become sorceresses if they so desired. Moreover, with their spiritual constitution, upon ascending to higher ranks, they could entirely exempt themselves from any physical attacks, aside from magical and divine spells. Other forms of assault would scarcely inflict harm upon them. Homer marveled, exclaiming, "This is a naturally magical race. I am aware that the undead Banshee Legion is overwhelmingly formidable, renowned as the continent's premier magical army." Dantun recalled the accounts of war that Elena had brought back, which chronicled numerous legendary battles. The mightiest of the 6 generations of Banshees had once relied on their powerful long-range magical firepower to conquer 23 major cities of the human kingdom in a single day. Indeed, thus Banshees are born into nobility, sent to military magical academies during childhood for training. You should count yourself fortunate. Had you encountered a banshee elsewhere, you would undoubtedly be doomed. Homer cautioned Dantun, emphasizing that he must not assume that with the presence of a ghoul as a shield, he could roam the underground city unchallenged. Stop crying. Your eyes are all swollen. After offering a word of comfort to the banshee, Dantun began dismantling the door, stacking wood to prepare a fire, though the girl frequently wept. She quickly regained her composure, having grown accustomed to solitude. Ahem, what are you doing? The banshee, observing as Dantun ignited the fire, which filled the room with smoke, hurried to intervene. I am grilling meat, preparing dinner. Would you like some? Dantun was uncertain of the banshee's dietary habits, but he presumed she would not reject food. No, how disgusting. The banshee recoiled at the sight of the bloodied meat, seemingly repulsed by the scent of blood. Drifting away slightly. Hey, are you not a banshee? Why do I seem more like an undead creature? Dantun grumbled, feeling vexed if given a choice. He would certainly not consume this. Eat. Wait a moment. The girl floated away, demonstrating the innate floating ability that all banshees possessed, effortlessly mastering it without expending any magical energy. It seems your dinner has been resolved. Homer exclaimed in admiration, relieved that they had not departed earlier, or else they would have missed encountering such a unique banshee. In scarcely a minute, the banshee returned, cradling a ceramic jar in her hands. Honey, I collected it. It's delicious. The banshee thrust the jar into Dantun's hands, her beautiful large eyes sparkling with anticipation, resembling a girl eager to show off a new toy to her friend. You are supposedly an evil undead being. Must you be so adorable? Dantun mused inwardly as he twisted off the lid, gazing at the golden syrup, and took a sip. How is it? Is it sweet? The banshee circled around Dantun, eagerly inquiring. It is very sweet. Thank you. Dantun licked his lips and inscribed in the grimoire, Why are there bees in this city of death? What is there to make a fuss about? Even in the realm of the deceased, among the whispers of the dead, there exists a plethora of flora and fauna. Do you truly believe it is all barren stone? Homer has imparted essential knowledge to Dantun. How fortunate you are. This honey is likely harvested by ghost bees, a delicacy of unparalleled taste, fetching over 10,000 guilder for a mere ounce in the realm of humanity. Is it really that expensive? Dantun exclaimed, startled. Had he just consumed a mouthful worth a fortune? Over the past 15 years, he had not managed to save even 1,000 gold coins. Ghost honey possesses calming and invigorating properties, fortifying the body and replenishing magical energy, an exquisite tonic. Moreover, these bees nest solely in shadowy environments, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to harvest their honey. Homer estimated this jar of honey weighed at least 5 pounds. If consumed sparingly, it could sustain Dantun for half a month. Yet in the next moment, he performed an action that left Homer utterly astonished. What are you doing? The deathly siren inquired, perplexed by the jar being offered by the youth. Is it not to your liking? No. It is simply that this ghost honey is far too precious. I have no gifts to offer. Dantun's cheeks flushed. He was not one to take advantage of others. So, this is what they call ghost honey. How erudite you are. The deathly siren clasped her hands before her heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Dantun. I do not require a gift. As long as you enjoy it, that is enough. If it runs out, I can always gather more. Dantun chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. He was a pauper who could not even afford a token of greeting. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the wildflowers in the yard, hurriedly rushing outside to gather a handful, which he then fashioned into a garland. How beautiful! The deathly siren floated behind him, unable to contain her admiration for the blossoms. This is for you. Dantun adorned her head with the garland, her dark tresses framing her face like a masterful oil painting, beautiful beyond compare. The siren blushed, lowering her gaze, her fingers twisting together nervously. It was her first time receiving a gift from a boy, and she felt quite anxious. Next time, I promise I will gift you something splendid. Dantun found a few more blades of grass and crafted a lifelike grasshopper. How lovely! She exclaimed, cradling the grasshopper in her palms, blowing gently upon it, and bursting into delightful laughter. The smile crept across Dantun's lips as he was reminded of Elaine in their impoverished household, whenever his sister envied other girls with toys. She never asked for anything, so he would weave various little insects from grass to amuse her. Celestia, that is my name. The deathly siren felt that today was the happiest day of her life. "Thank you for your gift. I am Dantun." It was only then that Dantun realized Celestia spoke to him without moving her lips. This was the innate soul communication magic of the deathly siren. Otherwise, how could she comprehend the language of Gilder? Homer discerned Downton's confusion and clarified for him that, there are 3 other humans. You must exercise caution, for they are nefarious and will surely seek to end your life. As a man, Dantun could not bring himself to ask Celestia for assistance in gathering magical stones. Sirens could collect gems, harvest honey, and naturally, they could seek magical stones as well, perhaps already possessing quite a collection. "If not for the fear of you harming my brother, I would never have come out." Celestia displayed a blend of fear and sadness. She understood that as a being of the dead, she would be viewed as an evil creature by humans. "Brother?" Dantun listened intently, hearing no response. "Yes, be careful." Celestia floated toward the rooftop. Dantun followed, climbing the ladder and peering through the shattered window to see the Death Knight lying upon the bed. "A war grade?" Homer gasped. As soon as the magical detection was deployed, 2 orbs of green flame burst forth from the knight's eyes. Dantun felt a chill run down his spine. A high-ranking Death Knight. Its combat prowess at least equivalent to the 5th tier of war. Even the mightiest Robinson would be instantly overwhelmed in such a confrontation. "Run." Homer projected a warning in text, urging Dantun to flee before the Death Knight emerged. Otherwise, he would surely perish. Dark clouds rushed across the sky, blocking any glimmer of light, enveloping the entire underground city in a shroud of gloom. In stark contrast, the 2 orbs of green flame within the Death Knight's hollow eye sockets gleamed like stars. "Hurry, it is perilous." Dantun leaped onto the rooftop, crouching LOW. Does not attack us as long as we do not ascend the stairs. Celestia perched on the eaves, gazing earnestly at Dantun. "You will not purify him, will you?" The pressing question was whether her brother wished to slay him. Dantun chuckled sadly. Faced with such an innocent girl, he found it impossible to lie. "Aren't paladins supposed to be formidable? The Uncle Hiller, I know, leads a knightly order capable of slaying dragons." Celestia scrutinized Dantun, clearly unconvinced. She was merely a naive girl, unfamiliar with the world. Homer flew before Dantun, displaying text on the page that, "I have been a paladin for less than a day." Dantun replied honestly. Retrieving a quill to inscribe upon the magical tome, assessing the Death Knight's strength at the very least, it was war grade. It could slay 100 of your kind without breaking a sweat. The magical detection failed to activate, interrupted by Homer, who feared provoking the knight. Dantun was at a loss for words. Even without discussing strength, the knight's armor alone was dazzling enough to blind him. The entire suit of armor shimmered with a blue aura, accentuating its tall, imposing figure. The knight's longsword, 3 fingers wide, remained sharp and gleaming after centuries. Its slow, golden sheen proving it was at least of perfect quality. Such a magnificent magical ensemble. No wonder it could slay dragons. Homer mused, recalling that during his life, this knight must have been the dream of countless springtime maidens. "I believe you shall one day become a great paladin." Celestia encouraged Dantun, clenching her tiny fist in determination. "Does he remember you?" Dantun was more concerned about the Death Knight's potential threat to him. Celestia shook her head, her legs swinging gently as sorrow filled her face. What a pair of unfortunate siblings. Homer sighed. She had remained by her brother's side, and such devotion made him reluctant to confront her. "What do you intend to do?" Dantun asked, taken aback. "Have you forgotten that you still owe a debt of 1,500 souls? A single deathly siren is worth at least 500 souls, as they are high-quality offerings." Homer was genuinely concerned for his new master. He had secretly accrued several souls in anticipation of settling the debt. "Forget it. I cannot bring myself to do it." Dantun never considered killing Celestia. Then why not use the necromantic repentance to turn her into a servant? Homer suggested. This would be a safer course of action, allowing him to proceed with his plans. Look in her innocent eyes. "Do you think I could do it?" Dantun retorted, his heart softening down. The deathly siren is a born sorceress. I had even planned to teach her dark magic to aid you in slaying monsters and gathering souls. Even amidst the scheming, Homer's magical script remained beautiful. A deathly siren maidservant, also serving as a personal magical advisor, would be a striking and impressive companion. a privilege that even a duke would envy. Would you be my guide? The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy as Dantun summoned his courage to speak. I shall pay you a commission. Of course, I was worried you might ignore me. Where do you wish to go? I am quite familiar with this city, Celestia exclaimed eagerly, having endured loneliness for far too long. The gnawing sensation of solitude felt like a venomous serpent, nearly driving her insane. Dantun was the first human she encountered. Even exchanging a few words with him filled her with novelty and joy. I see. Such a Navi siren must have been deceived to the point of losing her undergarments. There is no need for necromantic repentance, and that divine technique has its risks. Homer teased Dantun, am I truly that sinister? Dantun replied, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. With the matter of food temporarily resolved, the remaining task was to hunt ghouls and collect souls. With Celestia as his guide, Dantun felt confident that he would achieve his goals with greater efficiency. Let us go. The deathly siren joyfully led the way, eager to assist her new friend. Wait, my number one is missing. Dantun returned to the bedroom, discovering the ghoul, severed by a shadowy arrow, lying in two pieces. Due to the absence of commands, it lay upon the ground, aimlessly crawling. Number one, I am truly sorry, with a swift motion. Dantun brought down the axe, cleaving its head asunder. In life, it had fearlessly served as a corporeal shield, and in death, it contributed its remnants of soul. Truly, the ghoul epitomizes diligence. Homa, inspired by the purplish mist, felt an urge to compose a poem for number one that I shall compensate you. Sellers approached, feeling rather embarrassed, offering ghostly honey to replenish strength. Don't worry. Once you finish, I have other provisions that's fine, if it dies. We can capture another, for the dungeons are teeming with ghouls. This time, Dantun did not refuse. Hunger would undoubtedly diminish his combat prowess, and he would not jest with his life. However, he resolved to compensate Sellers in the future. One was a simple, deathly banshee, and the other a kind-hearted youth, both possessing untold experiences unbeknownst to each other. Thus they engaged in delightful conversation. Are you a courier? You must have traveled to many places, right? Sellers was filled with curiosity about the outside world. I have left my footprints across much of the Western realm. In the future, I shall take you hunting in the Dragon Hills, where a beautiful breed of red fox resides, and many capture them as pets. The vast shop was adorned with an array of full suits of armor, resembling a line of soldiers awaiting inspection. Dantun followed the deathly banshee into the armory, feeling somewhat dazzled by the selection. Despite the passage of time and lack of maintenance, they were marred by a patchwork of rust. Yet, donning one would provide greater defense than being bare-skinned. Which set shall I choose? Dantun inscribed, inquiring the grimoire. Most of these armors are of fine quality, yet the magical runes inscribed upon them have deteriorated, rendering their special abilities inactive. Homa projected text, indicating the third on the left. A silver armor of ancient Roman style, forged with a blend of blue iron, boasting superior defense, and fitting your physique quite well. How remarkable. You can actually write. Sellers gazed at the fiery red letters floating in the air with wide-eyed curiosity. Writing is but a trivial skill. I possess knowledge of over 10,000 scripts. Homa tempted Sellers. I also know many wondrous spells. Would you care to learn? Are spells truly useful? Sellers reached out to touch the grimoire, finding it empty, then extended her finger, gently poking her. They can aid a prince in slaying dragons and vanquishing demon lords. What young maiden has not harbored a knightly tale beneath her pillow? Who has not dreamed of a prince declaring his love from a balcony? As Homa narrated the tales, Sellers nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Please, do not inundate this innocent maiden with such knowledge. Dantun rolled his eyes, removing a lightweight armor and donning it. Clank, clank, the iron boots struck the ground with a dull thud. Dantun jumped a few times, already anticipating the exhilarating sensation of his boots connecting with a ghoul's face. It would surely be delightful. The wooden racks displayed an impressive array of weapons. After testing their heft, Dantun selected a two-handed sword weighing approximately 15 pounds, for he preferred traditional armaments. Alas, the bowstring is broken. Had it not been, a hunting crossbow would have greatly enhanced his lethality. Dantun picked up a dagger, unsheathed it, confirmed its sharpness, and slipped it into his boot. Ladies, let us set forth. Dantun approached Celis, tapping the grimoire. Share another tale, just one more. The innocent young banshee was utterly captivated by Homa's stories, pleading with Dantun. What grand tale could Homa possibly tell? Let me recount Hamlet. Dantun had dreamt of many classic masterpieces. Yet he never dared to share them, fearing the pyre. However, Celis was different. As a deathly banshee, she had no chance to disclose such tales, and even if she did, none would seek retribution, for who would believe in evil banshee? A secret held for 15 years, unable to be shared with another, is indeed a torment. Upon encountering Celis, Dantun finally found a confidant. Hamlet, a renowned tragedy, had scarcely revealed half of the beleaguered prince's tale before Celis was in tears. Even Homa was moved, unable to refrain from composing 2 sonnets to express their emotions. Continue. Upon noticing Dantun's pause, Celis hastily urged him on, with Homa flying over to bump against his head in discontent. Shall we not first slay the ghouls? Once I have repaid the offering, I assure you I will regale you for an entire month. Dantun wore a wry smile. Should he delay any longer, he himself would become the offering. For Prince Hamlet, slay, slay, slay. Homa, with no sense of decorum, projected text, urging Celis. From this moment forth, you must learn magic, for only then can we swiftly hunt enough ghouls. Celis eagerly nodded in agreement. Dantun crouched atop a rooftop, quietly observing the street below that a low-tier ghoul clutched a guinea pig-sized wild dog, squatting on the ground and ravenously devouring it, while several ordinary ghouls, drawn by the scent of blood, approached, only to be swatted away by it. Its strength was likely around soul level 3. It was not killable. Homa released a magic detection, promptly relaying information. Move, seek the next target. A safe and efficient strategy must be devised. Dantun could not allow time to slip away so idly. Ghouls would not attack Celis, as she was a deathly banshee. However, should she strike first, they would instinctively retaliate with ferocity, of course, due to their lack of intelligence. They would not assist one another. After exterminating the ghouls in the back of a general store and clearing a safe zone, Dantun instructed Celis to attack them, luring them back one by one. Let us attempt to lure a ghoul of soul level 1. Observing the myriad of ghoul corpses strewn about, Dantun's appetite grew. He sought to challenge himself, in the back of the general store. Numerous ghouls lay in disarray, all reduced to mere fragments by Dantun's strikes. Mounds of flesh and blood were splattered everywhere, combined with the foul stench permeating the air, resembling a slaughterhouse. Is this not too dangerous? Celis expressed concern for Dantun's safety. Perhaps we should stick to slaying these ordinary ones. After all, they require little effort. Celis lacked experience in discerning the enemy's strength, yet it mattered not. She simply held the grimoire, as Homa would inform her of everything. Too slow. Dantun wiped a piece of tattered cloth across the armor, removing the blood. Do you not tire of slaying such insignificant foes? These ordinary ghouls have yet to develop soul seals within their skulls, rendering them incapable of absorbing magical energy. They are scarcely even the lowest tier, utterly feeble. With Dantun's current strength, he could effortlessly fell a dozen or more. In one-on-one combat, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Indeed, they were pathetically weak, posing no threat. It is only in life-and-death struggles, where one could perish at any moment, that magic users dare not slacken their efforts, fully immersing themselves in battle, thereby honing their formidable prowess. Homa had long since grown weary. It merely wished to see if Dantun would proactively propose a challenge, to ascertain whether he possessed a fearless heart. The evidence proved that the new master's courage was commendable. Within a day of becoming a magic user, he sought to confront formidable foes. Indeed, dragons in a greenhouse dared to provoke even goblins with their battle axes. Dantun quoted a saying from the Western continent. Do not forget, I still have number 2. Number 2 seemed to sense its master's mention, glancing over. Yet, with its face marred and decayed, it appeared utterly terrifying. Celis lured a ghoul, and Dantun initiated with a spell of necromantic penance. If it failed, he would strike again. The failure rate remained alarmingly high, yet the sheer number compensated. After toppling over 60 ghouls, he finally succeeded in penance upon one. Dantun named this gaunt ghoul number 2, and from the armory, he procured suitable armor to fit it. What are you doing? Sellers observed as Dantun discarded the rending dragon tooth, instead wielding a shield in his left hand and a Roman short sword in his right. I cannot rely solely on that 10-minute usage of giant strength for battle, can I? My own martial skills are what I should trust most. Prepare yourself. Homa was exceedingly pleased with Dantun's choice. Should he become enamored with formidable magical equipment, he would ultimately become their puppet. The deathly banshee dutifully cradled the grimoire to her chest and floated away in the streets. Ghouls roamed, completely disregarding Celis. Permitting her to approach a low-tier ghoul with ease, Homa cast a magic detection spell, and upon the ghoul's head, a faint blue rune briefly appeared before vanishing. This one will do. Soul level 1. Homa cautioned, this time, do not fail to cast the corrosion spell. Utilize the phosphorus arrow, release it, and then retreat. Understood. Ceres, wrought with anxiety, fumbled slightly with her incantation gestures. Fortunately, her soul chanting mitigated any potential mispronunciations. Remain calm. It cannot catch you. Homa assumed a mentor's demeanor, rectifying every one of Ceres' mistakes. Although the shadow arrow possessed considerable power, it consumed excessive magical energy, was convoluted in its incantation, and required a prolonged casting time, which Homa deemed beneath him. Thus, he instructed Ceres in the use of the phosphorus arrow. In contrast, while the phosphorus arrow might be less powerful, it was swifter. The time taken to unleash a single shadow arrow was sufficient to fire 3 phosphorus arrows. If all hit their mark, the total damage would exceed double that of the shadow arrow. Low-level ghouls, devoid of intelligence, nonetheless possess survival instincts. T-Series skill level, it was entirely plausible they could evade the shadow arrow, resulting in a significant loss. However, with the phosphorus arrow, she would have 3 opportunities to attack within the same time frame. If even one struck true, it would provide a distinct advantage should she land a preemptive hit. It would generally induce at least a moment of tension in the adversary. That pressure would eventually lead to their unraveling. Maintain your composure. Even if fear grips you, present a calm facade in battle. Mindset is paramount. A mere glance can betray your vulnerabilities to your opponent. Homa projected extensive text, his mastery in combat and unparalleled experience shining through. Such instruction would undoubtedly benefit any apprentice for years to come. A plume of white phosphorescent fire materialized before Ceres, igniting and elongating into an arrow measuring half a meter. T whistled as it sped toward the ghoul. The low-tier ghoul sensed danger and instinctively twisted its neck. But Ceres, overwhelmed with anxiety, misfired. Boom! The phosphorus arrow struck the cobblestone ground, creating a small crater akin to that of a coconut. Roar! The ghoul emitted a hoarse threat from its throat, lunging at Ceres like a rabid dog. Fool! Do not flee. Continue your assault. Homa quickly projected bold crimson letters, calculating the time. It was sufficient for her to release another phosphorus arrow, and the closer she was, the easier it would be to hit. Ceres, timid and frail by nature, felt overwhelmed by the harshness conveyed in Homa's words, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she dared not flee and muster the strength to cast her spell. Boom! The second phosphorus arrow was released, and although the ghoul attempted to evade, the arrow's speed was too great, striking its right rib and creating a gaping wound. Run! The massive letters sprang forth, and Ceres, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, turned and fled toward the general store. The low-level ghoul was swift, but could not match the speed of the deathly wraith, whose ethereal grace resembled a whirlwind, akin to a grandiose dance. Even if it could not evade, it could simply ascend. This was Homa's confidence. Ceres, disoriented by Homa's reprimands and having never faced a ghoul before, had long forgotten such strategies. Dantun, it's coming! Ceres rushed into the backyard, tears streaming down her face, her voice frantic. Dantun raised his hand, bestowing upon himself a radiant aura, and immediately dashed toward the entrance, gaining speed. The sound of iron boots resounded against the ground with a rhythmic thud. Dantun scarcely noticed Ceres rushing past. His gaze was fixed intently on the doorway. Whoosh! The ghoul, accompanied by a noxious whirlwind, burst through in an instant. The two parties were nearly upon each other, within a mere 3 meters. Dantun could even see the wormholes in the ghoul's teeth. Die! Dantun propelled himself off the ground, exploding into action, raising his arm to position the shield before him. Bang! The ghoul collided with him. Dantun felt his body jolt as the immense force transmitted through the shield, vibrating his chest and nearly prompting a cough. Holding his breath, Dantun pushed off with his left foot, halting his backward momentum, his right hand tightly gripping his Roman short sword. He swung it fiercely at the ghoul. Giant slaughter! Whoosh! Infused with magical energy, the short sword glimmered with a dark red radiance, akin to lightning, as it descended toward the ghoul's head. True to its low-tier classification, the ghoul tilted its body, narrowly evading the strike. While its right claw swiftly swiped at Dantun, screech! Dantun raised a shield to block. The claw scraped against the metal, creating sparks and an ear-piercing noise. Giant trample. Dantun lifted his right foot and slammed it down onto the ground, causing a spiderweb of cracks to radiate from his point of impact, leading to a collapse, with stones flying in all directions. The ghoul staggered, losing its balance, and its second claw swung wide of its target. Number 2 finally arrived, delivering a powerful strike with its claw against the ghoul, clad in heavy armor, significantly slowing its speed. Dantun unleashed giant slaughter once more, the short sword severing one of the ghoul's arms before continuing downward, slicing through its chest and cleaving its body in two. Bang! Bang! The ghoul crashed to as he gazed upon the menacing low-tier ghouls. Dantun commanded his second meat shield to engage, creating a diversion while he maneuvered with his shield at his side, poised to deliver a fatal strike the moment they let their guard down. After the ground was littered with the corpses of 16 low-tier ghouls, both Salis and Dantun had exhausted their magical energy, compelling them to halt their relentless hunt. Let us find a safe haven where you can meditate and allow your weary body to recover. Wait, aren't we recounting the tale of Hamlet? Salis pouted, feeling slighted as she glimpsed the text projected by Homer. Once he has repaid his debt to the soul, I shall regale you for an entire month. Homer reassured Salis, for what Dantun needed most was time. He must swiftly advance to a level where he could face Robinson and his companions with composure, not to mention the multitude of undead creatures lurking in the dungeon that could easily spell his demise. Ah, and I possess a hidden opera script titled Romeo and Juliet, which I shall narrate to you in due time. It's a promise. Salis' eyes sparkled with anticipation, with a deathly banshee as his guide. Dantun effortlessly located a relatively secure chamber. He seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, clutching the magical tome, closing his eyes to commence his meditation on the holy angelic form. The soul seed exuded spiritual energy, which gradually coalesced into a white orb the size of a cherry. This orb extended and unfurled, slowly taking on the form of a female angel. It then began to draw in magical energy, manifesting plumes of white feathers that adorned the angel's back. With a rush, as the wings became full, the white feathers shot forth like crossbow bolts, merging with Dantun's being. Salis perched on the threshold, cupping her chin in her hands, her gaze wandering aimlessly until she was suddenly captivated by this miraculous sight, left utterly speechless. What a beautiful little angel! Salis yearned to grasp the angel, yet refrained for fear of harming Dantun. 1, 2. As time passed, the number of soul angels surrounding Dantun increased until it reached 12, at which point they ceased to appear, each drawing in magical energy and embedding themselves within Dantun's form. As a newly minted magical energy wielder, he successfully manifested 12 soul angels through his first attempt at the holy angelic form meditation, showcasing remarkable potential. Homer was quite pleased. If it were an ordinary magical energy user, they would only summon a single angel at best, while someone of Robinson's caliber would not exceed 3. The vortex meditation technique was indeed exceptional. If auctioned, it could fetch an astronomical price of 10 million, a sum that reflected the mentor's high regard for Eileen's future, hence the investment. Were the mentor to discover that Eileen had imparted this meditation technique to Dantun, he would likely be furious, for it was considered a closely guarded secret. Naturally, if the mentor learned that Dantun had abandoned the vortex meditation technique, he would surely be driven to despair. Alas, while the vortex meditation was commendable, it paled in comparison to the holy angelic form meditation, akin to mud. Within a given time frame, the magical energy drawn by a single soul angel far surpassed that acquired by 100 vortex techniques. Moreover, It resonated more harmoniously with Tang Dun, a holy knight, allowing for swifter integration. This efficiency pertained only to the first level of the soul. As Tang Dun's rank continued to ascend, the disparity would only widen. Of course, the quintuple concentration of magical energy within the dungeon also played a pivotal role, enabling Tang Dun to draw it without restraint. Poor Robinson and his companions. Homer lamented, contemplating how splendid it would be if Tang Dun monopolized the dungeon. He must urge Tang Dun to seize every moment for training and eliminate those three miscreants at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, there was the deathly banshee, an innate sorceress. Allowing her to escape would be a lamentable oversight. Observing Tang Dun enter a meditative state, the magical tome floated towards the deathly banshee. Why do these angels lack faces? Without the need for writing, Salas communicated directly with Homer through their souls. In time, they will have them. Homer, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters, insisted, I must teach you the meditation technique. Will this produce angels? I wish to learn. I wish to learn. The inquisitive Salas nodded eagerly. You are an undead. Why would you pursue this? Do you wish for a prolonged existence? Homer projected his thoughts with exasperation. Pondering the lack of common sense exhibited by those he encountered, Salas intertwined her fingers. Her expression one of sorrowful pleading. Very well. I shall impart to you the meditation technique of the Queen of Forgetfulness. Though it will not yield angels, it will manifest other entities. What are they? Salas inquired. You shall discover that once you learn, Homer replied. But know this. You will become Tang Dun's personal magical advisor. Do you still wish to learn? If I become an advisor, will he not leave me? Salas beamed upon seeing Homer nod. I wish to learn. In this desolate and decaying dungeon, Salas had endured too much loneliness. She was genuinely afraid of continuing in solitude, yearning for companionship. I hope you remember the promise made today. The magical tome projected crimson letters that flickered like flames. Deep within, Homer possessed a grace and pride that rendered him incapable of deceit. Otherwise, he could have conjured countless contracts to ensnare the naive Salas, binding her as Tang Dun's servant. Unbeknownst to Tang Dun, who was wholly absorbed in his meditation, the wings of the soul angels continued to coalesce magical energy and merge with him, causing his soul seed to gradually swell. 3 hours later, Tang Dun awakened from his meditation, exhaling a long-held breath as flecks of magical energy burst forth with each exhale, twinkling like stars in the dimly lit chamber, the soul seed. Once the size of sesame seed, had now doubled in size. The to be able to host 5 undead penances is far too few. Tang Dun clenched his fist, dissatisfied, oblivious to the fact that this efficiency would astonish any onlooker. All right, let us resume the hunt for ghouls. Homer, who had been instructing Salas in magic, urged Tang Dun upon his awakening. Are you a heartless overseer? Tang Dun stretched lazily, teasing the magical tome, yet his actions were swift as he seized his weapon and made his way to the general store. In the dimly lit courtyard, strewn with corpses, a fierce battle raged on. A low-tier black-blood spider found itself cornered, issuing shrill cries as it sought escape, its mandibles bloodied and mangled, crimson ichor splattering everywhere. The second and third shields, clad in full heavy armor, braced themselves like iron cans, holding their ground steadfastly, their claws relentlessly raking against the black-blood spider, leaving behind gashes. Tang Dun raised a shield with his left hand while wielding a knight's lance with his right. He lunged forward, thrusting fiercely through the gaps between the 2 ghoulish servants, the lance tips stained with red. The black-blood spider bore numerous fist-sized holes, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Salas floated 30 yards away, 5 meters above the ground, surveying from her elevated position as she chanted incantations, launching torrents of phosphorescent arrows towards the massive spider to suppress its firepower. Occasionally, errant spells would create small craters in the walls, fragments flying and clattering against the ghoul's armor. Unable to endure the torment, the black-blood spider gathered its strength and unleashed a torrent of green venom. The 2 ghouls, undeterred by the toxic spray, steadfastly shielded Tang Dun. Hissing, the venom corroded their armor, producing wisps of white smoke. The rhino-sized black-blood spider, with its 8 legs straining, charged fiercely at the second shield, desperately attempting to carve out a path to freedom, with a resounding crash. The second shield was sent tumbling. Just as the black blood spider made its move, Tang Dun leaped forward, stepping into its path, and with a powerful thrust of his left shield, he halted its advance. In that fleeting moment of delay, the second shield regained its footing, successfully repositioning itself. Tang Dun retreated, continuing to jab at the remaining 2 compound eyes of the black blood spider with his knight's lance. "Keep pushing. It is on the brink of death." The projection of Homar emanated resplendent words, uplifting the spirits of the masses. Over the course of 10 days, Tang Dun relentlessly hunted ghouls, collecting souls, honing his martial skills. When fatigue set in, he would meditate, refusing to sleep until exhaustion rendered his eyes unable to remain open, leaving no moment wasted. This frenzied diligence and the copious sweat finally yielded substantial rewards. Tang Dun's combat prowess soared, and with the application of correct tactics, he completely overwhelmed undead creatures of the first tier, even finding the second tier insufficient to satiate his appetite. Homar deemed Tang Dun overly audacious and selected a black blood spider at the pinnacle of the third tier to impart a taste of defeat. However, to his astonishment, Tang Dun employed a meat shield strategy, methodically wearing down the creature. The intense battle raged on for 6 minutes, exhausting Tang Dun's magical energy, forcing him to engage in close combat with his dragon spear. The armor of 2 ghouls had been corroded by venom, rendered rusty and extensively damaged as he braced himself against their attacks. Were he a human, he would have surely succumbed to despair and fled. The black blood spider fared no better. Its venom depleted, it would require a considerable duration to replenish. Yet, even if it struck true, the ghouls remained unperturbed, as for its web spinning. Confined in a corner, the angle was far from ideal, rendering it ineffective. With a sharp thrust, the knight's spear pierced the spider's eye, and with a twist of his wrist, he twisted the weapon deeper. Ultimately, the black blood spider bled out, emitting a final shriek before collapsing, its 8 legs giving way beneath it. Tang Dun, wary of deception, refrained from allowing the 2 meat shields to step aside, continuing to thrust the knight's spear with vigor until the spider ceased to breathe. "It is utterly dead." With the projection of Homar's words, a wisp of deep violet soul residue was extracted from the black blood spider's body and absorbed into the grimoire, with the crisis averted. Tang Dun collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The overwhelming fatigue from expended magical energy and physical exertion surged through his nerves like a tide, akin to a spring wound to its limit, leaving him aching all over. Removing his helmet, he greedily inhaled several breaths, indifferent to the pool of blood and remains on the floor, sprawling out with limbs wide open. Celeste, drenched in sweat, would have long since depleted her magical energy were it not for the support of the magical crystal Tang Dun provided. He resolved to prepare potions for instant magical replenishment in the future, as mana stones proved too slow. Tang Dun reflected on his combat experiences. Extracting magical energy from mana stones required resonance with soul power for guidance, which not only divided his focus, but was also excessively slow, an unforgivable flaw in battle. Merely defeating a low-tier black blood spider had proven such a laborious endeavor. More training was imperative. Homar's projection chastised Tang Dun, reminding him that this creature was approximately at the pinnacle of the third tier. Should Tang Dun learn the truth, he might become complacent and lose his drive for improvement. Homar would not allow such a fate to unfold, though he felt a sense of satisfaction with Tang Dun's performance. Why number 2? Tang Dun hardly noticed Homar's words, as number 2, after battling for so many days, had finally reached its limit, collapsing under the weight of its heavy armor. It was no longer viable. Number 2 had sustained multiple fractures and required replacement. Homar activated his soul eye, meticulously scanning the ghoul's condition. Tang Dun assisted in removing number 2's armor and observed that some bones had pierced through the flesh. With most tendons torn, the entire body deformed. Truly, it was the most cost-effective cannon fodder. As long as its head remained intact, it would continue to fight. However, such severe bodily damage would inevitably impair its combat effectiveness. After all, no one would be foolish enough to be bitten to death by an immobile ghoul. The finely crafted armor from the weapons shop though rusted and unsightly due to prolonged neglect, still retained considerable defensive quality despite being unable to activate special effects. Compared to ordinary equipment, they were of a markedly superior quality. Should they be brought back to Morning Mist Town, destitute mercenaries would undoubtedly vie for them. Over the past 10 days, Number 2 and Number 3 had worn out more than 10 sets of this armor. Receiving better treatment than some small adventurer groups in the future, with sufficient funds, Tang Dun planned to procure exceptional grade armor for his ghoul servants, ensuring they would withstand blows like turtle shells. Tang Dun reminisced about the fearless charges and tactical positioning of Numbers 2 and 3. With a large contingent, they would surely become an unstoppable force. That had been perilously close, Celeste floated over, still shaken, but now exhilarated, exclaiming, "Is this what it feels like to fight on the precipice of death? How thrilling! Would she become a battle fanatic?" Tang Dun found himself envious of Celeste, who was undeniably a prodigy of magic. Under Homar's tutelage, her speed of learning was astonishing. In a duel, Celeste could easily employ a kite-flying strategy to exhaust Tang Dun, who possessed no range combat capabilities. Of course, Celeste currently lacked the combat intelligence for such tactics, and Tang Dun would not foolishly pursue her with a blade. He would choose a strategy suited to his own strengths. Celeste's aptitude and talent were commendable. With enough effort, she could undoubtedly become a renowned banshee across the continent. Homar mused that had Celeste been born in the realm of the undead, she would have been a prime candidate for intensive training. Time to reap the spoils. Having regained some stamina, Tang Dun leaped up, slicing open the black blood spider's body to extract the magic core. Not killing Number 2? Homar queried in confusion. Never mind. It has accompanied me for so long. I cannot bring myself to extract its soul residue. Tang Dun instructed Celeste to fetch ink and a quill, writing an explanation in the grimoire. The undead's repentance could not be undone, as long as it lived. One servant slot would remain unfilled. Homar refrained from commenting on Tang Dun's decision. Very well, let's kill it then. Do not extract its soul. Tang Dun approached Number 2, swiftly striking down, shattering its brain. May your soul ascend to heaven and find eternal rest. In truth, for the million undead within this dungeon, death was a form of liberation. Homar sighed. This creature was formidable. It must be worth a considerable number of souls. Tang Dun finally recalled the task at hand. How many more offerings did he still require? Already settled. So soon? Tang Dun was taken aback. This answer was unexpected. Over the past 10 days, he had scarcely eaten or slept, dedicating himself almost entirely to meditation and battle. All the toil and sweat would not be in vain. Homar rarely praised Tang Dun, but this time he did. Suddenly feeling considerably lighter, Tang Dun could not help but smile. Indeed, to be free of debts was a relief. What should he do next? Yes. Activate the war space and transport the wealth from this place. Are you a lowly goblin content with a moldy piece of bread? Have a little ambition and resolve. Homar was infuriated. You not wish to possess the entire dungeon? Tang Dun countered, I am not that greedy. This is not greed. It is a goal that any man should aspire to. Do you wish to live your life as a commoner? Tang Dun remained silent but clenched his fists tightly. What boy had not dreamed of becoming a hero in childhood? Who had not fantasized about marrying a princess? Within this dungeon, nearly 1 million undead posed a significant threat of death. Yet it was also an opportunity. If all were slain and their souls offered in sacrifice, any deity would generously grant rewards beyond imagination. Powerful martial skills, magic, divine arts, legendary magical armaments, even artifacts. There was nothing beyond reach if only one dared to aspire. Gold coins, masterpieces, gemstones, priceless works of art lay waiting, ready for him to claim. Even the most ordinary ceramic from this shop would fetch hundreds of gold coins as an antique upon returning to the Western continent. Rarity begets value. When there is an abundance, worth diminishes. Tang Dun was not foolish. Furthermore, the number of collectors was limited. Have a little ambition, will you? Look at that magnificent castle in the city center. It surely belongs to a hereditary duke. What do you think of his collection? And those noble households with their vaults? Enough wealth to squander for 10 lifetimes. Most nobles enjoyed purchasing 1 or 2 oil paintings by renowned masters to display on their walls as a testament to their taste. After scouring the dungeon, Tang Dun could adorn every corner of his estate with them. There were many, countless paintings, Celeste nodded, recalling her aimless wanderings, during which she had encountered an abundance of oil paintings. Did you see that mage tower? Yes. Tang Dun looked northward, where a towering mage tower pierced the clouds, exuding immense visual tension, resembling a blade that rent the heavens. The value of a mage tower. Well, you already know without me saying. Homa, with his perspicacious guidance, observed the scale of their undertaking, recognizing that the owner's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the Dragon Slayer tier. Are you hoping for my demise to come swifter? The Mage Tower stands as a sanctuary for sorcerers, a final bastion, each replete with intricate mechanisms. Without the owner's permission to enter, I might as well await being obliterated by the defensive magical formations. Despite his grievances, Tang Dun acknowledged Homa's astuteness. Among the ancient relics that drew adventurers like moths to a flame, the Mage Tower, the Royal Castle, the Academy of Magic. These were indeed the most valuable and fiercely contested domains. Setting these aside, merely the news of quintuple magical energy concentration here would entice even Dragon Slayer elites, who would rush to seize and monopolize it. One must understand that residing here would yield unparalleled benefits in cultivation. If I were in their place, I would certainly not share with others. Homa believed Tang Dun lacked a certain ferocity in defending his territory, but that was of little concern. He was still young and could be nurtured over time. I, too, shall not share, especially since Robinson and his companions wish to eliminate me. So what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to meditate, continue hunting ghouls, honing our martial skills, and elevate our strength to eradicate them as soon as possible. Homa urged, for every second you delay, they absorb more magical energy and capture another soul. Charge! Charge! Tang Dun leaped up, raising his arms in fervor. With Robinson's meticulous nature, how could he not carry soul stones? If he were to gather sufficient souls, he could also offer them at the war god altar to obtain formidable martial techniques. Charge! Charge! Celis followed closely behind Tang Dun, emulating his cries. The girl discerned that Tang Dun seemed inclined to reside in the underground city, which delighted her, for she would no longer be lonely. This seemingly lifeless underground city, despite the faint glow of luminescent moss, appeared dull and unchanging. Except during moments of hunger, Tang Dun scarcely felt the passage of time. After another grueling 10 days of arduous training, subsisting on spider meat and ghost honey, which proved far more nutritious than gnawing on stale bread, Tang Dun had grown a tad taller and gained some strength. No longer as frail as before. Through the continuous practice of the holy angel statue meditation technique, the soul seed within him had now expanded to the size of a mung bean. Storing more magical energy, ensuring he would not exhaust his reserves after casting a few divine spells, I wish to return, Tang Dun declared after dispatching a low-tier ghoul, seizing a moment to confer with Homa. Indeed, a return is necessary. Homa concurred. One cannot survive solely on spider meat, and ghost honey is limited. While Celis may not mind, you ought to conserve it. Food, water, magical stones, potions. Ultimately, I require ample supplies. Tang Dun had devised a comprehensive plan. Over the past 10 days, he had amassed numerous soul remnants, not for sacrifice in exchange for divine spells, but to be consumed by the grimoire in order to unlock the war space and carry supplies. The war space of the grimoire is not measured by volume, but by weight, with 1,000 pounds constituting a logistical unit of war. Loading ordinary supplies exceeding 1,000 units or strategic supplies beyond 100 units necessitates the consumption of magical stones. I have never heard of utilizing spatial artifacts requiring expenditure. After Homa elucidated the war space, Tang Dun's face was a canvas of confusion. That is a reflection of your ignorance. Do not equate the grimoire with those inferior spatial tools. Homa imparted knowledge to Tang Dun, explaining that the war space is significantly more advanced than ordinary spatial artifacts. The consumption of magical stones is employed to power the war core, thereby slowing the temporal flow within the space. In simpler terms, items stored in ordinary spatial tools will eventually decay over time, while provisions within the war space will remain unchanged for an extended period to correct that, in essence, the more magical stones consumed, the slower the flow of time. For instance, food, fruits, or even a steaming cup of tea can be preserved indefinitely, provided one is willing to expend magical stones. Even after a century, they could be retrieved in the same state as when they were stored. Homa boasted, for the war space undoubtedly ranks among the highest tier of spatial equipment, embodying advanced principles of time and space. How astonishing! Tang Dun resolved to fervently scour for magical stones henceforth. Recognizing their strategic value, while gold may depreciate, magical stones would forever retain their worth that, of course, ordinary spatial equipment is already coveted fiercely by magic users, let alone the rarer war space artifacts, each of which is legendary in stature. By the way, can the grimoire accommodate living beings? Tang Dun inquired, gesturing toward ghoul number 3, a necromantic creature, which hardly qualifies as mere supplies. Does it? Indeed, but such entities fall under the category of war units. Housing them necessitates a higher grade space to maintain their life systems. Therefore, the magical energy consumed for one unit is tenfold that of a logistical unit of war. Homa projected text, demonstrating its formidable might. As long as you possess sufficient magical energy, even a dragon could be contained. How incredibly cool! Celis gazed at the grimoire, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. What magnitude of space have we unlocked? Tang Dun eagerly sought to ascertain how much could be transported. One logistical unit of war. In response, the grimoire projected an ancient bronze door, towering 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, carved with a massive hourglass motif. As Celis reached out to push, the hourglass split in two, the door swinging open to reveal a golden luminescence. There's nothing inside. The banshee tiptoed, leaning forward to peer inside, only for 2 bronze hands to suddenly emerge, grasping her and attempting to pull her through the door. "Help me!" Celis cried out in terror. The prank was a success, as Homa projected the banshee's head, adorned with a smiling visage. How vast is the war space! Tang Dun continued to write with his quill, wishing for the day when he might hear her voice. Vast beyond your imagination, yet do not fault me for not warning you. As the war space expands, the consumption of soul energy will increase exponentially. Homa lamented, "Did you think I relished your scribbling on my form? You ought to hasten to hunt ghouls and gather soul remnants for me to restore my essence." When the topic of his form arose, Homa was filled with indignation, vowing that once his powers were restored, he would cover Tang Dun in an array of oil paintings, allowing him to experience the sensation of being defaced. "Time is of the essence. I shall prepare the items to take back, departing in an hour." Tang Dun gazed toward the inn, a deep concern etched upon his face. He wondered how Durin fared. The chances of survival are slim. Robinson and his companions will not spare you. Homa reassured him. You need not feel guilty. Given your level, self-preservation is already a challenge, let alone rescuing him. Why must we leave? Celis interposed before Tang Dun, her expression one of impending tears as she gazed at him. Have I done something wrong? Have I angered you? Do not overthink. I merely need to return home to attend to certain matters. But I shall return within 10 days. Tang Dun hastened to clarify, not wishing for her to misconstrue his intentions. Promise you'll come back, Celis implored, her fingers entwined, her gaze shifting shyly away from Tang Dun. Yes, I promise, Tang Dun nodded affirmatively. Wait for my return before you depart. Celis left that parting remark before hastily drifting away. The preparations were not cumbersome. The war logistical space was filled with the gold he had collected during this time, along with some valuable items to be sold upon his return to procure supplies. They had been so focused on hunting ghouls that they had not accumulated much gold, indicating that their purchasing power would be limited. Homa expressed his dissatisfaction with Tang Dun's meager finances. Poor, exceedingly poor. Next time, we shall directly cleanse the undead within the light bank and empty the treasury. Tang Dun seated himself on the steps. Placing his backpack beside him, he began to await Celis, hoping that Robinson and his companions would not outpace him. Rest assured, in this undead-infested underground city, they will certainly tread carefully, hence their advancement will be considerably slow. Homa suddenly pondered concern. What if they return to the inn and discover the magical formations adorned with magical stones, restoring the Portal S operation? Surely they would remove the stones. How then would you return? That is precisely why I arranged a time with Celis. If the portal remains closed, she will fill it with magical stones. Tang Dun had already contemplated this. It was the sole passageway out, and Robinson and his companions would surely not dismantle it. Before discussing the magical stones collected by Celis, Tang Dun had already discovered a whole chest of them in a blacksmith shop, containing over 100 pieces. These were crafted by master blacksmiths for the forging of equipment. But alas, before they could be put to use, they had transformed into ghouls. In fact, they might have already forgotten about you. Lost in the thrill of exploring the dungeons, Homa projected a number. Over 20 days. How could an ordinary person, not a magic user, possibly survive? Perhaps those 3 individuals are even engaged in a deadly struggle to hoard the wealth for themselves. Tang Dun clenched his fists. Relying on others to fight among themselves was a precarious hope. It was imperative to enhance his own strength swiftly, for only then could he overpower them. How troublesome. If only I could absorb a bit more soul energy, I could establish 2 beacons in the dungeon and Morning Mist Town, enabling spatial teleportation. Homa complained, disliking this feeling of weakness, which made it feel like a mere insignificant fish in a vast ocean. You can teleport? Tang Dun exclaimed, marveling at the seemingly endless capabilities of the grimoire. Of course. I'm the esteemed grimoire, Homa interjected, sensing Tang Dun's curiosity and cutting him off. Telling you about other abilities would be of no use. Once you help me gather sufficient soul energy, you'll naturally find out. Celis, struggling to carry a linen bag, returned breathlessly as she entered the backyard. Her strength gave out. Thud! The bag fell to the ground, spilling a dozen gemstones. Even in the dim light, their brilliance could not be concealed. Here, Celis exclaimed, grabbing a handful of gems and thrusting them into Tang Dun's hands. They're quite valuable and can be used for purchases. In addition to over 300 gems, the bag also contained more than 100 magical stones, each slightly larger than a marble, which Celis had collected out of boredom. She had many more hidden in her secret backyard. Put them away, Tang Dun said without pretension. Expressing thanks might only displease Celis. The grimoire opened the bronze door to the war space, and 2 bronze hands reached out, retrieving the supplies and the relatively intact ghoul no. For the journey through Crow Ridge was perilous, so Tang Dun decided to bring a servant as a precaution. As for number 3, it remained in the backyard. After instructing Celis on what to do, he worried she might forget. So he meticulously wrote out a detailed list on a full sheet of paper, along with 2 diagrams of the inn's layout, clearly indicating the location of the teleportation portal. Celis did not mind the effort and diligently committed the instructions to memory. All right. This will be the end of our conversation. Until the appointed time, do not approach the inn. You are not yet a match for those 3, Tang Dun reiterated, gently patting Celis' forehead before turning to leave. Celis opened her mouth to speak, but instead found herself unable to contain a sob, tears like pearls spilling over her cheeks. Tang Dun swiftly traversed the rooftop path he had taken before, and upon nearing the inn, a giant leaped in through the window. The corridor was devoid of ghouls, likely having been exterminated by Robinson and his companions. Without pausing, Tang Dun hastened towards the guest room where the dragon-guarded potion formula and sapphire staff were hidden. Carefully lifting the floorboards, he saw they were still there, and relief flooded his heart. After allowing the grimoire to store them back in the war space, he instructed number 4 to clear the way and charge towards the master bedroom where the teleportation portal was located. Number 4 encountered no attacks, indicating no ambush awaited them in the bedroom. Tang Dun hurried inside and glanced around. Indeed, the nodes of the magic array were empty. When Homa first teleported into the bedroom with Tang Dun, it had already used magic to scan the array, becoming well acquainted with the required size of the magical stones. Under Homa's guidance, Tang Dun opened his backpack and embedded the polished magical stones into the nodes. Thankfully, the grimoire's assistance saved him considerable time in determining the correct sizes. As the last magical stone was placed into the final node, the magic array was activated, glowing with a soft blue light before unfolding into a 3-meter-high teleportation portal. Crackle, crackle! The spatial energy crackled, emitting sparks that a minute later, the portal stabilized completely. You may enter, Homa urged. Unable to contain his anticipation any longer, Tang Dun commanded number 4 to go first, then sprang into the portal himself. Instantly, he was enveloped in an abyss of darkness, his body feeling as though it had plunged into a lake. A sensation of weightlessness overtaking him. In less than a second, his right foot touched the ground, and the sudden brightness of the sunlight pierced his eyes, forcing him to squint. In stark contrast to the dim environment of the dungeon, this small town in Crow Ridge basked in the warm rays of summer. Although still dilapidated and decayed, a hint of warmth permeated the air. Number 4. Stay alert, Tang Dun commanded, positioning the ghoul in front of him while shielding his eyes with his left hand, peering through a narrow slit. The corridor was eerily silent, and sunlight streamed through the rotting roof, illuminating beams where dust particles danced in the air. Clear the way. Following Tang Dun's command, Number 4 charged down the stairs and out of the inn. Sprinting swiftly towards the outskirts of the town, Tang Dun followed closely, clad in leather armor alongside Number 4, with a dragon tooth tucked away in the war space, carrying only a Roman short sword. As long as he did not encounter the suspected Lord of the Ghouls, Tang Dun felt nearly invulnerable. The youth who once faced the threat of ordinary ghouls with a high likelihood of death had now transformed into a ghoul slayer. Enjoying the warm summer breeze and observing the low shrubs, Tang Dun felt a sense of freedom akin to that of fish leaping in the vast sea. Near the entrance of the town, a wandering ghoul spotted Tang Dun and immediately lunged at him like a rabid dog starved for months. Tang Dun leaned forward, quickening his pace, leaving Number 4 behind, then leaped high, soaring 10 meters in an instant. With his right hand raised high, he brought the short sword crashing down upon the ghoul's head with the force of his descent. Giant's slash. Sizzling through the air, the ghoul's body was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were butter being sliced by a hot knife. Number 4, advance. Tang Dun did not even glance at the dismembered ghoul, waving his right hand forward like a tempest, continuing his rapid sprint. The crows, disturbed by the commotion, flapped their wings and took to the sky, cawing as if cursing Tang Dun. Having traveled nearly 2/3 of the distance, Tang Dun had not encountered a single ghoul. Rather than relaxing, he felt an increased sense of caution. Why was it so quiet? This seemed decidedly abnormal. Taking a moment to gather himself, Tang Dun retrieved the grimoire to write his inquiries. Caution prevents great misfortune. Homa projected the words, suggesting that when the opportunity arose, Tang Dun should procure some reconnaissance-type magical accessories, which would significantly enhance his safety. First, I should buy a horse. This is simply wasting time, Tang Dun mused, a smile breaking on his face at the thought of the gold coins in his pocket. Oral and his Highland horse. Here I come. Indeed, a commoner at heart. Look at your meager aspirations, as barren as a goblin. Homa retorted sharply. Then I shall acquire a Franconian thoroughbred. I have heard that their bloodline possesses a hint of draconic power, allowing them to cover thousands of miles in a day, Tang Dun declared fervently. If that fails, I shall seek a golden sparrow unicorn. What a superficial, ignorant, unworldly commoner you are. I must enlighten you, lest you bring shame upon my esteemed self. Homa lamented, exasperated. Once your strength has increased, I will teach you how to set up a summoning array. At that time, we can capture a pure-blood infernal nightmare from the abyss. How long must I wait? Tang Dun's eyes sparkled with excitement, choosing to ignore Homa's jibe about being commoner. Homa did not genuinely look down upon Tang Dun. Referring to him as a commoner was merely its habit. Even if a high elf stood before it, they would still be addressed as a commoner. Focus on reaching the war rank first. Otherwise, with your current pitiful strength, you would surely become fodder for the nightmare. Homa added, noticing Tang Dun's slight eagerness. During this time, you must not be idle. Gather summoning materials. At least 500 intact soul stamps are needed, and they must be of good quality. 500? Does that not imply I must slay 500 low-tier ghouls? Tang Dun realized, just from the materials required for the summoning, that this infernal nightmare would undoubtedly be formidable. Excitement filled his eyes. The petty Glengarry boasted of his Highland horse, flaunting it in front of Tang Dun, deliberately showing off. When the day came for him to ride the nightmare, he would ensure that Glengarry would be left utterly humiliated. Too ashamed to ever show his face again, a sudden, piercing scream shattered Dantun's blissful dreams that he strained to listen as faint sounds of struggle wafted through the gentle breeze. Someone was in peril. Without hesitation, Dantun dashed toward the source of the commotion, compelled to offer assistance. Homer refrained from commenting on Downton's actions, nor did he attempt to intervene. As a man, one ought to possess their own discernment. On the decayed soil, a throng of ghouls was relentlessly besieging an adventuring party. The situation was dire, with 3 members already fallen, surrounded by a dozen ghouls that viciously clawed at them, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from their near-lifeless forms. A knight enveloped in light armor bellowed fiercely, shield in his left hand and a broad-bladed sword in his right, repeatedly attempting to break through the ghoul encirclement to rescue the gravely injured comrades. However, for every ghoul he felled, more surged forth to take its place. "Hamlet, forget them. While you still have strength, make your escape," urged a warrior clad in crimson armor, desperation lacing his voice that a moment's distraction led to a ghoul's claws raking across his arm, sending sparks flying. "You madman, if it weren't for your insistence on bringing them along, we wouldn't be pursued by these ghouls," a drained female knight, her visage streaked with tears, reproached Hallie, an archer, pale from blood loss. Attempted to speak but was interrupted by a violent cough that expelled blood. His chest bore deep gashes, visible to the bone. Without the knight's healing magic, he would have succumbed long ago. That we cannot abandon them. The knight Hamlet disagreed resolutely, insisting they could still eradicate the ghouls if they held on a little longer. "Forget him. Let's go. This moralist will never leave them behind." Among the 3 stood a sorceress wielding a staff, though her own magical energy was equally depleted, leaving her unable to assist and reliant on others for protection. These young souls, merely 17 or 18 years of age, had formed a 12-member adventuring party. Drawn by tales of tombs beneath Crow's Ridge, initial progress had been smooth, dispatching ghouls, collecting souls, and gathering magical herbs. Yet as they neared the edge of Crow's Ridge's heart, a scouting companion inadvertently attracted the attention of an elite ghoul. The sorceress, as the party leader, understood their capabilities and promptly commanded a retreat. However, the ghouls pursued relentlessly, their low-level intelligence allowing them to summon reinforcements with their cries, though they fought valiantly against the higher-tier ghouls. The adventuring party found themselves at the brink of exhaustion. Despite her status as a war-class sorceress, she had exhausted her supply of magical potions and stones, rendered powerless. "This is your fault. We're all going to die because of you." Under the weight of impending doom, the blood-soaked female knight lost her composure, howling at Hamlet. The others joined in, blaming Hallie. Had he not insisted on bringing the injured, they could have escaped sooner. "They're our comrades. Don't abandon them," Hamlet pleaded, brandishing his sword as a golden halo emanated from its tip, expanding to envelop the 5 of them. This was a divine spell, a self-healing aura that would gradually mend their wounds. "I lack the heart to be ruthless. Otherwise, we wouldn't be on the verge of annihilation," the sorceress noted, casting a glance at the 3 comrades on the brink of death beneath the ghoul's gnashing teeth. With a decisive command, she declared, "We must leave. Hallie, if you refuse to repent, stay behind." The red-armored warrior and the female knight immediately followed the sorceress's lead, while the archer, desperate to keep up, faltered and collapsed to the ground after a few steps. "Don't leave me," he cried out, his voice hoarse with despair as he watched the 3 attempt to flee. The sorceress, deaf to his pleas, found herself unable to escape as hordes of ghouls surrounded them, launching frenzied attacks that blocked all paths of retreat. "It's your fault, you bleeding heart. We are going to die. Don't you realize it?" The archer, seeing the knight retreat in front, resorted to striking his calf with his longbow in frustration. Despair enveloped him. With so many ghouls and their injuries, how could they possibly escape? "Nothing will happen. Trust me." Hamlet remained resolute, his face behind the winged helm steadfast as ever. "The greatest regret of my life is teaming up with a moralist like you." The red-armored warrior muttered, wishing he could strike Hallie down. When Dantun arrived, the adventuring party found themselves in their most perilous predicament, yet we must save them. Dantun was not a cold-hearted man, even in the face of danger. He felt compelled to be extremely cautious. "There are 26 low-tier ghouls," Homer advised, pointing out the monsters to prioritize as he opened the war space and passed the rending dragon's tooth to number 4. "Someone's coming. Save us," The desperate female knight spotted two figures rushing toward them, clutching at the hope they represented and screaming at the top of her lungs, nearly shredding her vocal cords. Dantun surged forward 100 yards. Raising his hand to unleash a burst of golden light from his fingertips, in a flash, golden radiance appeared above Hamlet's head, cascading down upon his weary body, instantly invigorating him. Dantun continued to wave his hand, bestowing light upon them. 100 yards was the limit of his divine spell, and only upon advancing to the war class would its range expand. Hope is here. It is the radiance of Hercules. The red-armored warrior felt a surge of strength, his spirit lifting instantly. Have you all lost your minds? Focus your fire. Attack one point to break the encirclement. Dantun roared, his voice drawing the attention of several ghouls who lunged at him. Number 4. Dantun empowered himself with the radiant light, discarding his battle axe, and under his command, Number 4 moved to the front. It's this bastard's refusal to leave. The female knight found a release for her frustrations. Loudly lamenting, "We're out of magic. Do you have any magical stones or potions?" The sorceress gazed at Dantun as if he were a savior. The sharp, rending dragon's tooth cleaved through the ghouls with ease, slicing them in half. Time was of the essence. Dantun could not afford to strike their heads individually. Instead, he severed the ghouls' bodies, rendering them immobile. Hold on for just a few more seconds. Dantun ran forward, covering 20 meters before raising his battle axe. A torrent of magical energy surged from the blade, soaring skyward and instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long axe, its blade alone boasting a diameter of 3 meters. Resembling a leaden cloud that blotted out the sun. Giant seal. Dantun swung his right arm down, the magical battle axe crashing down with the weight of a mountain. The ground cracked half a meter deep. 6 ghouls caught in the onslaught were swiftly reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The stench of blood-soaked earth splattered across several faces, and witnessing Dantun's brutal strike filled them with a mix of shock and exhilaration. "We are saved," the female knight cheered, her despondent spirit lifted in an instant. Dantun leaped 7 meters into the air, diving toward the swarm of ghouls assaulting the adventuring party. As he descended, he inhaled deeply, resembling a whale breaching the surface before unleashing a deafening roar. Giant's roar. The piercing sound wave reverberated, threatening to rupture their eardrums. This was a sound-based restriction technique. The ghoul horde staggered, momentarily disoriented, their attacks faltering. With a resounding crash, Dantun landed, his right leg striking the ground with tremendous force. Giant's tread. Within a 5-meter radius, the ground convulsed as if struck by an earthquake, cracking, collapsing, and churning. The terrain's devastation left the ghouls unsteady, swaying helplessly, unable to mount any further attacks. As Dantun unleashed the rending dragon's tooth, he activated its additional effects. The power of the giant surged through him, visibly bulging his muscles, with a single sweeping strike. He sent a dozen ghouls flying as if struck by a battering ram. Those unfortunate enough to collide with the axe's blade were cleaved in two. The female knight, awestruck by the spectacle, nearly forgot to attack. Giants, descendants of the ancient titans, naturally possessed divine strength. Even a solitary giant dared to grapple with dragons, their very essence bred for battle. Even an ordinary adult warrior could rend high-tier magical beasts asunder with their bare hands. Under the 20 seconds of magical enhancement, Dantun resembled a miniature giant, embodying primal ferocity and unbridled violence. Even the low-tier ghouls, possessing merely a soul rank of 4, could not withstand his formidable strikes. Each ghoul struck was reduced to mere fragments, toppling helplessly to the ground. Had it not been for the proximity of the adventurers, Dantun's release of the giant flail would have expanded his attack radius, nearly engulfing the entire horde of ghouls. As the special effects faded, Dantun seamlessly integrated himself into the formation, taking cover behind the sorceress. "The magic stones are in my backpack. Knight, refrain from unnecessary movements and guard my right flank." Dantun, wary of his companion's combat prowess, positioned number 4 as a shield beside him. Despite being clad in full leather armor and wearing a mask, the distinct aura of the undead allowed the 5 to discern number 4's true identity. Though none dared to voice their thoughts, in a mere 30 seconds since Dantun's arrival, he had disordered the ghoul swarm, preventing them from mounting further assaults on the adventurers. the pressure on the five diminished dramatically, increasing their chances of survival and bolstering their morale. "Protect me." After admonishing her companions, the sorceress wasted no time, reaching for a magic stone, only to pause momentarily, astonished by its quality. The magic stones collected by Celis were unearthed from noble estates, exquisitely cut, as the death banshee had an affinity for beautiful objects. Through her studies with Homa, Celis had come to understand the value of these stones, yet she was generous towards Dantun. "What is it?" the knight inquired. "Nothing." The sorceress quickly regained her composure, resonating her magical energy with the soul force to swiftly absorb the stone's power, though inwardly she sighed, feeling indebted. "Hold on. Once Hannah regains her magic energy, we can crush these ghouls," the red-armored warrior bellowed, not only to uplift morale, but also to reassure Dantun, concerned he might abandon them upon witnessing their dire situation. Dantun felt another ghoul, immediately sensing his muscles begin to fatigue. The tearing dragon's tooth was exceptionally heavy, requiring considerable effort merely to wield. The others fared even worse. After a harrowing escape, they were on the brink of collapse. Were it not for Danton's intervention, their demise would have been certain. "Hurry, hurry!" the knight urged Hannah, a warrior renowned as a mobile artillery mage. As long as she was adequately protected, she could turn the tide of battle. Magic energy surged into Hannah's body, causing the luster of the magic stone to dim instantly. Without a moment's delay, Hannah brandished her lark staff with her right hand while inscribing intricate runes with her left, her lips parting to chant an obscure and complex incantation. Fireball spell complete. A fireball the size of a coconut materialized a yard in front of the knight, and with a thrust of Hannah's staff, it soared towards the most ferocious of the low-tier ghouls. Boom! The fireball collided with the ghoul, erupting in flames, igniting its decaying flesh and sending charred remnants splattering across the battlefield, igniting nearby undead. Approximately a soul rank of 4, the red-armored warrior reported, assessing the damage. Such a creature would require at least 5 fireball spells to be thoroughly vanquished. Hannah's foundational skills were commendable. Even in such perilous circumstances, her incantation was flawless, the fireball coalescing in less than a second as it shot towards its target once more. The tide of battle was shifting. Danton's earlier 20-second outburst had decimated numerous ordinary ghouls, and even those that survived were left severely maimed, unable to encircle the adventurers that let's bolster our powers with other divine spells. The knight urged Dantun, her face a mask of confusion, perplexed that this paladin had not immediately empowered the group with various supportive spells, but instead charged forth like a warrior to slay the ghouls. The red-armored warrior cast a glance at Dantun, who had executed his combat techniques with fluidity, dismantling the ghoul horde, yet his current conduct appeared amateurish. Some magic users, upon their first foray into battle, might forget their responsibilities under the pressure of death, which was understandable. After all, everyone begins as a novice. However, after receiving Fanny's reminder, Danton's continued adherence to his own course was somewhat inexcusable. "Apologies, I can only cast 1 divine spell," Dantun confessed, feeling embarrassed and reluctant to admit his limitations. With ghouls so close, he could not utilize the undead repentance. "Which academy of the divine do you hail from?" "Only capable of casting a single spell, yet daring to venture in a Crow Ridge." Fanny's incredulity was palpable. She believed Dantun must have lost his mind, as it was a grave gamble to risk one's life so recklessly. Morale plummeted once more. Even Hannah's eyelids twitched with disappointment. A paladin capable of bestowing divine blessings of strength, endurance, agility, and even healing would be far more esteemed than a mere melee combatant, significantly uplifting the group's spirits, as the former could enhance the overall power of the adventuring party. To find a paladin who could not even cast 3 basic spells was disheartening. "Hannah, we are relying on you." The red-armored warrior knew he risked offending, yet he had to voice this concern. It was a matter of life and death. Hannah subtly nodded, nearly perfecting the casting process without wasting a moment. Dantun remained silent, yet resolved that upon their next return to the underground city, he would hunt ghouls to collect souls, offering them to the discounted divine being in exchange for those so-called basic spells. Heracles' strength, Gaia's endurance, and Jungle's agility were the most fundamental and frequently used spells. often referred to as the basic 3 divine spells. Easy to learn indeed. Hamlet, having not heard Danton's words, assumed he felt ashamed and attempted to console him. "Haley, you fool, how ignorant can you be to bring up such a sore point?" Fanny wished she could chastise Haley for his thoughtlessness. While Danton might not possess the basic 3 spells, his combat skills appeared commendable, truly earning them a chance for reversal. Surely, he possessed the undead repentance of the dragon-slaying rank. It was improbable he could not master these 3 basic spells. That Danton's attention was swiftly diverted back to Hannah, who, living up to her reputation as a mobile artillery mage, unleashed the fireball spell with the ferocity of a cannonball. The ghouls were bombarded as if struck by RPG rockets, their flesh exploding into a chaotic flurry, scattering widely in mere moments. Chunks of charred flesh crackled and burned, littering the battlefield, emitting a noxious scent. The spellcaster is indeed the most formidable damage-dealing class. Such raw destructive power is utterly overwhelming. The red-armored warrior marveled, lamenting his lack of aptitude for magic, leaving him to remain a melee fighter. Only 3 remain. Hold them off. As the number of ghouls dwindled, Fanny finally had the luxury of stepping away from her role as a meat shield to replenish her magic energy. "Wow, the quality of your magic stones is remarkable," she exclaimed, extracting a sizable magic stone from Danton's satchel. After expressing her awe, she distanced herself from the ghouls and began to absorb its energy. Swish! 20 seconds later, Fanny raised her hand, a shower of radiant energy cascading over Hannah. This was the divine spell of Awakening Blessing, alleviating the fatigue brought on by intense spell casting. "Grant me the endurance blessing." "I can barely hold on," the red-armored warrior shouted, utterly exhausted from the prolonged battle, as the agility blessing enveloped him. Dantun felt his body grow significantly lighter, his movements more nimble, making it easier to evade the ghoul's attacks. The endurance blessing instilled within him a sense that he could fight for another week. If earlier he felt merely embarrassed and reluctant to be underestimated, now, having experienced the tangible benefits firsthand, he was even less inclined to let the opportunity to learn the basic 3 spells slip away. And why basic 3 divine spells can double the effects. As the crisis was nearing resolution, the knight finally found the leisure to boast. The 3 spells were fundamental, simple, and easy to learn. Any paladin could master them. However, mastering them to perfection would require time, and of course, aptitude. Yet generally, no paladin would waste effort on such trivialities. With each significant advancement in rank, the effects of the 3 basic spells would automatically increase, doubling in potency when ascending from soul rank to dragon-slaying rank. Why bother exhausting oneself to master them when one could focus on learning more powerful divine spells instead? After all, there were countless divine spells. A divine knight could spend their entire life without mastering them all, necessitating choices to be made. Aside from divine spells, paladins could also learn various martial techniques like warriors. And even mages could consume various potions to enhance their physical prowess. Oh, why did they never pursue such avenues? For a mage, time is the most precious commodity. The soul stage fortifies the essence of the soul, enhancing soul power, allowing mages to absorb magical energy more swiftly, while also providing a slight boost to physical attributes. The war stage represents a perfect enhancement of the body. The heart, muscles, and bones are all rendered stronger through the tempering of magical energy. Typically, a melee mage can experience a 10-fold increase in physical prowess upon reaching the judgment stage. Even mages traditionally known for their frailty, such as those of the arcane variety, may see a 2- to 3-fold enhancement. After all, they dedicate most of their time to meditation and practicing spells, leaving little room for physical conditioning in the judgment stage. The mage's physical strength becomes nearly set, with subsequent improvements being minimal. This phase primarily focuses on the integration of magical energy, ensuring a closer affinity between the soul seed and the body, thus enabling the body to better accommodate magical energy and unleash 100% of its combat potential. During this stage, talent undergoes its first evolution, and in addition, there is a divine boon that allows the summoning of a magical servant. The Dragon Slayer stage, as the name implies, signifies that the mage has acquired the qualification and strength to challenge dragons. However, The most crucial aspect of this stage is the increase in lifespan. Even the High Elves, renowned for their longevity, are not immune to death, let alone humans with mere centuries to live. Who does not yearn for immortality? Most mages resemble clockwork dolls, tirelessly striving towards the Dragon Slayer stage. Paladins, of course, would never squander precious time on the 3 divine arts at the outset, nor on lesser-used intermediate divine arts. The swift ascent to the Dragon Slayer stage is the aspiration and goal of many mages. Feeney possesses considerable talent and reached this level in the soul stage without expending much time. Thus she is ground for pride. How enviable! Hamlet succinctly expressed his sentiment. Still too slow. Feeney shook her head. I desire an aura. Radiance can only enhance a single target at a time. However, upon reaching the war stage, Radiance can automatically upgrade to an aura, allowing for group enhancements. Although the aura consumes more magical energy, it can simultaneously bestow divine arts upon multiple targets, rendering its tactical significance undeniable on the ever-changing battlefield. Only one ghoul remained, teetering under the onslaught of the group. The head is mine, the crimson-armored warrior bellowed. A spear of magical energy abruptly materializing at his side, shooting towards the ghoul and piercing its skull. How vexing! You used your talent to steal the kill. Feeney pouted. Though she complained, it was evident to all that she was teasing her companion. Ah, my talent, Blood Spear, was indeed born to seize kills. The crimson-armored warrior plopped down on the ground, raising an eyebrow, his expression one of triumph as he gazed at the fallen ghoul. What is your talent? Feeney inquired of Dantun, her curiosity piqued. Isn't it unsuitable for combat? Quickly clean the battlefield and leave this place. Dantun diverted the topic, unwilling to disclose his talent to strangers. Tisich, if you won't say, then forget it. Feeney's expression remained unwavering despite the rejection. The crimson-armored warrior produced a soul stone, preparing to extract the remnants of the soul from the corpse, only to see wisps of purplish mist emerging and being drawn into Duntun's backpack. The grimoire would not let such a feast go to waste. Before Dantun could speak, it had already taken action. After all, being in the backpack, there was no concern of being seen. Apologies, Dantun said, somewhat sheepishly. Feeling that Homa's manner of eating was too unrefined, I should be the one apologizing. The crimson-armored warrior chuckled bashfully, adhering to the unspoken rule of their group, since Dantun had turned the tide of battle and saved them. The spoils rightfully belonged to him. Hannah and her companions refrained from extracting souls for this very reason. Hamlet, struggling to keep his strength, attempted to assist the archer, but alas, it was too late. He had bled out and ceased to breathe. Thank you, Hannah said, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she extended her right hand towards Dantun. She was a striking girl. Though merely 17, she exuded an aura of maturity. Tall and well-endowed, her loose-fitting waistcoat could hardly contain her, causing it to sway enticingly with her movements. Let's leave first, Dantun replied, giving her hand a brief squeeze before letting go. The most profound impression Hannah left on him was her sky-blue eyes, brimming with confidence and pride, exuding a commanding presence befitting a leader accustomed to giving orders, and one wished to linger in that place. After a brief respite, the 5 of them set off on their journey home, breathing a sigh of relief as they exited Crow Ridge, no longer assaulted by the foul stench. Even Hannah, who was most concerned with her image, sat upon the ground. The atmosphere lightened, and conversations sparked among them. A paladin born of humble origins has no future. You should consider enrolling in a seminary for training. Hannah rapped her staff against the ground. Feeney and her companions immediately ceased their chatter. No need to worry about admission qualifications or tuition. I will assist you with that. Hannah offered a deal, seeking to repay Duntun's favor. Thank you, but I do not require it. Dantun thought of the dungeon awaiting his exploration and conquest. He had no time to waste at a seminary. Your promotion path is misguided. As a paladin, you should focus on divine arts and martial techniques. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Very, the crimson-armored warrior, quickly urged Dantun upon hearing his refusal. Do not feel embarrassed. You saved us, and Hannah's offer is only fitting. Really unnecessary. Dantun frowned. I did not save you for the sake of a reward. Hannah was not accustomed to being contradicted and found herself at a loss for words. What brought you to Crow Ridge? Feeney noticed Vieri giving her a glance and seized the opportunity to inquire, To gather magical herbs, Dantun replied, rising to his feet. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Hey, Dantun brother, don't be in such a hurry. To show my appreciation, I invite you to dinner. Vieri leaped up, exclaiming, but his eyes were fixed on Hannah, mouthing, should we keep him? These individuals were not lacking in strength. It would merely be a matter of returning a favor. Dantun had no time for idle chatter with them, striding away without a backward glance as for the 2 magical stones they had consumed. He was not a miser. Moreover, he appreciated Hamlet's character, considering it a gift. Tisich, just a paladin who can't even perform 3 divine arts. What is there to boast about? Feeney scoffed at Dunton's retreating figure. His strength is likely at the soul stage, yet he dares to venture alone into Crow Ridge. He must either be insane or have a compelling purpose. Vieri stroked his chin, shaking his head. I find it hard to believe his claim of gathering magical herbs. Don't speak so lightly. His martial skills are impressive, and his weapon is quite remarkable. Hamlet defended their savior against his companion's disparagement. That makes me even more curious. Looking at that lad's skin, demeanor, and behavior, he seems like a sun-baked commoner. How could he possibly afford a weapon of perfect quality? Vieri licked his chapped lips, his envy palpable. To be honest, I felt an impulse to snatch it from him. Are you joking? Feeney exclaimed in disbelief. A perfect-grade weapon could easily deplete a viscount's fortune that he did not misjudge. That battle axe emanates a tribal essence, known as the Rending Dragon's Tooth, a sacrificial artifact unique to the ancestors' altar. Hannah, an exemplary student of St. George Academy, had encountered this knowledge in the Grand Library. His 22nd second wild burst must have activated the effect of Giant's Might. What a pity. If he possessed troll blood, his power would have been even greater. I suspected something was amiss. It turns out he relies on a perfect-grade battle axe to enhance his combat prowess. I disdain him. Feeney conveniently overlooked the exceptional 2-handed sword in her possession. Had they not encountered a high-tier ghoul, approximately at the judgment stage, they would not have needed his assistance. Feeney was quite indignant. Enough of that. Had it not been for our good fortune and superior equipment, we would have surely become the ghoul's lunch. Vieri reflected on their recent experience, still feeling rattled. Not quite. Although he lacks divine arts, his martial prowess is highly skilled. Did you not see how he dispatched the ghoul? He displayed remarkable experience, as if he understood them intimately. Hamlet recalled Dunton's battle and offered his assessment. He is indeed formidable. During his attacks, there were hardly any unnecessary movements, and his strikes were exceedingly precise. Vieri nodded. As a melee fighter, he had a deeper understanding of Dunton's combat style. How is it that I cannot perceive his remarkable strength? Fanny's tone dripped with mockery. Having been spurned by Dantun, she found him quite disagreeable and deliberately sought to belittle him. His martial prowess is at least at the judgment tier. No, the Dragon Slayer tier. Hannah gazed towards the end of the dirt path, where Downton's figure had vanished. His power is formidable. The Dragon Slayer tier? Surely that cannot be true. Fanny's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in astonishment. Wait. How could our well-informed top student fail to recognize his martial skills? That must be exceedingly rare. Vieri snapped back to reality, his face a mask of shock, quickly followed by an expression of regret. As a melee fighter, he could not help but be intrigued by such potent martial techniques. Dantun had slain over 1,000 ghouls. It would be absurd if he were not familiar with them. Moreover, in battle, he was tutored by a grimoire that exemplified perfection beyond any textbook. No. That lad is hiding something. Deep in thought, Hannah suddenly screamed, startling her 3 companions. What is it? Vieri felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Hannah was meticulous and would never speak without reason. A boy, possibly of common origin, possessing Dragon Slayer-level martial skills, wielding a weapon of perfect caliber for slaying hundreds, and daring to enter the perilous Crow's Ridge graveyard at the Soul tier. If there were no oddities, would you believe it? Hannah pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the dirt from the lark's staff, and recalled that his magic stone was of exceptionally high quality, its total worth exceeding 100,000 guilderin. Hiss, could the legend be true? Vieri gasped, a wave of uncontrollable joy washing over him. Are you suggesting that beneath the Crow's Ridge graveyard lies a royal burial ground? Fanny gasped, covering her mouth. Could it be? Yes, it must be correct. Let us not forget the worn leather armor worn by him and that ghoul, both quite ancient in style. Hannah recalled every detail of Dantun, growing increasingly convinced if we wish to uncover the truth. We need only to follow him. Vieri was eager, desperate to pursue him. This misfortune might turn into fortune, and we could strike it rich. Even a fool would understand that a burial ground signifies immense wealth. I find that highly unlikely. If he discovered the tomb, he would surely excavate it immediately instead of wasting time rescuing strangers like us. Fanny countered, asserting that if it were she would keep silent to avoid exposing her secret. In this world, there are still some good people. Vieri gestured towards Hamlet with a knowing smile, the implication clear. Fanny rolled her eyes. Indeed, here stood a knight with a moral obsession. Hannah hesitated. The stranger had saved their adventuring party, and logically, she should not scheme against him. Yet the potential existence of that burial ground was too tantalizing to dismiss. If they truly found it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to her family. I still hold my reservations. Allowing him to leave would be for the best. If he were to discover Sister Hannah's identity, he would undoubtedly cling to her like a stubborn gum. Fanny pouted. Having seen too many men devoid of integrity, if he sought recompense, he would have inquired about our names. And besides, you all consumed his magic stones without offering compensation. The previously silent Hamlet furrowed his brow and interjected. I hope this matter ends here. We should seek opportunities to repay his life-saving grace, rather than delve into tomb rumors. Idiot! Fanny dismissed Hamlet with a scoff, muttering under her breath that "It is my fault." Hannah sighed, realizing she had not disclosed her full name, Jose Hannah, for fear that he might discern her family lineage and demand exorbitant payment. However, it seemed he had no such intention. Rest assured, in the name of the eldest daughter of House Jose, I shall repay him doubly. Bah, I care not how you proceed. I intend to follow him. How lamentable it would be to miss an undiscovered tomb. Vieri spat, glaring at Hamlet, his hands gripping his twin swords tightly. I have yet to settle the score with you. Had he not insisted on bringing those injured fellows, we would not have nearly met our demise. They're comrades. Hamlet shot a defiant glare back. Are you out of your mind? Because of your moral fixation, we lost 5 more lives. They could have escaped. Vieri seized Hamlet by the collar, pulling him close, spraying him with spittle. Hamlet fell silent, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky dotted with clouds. His face a mask of guilt and confusion. He did not wish to abandon his companions. Yet this decision had cost more lives. I shall never team up with you again. Once was enough. Fanny joined the chorus of condemnation. Enough? Silence. Hannah shot a glance at Hamlet, hesitating before speaking. Our adventuring party teeters on the brink of annihilation. There is no need to continue. Let us disband here. Farewell, without waiting for Hamlet's response. Hannah turned and began her journey home. Vieri and the others quickly followed. After walking more than 30 paces, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the air. Hey, look! That guy is actually crying, Fanny exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. Tugging at Hannah's sleeve to turn around, Hamlet knelt on the ground, his right hand pounding the earth repeatedly, venting his feelings of powerlessness. Hannah, you must not soften your heart. Remember this lesson. Hannah did not look back. Her right hand clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin. Compared to the forlorn Hamlet, she recalled her father's teachings, knowing precisely what to do at this moment. If Dantun were to learn that his act of kindness exposed a secret, he would surely be distressed beyond measure. Vieri sighed, while he felt remorse. The tomb must be obtained. Sister Hannah is remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would not have noticed these details. Fanny clung to Hannah's arm, rubbing her cheek against her. As for someone like Dantun, a commoner, he was hardly worth consideration. Unbeknownst to Dantun, who was currently hastening towards Morning Mist Town, he was preoccupied with replenishing supplies before returning to the underground city for training. The Robinson trio would not afford him much time. Once they discovered he was still alive, they would pursue him relentlessly. The nearest horse farm to Morning Mist Town lay 20 miles away, adjacent to the North Valley Lumberyard, owned by a retired officer named Lyman, who, despite his short temper, was a decent fellow. Lyman often kept in touch with his comrades, frequently sending letters and parcels that on one occasion he discovered that any mail brought by Dantun was invariably pristine, and thus, even with a few extra silver coins, he insisted on having Dantun handle it exclusively. having exchanged pleasantries with his servant. Dantun had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Lyman riding a magnificent black stallion, racing across the designated racetrack like a gust of wind. After completing 3 full laps, Lyman finally slowed down, allowing his steed to trot over. Daha! What brings our finest postal courier from the west to my humble abode? Lyman teased Dantun, affectionately stroking the horse's neck. What do you say? Care for a ride? Due to Dantun's diligent handling of mail, Lyman held him in high regard and had hoped to recruit him for work at the horse farm, though Dantun had declined. Uncle Lyman, I'm here to buy a horse. A smile crept onto Dantun's lips. Would you truly let me ride Blackjack? Of course not. Lyman laughed heartily, affectionately running his fingers through Blackjack's mane as if treating him like family. This robust man in his 40s was refreshingly straightforward. He never hesitated to express his thoughts openly. But you are an exception. Have you changed your mind? Come work for me. I'll double the salary we discussed last time. Lyman gazed at Dantun, his eyes still sharp as bloodied steel despite being far from the battlefield. I am sorry, uncle. Dantun felt a twinge of guilt, but still declined. He had heard some unfavorable rumors about Lyman and had no desire to become entangled with him. Oh well, to each their own. Lyman sighed, lamenting the loss of such a talented individual. Come, let me show you the horses. The stable was vast, stretching over 200 meters, accommodating as many as 100 horses to keep the horses warm at night. The stalls were lined with straw. Although the horse manure had been meticulously cleaned, a strong odor of dung still lingered in the air. Lyman had long since acclimated to such an environment. Even taking a deep breath, his face alight with bliss, in the stables, separated by wooden fences, stood majestic steeds, their coats groomed to a silky sheen, exuding an air of nobility. Are you dazzled? Lyman was perpetually proud of his horses. If you require one for delivering messages, choose one with great endurance. No, I desire a racehorse, one that excels in short sprints. For Dantun, acquiring a horse was not merely for transportation, but primarily to evade the pursuit of ghouls, enabling a swift escape into the inn's portal. Then this one will do. It only lags behind Blackjack by 5 seconds in a lap. Lyman took a few steps forward, pointing out a chestnut stallion to Dantun, extolling its virtues. Uncle, aside from Blackjack, which is the fastest horse here, Dantun wished to avoid wasting time. Blackjack was Lyman's prized possession and would undoubtedly not be for sale, so he had to settle for a second choice. That would be Black Emperor. Lyman led Dantun to the largest stable, where the treatment afforded to the horses indicated their exceptional status. Why do your names resemble those of the renowned war horses? Dantun chuckled. Both Blackjack and Black Emperor were illustrious mounts, and their owners were all distinguished figures of great achievement. That sounded impressive. Lyman grabbed a handful of hay and placed it in the trough. Look at it, tall and majestic with a long, elegant neck, its movements brimming with elasticity. Riding it would transform even the most arduous journey into a delight. The black stallion snorted, its large eyes fixed on Dantun. I'll take it. Dantun extended his hand, stroking its back. At first glance, he had fallen for Black Emperor. Its body was adorned with long, muscular contours, each sinew brimming with strength, yet it appeared neither bulky nor cumbersome, but rather it possessed a graceful, harmonious form. Black Emperor tossed its head and trotted. Its mane swayed, revealing a gentle demeanor. Although it was a hybrid horse, its excellence was beyond question. What? You bought it? Lyman, who had been speaking animatedly, suddenly fell silent, staring at Dantun in astonishment. What did you say? I said this horse. I bought it. Black Emperor seemed to be aware of its new owner, extending its tongue to lick Dantun's face. This horse is valued at 20,000 kindolins. Are you certain? Lyman had initially intended to bring Dantun to admire the war horses, hoping to share his joy in horsekeeping. He never imagined this young man could afford such a purchase. Referring to him as the first postman was merely a jest. Dantun was merely renowned among the young postmen. Elsewhere, he was just a penniless youth. Absolutely. Dantun nodded solemnly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Uncle Lyman, don't worry. I'll pay in cash. In the clean, dry stable, the atmosphere suddenly grew silent, punctuated only by the occasional snort of a horse. The retired officer Lyman wore an expression of disbelief as he scrutinized Dantun from head to toe. unable to reconcile the young man's appearance with that of someone capable of affording a fine warhorse. Dantun opened his backpack and pulled out a cherry-sized ruby, offering it to Lyman. That I in my days as an officer, I came across various gemstones in the homes of numerous noble lords and made quite a fortune. Alas, such opportunities are scarce now. Lyman snatched the gemstone, examining it under the light filtering through the stable's windows. Dantun remained silent, aware that Lyman had fought in the crusade against the 12 principalities 20 years prior, amassing considerable wealth during that time. This wouldn't be stolen property, would it? After confirming the gem's authenticity, Lyman casually inquired, though his gaze bore into Dantun's eyes like a sharpened blade. Those wealthy nobles found carrying large amounts of gold cumbersome. Their coin purses were filled with precious gemstones cut into specific shapes, allowing for status and prestige in their transactions. Thus, they were prime targets for thieves. Oh, you think I look like a thief? Dantun met Lyman's gaze unwaveringly. Ha. How could that be? Seeing no hint of panic in Downton's eyes, Lyman speculated that perhaps the gemstone was something he had found, muttering to himself that luck had indeed smiled upon him. Its value should suffice, right? Dantun inquired, already having formed a judgment in his mind. It was worth 20,000 kindlings. The so-called magic tome, known as the encyclopedia, had existed for countless epochs. Even the number of magic diamonds he had seen could be likened to grains of sand, let alone a few gemstones. Ample, indeed. When I sold the treasures I'd scavenged, I conducted thorough research, and this gem's value is likely around 30,000 kindlings. Dantun furrowed his brow. Where did this price discrepancy arise? Wait here, I will prepare 10,000 gold coins. Lyman intended to consult his wife to confirm the gemstone's worth. She had a penchant for jewelry and frequently made purchases, thus possessed a keen understanding of market trends in the spacious stable. Only Dantun remained. He took out the magic tome and inquired about the reason for the disparity. That I was merely stating the inherent value of the gemstone. You overlooked the added value. Moreover, that was the market situation from 500 years ago. Homa, displaying the script of magical flames, spoke eloquently. Even professionals in jewelry appraisal could never provide an accurate price. Dantun nodded. If this gemstone were to be processed into a finished piece of jewelry, its value would indeed increase. But he had no time for such endeavors. You possess the wealth of an entire underground city. Do not quibble over such trifles. Homa teased Dantun in the war space. There are still over 300 gemstones. When tallied, you would be a millionaire. However, that wealth must be placed into a purse first, Dantun mused, wondering how long it would take to clear the undead creatures. Have some ambition, would you? The true noble families use magic diamonds. You still have a long way to go. Homa listed the grievances, unable to contain his complaints about the scarcity of supplies in Morning Mist Town. You're not thinking of spending $1 million on gemstones, are you? Dantun gazed at the final total in shock. Magic stones, various potions. These are necessities, the more the better. Homa instructed, you must ensure that you have enough supplies to last at least 100 years when lost in various secret realms. Secret realms? Isn't it a bit premature to discuss that? A secret realm, by its very name, refers to a mysterious territory. Ancient ruins, divine sites, rifts in time and space, connecting to other planes of the Western continent. All can be termed secret realms. A secret realm often signifies immense opportunities and wealth, attracting countless adventurers. The reason the 9 empires dominate the continent is that each nation controls several secret realms, extracting vast resources and power from them. Among them, the Heroes' Corridor secret realm of the Golden Blossom Empire is the most renowned on the continent, a place every young adventurer yearns for, and a must-visit for every magic wielder of the Judgment Tier. The underground city beneath Crow's Ridge could also be considered a secret realm. Better safe than sorry. Homa was exceedingly cautious, with defensive magical armor and 5 times the concentration of magical energy. You are on the verge of advancing to the 2nd tier of the soul. Preparations must be thorough. Otherwise, you might perish under the backlash of elemental attacks. Dantun, what are you doing here? Matt entered the stable behind a stable hand and, upon spotting Dantun, instantly displayed a look of astonishment. Behind him were 6 companions, all postmen who had been eager to pummel down that day at the post office. Dantun keenly sensed the shift in Matt's demeanor. He used to address him as Brother Tang, and his previous demeanor had been excessively cordial. "Oh, I see you've left the post office and taken up work at the horse farm?" Matt adjusted his collar, advising him to be cautious, as the town clerk had gathered a group of ruffians to deal with him. Though it appeared to be a concerned warning, the underlying tone was unmistakably one of glee. "It seems you've been doing well lately." Dantun closed the magic tome. "Ahem. Thanks to you, I've been promoted to acting postmaster." Matt cleared his throat and puffed out his chest, adopting an air of self-satisfaction. "Congratulations." Dantun had previously held the position of postmaster, overseeing over 100 postmen. Dahaha. "Are you feeling jealous now?" Matt winked at Dantun with a smug expression, shoving the stable hand aside while instructing him to attend to his presence. The stable hand attempted to speak, but was pushed aside by the 6th postman. "Hey, I'm here to buy a horse. Our first postmaster. Can you introduce me to one?" Matt approached Dantun, resting his arm on his shoulder, and turned to his companions, exclaiming, Not even a single horse, yet you dare to call yourself the foremost postman of Redwood County. Is that not amusing?" The 6 postmen chuckled in unison, for Matt had long harbored resentment towards Dantun, and now that he had found the opportunity, he naturally seized the chance to ridicule him. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Downton's expression remained indifferent as he cast a glance at the 6 postmen. Upon witnessing Downton's calm demeanor, their hearts skipped a beat, and their laughter abruptly ceased. "Wasn't the title of foremost postman bestowed upon me by you all? And let us not forget the moniker Fox of the Western Realm, which you also circulated. Yet, it has brought me considerable trouble. Little Grangtai has been blocking my path daily because of that title." The 6 postmen fell silent, apprehension etched on their faces as they recalled the various deeds of Dantun. Not to mention, all the postmen in the entire postal service have been extorted by the so-called Western termite sentinels to the point of losing their trousers, often subjected to beatings. Only Dantun had managed to pass through unscathed time and again, garnering undeniable admiration. "Enough of this nonsense. I hereby formally inform you that you are dismissed." "How does it feel to lose your job?" Matt, frustrated by the postman's lack of support, found himself momentarily subdued by Downton's words. "It matters not. I had intended to toss my resignation letter in Palmer's face anyway." Dantun did not even spare Matt a glance. "Look here, this is what we call putting on airs, that if you're not a postman anymore, you'll be losing quite a few gold coins each month, won't you? What about your sister's tuition?" Matt believed that Dantun was merely putting on a brave front. "How about this? Call me Brother Matt and give me some gold coins, and I'll plead on your behalf to the secretary." The 6 postmen understood that Matt was extorting Dantun and knew that even if they received money, they would not assist him. TSK, it seems you fail to grasp my plight. Then you shall deal with this horse manure daily." Matt pointed his shin toward the magnificent black stallion in the stabled DOUC. "A pauper like us toils away all our lives. Yet we cannot even afford a single leg of such a thoroughbred. They are destined to be ridden by noblemen." "That's not true. Dantun can afford horse manure." "Nonsense. It doesn't cost a thing. Just take as much as you need home. Why go through all that trouble? You might as well live here. After all, the horses eat better than he does." One postman grabbed a handful of hay and presented it to Dantun. "Come, eat up." The postmen erupted in laughter, reveling in the delightful mockery of their former superior. But the next moment, they felt as if a noose had tightened around their necks, and the laughter was choked back in their throats. Dantun twisted his waist, swung his arm, and with a fist clenched like a battering ram, he struck the postman holding the hay squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, the postman's jaw was knocked loose, sending him soaring into the air like a top before crashing down to the ground with a thud. Akin to a lifeless dog, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, mixed with several yellowed teeth. The remaining postmen, startled, retreated in unison, exchanging glances, preparing to retaliate. If they could beat up Dantun, it would certainly leave a favorable impression on the secretary. Truly fragile. Seeing blood on his knuckles, Dantun wiped his hand on Matt's shoulder. "Aren't you here to buy a horse? I recommend the one on your left." "Are you foolish? I, Matt, am mocking you. Can you not comprehend? And you dare suggest a horse to me? You, being a pauper, are destined to a life of servitude." Observing Downton's composed expression, Matt could no longer contain himself and revealed his true colors, roaring at him. "Sir, quarrels are not permitted here." The stable manager approached, aiming to quell Matt. "What nonsense! I am here to purchase a horse." Not to endure your lectures. Matt shoved the manager aside. Open the stable for me. I wish to ride at once. Matt had longed to show off before Dantun, determined to prove himself as the #1 postman. Sir, this horse costs 500 gold coins. The manager, unable to dissuade Matt, finally relayed the price. If Matt rode the horse but did not purchase it, he would be the one to suffer, given the temperament of the owner. Layman, Matt's momentum immediately faltered. He had recently come into a small fortune, yet it amounted to only 100 golder lands. Far from sufficient. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Matt's eyes darted as he began to shout again, changing the subject. The manager scoffed. Having dealt with numerous clients, he recognized Matt's reaction indicated that he was short on coins. What is all this ruckus? Layman entered the stable, 2 servants puffing behind him as they carried a chest. What is going on? Layman, a battle-hardened veteran, glared, emanating an aura of intimidation. I could TS him. I came to buy a horse, but he is neglecting his duty. You must dismiss him. Matt believed Dantun, a poor man, had no reason to be present at the stable other than to work. Who told you he's a laborer? Layman replied, dismissing Matt as insignificant. Waving his hand, the 2 servants promptly set the chest before Dantun and opened the lid. Inside lay a pile of gleaming gold coins, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, causing the postman's gazes to freeze as they couldn't help but swallow hard. That gem has been examined by my wife. According to market value, it is worth nearly 40,000 lands. Layman draped his arm around Downton's shoulder, his demeanor amiable. Here are 20,000 gold coins. Consider the extra as an allowance for Black Emperor's feed. Dantun nodded, surprised that Layman was providing change. Young man, you are remarkably composed. I have high hopes for you. Layman turned and barked at the servants. What are you waiting for? Go and equip Black Emperor with its gear. What did you say? All these gold coins belong to him. Not only was Matt taken aback, but the other 5 postmen were equally astonished. The 6th remained unconscious on the floor. Could it possibly be yours? Layman spat, contemplating the origin of the gem in Downton's hand. He was not a wealthy man, so why did Downton's eyes not flicker at the sight of 20,000 gold coins? How could this be? Matt muttered to himself, nearly popping his eyes out. Brother, if you come across such gems in the future, remember to seek me out. Layman aimed to test Dantun while also seeking a long-term partnership. As the quality of these gems was commendable, his experienced wife had stated that with some processing, they could fetch a good price. This was also why Layman was trading based on current gem prices. Otherwise, he would have simply kept it for himself. The servants acted swiftly, placing the bridle and water reins on Black Emperor, who initially seemed uncomfortable but was soon calmed. Once the saddle was securely fastened under Black Emperor's belly and the stirrups adjusted, the servant led the horse to Dantun. It is yours now. Layman handed the reins to Dantun. He had purchased the horse. Although there had been signs, Matt still harbored a flicker of hope until he witnessed this scene, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. The 5 postmen also looked on in disbelief. Just over half a month ago, Dantun had been as impoverished as they were. How could he now afford a horse? Surely, the goddess of fate was playing a cruel joke. One postman, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them vigorously, convinced he was hallucinating. After the servants secured the chest of coins to the horse's back, Dantun stepped onto the stirrup and mounted the saddle. Uncle Layman, I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave now. Dantun cast a glance at Matt from his elevated position, then nudged his heels into Black Emperor's sides. The stallion trotted briskly out of the stable. Matt's face flushed crimson. He had braced himself for Downton's ridicule, yet the latter ignored him entirely. This disregard felt more humiliating than any verbal insult. Do you believe I am unworthy of being your rival? Just wait and see. I shall become a sorcerer, and I will reclaim every ounce of humiliation I have endured. Matt glared venomously at Downton's retreating figure, silently vowing. Are you looking to purchase a horse? Layman assessed Matt's attire with disdainful laughter. Take them to another stable. Let them choose from a few lame old horses a bunch of paupers, unable to afford even the lowest tier of war horses. What a waste of time. Layman dismissed the commoners, continuing to stroll with his horse. The summer breeze caressed the face like a lover's hand, carrying the coolness of the forest shade, prompting involuntary sighs of relief. Dantun rode Black Emperor on the shaded path. leaving behind the crisp sound of clattering hooves. The previous secretary held great regard for Dantun, entrusting him with the delivery of urgent mail, for only he could be relied upon. Thus, Dantun, having learned the art of horsemanship while riding the postal steeds, could even perform a sequence of dressage. Pensive thoughts? After a long silence from Dantun, Homa projected the text, "If a destitute lad suddenly purchased a horse." Would you not be curious? Dantun retrieved the grimoire and elucidated the rationale. The town of Morning Mist is not large, and my acquisition of substantial supplies will inevitably circulate, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Perhaps I should consider a different town. Among the towns bordering the Sequoia, Morning Mist is the largest, with the most comprehensive assortment of goods. If one desires potions and magical stones, this is the place to be. Dantun sighed, resigning himself to this predicament. He could feign having found a gem to obfuscate his intentions, but having utilized the tear of the dragon during the rescue of the adventurers, that meticulous Hannah would likely harbor suspicions. The more he reflected, the more flaws he discerned in his scheme. There is no need for concern. Simply be cautious of being followed. Upon entering the dungeon this time, I shall endeavor to collect soul remnants to unlock the portal of the grimoire at the earliest opportunity. At that juncture, I can traverse between the dungeon and the town without fear of pursuit. Homa, having faced numerous dangers, immediately conceived a countermeasure. Dantun urged his steed to hasten. If only he possessed the might to crush them effortlessly, he would have no cause for such worry. The thought of Robinson and his companions brazenly siphoning magical energy and amassing wealth in the dungeon filled him with distress. Upon entering Morning Mist, Dantun bypassed his home and headed straight for the largest apothecary, Eugene's. Unbeknownst to him, a ruffian stationed at the town's entrance, upon spotting him, immediately departed with uncontainable glee. "This is the finest stone skin potion. Yours for a mere 28 gold coins. I shall suffer a loss." Old Eugene cast a glance at Dantun as he entered the shop, swiftly appraising his purchasing power before returning his focus to promoting the stone skin potion to 3 mercenaries. "What? Too expensive. Let me inform you, this is the military's designated defense potion. You won't find it elsewhere." Old Eugene, with a face full of jowls, stood less than 5 feet tall, his corpulence accentuated by a long robe that made him resemble a top-heavy spinning top. The townsfolk claimed he had dwarven blood, yet he had not taken up the mantle of a blacksmith. Instead, he astonishingly held the qualifications of a low-tier potion master. As for his son, young Eugene's reputation had spread across dozens of towns along the Sequoia border, eclipsing even that of the town's mayor. The merchant Robinson was the aspirational figure for the younger generation striving for success. Everyone knew that with hard work, they might catch up to him. However, no one even dared to compare themselves to young Eugene. Robinson was to young Eugene what a common stone is to a diamond, a chasm of disparity. The official title of Royal Apothecary Association member not only attested to young Eugene's status, but also to his value. Even the mayor treated him with utmost caution. "Lies? Have you inquired about my son's identity? A true royal apothecary, and you think I can procure such high-quality potions?" Old Eugene spat disdainfully. "If you don't wish to buy, then so be it. There are plenty of discerning buyers, and within 2 days, I shall sell out." The 3 mercenaries, tempted, purchased 5 bottles of the stone skin potion. This potion, once ingested, would harden the skin's surface into something as durable as stone within 10 minutes, significantly enhancing one's defenses. "Come again." Old Eugene rubbed the gold coins between his fingers, listening to their delightful clinking sound before contentedly placing them into his money box. The shop was lined with rows of red-painted wooden shelves, displaying an array of bottled potions that shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the windows, creating an aura of sophistication and mystery. Standing before a particular potion, Dantun observed the liquid within taking the shape of a swimming fish, prompting him to marvel and fueling his desire to study potion-making further. "Hey, don't touch that. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it." Old Eugene shot a warning glare at Dantun before reclining back in his chair. Lacking even the inclination to engage, he had seen too many curious youngsters like him, who entered out of mere curiosity. They couldn't afford even the dregs of potions. Old Eugene had a notorious reputation in town for being greedy, boastful, and looking down on everyone. Dantun, apprehensive of incurring his ire, kept his arms at his sides, but still could not escape unscathed that I wished to purchase magical stones. Dantun approached the counter, but old Eugene did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Dantun, I know you, a mere postman that I've heard they call you the Fox of the West. How arrogant. Do you know who young Eugene is? I wish to purchase magical stones, Dantun reiterated. My son, the noble royal apothecary. More aristocratic than the aristocrats themselves. Fox of the West? What nonsense. Old Eugene believed only his son to be worthy, deeming everyone else a fool. Dantun furrowed his brow, as if it could crush a crab. Magical stones? Here, 500 gold coins. Old Eugene pulled out a magical stone the size of a fingernail from beneath his chair and tossed it onto the counter, casually stating an exorbitant price. No money, scram. Dantun remained silent and exited the apothecary. Humph, a country bumpkin thinks he can buy magical stones. Ridiculous. Old Eugene sneered at Dantun's retreating figure, spitting disdainfully, contemplating his departure from this small town to settle in the grand city. The town was filled with simpletons, and even air reeked of foulness. Once in the capital, he would frequent the finest taverns and cavort with the most beautiful dancers, as old Eugene daydreamed. A large chest burst through the door with a whoosh, crashing against the wall and shattering. With a clatter, wooden shards scattered, and golden coins poured out like a deluge, glimmering under the sunlight as if a golden carpet had been laid upon the floor. Is this enough? Dantun stood at the entrance, tossing 5 gemstones in his hand, their opulent sheen dazzling in the light. Hearing the melodious sound of coins colliding and gazing at the 5 luxurious stones. Old Eugene's mouth gaped wide, resembling a frog caught by the throat, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Enough, enough! Old Eugene sprang from his chair like a spring-loaded toy, nimbly lunging for the coins. With a flourish, he scooped up a handful, only to watch the coins slip through his fingers and clatter enticingly onto the ground. Unable to suppress his laughter, "Go fetch the magical stones." Dantun strode toward the counter. This time, old Eugene exhibited no signs of delay, darting to the storeroom like a rabbit struck by an arrow and emerging with a briefcase. Lifting the lid revealed a checkered array of small compartments, each containing neatly arranged magical stones, cut to the size of a fist. These are all premium magical stones, 100 guilders per gram. Old Eugene quoted, preparing to fleece this country bumpkin. Magical stones are categorized into low tier, mid-tier, high tier, superior tier, and absolute tier based on the magical energy they contain, with prices varying accordingly. High-tier magical stones are already more precious than gold of the same weight. High tier. Your word is not final. Let us test it with litmus. Dantun picked up a stone, examining its smooth cut, well-crafted, yet that did not guarantee its potency. Haha, I have no litmus here. Old Eugene chuckled, though his heart sank. He realized he had encountered someone knowledgeable. Litmus, a blue pigment extracted from lichen plants, thriving in dark, damp environments, appeared as a blue powder and is commonly used as a magical energy concentration indicator. When dissolved in water at room temperature and exposed to a magical stone, it undergoes a color change reaction triggered by magical energy, shifting from light to deep red. The deeper the color, the higher the concentration of magical energy. The litmus color chart delineates 10 color ranges, enabling precise discernment of the magical stone's quality. Dantun had a sister studying at St. George's Magic Academy, from whom he had previously purchased magical stones, so he was experienced. Besides, even if he lacked expertise, the grimoire would ensure he would not be at a disadvantage. You can purchase some at Old Granger's General Store. They surely have it. Dantun, disinterested in exposing old Eugene's deception, knew that litmus was a fundamental potion-making reagent, easily found in any apothecary dough. I just remembered, I have a bottle. Seeing he could not fool Dantun, old Eugene reluctantly retrieved a deep brown bottle, the size of a thumb and the width of a coin, from behind the counter. If you can't manage it, I will. Dantun fixed his gaze upon old Eugene's eyes, placing the magical stone before him. Old Eugene, with no other choice, grasped the rubber dropper, drew up some litmus solution, and dripped it onto the stone. The originally purple liquid immediately faded, losing its vibrancy. Behold, such a deep hue. This is undoubtedly a top-tier specimen. Without a doubt, for every gram, I shall charge you 100 gold coins. It's a bargain beyond compare. Old Eugene chattered incessantly, refusing to compare colors with a color card. Your qualifications as an alchemist must be a sham. Am I right? Even without a color card, I can discern that this is merely a medium-grade magical stone. How many of you deceived, old Eugene? Hearing the faint mockery in Downton's tone, old Eugene's composure faltered, revealing his discomfort. A half-hearted alchemist, possessing some insight and experience, he recognized the truth in the young man's words. How could a mere country bumpkin understand litmus reagents and differentiate the grade of a magical stone without a color chart? Old Eugene grumbled inwardly, conceding to Downton's assessment. 70 gold coins. That is my final offer. No less. You dare to inflate the price of something worth merely 10 gold coins? Keep it to gather dust. Dantun turned to leave, having grown weary of the man. Wait. All right, 50 gold coins. That's the lowest I can go. Old Eugene hurried a few steps to grasp Downton's arm, despite being the largest town on the border. Morning Fogtown saw little business outside of peak seasons when merchant caravans did not arrive. After all, the town was filled with struggling common folk, and magical practitioners were a rare breed. 7. Dantun insisted, continuing to haggle. You are seeking my ruin. At that price, after deducting transportation and storage fees, there is no profit to be made. Old Eugene exclaimed, lamenting the hardships of life, a flat rate of 70% off, 7 gold coins per gram. For such quality magical stones, I shall take as many as you have. Dantun waved the gemstone in his hand. 70% off is simply too little. What? You want them all? Wait a moment. Old Eugene quickly began calculating the potential profit from this transaction. Dantun, understanding old Eugene's character, recognized his greed, yet noted his lack of business acumen. The man, upon seeing a glimmer of profit, wished to clutch it tightly in his grasp. He was far inferior to the likes of old Greeland. 70% off is indeed too low. Let us add a little more. Old Eugene pleaded, unaware that his demeanor had already betrayed his willingness to negotiate. I've changed my mind. 60% off. If you want to sell, I shall seek out old Greeland. His inventory is far more comprehensive, even if he lacks potions. Dantun lowered the price again, suddenly recalling the thick layer of dust on the boxes, indicating they had not been disturbed for quite some time, evidently unsold. Old Eugene hesitated. Selling at 60% off was already lower than the original purchase price. Yet if he retained them, they would merely gather dust. Consider the market price for medium-grade magical stones, 10 gold coins per gram. This indicated that a pound of magical stones was worth 5,000 gold coins, an expense that ordinary magical practitioners could hardly bear. They typically utilized low-grade stones, and even then, only during critical moments in battle were they willing to draw upon magical energy. The primary clientele for the potion shop were mercenary groups escorting merchant caravans. Those with strength ensured they were well stocked with magical stones, never allowing unscrupulous merchants to profit unduly. Those lacking strength had to be frugal even when purchasing low-grade stones. Drawing from magical stones during combat posed drawbacks. It was far more efficient to consume magical energy potions. Thus, magical stones were predominantly utilized in forging, potion-making, alchemy, and other magical industries. Magical practitioners usually only resorted to consuming magical stones when striving to ascend in rank, being loath to expend them during regular training. Observing Dantun nearing the exit, old Eugene capitulated. After all, such a wealthy customer was a rarity he had not encountered in years. Don't leave. I'll sell. Once he made a decision, old Eugene became swift in his actions, taking 10 minutes to tally the gold coins, appraise the gemstones, and finalize the transaction. This was a modest profit for Dantun, yet gazing upon the 20 pounds of medium-grade magical stones worth 60,000 gold coins, he found little joy in it. For a magical practitioner to rapidly enhance their abilities, a copious amount of magical energy was required. Merely relying on the ambient magical energy was far from sufficient. One needed magical stones and potions to compensate, all of which translated to monetary expenditure. In Oh Wonder, the Robinson Trio had rejoiced so heartily upon discovering the underground city's quintuple concentration of magical energy. It was no surprise that any region with a high concentration of magical energy, once reported to the state, could yield at least a hereditary title of a baron. Dantun mused, realizing that only upon becoming a magical practitioner could one truly comprehend the significance of magical energy. Regardless of the realm, it remained one of the most strategically valuable resources. Aspiring to become a powerful individual without resources may be possible, but it would be an immense waste of time. How many decades does one have to squander in a lifetime? Elaine, I am so sorry. Dantun sighed, recalling his exceptionally talented sister. If only he could provide her with sufficient resources, she would likely have already ascended to the ranks of war. Clenching his fist, he resolved to elevate his strength swiftly to eliminate Robinson and his companions. Each day of delay allowed them to siphon more magical energy. Where did you acquire your funds? Old Eugene blinked, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. I assisted others in their purchases. Dantun replied dismissively. He had previously believed his coin pouch quite ample, considering himself wealthy, yet now realized he was still a pauper. I knew it. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Old Eugene rubbed his belly, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Would you care to purchase some stone skin potions for protection? Carrying so many magical stones could attract thieves. Let me see a vial. This time, old Eugene was no longer apprehensive about Dantun breaking the potions. He selected a dozen varieties and placed them upon the counter. Strength potions, agility potions. Each will double your strength and agility for 10 minutes. Only 50 gold coins. I do not want those. Do you have any potions for replenishing magical energy? Dantun picked up a vial. Noticing a label reading Swift Shadowed at IT was a potion designed to enhance speed temporarily, a fine choice for escaping danger. The instant magical energy potion requires only one vial to fully replenish the magical energy of a second-tier soul practitioner. Old Eugene proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest in boastful promotion. The vial was 2 inches long, sealed with a rubber stopper. Inside lay a pale pink liquid, which Dantun shook, observing several particles. You can discern the quality? Now that is impressive. I wouldn't dare deceive you this time. I would lose sleep over it. Old Eugene passionately extolled the virtues of the potion, his words flowing like a torrent. Dantun, though lacking understanding, recognized that given old Eugene's character, he would likely not offer anything of true value. There was a high probability he would end up being swindled. Considering your purchase of numerous magical stones, I shall let you take this instant magical energy potion for 100 gold coins, old Eugene proclaimed, donning an expression that suggested, you've struck gold. What do you think? Dantun stepped back, retrieving the magical tome, flipping it open to write his inquiry. The tome emitted a soul detection spell, casting a green light over the potions on the counter. You are actually a mage, old Eugene exclaimed, startled. 1 vial, which should have been destroyed, could replenish some magical energy, but the side effects were severe. The tome displayed the test results. What about the other potions? All of them are discarded potions. Are we in a waste disposal facility? According to potion regulations, no potion shop is permitted to buy or sell discarded or expired potions. The tome quickly came to terms with the reality. In such a small border town, the Alchemist Association had little time to regulate affairs. That I will pass. I cannot afford them. Dantun set down the potion, grasping his satchel, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'll give you a better deal, 70. No, 50 gold coins, old Eugene shouted, chasing after Dantun. 20 will suffice. 1 it. You can keep them for yourself. Dantun shrugged off old Eugene's grasp. The side effects of expired potions were too numerous and could easily be lethal. The tome was incensed. Such a heartless alchemist clearly regarded human lives as trifles, possessing no professional integrity, willing to forsake everything for the sake of profit. Dantun contemplated smashing the deceitful shop to prevent old Eugene from harming others. However, lacking both strength and knowledge of potion making, he feared that any retaliation would leave him defenseless. In that moment, Dantun's resolve to become an alchemist grew stronger. I have made my decision. I shall strive to teach you swiftly to become an alchemist, then triumph over him in the field of potion making, forcing him to consume all those discarded potions. Since their first dispute over the Dragon Guardian potion formula, the tome had been contemplating this very issue. Various potions had come to occupy a significant portion of the lives of magical practitioners: defensive potions, combat potions, and healing potions. Even the most destitute magical practitioners, who might lack even trousers, would ensure they were well equipped. After all, in the heat of battle, They can swiftly and effectively enhance their strength. As for more advanced potions, they can even turn the tide of a confrontation. For instance, the Titan's Might Potion, which grants the user the combat prowess of an ancient titan for a brief period. Sufficient to crush a mighty dragon. Of course, such potions are exceedingly rare and have always been more valuable than accessible. For those aspiring mages seeking rapid enhancement, restorative potions are indispensable. Which scion of a noble families does not indulge daily in extravagant potions concocted from various rare materials to continually improve their physique and augment their soul power? Their vast resources, coupled with their inherent exceptional talents, render them overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly outclassing other mages of the same rank without the slightest strain. Why have you changed your mind? Dantun strolled along the long street, book in hand, and upon seeing the suggestion from the grimoire, felt a sense of surprise. The wealth within the underground city could rival that of entire nations, yet it cannot be directly transformed into strength. It must be spent acquiring various magical potions, concocting elixirs, and consuming them to yield results. Cannot magic stones suffice? Downton's knowledge of mages was quite sparse. Extracting magical energy from stones is limited, yet certain potions do not share this constraint. After all, the science of potion making has undergone several millennia of refinement, becoming exceedingly sophisticated. The renowned alchemists of Homerus understand how to utilize potions in a more scientific and efficient manner to enhance the combat capabilities of mages. That sounds impressive. Dantun yearned to become a learned scholar. Those hereditary aristocrats spare no expense in hiring personal potion masters who tailor specific elixirs to suit the unique constitutions of their family members. Homerus, truly an encyclopedia, possesses intricate knowledge about the absorption rates of potions, the accumulation of residues within the body, and the varying degrees of side effects. Residues? Surely, you do not believe potions can be entirely absorbed? The grimoire retorted. The potions circulating the market have undergone thousands, if not tens of thousands, of experiments. They may not possess the highest efficacy, but they certainly offer the best cost-performance ratio. Economical, easy to mass produce. And most mages can achieve a satisfactory absorption level with minimal side effects, and no wonder the instruction manuals indicate the percentages of efficacy. Dantun suddenly realized, after exploring the underground city, he had come across several potions, all labeled with percentages. Indeed, the classification of potion quality is akin to that of magical armaments. However, take note, for example, the Swift Shadow Potion, though it is an ordinary potion, achieves an efficacy of 90, elevating it to a superior grade that if it reaches 100, then it is classified as exceptional. Homerus explained that the higher the efficacy, the greater the utilization rate, resulting in less residue remaining in the body. Should I not procure some introductory texts on potion making? Dantun could hardly contain his eagerness. This profession is prestigious, dignified, and shrouded in mystery. For a commoner, there is no greater opportunity for distinction than to become a potion master. Surely, Mother would be proud to learn of such an achievement. There's no need for such trouble. Do not forget that I am the grimoire master. Within my dimensional space, besides those altars, there exist numerous grand libraries. As long as you defeat the guardian sentinels, you may enter and gain the right to peruse. Homerus huffed, reproaching Dantun for seeking distant goals rather than utilizing what was at hand. Sentinels? Dantun found the power of the grimoire astonishing. Constantly delivering surprises, the grimoire did not respond, for 3 ruffians had obstructed Downton's path. Hey, you little brat, come here for a moment. Our boss has something to say to you. The large-nosed ruffian's demeanor was menacing as he tilted his head towards a narrow alley on the right. Dantun recognized these idle ruffians who often intimidated and extorted postal workers. What are you dawdling for? Are you deaf? Move it. The large-nosed thug raised his leg and aimed a kick at Downton's waist. Dantun dodged, but the horse he rode was startled, letting out a loud snort. Hey, this horse seems decent. Did you steal it, you little brat? The ruffian accused Dantun, preparing to claim the horse for himself, a common tactic of theirs, if they could not steal. They would extort some silver coins instead. Dantun ignored the large-nosed thug and led his horse toward the dark alley. This kid is quite audacious. I'll teach him a lesson later. One thug followed closely behind Dantun. Grinning and speaking loudly to his companions, Relishing the sight of his prey in fear, the squint-eyed man squatted on the ground, gnawing on a chicken leg, while 6 henchmen loomed behind him, their demeanor suggesting they were no good. "Boss, we've brought the person." The large-nosed thug bent slightly, his tone unexpectedly respectful. With a casual grunt, the squint-eyed man's sinister gaze fixed upon Dantun, as though he intended to peel off his skin. Dantun was disappointed not to have encountered anyone who sought to trouble him. "Where is Balmer? I can't wait any longer." Balmer blinked, and, after adjusting to the change in light, he finally discerned the scene before him. Dantun stood triumphantly atop the head of the local thug, forcefully pressing his face into the earth. "Dantun?" Balmer shivered, recognizing the boy famously dubbed the first postman, but the current situation was utterly bewildering. "Silence! Who dares to call out? I shall tear him apart." Dantun stamped his foot fiercely, and the whimpering thugs immediately fell silent. "Balmer, you have betrayed me." The sinister man, his mouth caked in dirt, glared at the clerk, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate him. After all, he was a mage. How could a mere thug afford to offend him? Sensing the metallic scent of blood in the air, Balmer suddenly came to his senses and turned to flee. Dantun flicked his wrist and, with a swift motion, hurled his briefcase. Having barely taken a few steps, Balmer was struck in the back, tumbling forward and coughing painfully against the ground. "Balmer, I will end you." The ominous man knew of the enmity between Dantun and the clerk, and his words were a desperate plea for mercy. Dantun raised his right foot and delivered a crushing kick to the thug's face, rendering him unconscious before striding towards Balmer. "My dear clerk, what brings you here when you ought to be at the post office?" Hearing the approaching footsteps grow closer, Balmer clawed desperately at the ground, only to find himself blocked by another figure. "I've lost my coin pouch. Yes, I came out to search for it." Balmer offered a feeble excuse, his tone betraying a hint of desperation. "If you're unharmed, I shall take my leave," before the clerk could rise. Dantun delivered a kick to his shoulder, sending his hefty body crashing back down. "Since your appointment, I have never wronged you. Why do you persist in making my life difficult?" Dantun questioned, bewildered. Was it merely to assert dominance? Balmer remained silent. His ambition was to transform the post office into his own realm of authority, and individuals like Dantun, who neither flattered nor fawned, naturally irked him. It would be strange not to deal with him. In any case, knowing the answer was of no consequence, Dantun approached Balmer. "What do you intend to do?" Balmer shuffled backward a few steps, hastily attempting to rise. "Are you not fond of beating postmen? Allow me to demonstrate what it feels like to be thoroughly thrashed." Downton's right fist clenched tightly as he bellowed. "Balmer, brace yourself. No help." The clerk's cries fell silent as Downton's powerful punch collided with his jaw. Balmer's head snapped back, dizziness enveloping him as he coughed up blood, his teeth rattling in their sockets. Had you not dismissed Will and Duran, they would not have risked their lives to earn money at Crow Ridge. The memory of his 2 deceased friends ignited a blaze of fury within Dantun, and he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Balmer. "How dare you strike me? The sheriff is my friend. You shall pay dearly." The clerk shielded his head with his hands, twisting like a worm in agony. Downton's kicks intensified, shattering Balmer's teeth as he recalled the thug's earlier threat to break his legs. Were it not for becoming a mage, his life would be utterly ruined. "I beg you, cease." Not only Will and Duran, but the 30-plus postmen I dismissed could return to work. Faced with an unyielding Dantun, Balmer swiftly changed his tune. The clerk was a cowardly tyrant, merciless towards his subordinates, yet a craven wretch when confronted with someone fiercer. Dantun raged. The thug stood frozen in fear, terrified of drawing his ire. They now regretted having provoked a mage, especially one of the paladin ilk, an endeavor fraught with peril to prevent Balmer from unleashing his frustrations upon the other postmen. Dantun broke his legs, ensuring he would be out of work for several months. "If you have grievances, feel free to seek me out. I shall be waiting." Dantun retrieved his briefcase and turned to leave. "I shall not dare again," Balmer whimpered, yet the moment Dantun exited the alley, his expression twisted with malice. He resolved to seek out the sheriff. Even if it cost him dearly, he would find an excuse to hang him at the town's entrance. "What is the matter with the gatekeeper?" Dantun mounted his horse and headed towards Old Grellant's general store that we cannot afford to waste time explaining. Let us gather supplies first. "I is there no other establishment besides that unscrupulous apothecary?" Homa inquired. "There is one more, though it has fallen into disrepair." Dantun hesitated, but under the urging of the grimoire, he chose to investigate. The Wolf and Spice General Store had stood at the northern corner of Morning Mist Town since Downton's earliest memories. Yet it had been closed for much of the year. At times, it would shutter its doors for 2 or 3 years, with dust accumulating on the steps. Fortune smiled upon Dantun. The store was open. He crossed the threshold and stepped inside. That it appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet the interior was unexpectedly spacious, albeit sparsely stocked. However, the variety was impressive, with potions and magical brews available for sale, within a transparent specimen jar. A peculiar white preservative potion encased a heart the size of a pineapple, pulsating slowly but steadily as if still alive within its former host. It was the heart of an aberrant dragon-like beast, processed by an unknown potion master with remarkable skill. Judging by its hue, it had been extracted over a century ago, yet it continued to beat. The grimoire projected a beam of green light across the specimen jar, revealing the analysis results that dripped with admiration. "Are you interested in the heart of a dragon rhinoceros? For a mere 10,000 gold coins, it can be yours." Suddenly, the dimly lit store burst into color. Invigorated by the ethereal voice, Downton's spirits lifted, and an indescribable thrill coursed through him. His gaze swept past the shelves, landing upon the slender figure behind the counter. "Young man, if you wish to purchase, do make a swift decision. We shall be closing tomorrow." The figure was shrouded in a brown cloak, a large hood obscuring her features, leaving Dantun feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, judging by her voice, she was likely a girl of 14 or 15 that rumors in town spoke of the proprietor suffering from an illness that rendered her unable to see the sun, perpetually cloaked, but surely it could not be her? "You ought to know, staring at a stranger is rather rude." Though her words were reproachful, her tone lacked any genuine malice. "I apologize," Dantun quickly offered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Such conduct was utterly mortifying. "No matter. Feel free to browse. If you are uncertain about a purchase, do not disturb me. I am conserving energy for tomorrow's journey." The figure yawned and reclined at a chaise, seemingly preparing for rest. Dantun nodded awkwardly. Despite not seeing her face, he found her voice immensely appealing. When the proprietor of the Wolf and Spice General Store spoke, her accent carried a playful lilt, reminiscent of an older sister casually guiding a younger sibling. Authoritative yet not off-putting, she habitually referred to herself as "we," and would often bite into an apple, savoring the sweetness while admiring the imprint of her teeth. "Oh, you find my voice pleasing?" The shopkeeper, munching on an apple, suddenly posed a question, leaving Dantun flustered. "No," he stammered, yet the sound of her voice sent his heart racing uncontrollably, leaving him bewildered as to why. "Young man, under my gaze, all pretenses are futile." A plate resting on the counter held 4 glistening red apples, which the shopkeeper tossed to Dantun. He fumbled to catch them, almost dropping the grimoire in the process. The shopkeeper then turned her attention away, settling down with a botanical compendium for a brief respite. Once Dantun was confident she could not see him, he let out a deep sigh of relief. "What is happening to me? Am I under a spell?" Dantun scribbled his inquiry to D. "Oh, you truly believe her voice is enchanting." Homa was aware, but unsure how to respond, so it shifted the topic. "Oh, you not feel it? Listening to her voice is akin to sitting in a sunlit meadow on a clear summer day, enjoying an ice cream while gazing at the wispy clouds above." Dantun penned his thoughts passionately with a quill, leaving behind a trail of crimson ink. "You are quite the romantic, but cease your daydreaming and purchase something quickly." "Time is of the essence," Homa urged, sensing that if it did not interrupt Dantun, he might compose an entire sonnet. "Why are there no labels on these potions?" Dantun approached the shelf stocked with potions, gazing at the array of small vials, reminding the grimoire not to employ soul detection. That it was evident that these were illicitly concocted potions, which explained the poor business of this establishment. Unless one had a stellar reputation, no mage would purchase potions of dubious origin. "What is the efficacy?" Dantun inquired, subconsciously doubting the likelihood of the female shopkeeper selling substandard potions. Even without the use of magic, Mere observation sufficed to ascertain that these potions were of commendable quality, at least of an outstanding grade, achieving an effectiveness of 80%. Although Homer was not a professional potion master, his extensive exposure to countless potions provided him with sufficient experience, rivaling even some intermediary potion masters in discernment. Take, for instance, this bottle of potent mana potion. It exhibited no sediment and bore a hue reminiscent of the sky. Characteristics of an outstanding grade potion, containing 100 milliliters. This could replenish the mana of a 4th-tier soul mage in one go. As long as there are no issues, that's good, Dantun said, lifting the ink bottle-like potion and examining it against the light. The color resembled that of a beverage, certainly not unpalatable, and no need to ponder further. I shall take them all that we fear not the expense, only the scarcity. Homer urged Dantun to proceed with the transaction. I will purchase all these potions. May I inquire about the total cost? Our potions are truly exceptional. Given your discerning taste, I shall offer you a discount of 30%, the shopkeeper replied, straightening her back as she retrieved a dusty potion box from beneath the counter and handed it to Dantun. You may fill it yourself at approximately 200,000 kindlings. Though he had anticipated this, Downton's heart still trembled upon hearing the price. These liquids, even when combined, barely amounted to a liter, yet the cost was exorbitant. The price she offers is quite fair, Homer remarked. Thus, knowledge truly is wealth. The melodious-voiced shopkeeper perpetually appeared disinterested in her tasks, munching on an apple and drifting off in a thought that a considerable portion of the potions on the shelves bore no labels, clearly indicating they were privately concocted. However, with the presence of the encyclopedic Homer, the categories and qualities could easily be discerned, alleviating Downton's concerns about acquiring inferior products. The rapid effect mana potion, contained in a 50 milliliter vial, could replenish 1/3 of a 1st-tier soul mage's mana within 2 seconds of consumption. Listening to Homer's introduction, Dantun held a test tube filled with a pale blue potion, shook it to confirm the absence of sediment, and subsequently placed 100 vials into the box AS for the potent mana potions. He selected 20 bottles. According to the standards set by the Royal Potion Association, their efficacy should be 10 times that of the rapid effect mana potion at equal volume. However, the quality here was remarkably high, likely achieving 15 times that effectiveness. The potion box was specifically designed for potion storage, lined with soft inner fabric and equipped with a stabilizing frame, ensuring the fragile potion bottles would remain intact. He also selected 10 vials of Swift Shadow Potion, 35 of Stone Skin Potion, and as for the basic Strength Potion, I shall forego this. Your Hercules' Radiance Enhanced Strength is superior, and I will take all the basic Agility Potions. Homer advised, relishing the joy of shopping. Within just half an hour, Dantun had filled 6 potion boxes, purchasing 2/3 of the available potions. Apologies, Dantun expressed, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he secured the rapid effect healing potion and approached the counter to settle the bill. Homer had just declared the intent to buy all the potions, yet he felt he had fallen short of that promise, leaving him with a sense of having boasted. There is no need for an apology. I am not so petty, the shopkeeper replied, her demeanor as calm as ever. Are you certain? The total comes to 167,500 gold coins. I shall waive the remainder as a courtesy for your first visit to my establishment. Would gemstones suffice for payment? Dantun produced 10 gemstones and placed them on the counterpoint. 6 will suffice, the shopkeeper remarked, not even reaching for them, appearing unconcerned as she continued to nibble on her apple. The crisp sound echoing in the otherwise quiet potion shop. The remainder shall serve as a deposit. I have reserved your next batch of potions. Even without Homer's guidance, Dantun would have opted to prepay a deposit. Given the quality of the potions, they were undeniably a bargain. Even if he did not consume them himself, reselling them would yield substantial profits. Be quick. Our potions have already sold out, Homer noted, observing the disappointment on Downton's face, which he quickly masked. Initially believing he was the sole individual privy to the secret of the wolf and spice, he was disheartened to discover others had already beaten him to it. In this world, there were indeed many clever individuals. Homer was not surprised. Upon noticing the absence of high-tier potions on the shelves, he had already speculated on this possibility. Watching the forlorn figure of the shopkeeper, who was about to exit the store with the potion boxes, The shopkeeper felt a pang of sympathy and suddenly spoke up. "Young man, you possess keen insight. As a reward, I shall prepare some newly improved potions for your next visit. Would you like to reserve them?" Her voice was imbued with a natural warmth, akin to an elder sister praising her younger brother with a sweet treat. "Agree to her offer," without waiting for Downton's response. Homer gently nudged him, indicating that, judging by the current quality of the potions, those improved variants would undoubtedly be exceptional. Moreover, even if deceived with Downton's current standing, he could afford it. "Very well." Downton nodded, eager to know the name of the shopkeeper, but unsure how to broach the subject. "Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. These will be exceedingly rare dragon-slaying potions," the shopkeeper concluded, closing her eyes for a brief respite, preparing herself for the journey ahead. Downton treaded softly as he exited the potion shop, leading the Black Sovereign a short distance before he couldn't help but glance back. He wondered who among them had been fortunate enough to uncover the secret of the wolf and spice before him. Homer sighed, realizing that Downton had been oblivious to the situation, and lamented, "Alas, it appears we have entered the season of heat prematurely." Suddenly, Downton slapped his cheek, the sharp sting jolting his senses back to clarity. "Am I under the influence of a charm spell?" he mused, flipping open the grimoire to inquire. "Stop overthinking and hurry to procure supplies." Homer had no intention of playing psychologist. Instead, he listed the essential materials on the pages: flour, olive oil, fresh water, charcoal for warmth and fire, sufficient to sustain the entire populace of Morning Mist Town for half a year, along with a substantial stockpile of armor, weapons, and mana stones. "Are you preparing to launch a small-scale war?" Downton was taken aback. Although he had activated the grimoire's war space, there was no need to fill it to capacity. "Humph. Do you grasp the sense of urgency? You must always be prepared with adequate strategic resources to survive in the event of becoming trapped in some secret realm." Had it not been for the limited scope of Morning Mist Town and the inadequate supplies, Homer could have provided a more detailed list, given that the previous master had stored enough provisions to sustain a small principality of 100,000 residents for 5 years within the war space. However, following the death of the master, the grimoire suffered significant damage, and, lacking mana stones to maintain the war space, all the supplies had decayed over the millennia. Otherwise, Downton could have reaped considerable profits. Clearing out all the supplies in the small town would undoubtedly cause price fluctuations and unrest among the populace. "Are you trying to make my life uncomfortable, provoking the law enforcement to apprehend me?" Downton dismissed Homer's proposal and ultimately decided to purchase enough supplies to sustain 500 individuals for 3 months. "Very well. I shall focus on gathering souls and expedite the establishment of a portal in the underground city and the town. This will significantly enhance our safety." Homer was somewhat satisfied with the outcome. After all, Downton was still a novice who required gradual guidance. Granth, the foremost merchant of Morning Mist Town, boasting the largest chain of 5 shops, was naturally Downton's first choice. "Are you certain you aren't deceiving me?" The rotund Grant squinted at Downton. True to his reputation as the stingiest man in the Western Territories, he was clad in the same linen robe that had cost merely 50 copper coins the last time Downton encountered him at the Golden Ivory Tavern. Not only was the fabric worn thin in the posterior region, but both elbows were patched, presenting a pitiful appearance that I can pay up front, Downton exclaimed, brandishing his gemstones to demonstrate his purchasing power. "I hope these aren't stolen goods." "Are they?" Jilang T. I extended his thumb, brushing against the 2 meticulously trimmed mustaches beneath his nose, his small eyes darting about. Living in the same town, especially with his son constantly troubling Tang Dun. How could Jilang T. I not recognize this postman? Tang Dun remained silent, turning away. After all, there were numerous shops in the town. "Wait, let's make a deal." Jilang Ti, resembling a toad, took a few short steps to catch up with Tang Dun. 70%. Tang Dun immediately countered with a bargain. "Absolutely out of the question. By the gods, I've already offered you the lowest price possible." Like a creature stepped upon, Jilang Ti, I nearly leaped up. To reduce the price was a matter of life and death to him. 0.70%. Tang Dun persisted, and given Jilang Ti's miserly nature, he would never relinquish such a lucrative deal. Even at 50%, he would still profit immensely. "I am barely able to afford undergarments due to my losses." Jilang Ti, I lamented, launching into a lengthy and tiresome tale of the hardships of running his few shops, detailing how difficult business had been over the past few years to go deceive the spirits. Tang Dun could hardly be bothered to listen. Although that fellow was miserly, his business acumen and knack for amassing wealth were renowned. Don't leave. Let's negotiate further. How about 97%? Jilang Ti, sensing the golden coins slipping away, hurriedly detained Tang Dun, urging him to come and see the valuable antiques he had collected from various places. Jilang Ti forcibly dragged Tang Dun to the cedar shelves, pointing at the dazzling array of goods, employing his usual tactic of overwhelming his opponent with incessant chatter while simultaneously promoting more items. Seeking to recoup the difference in discounts from another angle, these items were unearthed by adventurers from ancient ruins and various secret realms, possessing considerable collectible value. Should a knowledgeable noble encounter them, you would undoubtedly reap a fortune. Jilang Ti picked up a jade-carved leaf, nearly thrusting it into Tang Dun's eyes, exclaiming about the stone's exquisite hue and the inscriptions on it, which were undoubtedly in Elvish. If deciphered, it could very well be a dragon-slaying spell. The Western continent boasts a civilization spanning over 100,000 years, with wars, plagues, and various calamities leading to the continual replacement of many civilizations, resulting in the loss and obliteration of once thriving empires. The ancient magics, martial skills, divine arts, and even technologies have naturally been buried in the annals of history. Tang Dun's gaze casually swept over the shelves. These items indeed emanated a profound sense of antiquity. Recently, there was a drunken man in the capital who stumbled upon a silver wine flask at a street stall, inscribed with an ancient elvish spell. It was ultimately purchased at an auction by a sorcerer for a staggering 2 million gold coins. Jilang Ti spoke the truth, yet most of his merchandise was counterfeit. He had a penchant for collecting antiques, but his eye for quality was woefully inadequate. Not interested. 70%, and if you disagree, then so be it. Tang Dun had never contemplated becoming overnight wealthy. He was about to turn away when he felt a slight tremor from the grimoire in his hand. Don't be hasty. We can take our time to negotiate. Jilang Ti was relentless, picking up a snuff bottle and spouting sales pitches with spittle flying. Aren't you going to attend to your customers? Tang Dun gestured towards the door. It must be said that Jilang Ti was miserly to the extreme, having not even employed a single assistant for his large general store. Just wait, don't leave, Jilang Ti chattered as he rushed toward the customer. What is it? Tang Dun opened the grimoire, hastily scribbling an inquiry. No matter the cost, you must acquire the statue at the bottom right of the shelf. Before Homa had the chance to display a line of text, Jilang Ti returned, panting heavily. Tang Dun closed the grimoire, casually sweeping his gaze over the bottom of the shelves. There was no risk of misidentification. For among the dilapidated items, there was only one statue, carved from an unknown stone, completely black and smeared with some greasy, dried blood. It was about the size of half a palm and as thick as a cucumber. The type of stone was indeterminate, but it was evidently ancient, with 2/3 of its surface covered in cracks, appearing as though it might shatter at the slightest touch. The statue depicted a giant, its fists raised, shouting towards the heavens, each muscle intricately carved, exuding a palpable sense of strength. This was an ancient giant statue with a history of 5,000 years. Carrying it daily could gradually enhance one's physique. Jilang Ti, ever perceptive, noticed Tang Dun glancing at it, and immediately seized the opportunity to promote the giant statue. Aren't you concerned about that minotaur? Tang Dun did not reach out to take it, but instead looked at the weary orc, deliberately feigning curiosity. With Jilang Ti's shrewdness, if Tang Dun displayed interest in the statue, he would undoubtedly be severely taken advantage of. A lowly orc merchant, here to sell tribal specialties, Jilang Ti was intentionally disregarding the minotaur. Having done so 5 times already, only by making the other party anxious could he acquire goods at a lower price. This is a fine item. Nobles adore it. 90% truly cannot go any lower. Jilang Ti clearly spoke without regard to truth. If the statue truly had the miraculous effects he claimed, how could it be left here? 75%. If not, I shall seek another general store. Tang Dun turned away without a hint of regret, casting a glance at the minotaur, no longer sparing the statue a second look. He could admire it in detail after making the purchase. "You are forcing me to the brink of bankruptcy." Jilang T, I lamented. "Boss, it's been 5 days. Have you not made a decision yet?" The Minotaur, clad in tattered leather armor, approached, his face etched with desperation. He had been away for too long, and with each passing day, he incurred travel expenses, unable to store some goods for long without them rotting, risking losing everything. "Get lost. Can't you see I'm conducting business? Come back tomorrow." Jilang T, I snapped irritably, possessing an innate sense of superiority over orcs. Moreover, he was a merchant seeking to sell him goods. The Minotaur wished to say more, but was promptly kicked away by Jilang Ti. Thus, he fell silent yet remained unwilling to leave. Tang Dun watched, feeling a sense of pity. The Minotaur before him stood over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, resembling a wall. One of his arms was as thick as a python, even broader than Jilang Ti's neck. Yet he dared not retaliate, instead smiling submissively. "You aren't deliberately trying to embarrass me, are you?" Tang Dun's expression darkened as he turned away, unwilling to look back. If Jilang Ti refused to engage in a deal exceeding 50,000 gold coins, there would be others eager to take his place. "Don't go. Wait a moment." Jilang Ti, now frantic, dashed in front of Tang Dun, arms outstretched, blocking his path 85%. "It cannot go lower." Tang Dun let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He had deliberately emphasized the 50,000 gold coins to make Jilang Ti reluctant to let him go. Otherwise, if he walked away, no subsequent plans could unfold. "The lowest I can go is 80%, and then you will allow me to select 3 or 4 antiques from those shelves," Tang Dun stated his price, deliberately glancing at the Minotaur, displaying a look of disdain. This expression was a tactic to redirect the conversation towards the orc, allowing Jilang Ti to take out his frustrations on him, while subtly diverting attention from his true intent. 80% is absolutely out of the question. The Jilang Ti failed to notice that his words had already revealed his true focus. He did not care about those antiques. In truth, these items were merely worthless antiquities that Jilang Ti had scavenged from traveling merchants. Having already stashed away anything of value on the shelf, that IT was merely a means of recycling waste, hoping to exchange it for some gold coins. Then 85%, but you must give me that leaf inscribed with Elvish script, and let me pick 5 antiques. Tang Dun appeared like a fool who had been duped, gazing at the leaf Jilang Ti had introduced without ever looking at the statue. "You might as well kill me. At most, 1 item. Jilang Ti raised his voice, displaying a face that seemed to be in the grip of an ogre's painful squeeze. 3 items, or I shall take my leave." Tang Dun complained, but still moved towards the shelves, promptly seizing the leaf and feigning delight. Jilang Ti leaned closer, once again beginning to drone on about its qualities. "You have customers. I shan't prattle on. If you agree to these 3 items, the deal is done." Tang Dun, having played with the leaf for a moment, turned to the shelves and selected a stone slab before finally reaching for the statue. With a snap, Jilang Ti grasped Tang Dun's wrist, a look of suspicion crossing his face. After all, he was a shrewd merchant and instinctively sensed something amiss. "What is the matter?" Tang Dun's heart raced, and he barely managed to suppress the anxious expression threatening to surface. "Let us exchange for something else. These 3 items are no longer for sale," despite having previously sought the opinion of others, confirming that these items were mere scraps. The sight of the antiquities left behind by Tang Dun left Geraint in a state of uncertainty. Stingy, shrewd, and suspicious. These were the labels affixed to Geraint. "The foremost merchant of the West. Do you believe me to be a simpleton from the countryside, toying with me? I refuse to play along." Tang Dun deliberately tossed aside the antiques, turning to the orc and bellowing, "Hey, keep your distance. Your stench is overpowering." The Minotaur flushed crimson, clenched his fists, but ultimately relented. "Apologies," he mused. "I can only use you as a diversion." After silently apologizing to himself, Tang Dun shouted at the Minotaur, who had already displayed a look of disgust, making his reprimand seem less out of place. "Look down on the postman, will you? I shall earn a fortune and study at the Imperial Academy of St. George, escaping this wretched countryside where I am treated as a bumpkin." Tang Dun emphasized the words academy, countryside, and bumpkin, along with his furious complaints, intending to instill a subconscious realization in Durant that he was devoid of knowledge and experience. What was I worried about? This lad is merely a backwoods postman from Redwood County. How could he possibly recognize the value of priceless antiquities? He was entirely duped into purchasing them. The suspicious nature of Durant led him to reconsider and deem those 3 antiques worthless. Orcs are all impoverished. Engaging in trade with them must mean you are a small-time merchant with little coin. How could one afford genuine magical relics? They must undoubtedly be counterfeit. Precisely, I must have been deceived by you. Cursing under his breath, Tang Dun strode towards the shop's exit. Feeling indignant, he had heard tales of Durant's unscrupulous dealings. But having been too poor to engage before, he now understood that even with a discount of 20%, Durant could still pocket 6,000 gold coins and yet remained unsatisfied at a deal worth 50,000 gold coins. If I shouted in the streets, all the grocers would rush to trade with me. How foolish of me to endure this indignity at your hands. Were it not for the knowledge that Homa is an encyclopedia, which would not have compelled me to purchase the idol for no reason. Tang Dun would have gladly walked away, perhaps wasting some time to procure supplies from nearby towns. Wait, the transaction is finalized. Durant swiftly seized the 3 antiques and thrust them into Tang Dun's arms. No, I find orcs intolerable. Tang Dun grimaced, attempting to push Durant away. This is all my fault. Durant apologized. As the words 50,000 gold coins echoed in his ears, he envisioned the golden dragonfly fluttering from his pocket as he could no longer sit idly. Step aside. Tang Dun was obstinate. Though his struggles lessened significantly, they do not impede my shopping. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and leave. You frighten my esteemed customer. Durant vented his frustration on the Minotaur, skillfully steering the conversation back to his shop's extensive inventory. By here, it's settled. 85% off for these 3 magical antiques, and the deal is done. Durant had initially planned to use another antique to placate Tang Dun's anger, but his stinginess rendered him incapable of uttering the words. Deliver the items I require to the south side of the town within an hour, or the deal is void. Tang Dun shot Durant a disdainful glance, hardly daring to touch the statue again. Dealing with such a cautious, shrewd, and suspicious individual required one to be on high alert. IT will be delivered. But what about the shipping fee? Durant was the epitome of stinginess, fickle in his demeanor. Glancing once more at the 3 antiques in Tang Dun's possession, subconsciously reaching out to reclaim them for further appraisal, of course. You shall pay. Tang Dun's ire flared. How small was the town? The wide street from here to the town's edge was merely 200 meters. No shipping fee was warranted. Should Durant refuse again, even if he could not secure the idol, he would not procure supplies here. All right, I shall pay. Durant relented, casting a regretful glance at the antiques before bellowing at the Minotaur. Why are you still here? Can't you see I have work to attend to? Once outside, Tang Dun opened the tome, inquiring about the nature of that wretched statue. Furthermore, he hoped never to deal with a suspicious miser again. It was nothing short of torment. Tang Dun had never been a miserly person. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from demanding compensation after Hannah and Fanny utilized the magical stones. Yet, in the face of Durant, he simply could not bear the thought of letting him profit from his own funds. You have no idea, but that is a Titan idol, a sacred artifact crafted by the giant race. To put it in perspective, it surpasses the level of perfection, holding a value of at least 30 million gold coins. Gazing at the arcane script displayed by Homa, Tang Dun's hand trembled, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. Such a dilapidated statue was worth that much. I have used soul detection to examine it. It is saturated with the wrathful storm elemental spirits, likely from the storm giant clan, though sadly damaged beyond use. Homa's second passage caused Tang Dun, who had been reveling in his newfound fortune, to freeze in shock, plummeting from his euphoric heights. Are you mocking me? Tang Dun seethed. Let me finish. Each clan of giants has its shamanic high priests capable of crafting idols imbued with various magical effects. Collectively known as Titan idols, Homa, indeed, lived up to his title as an encyclopedia, his vast reservoir of knowledge awe-inspiring. This storm giant idol, also referred to as the Idol of Strength, contains the colossal power of approximately 100 dragons. which anyone can draw upon and enhance themselves. If I were to draw upon it all at once, wouldn't that mean I could topple a dragon? Tang Dun expressed disbelief. Of course, the prerequisite is that your physical strength must be sufficient to bear such power without crumbling. Homa doused Tang Dun's enthusiasm, unwilling to foster a habit of taking shortcuts. However, magical practitioners relying on external forces could never truly become formidable beings. If utilized effectively, this is a top-tier magical accessory capable of turning the tide of battle. Tang Dun's thoughts were not as rigid as Homa's. His pursuit was to make the most of every opportunity. Caressing the idol, he marveled at its lifelike expression, the giant's face seemingly alive, and its pose evoked an immersive experience, as though he could faintly hear its roar. How many times can it be used? Tang Dun withdrew a handkerchief to wipe away the grime. There was still the power of a dragon within the idol, equivalent to the strength of 50 ogres. The more one drew upon, the fewer uses remained. Upon finishing, Homa noticed Tang Dun's lack of disappointment and inquired, "Why are you not regretful over its incompleteness? Am I that insatiable?" Tang Dun rolled his eyes. Even if he missed out on the Titan idol, he would not regret it. Homa was pleased with this answer, recognizing that Tang Dun was a grounded individual who preferred to toil with his own hands rather than rely on elusive good fortune. "By the way, given my physical condition, how much power can I bear at once?" Tang Dun inquired cautiously, preparing for future battles. "Approximately the strength of one ogre, sufficient for you to wield the dragon tooth for 10 minutes. Homa projected Tang Dun's visage onto the page, rolling his eyes in response. "Do you think I chose ogres for no reason? Excellent, but I would dearly love to experience the sensation of wielding the full power of a dragon." After expressing his yearning, Tang Dun inhaled deeply, stowing the Titan idol away. Once Durant delivered the supplies to the town's entrance, they could return to the underground city. The journey proved smoother than anticipated, lifting Tang Dun's spirits as he hummed a quaint melody. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Tang Dun unearthed a wooden box from beneath his bed. Opening it, he discovered over 100 gold coins within, and a smile crept across his lips. This represented the fruits of 6 months of labor. In addition to his postal duties, he worked part-time, dedicating 2/3 of his day to toil in order to save enough for his sister Eileen's tuition and living expenses. "I spent over 200,000 gold coins in less than an hour today. What a waste," Tang Dun lamented, clutching a gold coin with a sigh. He truly ought to be grateful to Bao Mei. Had that fellow not dismissed Tang Dun, he would never have ventured to Crow's Ridge and subsequently into the Forgotten City. "Homa, activate the war space." As Tang Dun organized the supplies, he retrieved several potions and magical stones to place in his backpack. Preparing for unforeseen combat, the tome projected a large, ancient bronze door. Since he was indoors, it appeared smaller, and as the door swung open, 2 bronze hands reached out, reclaiming the wooden box. "Give me a shield, a one-handed longsword, and a 2-handed greatsword." Upon departing from the underground city, Dantun procured a considerable amount of equipment from the armory. Due to the burdensome weight, he could not carry it with him. However, now that he had a steed for transportation, this issue was resolved. With the Titan statue in his possession, strength was no longer a concern. Why not wield the rending dragon's tooth? Homa selected weapons of superior quality and presented them. "Are you implying that I, a destitute lad, should flaunt such exquisite weaponry?" Dantun shook his head, expressing his reluctance to attract the attention of avaricious individuals who might bring about his downfall due to envy. "Setting aside whether others can recognize the rending dragon's tooth, with your timid disposition, you are utterly unfit to become a formidable warrior," Homa scoffed. "While we do not seek trouble, we do not fear it either. Anyone who dares to covet you will pay a bloody price." Dantun paused, enveloped in silence. Indeed, he had been overly cautious. Vigilance was prudent, but if every matter were approached with such trepidation, what meaning would life hold? A man ought to confront challenges head-on. In terms of spirit, one must never concede defeat. "Bring me the rending dragon's tooth." As Dantun polished his battle axe, Homa nodded in satisfaction, aware that his mindset was evolving, maturing, and with it, a newfound courage graced his brow. "What shall we do next?" Homa proposed. "In such a small town, one cannot procure tomes on alchemy. Why not challenge the guardian gatekeeper?" Let us discuss that upon entering the underground city. For now, I must leave some funds for Durin and Weir's families and, while I'm at it, acquire a crossbow from the blacksmith. That Downton's intentions were clear. Upon exiting, he affixed his battle axe, shield, and one-handed sword to the saddle of his black steed. How very humane. Homa appreciated such a master. Excessive coldness was truly unpleasant. Upon learning of her son's demise, the two aunts would undoubtedly be heartbroken, yet Dantun found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he tossed gemstones worth over 10,000 into the yards of both households before hastily departing. The blacksmith in town was of mediocre skill, crafting only ordinary crossbows. Is this all there is? An effective range of 50 yards is hardly impressive. Dantun test-fired 6 crossbows, none of which satisfied him. For hunting, it suffices. If you desire a longer range, you may opt for a longbow. The blacksmith was quite amiable. Very well, I'll take this one, and please provide me with 5 spare crossbow strings and 500 serrated arrows. Were it not for the limited stock at the blacksmith's, Dantun would have purchased everything in sight. To him, the weight of gold was of no consequence. Having completed a transaction worth 500 gold coins, the blacksmith was elated. Please hold on. I'll prepare your order. Barak, come out here. The clanging of iron ceased, and a soot-covered minotaur emerged from the forge, glistening muscles gleaming with sweat. Boss, what can I do for you? He inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow, but upon seeing Dantun, his expression shifted, and he averted his gaze. The status of orcs in the human empire was indeed low. Even in a third-rate nation like Frankfurt, they were looked down upon. Racial tensions had persisted for ages, far too complex to elucidate in mere words. Barak had spent considerable time in human territories and understood that enduring was the key to minimizing trouble. What brings you to work here? Aren't you a merchant? Dantun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Were it not for the Titan statue, he would not have dared to mock the Minotaur. Barak remained silent, but the blacksmith interjected, "The goods belong to the tribe. Barak merely handles the sales. Unfortunately, he is often swindled by Grangtai, receiving too little coin, making it difficult to provide a satisfactory account upon returning. Thus he hastens to earn some money through labor. Why not seek other merchants?" Dantun inquired, inspecting the crossbow with confusion. His goods are tribal specialties: herbs, monster blood, ores, hides, and bones. Other merchants lack the capital to purchase them from Grangtai. The blacksmith sighed. Grangtai's prices are ever declining, but can't they be sold separately? Upon hearing the blacksmith shake his head, Dantun comprehended that regardless of whom Barak sold to, he would face the same fate. After all, he was an orc that go fetch the goods. The blacksmith urged the Minotaur. After all, he had retained him for his cheap labor. "Wait, let me treat you to a meal." Dantun offered as an apology to, "I have work to do." Barak declined, proving that the stereotype of orcs being singularly focused held some truth. That "I've purchased all your goods." Dantun intended to study alchemy, and thus needed to stockpile various herbs and magical monster blood. As for the hides and bones, they could serve as tokens of goodwill. Really? The Minotaur was incredulous. Do I seem like a deceiver? Thankfully, Barak did not nod. Otherwise, Dantun would have been thoroughly frustrated. "I will pay you in advance." The notice board at the entrance of the Golden Ivory Tavern was still plastered with wanted posters. The bounty for the ferocious bear, Runi, remained unchanged, while the price for the ogre, Tyson, had risen by 3,000. Unfortunately, this individual had recently been quite active, plundering indiscriminately and even attacking a small town, resulting in the deaths of over 100 villagers. Having become a mana user, Dantun now found these brigands even more intriguing that he flipped to the most lucrative wanted poster. Suarez, known for his penchant for cannibalism and nicknamed Suya, was a notorious troll leader from the western region, commanding a formidable band of marauders, with a bounty of 200,000 golder lands. Dantun noticed Barak's gaze linger on the image of the orc shaman from the village of Jidwa, who was reputed to be a powerful figure among her kin. While ghost honey was indeed delectable, Dantun had not yet reached the point of indulgence to consume it as if it were mere water. During his time in the underground city, subsisting on spider meat was an ordeal for his palate. Don't be shy. Eat to your heart's content. A lavish feast was laid before him. Red wine, foie gras, black pepper lamb chops, and spicy lettuce. After calling Barak over, Dantun began to devour the meal with fervor. For a penniless lad, This banquet worth 50 gold coins was a luxury he had never dared to dream of. I apologize. Dantun seized a moment to express his regret as he observed the Minotaur's uplifted spirits. I understand you intentionally said that to procure those 3 antiques. Barak, with grease smeared across his face, suddenly uttered a remark that astonished Dantun. Within the intoxicating atmosphere of the Golden Ivory Tavern, the dancers on the elevated platform flirtatiously raised their skirts, enticing mercenaries and adventurers, eliciting a chorus of whistles. Dantun concealed his expression and refrained from interjecting, "Don't worry. I won tea and formed Grangtai. Otherwise, I would have already done so." Barak appeared earnest, yet a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. "Your impression of me has plummeted." Dantun raised his goblet, declaring, "I harbor no fondness for self-satisfied individuals. Your impression of me, on the other hand, is quite favorable." Barak grasped his wooden cup, gazing intently into Dantun's eyes that belied drinking this cup of wine. "You become a friend of Barak, warrior of the Blood-Hoof tribe. Is friendship worth merely a cup of wine?" Dantun chuckled softly, yet upon witnessing Barak's serious demeanor, he tempered his jesting tone to "I in my eyes. Even a cup of plain water suffices. Never before has a human apologized to an orc. You are the first." Barak forcefully clinked his cup against Dantun's, then tilted his head back, downing the contents in one gulp. The liquid trickled down Barak's chin, dampening his attire. "Bring me 2 more mugs of rye beer," Dantun called to the waiter, musing to himself how fortunate it was that Barak was not overly dull. Otherwise, how could he have been entrusted with such an important role as the tribe's merchant? "Thank you." Barak casually wiped away a tear that had escaped the corner of his eye, unbeknownst to Dantun. The gemstones he provided exceeded the value of the goods by 30%, enough to sustain the tribe's children for 2 to 3 months. Life on the sunsetting prairie was exceedingly harsh for the orcs, as they relied on imports of grain, salt, and iron goods from the human kingdoms, while the prices of their exports, such as horses and hides, were severely depressed. They also faced the constant threat of human kingdoms prohibiting trade and terminating mutual markets. The 12 northern duchies had formed a commercial alliance, employing numerous tactics against these tribes, compelling even the southern orc governors bordering human territories to bow their heads, let alone the inconspicuous rabble among them. "When will you next visit Morning Mist Town? I wish to acquire all materials related to alchemy." Dantun intended to set down his cup, but Barak's gaze suddenly sharpened, leaving him no choice but to gulp down the contents in one go. "Is that acceptable now?" 3 months hence, Barak laughed heartily, slapping Dantun on the shoulder. "No problem. Even at a high price, I 1 tea sell. I'll keep it all for you. Will you be able to sell it?" Dantun coughed a few times, pushing both cups of wine toward the Minotaur, who truly could not get accustomed to this drink. Within the tribe resided creatures such as the bipedal wyvern, the silver wolf of the magic moon, the hurricane drake, and the blood of the Greta falcon, that, if you desire any, I can procure it for you. Barak was not boasting. These were elite-tier magical beasts. Their blood rich in vast magical power, highly sought after in the human realms for inscribing magical scrolls and concocting advanced potions. Before they even hit the market, they were often snatched up by powerful merchants. The grimoire vibrated slightly, and without needing to inquire, Dantun understood it was urging him to make the purchase. "This is a deposit." Dantun produced 5 gemstones and placed them before Barak. "No, I trust you." The stubborn side of the Minotaur surfaced. These creatures were generous and straightforward. Once they identified a friend, they became exceedingly sincere. Dantун's utterance of "I am sorry" granted Barak for the first time a taste of respect. As a tribal shaman capable of communicating with nature, Barak could discern that the youth before him was genuine. If such a person could not become a friend, it would be a missed opportunity he would regret for a lifetime. Transporting the blood to Morning Mist Town carries significant risks. Stop being so sentimental and accept it. After all, I do not mind parting with a few gemstones. Dantun was aware that Barak's journey would not be easy. He would have to contend with countless bandits, and the soldiers stationed along the border would resort to extortion that if they recognized the high value of the goods, they might even play the role of robbers themselves. Not only the human soldiers, known as the pests of the Western Territories, but even the orc warriors would do the same. Thus, this trade route was perpetually steeped in bloodshed and the sin of carnage throughout the year. Barak raised his cup, downing its contents in one gulp, attempting to mask his embarrassment. 5 gemstones, worth over 100,000 gold coins, equated to the laborious accumulation of the Bloodhoof tribe's goods over half a year. And he had so easily relinquished them due to a mere promise that I will strive to return within 3 months. If I fail to appear, feel free to sell the goods to someone else. Observing Barak's somewhat darkened visage and worn armor, Tang Dun sighed and retrieved another handful of gemstones, totaling over 20, placing them before him. What does this mean? The Minotaur furrowed his brow. Use them to purchase armor and weapons to enhance your combat prowess. If you perish, so be it. I would rather not have my goods stolen. Barak, who had been holding back, could no longer contain himself upon hearing this. Tears as large as beans fell into his wine cup, causing the liquid to bubble. The Minotaur understood that Tang Dun's words were deliberately meant to alleviate any psychological burden, to prevent him from feeling indebted. Quickly, take it back. Do you wish to be robbed? Tang Dun urged, signaling to Barak to be mindful of their surroundings. A few mercenaries had already begun to take notice. The gemstones were too dazzling, and after all, they were in this line of work. One must possess a keen eye. Barak ceased his objections, retrieving a money pouch from his bosom, dumping out a string of bracelets before placing the gemstones inside. This is for you. The Minotaur would not allow Tang Dun the chance to refuse, directly thrusting the bracelet into his hands. This is an ornament carved from whale incense wood by our great shaman, imbued with the power of nature. The bracelet was strung together with 10 beads the size of marbles, emanating a refreshing fragrance that instantly invigorated Tang Dun's mind. That it can activate a war-tier magical shield imbued within, and it also has a refreshing effect, allowing magical practitioners to maintain optimal condition while casting spells, thereby avoiding fatigue. Barak explained, this bracelet was of fine craftsmanship, worth 50,000 kindrel if sold. This is far too precious. Tang Dun offered the gemstones purely out of kindness, wishing to assist this downcast Minotaur without expecting anything in return. Do you consider my gift to be unworthy? Tang Dun hastily shook his head. Gifts from the Bloodhoof warriors are only given to the best of friends. Barak laughed heartily. If you feel guilty, simply buy me a drink. I haven't had a hearty celebration in quite some time. As much as you desire. Tang Dun had initially planned to purchase some small gifts for the deathly wraith Celis. But now with this bracelet, it alleviated many of his concerns. Barak was a very talkative orc, but in the unfamiliar human realm, he had grown silent. Now, encountering Tang Dun, who did not look down upon him, he opened up, sharing tales of the local customs of the Sunset Prairie. Tang Dun proved to be an attentive listener, maintaining a smile without a hint of impatience, for he understood that the Minotaur needed an outlet for his feelings. However, an inconsiderate individual interrupted their conversation that, "Oh, isn't this the first postman of the Western Territories?" Young Grievances strutted in, flanked by 6 sycophantic companions, arms crossed, boldly walking over to the dining table. Woof, woof! The white hunting bear dog bared its teeth and growled at Tang Dun. Seeing its master make no attempt to intervene, it grew bolder, resting its front legs on the table and snapping up a piece of steak from the plate. "Orc, what are you doing here?" Young Grievances cast a disdainful glance at Barak, clearly recognizing this Minotaur who had humbly approached his father to peddle goods. "Peddling goods," Barak replied gruffly, reverting to the demeanor of an honest orc, which tugged at Tang Dun's heartstrings. Whom? Him? Young Grievances pointed at Tang Dun, bursting into laughter. "That poor wretch could afford nothing. You've been duped. Do all orcs lack intelligence? This lavish feast is better suited to feed the dogs of the Grillin family than to be wasted on Tang Dun." The sycophants diligently jeered at Tang Dun. The hunting bear dog, being a remarkably intelligent pet, leaped onto the dining table, devouring food voraciously while continuously snarling viciously at Tang Dun. "You better get that dead dog off the table." Tang Dun fixed his gaze on young Grievances, warning, "Otherwise I will truly turn into a dead dog." "Haha, did I hear that correctly?" Young Grievances scoffed. "A postman, no, an already expelled, impoverished postman. What right do you have?" Young Grievances purposely raised his voice, drawing the attention of the mercenaries and adventurers in the tavern, wishing to humiliate Tang Dun publicly, stripping him of all dignity. "Hey, do you know what this is? An ogre's suit worth 20,000 kindrel. You could toil your entire life and still not afford it." Young Grelin unsheathed his longsword, a single-handed sword of fine quality, worth 30,000 kindrel. "Any piece of equipment I toss your way could crush you. Beat him, make him unrecognizable. Duel, duel!" The mercenaries, ever eager for chaos, clamored, banging their cups against the table, applauding, urging for a duel, hoping for a conflict that would create more ruckus. "Humph, a duel? Just a commoner? Oh, you have the audacity to battle me. A peak second-tier magical practitioner? I will beat the very essence out of you," young Grelin boasted arrogantly. Barak looked at Tang Dun, noticing he was fixated on the hunting bear dog, his right hand gripping the battle-axe position beneath the table. "You must remain calm," Barak urgently advised. Point one was a worthless commoner, while the other was the son of the first merchant in Morning Mist Town. Without needing to see, Barak understood the disparity in their standings and wished to prevent his newly made friend from attracting grave trouble. "An insignificant orc? What right do you have to interject? Get lost, or I'll beat you too." With a crash, young Grelin seized a plate and smashed it against Barak's face, shards flying and juices splattering. At that moment, under the gaze of the tavern's patrons, crushing an enemy made him feel as if his very soul was soaring. "Today, I will strip you of all your dignity," young Grelin sneered at Tang Dun, vowing that he would never dare show his face before him again. The mercenaries within the Golden Ivory Tavern laughed raucously, their breath reeking of alcohol, their yellowed teeth exposed in mockery, directed at Tang Dun. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a pitiful wretch. Regardless of status, equipment, or strength, Tang Dun had no chance of reversal. Everyone could foresee that soon this youth would be treated like a dead dog, trampled and ruthlessly abused. Young Grelin paraded like a general who had conquered enemy ranks, holding his chin high, sneering at Tang Dun. Alongside his loathsome sycophants, Tang Dun gripped the handle of the rending dragon tooth axe tightly, ready to strike down the hunting dog on the table. He had endured far too long. For the sake of not losing his job, and to save for his sister Ilian's tuition, don't act impulsively. The Minotaur firmly restrained Tang Dun's wrist, shouting, "Think carefully. If you bring that axe down, your life may take an entirely different path." "Huh. Does he have the guts to strike me?" Little Grelantai pointed to the ground and declared, "If you kneel and bow your head, I may pardon your offense against me. Let go of me." Downton's voice turned frigid, akin to an encasing chill. "Calm down." Barak sensed Downton's muscles tense, gathering strength. He was not merely boasting. Were it not for his restraint, he would undoubtedly cleave that scoundrel in two. "What is happening? Is this a theatrical performance?" Melissa pushed her way through the crowd and approached. "Little Grelantai, I was unaware you possessed such talents." Hearing the compliments from the beautiful woman, little Grelantai swelled with pride, his anger dissipating as he endeavored to present himself as a gentleman, asserting that he could master anything with enough willingness. The mercenary shouts diminished, their gaze fixated on Melissa, their eyes glinting with avarice like wild boars, clad in a low-cut dress. Melissa paid no heed to their stares. She elegantly tossed her wavy hair, her long, fair neck and upright posture rendering her akin to a swan, standing out amidst the crowd. The dancers on the platform were immediately overshadowed. Despite their revealing attire, they could not reclaim the mercenaries' attention. Melissa resembled a succubus from the abyss, each movement exuding an alluring essence that made men yearn to possess her. "Dantun, why haven't you visited the post office recently?" "Afraid that fool Palmer might retaliate against you." Melissa smiled. "Rest assured, sister will protect you." Dantun furrowed his brow, perplexed by Melissa's intentions. "Hey, kneel down, didn't you hear?" Little Grelantai, displeased by Melissa's disregard for him, roared at Dantun. "Grant me a favor and spare him. Would you?" Melissa's eyes sparkled as she cast a flirtatious glance at little Grelantai, causing him to shudder, as if jolted by an electric shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Very well, in light of Sister Melissa. I shall spare you this time, Dantun. However, you must cease using that moniker Fox of the Western Realm. Otherwise, I shall shatter your front teeth next time." Little Grelantai, as if discarding a rag, no longer paid attention to Dantun and turned to Melissa with a smile. Bowing slightly and placing his right hand over his chest in an inviting gesture, May I request the pleasure of your company for dinner? Opportunities to deal with Dantun were plentiful, yet chances to engage with Melissa were rare. This woman, seemingly devoid of principles like a siren, had never been rumored to have taken a man to her bed. Should he conquer her, would he not become the envy of all the men in Morning Mist Town? Little Grillanti indulged in this fantasy, his lips unconsciously curling into a grin, grateful he had not yet descended in a foolish laughter. Let us go. The Minotaur pulled at Dantun. How does it feel to have a plate smashed over your head? Drenched in soup? Quite exhilarating. I assent it. Dantun stood, his right hand sweeping forcefully. Let go of me. Barak, initially intent on persuading him further, found himself paralyzed by the cold disappointment in Dantun's gaze, the disdainful tone echoing in his ears. And he instinctively released his grip. Little Grillanti, weren't you going to shatter my teeth? Why wait for another occasion? Let us resolve it here. Dantun was bewildered by Melissa's assistance, yet deemed it irrelevant. What mattered was that if he left this day without a resolution, it would become an indelible stain upon his life. Dantun, what is wrong with you? Melissa exclaimed in shock, her tone shifting to one of reproach for his lack of gratitude. The mercenaries, still grumbling about the absence of a brawl, were taken aback when the situation took an unexpected turn. This fellow deranged. A mere commoner challenging a formidable sorcerer clad in ogre armor. How could he not be beaten to a pulp? Perhaps he is a masochist. Does it concern you? Melissa, that lad is not your lover. Why bother with him? Come, let us drink and ensure your satisfaction. The mercenaries clamored, accustomed to brawls in taverns, and some had even begun to place bets, wagering on the outcome. However, they did not expect Dantun to win. They were betting on his swift defeat. Go, wager 100 gold coins. I bet I'll take him down in 10 seconds. Little Grillanti commanded his servant. Glancing at Melissa, wait for me for 5 minutes. Noticing that Dantun had not acknowledged her, Melissa withdrew a battle axe from beneath the table, knowing that the brawl was inevitable. With a huff, she turned to leave. The mercenaries followed Dantun and Little Grillanti out of the tavern, gathering in the street, while townsfolk, drawn by the commotion, flocked to witness the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the long street became a tightly packed arena. Facing his first duel amidst such a crowd, Dantun could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. His heart racing, he needed to calm himself and strategize. Taking a deep breath, Dantun muttered a reminder to himself as he approached the hitching post outside the tavern. The reins of his black stallion were tethered there. Since his sword and shield were of little value, he had only brought the rending dragon tooth and his backpack into the tavern. The battle axe was too heavy. He needed to switch weapons. The Minotaur recognized that the rending dragon tooth was of superior quality, yet its weight rendered it unwieldy for combat. I understand. Dantun had no intention of activating his giant strength immediately. He wished to gauge his true capabilities first. Could you hurry? Little Grillanti urged, though he was not genuinely anxious, relishing the sensation of being the center of attention, feeling like a triumphant hero. Hold this for me. I was wrong to mock you. Dantun donned the bracelet and handed the battle axe to Barak, gripping his shield in his left hand and tightly clutching his one-handed sword in his right. He strode toward the center of the long street. I comprehend your predicament. Since you dare not strike, I shall avenge the humiliation you've suffered. Barak, who had intended to caution Dantun to be careful, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing those words, tears welling in his eyes. With Barak's combat prowess, he could overturn 100 little Grillantis. Yet for the sake of the tribe, he had to endure. As he faced Dantun, Little Grillanti regarded him as inconsequential. Suddenly, 2 translucent spheres appeared, each the size of a fist, glowing pure white as they orbited around Little Grillanti. This fellow is exceedingly ostentatious. The battle hasn't even commenced, and he's already activated his shield. In 10 seconds, I shall shatter you. Little Grillanti held his sword aloft, directly pointing it at Dantun, proclaiming loudly, convinced that his current appearance was nothing short of spectacular. Akin to a multicolored dragon, Dantun's response was simple. He raised his right hand, activating the radiance of Hercules, a cascade of golden motes shimmering like flowing sand over his head. Strength enveloped his entire being. He is indeed a paladin. The crowd gasped, eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at this unexpected twist. And no wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out you become a sorcerer. But what does that matter? I am at the pinnacle of the second tier of soul power. I could defeat 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Little Grillanti scoffed before lunging forward. It must be said that although Little Grillanti was a scoundrel, he was nonetheless a sorcerer. His charge displayed impressive speed and explosive power, and with unwavering confidence, he aimed his sword at Downton's neck with remarkable precision and ferocity. Downton raised his shield, his left hand lifting slightly to block the incoming strike. The clang of the long sword colliding with the shield echoed, followed closely by a second blow. Hurricane strike. The long sword sliced through the air with fierce momentum, crashing into the shield, causing Downton's arm to tingle with the impact. Too weak, too weak, Little Grillanti roared, treating the duel as his personal showcase. Eye in his eyes, Downton was merely a fish out of water, and he had not even considered the strategic use of magic. All he needed was to overwhelm him with sheer force. Downton braced against the shield, steadily retreating under the relentless onslaught. The crowd jeered, and some mercenaries and townsfolk even raised their arms, clenched fists, and thrust their thumbs downwards in disdain. Attack, attack, attack. Downton's defensive tactics bored the spectators. They craved a thrilling duel, not a display of cowardly defense. The Minotaur began to regret not restraining Downton earlier. The disparity between the two was too vast, and Downton had no hope of victory. You seem quite interested in that, postman. Lister, clad in an extravagant noble's robe, approached Melissa, the town mayor's son, intrigued by such duels. Melissa complimented the 18-year-old youth, whose father was the most powerful man in Morning Mist Town. Just two attention-seeking scoundrels. List regarded the situation with disdain. The postman was undoubtedly doomed. He held no advantages in terms of equipment, experience, or rank, and this duel was destined to cast a long shadow over his life. Naturally, they could never compare to you. Melissa extolled the virtues of the man beside her, yet her gaze drifted to Downton's left hand, where a ring adorned his index finger, that a ring of a similar design had once graced the finger of an unattainable, enigmatic figure, which was the only reason she paid any heed to Downton's fate at all. Or could it be that my memory fails me? Melissa struggled to recall, but years ago, in her position, she could hardly approach that illustrious individual, having merely caught a distant glimpse of him. Her impression was faint, stemming from her admiration for exquisite jewelry, being a woman. The prolonged days of dreary rain had finally dissipated, giving way to a cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds. Sunlight streamed down, cascading over the cobblestone paths of Morning Mist Town and illuminating Downton's youthful and resolute visage. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of Little Grillanti, he displayed not a trace of panic. Though his left hand, wielding the shield, tingled from the impact, it remained steadfastly positioned before him. While Downton kept one eye trained on every movement of Little Grillanti. The street resonated with the clanging of iron, a cacophony that reverberated through the ears of the onlookers, whose jeers grew louder, urging Downton to attack. The Minotaur, filled with concern, scanned the crowd, noting that nearly 1,000 townsfolk had gathered. Some even perched upon rooftops. The most troubling aspect was their unified derision directed at Downton, which would undoubtedly impose immense pressure upon him, pushing him to the brink of collapse. The boy is frightened. He is on the verge of losing. The mayor's son observed the flicker of panic and tension on Downton's face and let out a mocking laugh, declaring him a mere weakling. Melissa nodded in agreement, yet inwardly dismissed the notion. Did they not see that Downton's defensive stance remained unyielding? His eyes, unwavering, radiated resilience and fervent battle spirit, and his expression seemed entirely crafted to confound his opponent. Having witnessed numerous gladiatorial contests in the imperial city's arena, she was all too familiar with fighters who possessed considerable strength. Yet, under the scrutiny and shouts of tens of thousands, they often faltered, leading to their defeat. List assumed an air of superiority as he critiqued the unfolding battle. Melissa wore a smile, yet inwardly cursed the mayor's son for his arrogance. "Ha ha, are you afraid now? This is the consequence of offending me. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I shall not relent." Little Grillanti laughed triumphantly, ridiculing Downton for daring to call himself the Fox of the West. "Ha! I'm the mightiest youth of the West," while Downton appeared to be in a dire predicament. Some discerning mercenaries and adventurers began to appreciate his cunning, finding the battle increasingly intriguing act in such a manner during a duel, lowering the opponent's guard. It was quite remarkable for someone newly initiated as a mana wielder. The proprietor of the Golden Ivory Tavern stood by the second-floor window, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This promising young man was precisely what the organization lacked, and being merely a destitute commoner, he surmised that a few gold coins would suffice to recruit him. Die. Hurricane Slash. Little Galantai unleashed his ultimate attack, the mountain blade shimmering with a white radiance. Slicing toward Downton's head like a tempest, "It is time to counterattack." Melissa muttered, and scarcely had the words left her lips when Downton transitioned from defense to offense. Giant barrier. The ball of his right foot pressed firmly against the ground, halting his retreat. Downton twisted his waist and swung his arms, unleashing a surge of power as the shield in his left hand crashed into Little Galantai's longsword like a formidable fortress. A deafening explosion echoed, scattering dust and debris in all directions, startling the fledgling birds roosting atop the small church. The crowd fell silent, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound as they stared incredulously at the duel between the two combatants. Little Galantai's assault was abruptly halted, his sword deflected, leaving him wide open. Impossible. It must be a mere fluke. Little Galantai's face contorted in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Downton could block his most powerful strike. Almost instinctively, he swung his sword again. Downton pressed his lips together, channeling energy into his right arm before delivering a powerful strike, forcing Little Galantai to stagger backward. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and even some women clasped their mouths in shock. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, "Now it is my turn to strike." Downton inhaled deeply, adjusting his breath, then stepped forward with his left foot, wielding his sword with a single hand. The blade moved with the swiftness of thunder, closing in so quickly that Little Galantai, still unsteady, broke into a cold sweat, instinctively retreating once more that a translucent soul shield rotated before Little Galantai, the last line of defense for a mana wielder. Capable of withstanding both physical and magical attacks, the blade clanged against it, rebounding with a resounding thud. "Ha! You cannot breach my defense." Little Galantai's taunt was cut short as he witnessed Downton advance once more, launching a fierce assault on the long street. Having retreated a full 27 steps, Downton finally initiated his counteroffensive, Giant Execution. Infusing his mana, Downton gripped his longsword tightly and swung down with all his might. Boom! The soul shield met its end, splintering into fragments before dissipating into nothingness. How is this possible? What kind of martial technique is this? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their expressions akin to a thirsty hippopotamus. The mercenaries grew restless, whispering amongst themselves as they focused intently on Downton, eager not to miss a single moment. With a fierce swing of his shield, Downton unleashed a gust of wind. The soul shield trembled, rebounding under the force of the impact, sending Little Galantai hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in a disheveled tumble. "Why? I'm a second-tier soul wielder. I should be able to crush you." Little Galantai howled in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Giant seal. Downton raised his long sword high, a blade magnified tenfold by condensed mana materialized, and with a swift motion, he brought it crashing down. Boom! The cobblestones of the street cracked, debris flying in all directions, startling the onlookers and eliciting cries of alarm. Little Galantai was slow to evade. Had it not been for the soul shield, the outcome would have been clear. Giant charge. Downton braced his shield before him, channeling power through his legs as he lunged forward. Just as Little Galantai regained his footing, panting and shaken, he found Downton surging toward him. With a jolt, he was launched backward, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement. Puffed! Little Galantai expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. Another giant seal from Downton struck true, and this time, Little Galantai, unable to rise, found himself at the mercy of the longsword pressing against his throat. "You have lost." Downton's cold gaze bore into Little Galantai, his grip on the sword more resolute than ever. "This is impossible. You are merely a lowly fighter." Little Galantai roared in defiance, refusing to accept reality. "You must have cheated. Yes, that is it. This is what you owe Barack." Downton's fist collided with Little Galantai's jaw, silencing his protests and curses. The unexpected outcome left the spectators utterly speechless. Waste. The mercenaries spat in disdain, giving little Galantai a thumbs down, while others inquire about the martial technique Dantun had employed, generally speaking, as one ascends in rank. Accumulating mana reserves, practical experience, and the ability to learn more formidable martial techniques, the disparity in strength grows ever wider. Thus, it is nearly impossible for a lower-tier mana wielder to triumph over a higher-tier one. While little Galantai possessed a greater mana reserve than Dantun, he was merely a worthless amateur trained by a common adventurer. Not to mention, the techniques he had learned were pedestrian soul-tier skills, utterly mundane compared to the giant techniques. His combat experience was lamentably scant, leading to his utter annihilation at Downton's hands. It is worth noting that in the City of Oblivion, Downton had faced countless life-and-death battles, having slain over 1,000 ghouls alone. His kill count surpassed that of many mercenaries with 5 or 6 years of experience. The teachings from the grimoire of Homer were far superior to any textbook, even astonishing students of the St. George Academy like Hannah. What could little Galantai possibly compare? Among the mercenaries and adventurers, some experienced and sharp-eyed quickly grasped the reasons behind the outcome, leading to an increased interest in Downton's martial skills. The title Fox of the West was a moniker the postman insisted upon, and if you wish to claim it, feel free to take it. After Tang Dun finished speaking, he turned to face the Black Emperor. He was not one to seek attention. In fact, he had often urged his companions not to call him by that nickname, but his words fell on deaf ears. What could he do? The long street was once again filled with the clamor of discussions regarding the battle. However, this time, no one booed Tang Dun. Instead, they derided the young Zhelong Tai as an arrogant fool. Unable to withstand such humiliation, Zhelong Tai's expression darkened with malice. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and unleashed 2 frost bolts. This was his innate magical ability, an offensive spell designed for ambushes, and it had proven effective time and again to be careful. Melissa and Barak shouted in unison. List also noticed the impending ambush but chose to remain silent. It would be better for someone like Tang Dun to perish, as he was inherently a jealous individual. Seeing the Minotaur's expression shift, Tang Dun, ever cautious, activated his soul shield and swiftly turned, raising his shield. Bang, bang. The frost bolts struck the shield, sending shards of ice splintering and forcing Tang Dun to stagger back several steps. In an attempt to secure a hit, Zhelong Tai had even launched 2 frost bolts. Yet they were still thwarted, inciting his fury. Tang Dun, I will kill you. Zhelong Tai charged forward once more, launching another series of frost bolts. What a quick response, the tavern owner exclaimed, gripping the wooden window frame tightly. Increasingly impressed with Tang Dun, shameless, the Minotaur cursed loudly, ready to join the fray. Stay out of this. This is my battle, Tang Dun bellowed, activating his soul talent. The townsfolk who had initially thought the duel was over and were preparing to leave were suddenly taken aback by this spectacle. They quickly retreated in panic, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. After all, those frost bolts were indiscriminate, being accidentally struck would spell disaster. Mercenaries and adventurers, unperturbed, began to shout recklessly, eager for the conflict to become more bloody. However, in the next moment, they fell silent, as if a hand had grasped their throats. In addition to the soul shield, a sphere the size of a watermelon appeared above Tang Dun's head, radiating a celestial blue hue. With a swift motion, it descended to his chest, absorbing the incoming frost bolts, which vanished without a trace. Tang Dun's talent, Stellar Shift, allowed him to absorb nearly any magical attack, except for physical blows, and reflect them back. This blue sphere resembled a globule of seawater, exuding a soft texture. As the frost bolts collided with it, it wobbled irregularly before stabilizing. With a whoosh, the frost bolts were shot back out. Zhelong Tai, caught off guard and entirely unprepared for Tang Dun's formidable talent, was struck squarely in the chest. Bang! The shameless ambusher Zhelong Tai was knocked over, spitting blood as the frost bolt detonated. The ogre armor had done its job. For without it, that blow would have nearly killed him. That a rare talent. List exclaimed instinctively, his gaze fixed on Tang Dun, filled with palpable envy. Ordinary individuals, upon condensing their soul seeds and becoming magic wielders, would unlock their soul talents within 3 days, a divine gift to the populace, bestowing extraordinary abilities. There were many types of talents, broadly categorized as offensive, defensive, supportive, summoning, and so forth. Tang Dun's balanced talent, excelling in both offense and defense, was exceedingly rare and referred to as a rare talent. List could not help but feel envious. The formation of such talents followed no discernible pattern, their quality entirely reliant on personal fortune. One could spend millions of gold coins to acquire weapons and techniques above the dragon-slaying level, even legendary magical equipment, but one could never purchase a rare talent. That fortunate individual favored by Lady Luck. The tavern owner, too, harbored a glimmer of envy. Not just him, but every magic wielder present wore expressions of envy and resentment. Melissa and the Minotaur Barak were exceptions, as their talents were equally rare. The immense pain and furious indignation had caused Jelong Tai to lose his composure. Coupled with his innate talent being his trump card, he instinctively fired 3 more bolts. The potency of a talent increases with rank, and given Tang Dun's strength, he could only absorb 1 at a time. Otherwise, the blue liquid star would exceed its capacity and explode. Boom! 1 frost bolt collided with the soul shield, sending shards of ice cascading. Tang Dun managed to block the second bolt with a shield, though he was forced back 2 steps. The stellar shift absorbed the final bolt before reflecting it back. Bang! Jelong Tai was struck again, howling in pain. See that? This is the difference in equipment. That penniless courier is bound to lose. List mocked, reminding Jelong Tai, use your magical accessories. Tang Dun, I will slaughter you, Jelong Tai shouted as a diamond-shaped shield materialized around him. Rotating protectively, he raised his right hand, and a gemstone ring on his index finger shot out 6 coconut-sized firestorm bolts. This magical equipment, purchased by Jelong Tai for his son as protection, was of superior quality, costing him a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Despite his reputation for stinginess, he was willing to spend lavishly on his only son. It's over. Tang Dun is doomed. The wealthy truly possess great power. It is best not to provoke them. The mercenaries side. The firestorm bolts were a 6-tier soul magic, with 6 consecutive shots capable of piercing through any fire-based defense of the same tier. For a moment, Tang Dun regretted not bringing his ghoul servant in a battle, but he quickly dismissed the thought. People inherently loathed and feared creatures of the dark faction. Had he brought along, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Even if the common folk remained silent, their interactions with him would dwindle. Moreover, summoning the ghoul would take 3 seconds once the war space opened, leaving him no time. Barak, toss me the battle axe, Tang Dun shouted, his voice betraying no hint of panic, nor did he relinquish his resolve to fight back. Boom! The first firestorm bolt struck Tang Dun's raised shield, the force of the impact and the explosion causing immense pain in his left hand, rendering it unable to grasp the shield, which flew from his grasp. Boom! The second bolt was launched. Instead of retreating, Tang Dun charged towards Jelong Tai. His dignity would not allow him to flee, and soon his soul shield shattered. Have you lost your mind? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished that the youth was still contemplating a counterattack. In the next second, the third firestorm bolt was launched. Boom! The stellar shift was overwhelmed and shattered. Sparks scattering like fireflies, he was still attempting to turn the tide. Melissa's eyes brightened. Adversity reveals a person's true character, and Tang Dun's resilience and tenacity earned her admiration. The tavern owner could not help but nod in agreement, even contemplating intervening to assist him. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. Doing so would expose his identity. Tang Dun, catch the axe and slay him. The Minotaur roared, his arm muscles taut with exertion as he hurled the rending dragon tooth towards Tang Dun. The battle axe flew through the air with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning, whistling as it sliced through the wind. Tang Dun glanced at the axe, calculating its arrival time, then lunged forward, extending his long arm to firmly grasp the axe's handle. Bang! A golden fist-sized rune appeared above Tang Dun's head, clenched tightly, radiating a sense of power. The might of the giant activated. An overwhelming force surged through every inch of Tang Dun's muscles, effortlessly counteracting the inertia of the thrown axe. And then he swung down. Giant execution. Boom! The fourth firestorm bolt that had reached him was cleaved apart, and amidst the dazzling flames, Dantun swung the rending dragon tooth once more. Boom! Boom! The final two firestorm bolts were obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers seemed to be swept away by the icy winds of the northern tundra, rendered motionless in disbelief as they stared at Dantun. How is this possible? The mercenaries could hardly fathom that Dantun would intercept the firestorm bolts in such a spectacularly forceful manner, displaying an overwhelming display of strength. Jelong Tai's pride was shattered, and he could only stare in shock at the approaching Dantun, his legs trembling, robbed of the strength to evade. Die! The rending dragon tooth struck, shattering Jelong Tai's shield and narrowly missing his face as it descended. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed and stones scattered chaotically as the ground was gouged out, forming a ravine half a meter deep. Thud! Young Jilang Ti, I could no longer withstand the strain. His pallid visage crumbled as he slumped to the ground, a stream of yellow urine soaking through his leather armor and spilling forth. Dantun swung his right foot, delivering a vicious blow to the boy's face. Amidst the splatter of blood from his nose and the fragments of his stained teeth, Jilang Ti fell backward, unconscious. The long street lay in eerie silence. Dantun tilted his head back. Allowing the gentle sunlight to cascade upon his face, he gazed at the drifting clouds and, after inhaling deeply, could not help but unleash a triumphant roar. The 16-year-old lad, with his courage and resilience, savored the first taste of victory in his life. Applause erupted, growing ever louder. The townsfolk looked at Dantun, for the first time realizing that this scruffy young postman possessed a certain charm. The mercenaries and adventurers, however, were less enamored. Having witnessed such battles countless times, they swarmed around, inquiring about the price of the tear of the dragon's tooth. I am not selling it. Please step aside. Dantun pushed through the crowd, striding toward Barak. Having endured the assault of a six-tier soul magic, he remained unscathed, undoubtedly wielding an exceptional weapon. No, upon assessing the magical enhancements, it must be of perfect quality. A commoner possessing a weapon of such perfection? What a joke! The mercenaries murmured noisily, their gazes fixated greedily on the faintly glowing tear of the dragon's tooth in Dantun's grasp, akin to ravenous hyenas eager to claim it for themselves. Even if it were merely exceptional, it would still fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins. How could these impoverished mercenaries resist such temptation? Were it not for their presence in the small town, some unscrupulous mercenaries would likely have already seized the opportunity to snatch it away. You worthless fool! Lister sneered at the unconscious Jilang Ti before hastily advancing toward Dantun. Coveting that battle axe for himself, the axe, etched with the insignia of the ogre clan, measured 1.5 meters in length, with a handle crafted from thigh bone and a massive blade resembling a beast's fawn. Exuding a distinctly tribal aura, its heavy form providing immense visual impact and unparalleled ferocity. Dantun, 50,000 gold coins for this battle axe. Lister's eyes glimmered with greed as he admired the blood-red tribal emblem smeared across the blade. Practically entranced. What was the magical effect? It appeared to enhance strength. I've already stated, it is not for sale. Dantun frowned. The mayor's son held these common children's lives in disdain. Thus, there was no common ground between them. But he had heard that this fellow possessed a notoriously vile temperament, and those who crossed him often faced dire consequences. Say that again. Lister's expression darkened, a palpable threat in his tone. You seem to have forgotten that this is Morning Mist Town. And I am a mayor's son. 50,000 gold coins? You'd be better off robbing someone. 100,000 gold coins. I will buy it. A one-eyed hulking man pushed through the crowd, forcing his way forward. You no longer wish to live in Morning Mist Town? Lister scoffed. You have one day to vacate the town, or you will regret it. Bah, I await your return. The one-eyed giant was not one to be trifled with. Reaching for the tear of the dragon's tooth. Let me appraise it. How could this little backwater town possibly possess a weapon of perfect quality? It must surely be of elite caliber, 100,000 gold coins. And I would be at a loss. The giant's strength was yet to wane, but Dantun deftly swatted away the man's hand, defiantly glaring at him. Kid, don't be ungrateful. The one-eyed giant grinned menacingly, attempting to seize Dantun by the throat. unfazed by the pain in his hand. Instead, his desperation for that battle axe intensified. A perfect weapon would triple his combat prowess. Tang Dun cursed under his breath. Preparing for battle. Release him, Barak approached, shoving against the one-eyed giant's chest. The nearly 2-meter-tall brute staggered back, struggling to maintain his footing. The Minotaur stomped the ground, causing a shockwave to erupt beneath him, effortlessly wielding a 3-meter-long pillar that he grasped as if it were a mere twig. Exuding an unmistakable aura of brute force, the atmosphere tensed, the fierce gazes of both parties clashing in the air. What are you all lingering for? Do you wish to duel? Perfect, the townsfolk have yet to disperse. Melissa weaved through the crowd, arriving at Tang Dun's side, casually wrapping her arm around his, calling out, "Everyone, don't leave. There's a duel to witness." The beautiful woman was cunning. Her words instilled apprehension among the scheming mercenaries. After all, this was Morning Mist Town, the largest settlement on the border, home to a security force of 300. Even if they wished to incite chaos, they would have to consider the consequences. "Kid, if you have the guts, don't leave the town, or you will surely perish." The one-eyed giant glared fiercely at Tang Dun before retreating with his cohorts. "I will be waiting." Tang Dun tightened his grip on the battle axe. Feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, he loathed this feeling of powerlessness. "Your performance earlier was commendable. You could easily star in an opera," Melissa remarked, clinging to Tang Dun's arm, her eyes sparkling as she admired the sweat glistening on his cheeks. Tang Dun frowned, attempting to push her shoulder away, but she deftly evaded him, leaving him frustrated. "Let me go." Tang Dun scowled, exerting more force to free himself from Melissa's grasp. He had no fondness for such women. Lister's face contorted in anger. After pursuing Melissa for so long without success, he found it intolerable that she appeared to favor Tang Dun instead. "You've gotten yourself into trouble." The Minotaur's expression was laden with concern. Even if he triumphed over Jilang Tei, that boy would surely seek vengeance. Not to mention that he had attracted the attention of some rather ruthless mercenaries. Certainly, Lister posed the most significant threat. Should Tang Dun refuse, he would undoubtedly offend the son of the most powerful man in Morning Mist Town, leaving him without a refuge. 70,000 gold coins. That is my bottom line. Lister drew a gem-studded dagger, casually grooming his nails, the tone of his voice feigning nonchalance. "Do not test my patience. We're leaving." Tang Dun dismissed him with indifference. Ignored, Lister's face flushed crimson as he bellowed at Tang Dun's retreating figure. "I swear, you will regret this. You are far too reckless," the Minotaur sighed. "Plans must change. In 3 months, I will contact you to finalize the transaction location." Tang Dun had already devised a plan. After all, he had no family here. If worst came to worst, he could simply reside in the underground city, though he would need to inform his sister, Ilian, in advance. Not worry. There may still be a way out. Melissa consoled Tang Dun, her thoughts wavering as she considered whether his future worth warranted her assistance. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Tang Dun was reluctant to linger, eager to depart Morning Mist Town before those scheming individuals were adequately prepared. Otherwise, escaping would become a challenge. Having declined Melissa's repeated invitations, Tang Dun and Barak headed toward the warehouse where he stored his goods for the exchange. "Take care," as he witnessed the goods being stored within the war space. A flicker of envy and awe crossed the Minotaur's face, though he refrained from prying further. "Until we meet again." Tang Dun mounted his horse, spurring it onward toward the southern exit of the town. Tang Dun, "Thank you for that punch," Barak shouted, believing that the greatest reward of this journey was the friendship he had forged with the human. The Minotaur had displayed formidable strength, and Tang Dun's willingness to visit the warehouse alone signified a deep trust, which touched him profoundly. Tang Dun arrived slightly earlier than expected, having assumed Jilang Tei would be late. To his surprise, the latter had arrived even sooner, already amassing a small mountain of goods by the roadside at the town's entrance. "Why are you only just arriving? Hurry and pay the remaining balance." The miserly Jilang Tei, exhausted from hauling most of the cargo, was growing impatient. He rushed over, breathless, eager to ensure that the gold coins did not linger in his pocket for a second longer. Tang Dun offered a selection of gemstones of equivalent value, which Jilang Tei caught and confirmed before turning to flee. With such a volume of goods, it was inevitable that some inferior items would be mixed in. Jilang Ti, I had resolved not to acknowledge them. Should Tang Dun raise any issues, he would simply claim that the goods had been switched to ha. Fool, you think you could take advantage of Jilang Ti? Off you go. Jilang Ti, I sprinted down the street, laughing heartily at the success of this transaction. Not only did he manage to sell off the accumulated goods, but he also earned nearly 5,000 gold coins, leaving no reason for him to feel discontent. Upon noticing the absence of Dantun, Grandet quickly halted, anxiously inspecting the soles of his shoes. Seeing no damage, he let out a sigh of relief and resumed his slow pace, opting to take a detour to avoid the scattered stones. Homer, how much is that damaged Titan statue worth? Dantun, eager for Grandet to hasten his departure, swiftly withdrew the grimoire upon observing the sparse crowd around him. The 5-meter-high, bronze-hued door swung open, revealing a golden glow as the hourglass motif carved into the door split in two. Suddenly, 2 luminescent hands emerged, effortlessly lifting the supplies and transporting them into the war logistics space. In terms of pure value, it was worth at least 1 million gold coins. However, if utilized wisely, it could serve as a trump card for survival. The projection of Homer conveyed a singular message: you've struck gold. Should Grandet discover that he narrowly missed a rare storm giant statue, his fury would be palpable. Dantun could not afford to indulge in happiness, for he sensed someone lurking at the town's entrance, frequently glancing in his direction. Let us go back to the Undercity. To lighten his load, Dantun hastily discarded the torn dragon tooth into the war space, vigorously cracking the whip against Black Emperor's flank. The warhorse galloped furiously, stirring up a cloud of dust behind. It was indeed a war space. This fellow possessed spatial equipment. The capacity to carry such a substantial amount of goods was undoubtedly exceptional. Alas, that individual had truly departed from Morning Mist Town. The watchers, witnessing the bronze door consume the goods, were left in utter shock, quickly replaced by a potent greed. However, this was soon overshadowed by a wave of frustration. These scheming individuals had never anticipated that, after being threatened, Dantun would not seek refuge within the town, but would instead decisively flee. This unforeseen maneuver completely disrupted their plans, not to mention that these small mercenary groups could hardly afford a few horses. Even if they did, the majority of the watchers had not yet prepared. Now, retrieving horses to pursue was simply too late. Yet, Dantун's luck was evidently insufficient. 2 mercenaries had their horses stabled nearby. Although it cost them some time, they managed to follow suit, and with their tracking skills, locating Dantun would not prove too difficult. As he galloped along the rural paths, inhaling the fresh air, Dantun gazed at the sparse oats in the fields swaying gently in the breeze. Feeling a sense of elation, akin to the soaring heights where birds take flight. Passing through Pisa town, Dantun encountered a familiar postman residing there, entrusting him with a letter for Elaine, urging her not to return home this summer, but to await his arrival with the money. Dantun repeatedly emphasized that this was a private letter, to avoid it appearing in the post office of Morning Mist Town, wary of the unscrupulous mercenaries seeking trouble with his sister. Are you being overly cautious? Your sister is, after all, a top student at St. George's Academy of Magic. Who would dare to cause her trouble in the royal capital? Homer thought Dantun was making a mountain out of a molehill, but soon lost interest in such concerns, for 2 mercenary scouts had appeared in his rear view. Dantun, unwilling to spare any horsepower, accelerated once more. Engaging in battle would consume precious time, potentially allowing more enemies to catch up. The 2 mercenary steeds were inferior to Black Emperor, lagging far behind. However, their rich experience allowed them to maintain pursuit of Dantun's trail. Each time, Dantun chose to slow down to feed his horse. He did so in small towns, which made the mercenaries wary of acting recklessly. As a postman, Dantun was intimately familiar with the terrain of Redwood County, which provided him an advantage. When the 2 mercenaries on their lesser horses finally caught up, he would set off again, denying them any respite, yet still failing to shake them off. After nearly a day of relentless galloping, Dantun gradually approached Crow's Ridge. In this desolate region, no towns remained, as no one wished to reside in proximity. The 2 mercenaries were baffled by Dantun's decision to venture into the ghoul-infested Crow's Ridge. It was a place so remote, It was practically the perfect locale for murder and body disposal. Thus, they refrained from hasty action, believing that merely following him could exert psychological pressure, perhaps even causing him to crack under the strain. "What ranks are they?" Dantun inquired in writing, noticing that the two mercenaries had changed horses. Likely at some small town, otherwise they would not have been able to pursue so closely. Regardless of their ranks, there was no escape for you. Prepare for battle. Long before, Homer had already deployed an Eye of the Abyss on the road, a spell designed for reconnaissance. Even at 3,000 yards away, it could detect nearby targets and gather intelligence. Homer refrained from divulging this to Dantun, wishing to prevent him from becoming overly reliant on his support. After all, most battles lacked intelligence assistance, necessitating that one gather information and adapt on the fly. Black Emperor was still too ordinary. He must acquire a blazing nightmare or a necromancer steed to that point. Even if these mercenaries exhausted 10 purebred horses, they would never catch up to him. Dantun had grown dissatisfied with his mount. Despite its imposing name, it was pathetically inadequate. Even the retired officer Layman's beloved Blackjack paled in comparison to those soul-bound steeds. Is this fellow truly intending to enter Crow's Ridge? He merely a lowly soul-tier fish. ISNT that tantamount to courting death, observing Dantun maintain his speed as he directly stepped into Crow's Ridge. The mercenary with a small mustache began to lose his composure. "Increase speed and catch up. Kill him," commanded the mercenary clad in red leather armor, drawing his curved blade and striking fiercely at the horse's hindquarters. Losing 2 horses was a trivial matter, as long as they could eliminate Dantun and seize that perfect grade battle axe and war space artifact. What couldn't they acquire? The warhorse, wounded by the mercenary strike, neighed in distress, accelerating rapidly, kicking up mud, and swiftly closing the gap. Black Emperor was already weary and could not shake off the pursuers. Dantun made a swift decision, dismounting and flipping open the grimoire. Homer, summon Ghoul number 4 and the torn dragon tooth, Dantun swiftly inscribed, communicating with a low-tier deity, "I wish to exchange for the radiance of Gaia's endurance and the radiance of jungle agility. Remember to be generous with the discount." Faced with unknown foes, Dantun sought every possible advantage to grasp. The bronze-hued door to the war space swung open, and a luminescent hand emerged, holding the battle axe, which was presented to him. Dantun deftly caught it, while simultaneously checking his various potions and the Titan statue, ensuring he did not mistake anything during the battle, confirming that the magical accessories were in pristine condition and ready for activation at any moment. Ghoul number 4 stepped through the golden glow, emerging from the war unit space, silently standing beside Dantun, its lifeless eyes fixed upon the enemies of its master. The 2 mercenaries, concerned that Dantun might escape, sought to pursue and intercept him, only to find him halt unexpectedly, leaving them momentarily perplexed. "This fellow doesn't intend to challenge us one-on-one, does he?" The small mustachioed mercenary, initially prepared to block their path without hesitation, instinctively reined in his horse at the sudden appearance of the ghoul. How could a mere soul-tier paladin possess a magical servant? The red-armored mercenary furrowed his brow, glaring at the ghoul, but soon relaxed. "What a scare! It's merely a ghoul without even a tear. A team must have been summoned through magical accessories." The small mustachioed mercenary, eyeing the vanishing war space door, couldn't help but swallow hard. How much magical equipment does this fellow possess? Regardless, if we kill him, it all belongs to us. The red-armored mercenary licked his lips, dismounting, yet standing 30 yards away, hesitating to strike. The 2 mercenaries began to play mind games. Having witnessed Dantun's combat prowess, they had formed a rough understanding of his capabilities, dismissing him entirely. The real concern lay with their companion, for who among them would not wish to monopolize the immense wealth? Moreover, they were not virtuous individuals to begin with. It seems they are not united. Perhaps we can exploit this, taking them down one by one. Dantun observed the enemy's actions, analyzing the situation. The low-tier deity offered a 10% discount. 2 soul-tier divine spells would cost 500 soul offerings, payable in 5 days. Homer displayed the magical script, reporting the negotiation outcome. "Let it perish. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Tell it. At most 50% off, or I shall exchange for another deity for sacrifice." Dantun handed the battle axe to number 4, furiously inscribing a series of indignant words. What a pretentious low-tier deity. This price is not steep. Had it been placed at any altar in the Western continent, it would have cost at least 600 soul offerings, but it would surely fail due to the subpar standards of the sacrifice, rendering it ignored. Although Homer sympathized with the low-tier deity, he showed no mercy in negotiating the price. What is this fellow up to? Little Mustache could not comprehend why, on the brink of a deadly confrontation, he still found the time to pen something. Could it possibly be a farewell note? Creation, do you understand? Do you not find the scenery here utterly breathtaking? Failing to compose a sonnet to commemorate this would indeed be a profound regret. Dantun's performance was remarkable. His earnest demeanor made it impossible to discern that he was merely stalling for time. Insane, Little Mustache cursed, urging his companion to swiftly dispatch Dantun and make their exit. How do you know I am insane? Oh dear, I must take my medication, Dantun exclaimed, dumbfounded as he pulled out a vial brimming with a yellowish potion, hastily uncapping it and consuming its contents. Stone skin potion. Are you mocking us? The two mercenaries were well acquainted with such commonplace defensive potions. Moreover, upon drinking, Dantun's skin immediately manifested a faintly yellow, stone-like armor. He moved his limbs, feeling the additional weight of approximately 20 pounds, and noted a slight stiffness in his joints, an inherent drawback of low-grade potions. The owner of the shop, a formidable alchemist, had concocted a superior quality stone skin potion, with an effectiveness at least 30% greater than the average fare. Otherwise, Dantun would have struggled even more. What did you say? Dantun inquired, turning towards number 4, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The two mercenaries exchanged glances. They had initially intended to attack, but upon witnessing Dantun's startled demeanor, they hesitated. Deal, 250 soul offerings, to be paid in full within 5 days, and not a penny less. Homer finally concluded the negotiations just in time. Otherwise, Dantun would have found it impossible to prolong the matter. Agreed. Let us hasten the delivery. Dantun thought to himself, secretly reveling in the lucrative bargain he had struck. 250 ordinary ghoul souls, a task that would take him no more than 20 minutes. If he were to encounter a hapless soul of a higher tier, he would need to work even faster. I have never witnessed someone so audacious as to extend credit to a deity. By the way, you are undoubtedly the first to demand a novice divine technique from a god, and quite possibly the first in millennia. Homer sighed inwardly, contemplating the plight of the lowly deity. The sacrificers were deeply fearful that the offerings they prepared would be deemed unworthy by the divine, and thus fail to elicit divine favor, especially considering the exorbitant fees required for such divine beings. Not only were they reluctant to squander their offerings on trifles like novice divine techniques, which barely qualified for divine favor, but they also lacked access to any altar, as the holy knights guarding them would mercilessly strike them down. Was this a sign of disdain towards the divine? The favors bestowed by deities, whether martial or magical, were at least of dragon-slaying caliber. Be cautious. Homer ceased his futile musings and levitated into the air, observing the battle from above. This fellow is merely posturing. There is nothing to fear. The red-armored mercenary saw through the ruse and lunged forward with his curved blade, closely followed by Little Mustache, who aimed to crush Dantun's skull with his war hammer. Suddenly, 2 golden arrows shot forth from the grimoire, piercing Dantun's forehead. The two mercenaries were startled by this unexpected turn of events, utterly perplexed by Dantun's actions. Was he attempting suicide? Being cautious, they slowed their advance, granting Dantun a brief respite akin to recovering from a blow dealt by a battering ram as the darkness before him dissipated. Dantun regained his awareness and immediately perceived 2 incantations swirling within his mind. The situation was dire, and he promptly raised his hand to unleash divine magic. As he did so, 3 streams of golden, sand-like light cascaded down upon him, initiating 3 divine spells. The red-armored mercenary fumed. Charge! That cunning rascal has concealed his true power. The powers of Hercules, Gaia, and jungle agility surged through Dantun, doubling his physical prowess, rendering even the stone skin armor feel considerably lighter. Yet he was not yet satisfied. He grasped the Titan statue and directly siphoned the power contained within it. Downton's muscles swelled, stretching his tight leather armor to its limits, creating a striking visual spectacle. The red-armored mercenary closed in, aiming his curved blade at Downton's neck. While Little Mustache approached from the rear, Warhammer poised to strike. Under the guidance of soul energy, Number 4 recklessly charged at Little Mustache. The ghoul, with a hoarse growl and deadly claws, instilled a primal fear in Little Mustache, prompting him to abandon his assault on Downton and instead defend against Number 4. Roar. Downton exhaled forcefully, unleashing a thunderous shout that reverberated throughout the vicinity. This was a giant's roar, a control-type martial technique. Expansive in range, but causing greater damage the closer one was to its source. The two mercenaries felt as if their eardrums were about to burst, the ringing in their ears accompanied by a dizzying sensation. In light of this disorientation, their movements naturally slowed. However, their extensive experience prompted them to activate their soul shield for defense at once. Giant's execution. Downton wielded the rending dragon's tooth and swung it down fiercely toward the red-armored mercenary. The axe blade colliding with a soul shield. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered and the magical energy dissipated. Downton followed through with a swift backhanded strike aimed at the red-armored mercenary's side. While the soul shield absorbed the blow, Downton's immense strength propelled the spherical shield back, sending the mercenary careening through the air. Each mercenary was encircled by shields the size of fists, indicating they were both of the second soul tier. With only a slight difference in strength, we can fight. Downton surged forward, his battle axe raised, preparing to strike the red-armored mercenary anew, a fist-sized runic symbol flashing above him. The power of a giant was also unleashed. Downton's strategy was clear. He aimed to obliterate one opponent within 20 seconds. Otherwise, their encirclement would pose an even greater threat. I am Diabolo. The red-armored mercenary regained his composure, witnessing the swift descent of the axe and uttering an expletive as he clumsily evaded. Although he had long been aware of Downton's formidable martial prowess, experiencing firsthand the shattering of a shield was enough to instill a profound sense of caution in both mercenaries, vanquishing any earlier underestimation. Open fire. Little Mustache, who had initially intended to use the chaos of battling the ghouls to buy time and exhaust his companion, swiftly altered his plan upon witnessing Downton's eruption of power, redirecting his war hammer toward the ghoul's head. Had it been a wandering free ghoul, that strike would have obliterated it. Alas, Number 4 had a master and nimbly dodged to the side under the guidance of soul energy. Little Mustache found himself in a dilemma. Downton's rapid succession of attacks had already pushed him beyond his reach. Should he pursue, he would expose his back to the ghoul, even if it were merely a common creature. He dared not take that risk. Was this fellow merely lucky, or was it all deliberate? Little Mustache decided to first eliminate the ghoul. After all, his companion was of the second tier, and even if they could not win outright, he could at least stall for a few seconds. Little Mustache failed to notice that their mindset had shifted from initial disdain to cautious respect, a testament to Downton's burgeoning strength. The stench-laden Crow's Ridge became a battlefield as the violence escalated. Push him back, keep your distance, and avoid the mercenaries' attacks from behind. Downton summoned all his strength, willingly expending magical energy to unleash the most powerful giant's execution once more, seeing the battle axe slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at his head. The red-armored mercenary, just rising to his feet, dared not resist and retreated in disarray. Downton advanced, activating the giant's flail. With a thunderous crash, the magically charged axe struck the red-armored mercenary's shield, shattering it and colliding with his abdomen, causing him to stagger backward once again. The combined might of the giant's power and a troll's strength had exceeded the soul shield's capacity. Thus, even if it had not been destroyed, it could no longer defend effectively. Number 4 restrained him. Downton recognized the ghoul's weakness, likely unable to withstand even a single strike. Hence, he employed a strategy of distraction, as long as he could divert Little Mustache's attention, preventing him from launching a full-scale attack. He would be satisfied. Raising his right foot, Downton stomped down hard. The ground trembled as the giant's stomp cracked and collapsed the earth within a 5-meter radius. The red-armored mercenary misstepped, his body tilting, and his defensive posture became distorted. Dantun lunged forward, swinging his axe down. With a resounding impact, the immense force caused fissures to form in the soul shield, sending it flying. Now's your chance. Giant's execution. Dantun swung his battle axe with a force that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The 300-pound rupturing dragon tooth felt as light as a mere toothpick in his grasp. The red-armored mercenary struggled to lift his curved blade, but it was effortlessly cleaved apart in an instant. The immense recoil, rendering his entire arm numb, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. With a hiss, the battle axe struck before the soul shield could re-establish itself, slicing through the mercenary's left shoulder and cleaving him in twain. One half of his body flew away, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Within less than 20 seconds of engagement, the red-armored mercenary was slain. Having dispatched countless ghouls, Dantun felt no revulsion at the gruesome sight. Instead, he pivoted with agility and charged at the bearded man. How is this possible? The bearded man exclaimed in shock, his mind swirling with doubt, contemplating a hasty retreat. Number 4, distract from behind. Dantun pressed his assault. Knowing that the giant's roar technique was too taxing on his vocal cords to use more than twice, that he intended to reserve it for the most critical moment. Number 4 was hardly a formidable threat. Its purpose lay in diverting attention and instilling psychological fear. Finally, the bearded man seized an opportunity to counterattack, wielding his warhammer with a flourish, exuding an air of authority. The giant's power had waned, yet he still possessed the might of the trolls. However, Dantun discovered that he could not overpower the bearded man in strength. Are you frightened? My innate talent is that of rhino strength, devoid of any magical aptitude. Thus, your abilities hold no value against me. In the brief skirmish, the bearded man regained his confidence. Given the varied nature of their opponents, innate abilities could either serve as a trump card or become mere ornamentation. The red-armored mercenary had been rather unfortunate. Although his talent reduced magical energy consumption, favoring long battles, he was swiftly overturned by Dantun in mere seconds. Yet now, it was Dantun's turn to face adversity. Against the bearded man, his advantageous techniques seemed futile. I see, he thought, recognizing that the bearded man's reflexes and dynamic vision, coupled with a calm demeanor, allowed him to navigate most dangers. However, his experience against magic users was woefully inadequate. In their personal confrontation, the bearded man discerned that Dantun was a raw gem, but lamented his lack of experience, which left him perpetually a step behind encountering the myriad tactics of magic users. Two-hit combo. The bearded man swung his battle axe, shattering the soul shield, then retracted slightly before launching another strike, landing squarely on Dantun's chest with tremendous force, knocking him back and causing him to spit blood. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and the standoff finally made Dantun realize how naive he had been to consider himself a seasoned warrior. The over 1,000 ghouls he had slain in the dungeon were almost all of the most mundane sort. Even the low-tier creatures born from the Soul Seal had primitive intelligence, their attack patterns almost monotonous. How could they compare to a human? The bearded man's combat style was elusive and filled with a plethora of techniques, proving to be a considerable challenge. Just as Dantun's soul shield absorbed the impact of the warhammer, the bearded man delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him staggering backward. Following up with relentless aggression, the warhammer crashed into Dantun's face that he narrowly dodged, yet his shoulders still absorbed a glancing blow. Had it not been for an additional layer of stone skin, his bones would have surely shattered. Damn it, Dantun seethed, activating the natural trinket on his wrist, a shield materializing to cover much of his body. Another magical item? Just how many do you possess? The bearded man cursed, realizing this seemingly impoverished youth was anything but premium weapons, magical artifacts, spatial tools. Each one could fetch a fortune capable of crushing him. The wealth Dantun displayed only fueled the bearded man's resolve to eliminate him. Thunderous strike. The bearded man stomped the ground. Blue arcs of electricity erupted, coursing up Dantun's legs, rendering his muscles numb. With a brutal overhead swing, he lifted off the ground, bringing the war hammer crashing down towards Dantun's skull. Dantun raised a rupturing dragon tooth to block, but the sheer force of the blow forced his axe aside, leading to a follow-up two-hit combo that nearly shattered his shield. Number 4. Dantun hastily retreated to reorganize his offensive strategy. The bearded man was relentless, closing in on him. "Commoner, do you intend to rely on your shield for the rest of your life?" Homar projected vivid crimson magical script, admonishing Dantun through the abyssal eye. Homar assessed the ranks of the two mercenaries, finding them not particularly high, and decided to use them to hone Dantun's skills. Battles between magic users were far more perilous than slaughtering 1,000 mere ghouls. The application of various techniques, combat patterns, habits, styles, and even instinctual reactions all required constant vigilance, for the outcome lay within those nuances. Homar was akin to a flawless textbook, teaching Dantun the art of weaponry without wasting a single ounce of magical energy. Ensuring no bad habits were formed at it could be said that Homar provided Dantun with a series of formulas, while the ghouls were merely the simplest exercises designed for practice and strengthening his understanding of combat techniques. Facing magic users was the true challenge. These two mercenaries were the test presented by Homar. A sentient grimoire, I've struck gold. Upon seeing the text projected from the magical tome, Homar's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. This item would fetch no less than 10 million at auction. No one would even qualify to bid without that sum. Damn it! Damn it! Dantun was furious. If a mere second-tier soul was this troublesome, how formidable must Robinson be? However, he quickly suppressed his anger, forcing himself to remain calm and dispelling the natural shield. "You lunatic!" the bearded man spat, invigorated by the prospect of wealth, growing even more reckless. What to do? Dantun pondered desperately. He had already taken several hits and was even caught off guard by a dagger thrust from the bearded man, leaving a gash on his arm, blood gushing forth. Homar fell silent. It could mold Dantun into a flawless warrior, but to what end? A perfected Dantun would be like a masterpiece carved by a master craftsman, brilliant yet devoid of soul. Dantun was knocked down and quickly rolled away. The warhammer grazed his head before crashing into the ground, sending a spray of bloodied earth onto his face. What were my advantages? Techniques, strength, shields. This must be eliminated. Dantun focused intently on the bearded man, his mind racing to analyze. The bearded man's advantages lay in his combat experience and strength. "What are you muttering about? Your last words?" The bearded man scoffed, believing that Dantun's failure to utilize his magical artifacts was sheer foolishness. Extracting the power of one or even two trolls would completely overwhelm Dantun, enabling a rapid assault that would disrupt his rhythm, preventing his experience from coming into play. Dantun resolved to act. Immediately reaching into his pocket and gripping the Titan's arrow, power surging through his body. The bearded man's warhammer failed to cleave through the battle axe, and he sensed a shift in Dantun's energy, igniting a sense of urgency within him, compelling him to intensify his assault. But Dantun was swifter. With a roar, the giant's roar activated at the bearded man's level, even if he blocked his ears. Such a control technique would be inescapable. He was struck directly and instantly found himself in a dazed giant's execution. The battle axe shattered the first soul shield. Dantun continued his relentless onslaught, roaring as he raised his axe. Activating the giant's seal, the blade alone measuring an impressive 3 meters in diameter, before crashing down towards the bearded man. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted as half of the bearded man's body was driven into the ground. The second soul shield did not shatter, but it was forced aside. Dantun swung again. The bearded man raised his warhammer to block, but just as he prepared to counterattack, Dantun's left hand, fingers positioned like a blade, lunged forward, unleashing the giant's arrow. Whoosh! A sharp, magical arrow shot forth from his fingertips, piercing the bearded man's neck and instantly creating a gaping wound, blood spraying forth. The bearded man cried out in agony, his attack faltering as he instinctively stomped the ground to initiate a thunderous strike. Dantun seized the moment, swiftly executing the giant's stomp while simultaneously swinging his axe. The bearded man, having lost his footing, became increasingly passive, managing to block several strikes. Yet his chest was struck by the giant's arrow once more. Dantun took advantage of the earlier blow to his abdomen, applying the lesson learned, executing a dual attack with axe and arrow. Homa nodded in satisfaction. Although the soul shield provided dual protection against both physical and magical attacks, it was not infallible. The soul shield had its fair share of shortcomings. There were numerous methods to breach it and slay the mana user. The defensive capabilities of the soul shield were limited, and excessive force could shatter it. Additionally, it had flaws in speed. When confronted with sufficiently strong yet non-destructive blows, the soul shield would be repelled, with the force determining how far it would be pushed back. During the interval before it could reset its defenses, there was inevitably a moment of vulnerability. Moreover, the surface area of the soul shield posed a challenge. It could not protect the entirety of the body, making it relatively easy to bypass defenses when the opponent launched multiple attacks. Dantun exploited this weakness by using his battle axe to restrain the soul shield of the little mustache, while simultaneously targeting vital areas with his giant spear. The reason low-tier mana users struggled against high-tier ones was clear. With each advancement to a new tier, an additional layer of soul shield was added. As a soul level 5, Robinson possessed 5 shields, and given Dantун's current strength, he couldn't even breach the initial layer of defense. Rapid successive attacks that exceeded the mobility limits of the soul shield rendered it unable to keep pace with the onslaught, thus serving as a means of bypassing defenses. The 2-hit combo fell under this category. Other tactics included feigned assaults, for instance, faking an attack on a vital point to compel the mana user to direct their soul shield there, only to swiftly switch targets for effective damage. For Dantun, there was still much to learn. Assuming that defeating over 1,000 ghouls would render him invincible was a misconception that could lead to his swift demise. There's no suspense now. Homa felt reassured. The little mustache shouted in a frenzy, eager to retaliate, but Dantun offered no opportunity, launching a relentless series of attacks. He must not be allowed to counterattack. With 3 successive axe strikes, he suddenly unleashed a giant cleave, preventing the little mustache from organizing a defense, forcing him to retreat. Excellent. Skills should be interspersed with regular attacks to enhance their defensiveness and increase their threat level. Homa projected his thoughts, providing timely commentary. After taking several axe blows, the little mustache realized that his trump card, the rhino's might, was being countered. His arm went numb, nearly causing him to drop his warhammer. He sought to create distance to regroup and recover from the previous onslaught. After such explosive attacks, a brief moment of fatigue was inevitable, and the little mustache planned to counter at that moment. Yet, Dantун's relentless attacks only intensified. Dantun pursued without relent. After another empty slash, he suddenly unleashed the giant flail, the mana-linked battle axe, striking heavily against the little mustache's abdomen. The little mustache was sent flying, and before he hit the ground, he saw a massive war axe soar into the sky, only to descend upon him. The air seemed to tear asunder. With a thunderous crash, the little mustache was struck directly, embedding him into the ground. Dirt erupted as his left leg was pulverized into a bloody mess. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, he managed to brace himself with his war hammer against the ground, narrowly avoiding becoming a heap of shattered remains. Dantun surged forward, swiftly retrieving a bottle of quick-acting mana potion with his left hand, breaking the seal with his thumb and gulping it down. After a series of skill releases, Dantун's mana was depleted, fatigue setting into his limbs, and a slight dizziness clouded his mind. He had to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Dantun pressed on. If he did not eliminate his opponent in this wave of attacks, it would undoubtedly be him who succumbed to exhaustion. Emperor Boro even have recovery potions? You must be a wealthy man. The little mustache felt utterly despondent. The potion's sweetness, reminiscent of fruit, invigorated Dantun, propelling him to close the gap with the little mustache as he executed a giant cleave. Death approached, the dragon's tooth tearing down, cleaving the little mustache in two, leaving a gruesome array of entrails. Blood splattered onto the black, decaying earth, rising in steaming plumes, soaking several large yellow maggots. Dantun, drained, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Well done. The magic tome floated over, offering rare praise to Dantun. Sheer luck. Dantun responded humbly, though a sense of joy bubbled within him. These two were far from the sheltered, inept individuals like little Galantai. They were true mercenaries. As the effects of the stone skin potion wore off, Dantun felt significantly lighter and sat down to bandage his wounds. You know why we won. Homa guided Dantun in summarizing the battle in all-out assault. denying them any chance to retaliate. Tang Dun dipped a quill into ink, writing with ease to be more detailed. Homa began to feast on the information. 2 wisps of crimson mist wafted from the corpses. Absorbed into the magic tome. This was the soul energy of the mana user, still intact, roughly equivalent to the soul remnants of 100 mundane ghouls. A significant boon. Utilize control-type skills to restrict and disrupt the enemy's attacks, suppressing their strengths. Then maximize your own power and martial prowess through a ceaseless tide of attacks to overwhelm the enemy. Indeed, having slain so many ghouls, your understanding and execution of martial skills have become quite proficient. What you require now is adaptability to apply them appropriately in battle. Homa was quite pleased with Tang Dun's response. This is the wisdom of combat. No amount of detailed instruction from the magic tome could rival the profound insights gained from experiencing a life-and-death battle firsthand. The 2-hit combo is quite impressive. I must practice that, along with the timing for activating the shield. Tang Dun realized there was still much to learn. Always remember, do not rely too heavily on the shield. The strongest defense will always be your courage and confidence. Homa urged Tang Dun to remain undaunted, even in the face of death, rather than cowering behind a shield like a timid coward. Tang Dun humbly accepted the guidance, resting sufficiently before standing up, dusting off his backside, and preparing to collect the spoils. The 2 mercenaries were quite poor, finding only 16 gold coins along with a few bottles of basic healing and mana potions for emergencies. Given Tang Dun's current financial standing, he dismissed these as trivial but nonetheless gathered them up. The sculptor Master Rodin of the Renaissance era was renowned throughout the Western continent. Each of his works could fetch astronomical sums of 10 million gold coins. He was once commissioned by the Plantagenet royal family to serve as the curator of the Royal Art Museum and was bestowed the title of Lifetime Honorary Advisor. "What are you doing?" Tang Dun questioned, puzzled by Homa's sudden artistic flair, as he had no intention of becoming an artist. In his middle age, Rodin reached the pinnacle of his creative period, sculpting his most perfect piece. The thinker, royalty from various nations vied for it, ultimately reaching a staggering price of 260 million Jiderland gold coins. Can you guess who acquired it? St. Jiderland, given the national strength at the time. He was indeed the most formidable. Tang Dun contemplated the need to read more books. Otherwise, he would feel immense pressure in the presence of the erudite magic tome. N01 managed to purchase the thinker. Master Rodin personally wielded his hammer and smashed its head. Homa's projected text seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. No matter how unparalleled my chisel, I cannot bestow it with a soul. It remains merely a sculpture, standing before the shattered statue. After uttering this sentiment, Master Rodin never touched a chisel again for the rest of his life. That I know that sculpture is quite famous. Isn't it housed in the Royal Art Museum of the Plantagenet Empire? If you wish to see it, we can go later. The admission won't cost much. The injured warhorses had long since fled, and Tang Dun couldn't be bothered to search for them. That he mounted Black Emperor and set forth towards the small town in Crow Ridge. Fool! Homa, interrupted by Tang Dun, fell silent, its true meaning being that even if it were more perfect than the most flawless textbook, the students it produced would merely be the most perfect sculptures. Only by imbuing them with a soul, through combat wisdom, resilience, courage, and faith, could they become true masters of battle, heroes celebrated across the continent. This was Tang Dun's second venture into Crow Ridge, the path familiar, accompanied by Scout 4, armed with a top-tier weapon and ample supplies. Nevertheless, Tang Dun remained vigilant, determined not to let hubris lead to his downfall. Satisfied, Homa nestled in the backpack, recognizing that this master had considerable potential, perhaps even capable of reaching that pinnacle and restoring Homa to its former glory. As for that sacred mission, perhaps it was within reach. Upon entering the small town, Tang Dun dispatched 2 ghouls that obstructed his path and headed straight for the 3rd floor of the inn. Separated by a teleportation portal, the connection between Tang Dun and the ghouls would be severed, thus rendering him unaware of the situation on the other side. However, he had plenty of ways to ascertain it. Scout 4, go! The loyal ghoul vanished into the corridor, signifying that the portal remained operational. Without a moment's hesitation, Dantun promptly followed, devising a plan. If Robinson and his companions lay in wait, he would take advantage of the distraction caused by number 4 to make a swift escape from the inn. Heading towards familiar territory, as long as he could enter the perilous depths of the dungeon. Even Robinson, being a fifth-tier soul, would think twice before pursuing him recklessly. Fortune favored Dantun, for the guest room was devoid of any presence. Leaving number 4 to guard the entrance, he hastily removed the gem embedded in the teleportation magic circle's node and then sprinted down the corridor, leaping through the window of the inn. The air in the dungeon remained thick and foul, yet Dantun felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him. "Are you some sort of masochist?" teased Homer, observing Danton's relaxed demeanor. Dantun, perplexed, had no time to inquire further. He lowered his body and scampered across the rooftop, soon reaching the bakery, his refuge. Ensuring that no one, nor any undead creature, was tailing him, the cautious Dantun leapt into the small courtyard. "Celis?" Dantun called softly. But the surroundings were silent. The deathly banshee did not materialize. He remained unperturbed. After all, he had returned several days ahead of schedule. "Hurry and meditate in your bedroom to restore your magical energy. Your upcoming endeavors are quite demanding. You must repay your offerings, swiftly advance to the second tier of soul cultivation, and then challenge the guardian of the gate to unlock the grand library of the grimoire." Homer projected a list of tasks for Dantun, pondering how much further along Robinson's trio might be. The thought of them siphoning the dungeon's magical energy and unearthing wealth pained him, with the dense magic permeating the dungeon. How much could they possibly absorb? He only hoped they wouldn't advance further, for that would make them even more formidable to contend with. Dantun summoned his ghoul minions through his soul power, confident that as long as Robinson and his group remained inside, the wealth would go unspent. With a crash, number 3, clad in heavy armor, burst through a decayed door, emerging amidst a shower of splinters. "This must be Celis' masterpiece," Homer remarked, eyeing the rusted armor adorned with bizarre painted designs. "You should really hurry up and listen to me. Communicating through writing is far too cumbersome." After inspecting number 3 and finding no signs of battle, Dantun instructed it to join number 4 in guarding the back courtyard before he proceeded to the bedroom. "This depends on your efficiency in collecting soul remnants," Homer quipped, wishing he could roll his eyes. "Do you think I relish being a canvas for your scribbles? Moreover, your handwriting is appallingly ugly, devoid of any aesthetic appeal." "I concede," Dantun quickly surrendered, knowing that otherwise Homer would continue its tirade, though aware of its lack of malice. Its sharp tongue could be quite vexing. "Good, you understand." Homer floated into the bedroom with a slight sway. Although Dantun had witnessed this scene countless times in the dim light of the dungeon, it still felt somewhat eerie. He set down his backpack and removed the whale-scented wooden bracelet from his wrist, hiding it within. Celis would surely be surprised. Reflecting on the banshee's expression while rummaging through his bag, he felt the gift was still insufficient. Thus, he opened the war space and retrieved 10 large crates filled with clothing, food, and various daily necessities, along with the magical stones. Homer could easily control the war space, but refrained from doing so to avoid making Dantun feel undermined. Hence the suggestion, "You wouldn't want me to use these while meditating, would you?" Dantun surmised, observing the bronze hand presenting the box filled with magical stones. "An amount of gold can buy back time." "What you lack most at this moment is this," Homer snorted. Despite the dungeon's magic concentration being 5 times that of Morning Mist Town, consolidating it was a time-consuming endeavor. Using magical stones would expedite the process significantly. "These are worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins," Dantun lamented, recalling his past as a destitute commoner, feeling guilty for such extravagance. "Perhaps I should clear out the bank and the monsters in the Duke's mansion. The wealth within would be yours, enough to purchase many magical stones." Homer chided Dantun for his penny-pinching ways, urging him to seize every moment to ascend and strengthen his abilities, lest he find himself cornered when Robinson's trio came knocking. They're likely reveling in their conquests of the dungeon's significant structures, utterly oblivious to my plight. Besides, they probably think I'm already dead, Dan muttered, though deep down, he recognized the truth in Homer's words. Gold was no longer a concern. The velvet bed frame lay in ruin, its feather stuffing decomposed into a foul mass. Dantun paid it no mind as he sat cross-legged on the floor, arranging the magical stones in a circle around him before placing the grimoire on his lap and closing his eyes. He focused his mind, regulating his breath to a steady rhythm, visualizing the image of the holy angel in his mind. The soul seeds began to release soul energy, multiplying over time and spilling out of his body, gradually coalescing into a white orb of soul energy the size of a cherry. Stretching and expanding, as if sculpted by an invisible chisel, a female angel slowly took form, beginning to siphon the ambient magical energy from the space around her. The overwhelming influx of magical energy nearly became tangible, manifesting as pure white feathers that adorned the angel's back, forming a pair of exquisite wings. As the wings plumped up, the white feathers detached and flew into Dantun's body, merging with him to be converted into magical energy for his consumption. One by one, soul angels appeared, culminating in a total of 18. Within less than 2 months, he had increased from 12 to 18, a remarkable and astonishing feat. It is worth noting that the magical energy absorbed in a single wing drop by one soul angel equaled that which Robinson would gather in half an hour of meditation, were it not for the scarcity and high value of magic diamonds. I would have you use them as well, Homer sighed. The epic level, ultra-rare meditation method, combined with a plethora of magical stones and Dantun's exceptional physique and talent, allowed for rapid progress in his training. Yet, even so, Homer remained dissatisfied. Time waits for no one. The trio of Robinson must be eliminated swiftly, and the dungeon conquered. Homer contemplated future plans and organized a schedule, akin to a dutiful personal secretary. An abundance of magical energy surged forth as the 18 soul angels feverishly siphoned it, their concentration so high that star-like speckles blinked incessantly, filling the bedroom with the appearance of fireflies. In the dim light, the glow was enchanting, resembling a beautifully crafted painting, exquisite beyond compare. Dantun, you've returned. The banshee floated back into the courtyard, her face lighting up upon seeing number 4, and she rushed towards the bedroom. Silence, do not disturb his meditation. The grimoire quickly projected words to halt Celis. The deathly banshee, still clad in her tattered dress, hovered a meter off the ground, biting her red lips, her head bowed, her delicate white fingers entwined in a manner that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Do not feel aggrieved. Dantun has purchased you a gift. Go take a look. Homer, relieved to see Celis unscathed, indicated that she had not encountered Robinson's trio. Whatever transpired during that time, Dantun, being cautious, would certainly inquire upon waking. There was no need for him to intervene. I it in there. Celis's face lit up with joy, dashing towards Dantun's backpack, then nervously glancing at Homer. Can I really open it? You may not. Homer initially intended to oversee the banshee's meditation, but seeing her joy over the backpack, relented, granting her a day off. I want it, Seals, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed loudly before quickly silencing herself. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Dun, ensuring he remained undisturbed, and proceeded to extract each item from her backpack, arranging them meticulously on the ground. Besides the whale-scented wooden bracelet gifted by the Minotaur Barak, Tang Dun selected several exquisite tribal-style ornaments from his belongings, intending to surprise the deathly siren. Time flowed swiftly, and Tang Dun's meditation reached its limit. The ethereal figure of the soul angel in the bedroom began to dissipate, vanishing one after another within a span of less than 5 minutes. Tang Dun inhaled deeply, his lungs swelling, before exhaling. With a whoosh, the magical energy remnants still lingering in his chest were expelled, twinkling in the dim room like a shimmering galaxy. The soul seed expanded further, augmenting Tang Dun's magical energy by nearly 1/5. Seals, clutching a piece of pale yellow cheese, had her half-formed body buried in a crate, surrounded by strewn clothing and food. How do you feel? Homar observed Tang Dun's improved complexion and promptly urged him to commence the hunt for ghouls. I sent that a bit harsh. Are you a heartless vampire, overseer? Tang Dun teased. May I catch my breath first? You'll have plenty of time to breathe later. Do not compel me to prepare the whip. Homar retorted, sizing up Tang Dun and contemplating a well-deserved thrashing. Tang Dun, you're awake? Seals exclaimed joyfully, gliding over, only to halt abruptly, her face flushing as she hurriedly picked up the scattered garments. I'll tidy up right away. Woo, the maids used to do this. I truly didn't mean to make a mess. Do not mind them. Do you like the gift I sent you? Tang Dun rose, dusting off his pants, relieved to see she was unharmed. I adore it. Seals gently caressed the natural ornament adorning her left wrist, its contrast with the whale-scented wood accentuating her flawless, pale skin. The Undercity was replete with jewelry, and Seals had amassed a considerable collection. Though those items might surpass this bracelet in value, their significance differed. This was a gift from Tang Dun, her first present since becoming a deathly siren and receiving a new lease on life. Have an apple. It's quite sweet. Tang Dun offered a fruit to Seals, affectionately stroking her long hair. His touch felt cool, revealing that the deathly siren possessed no body heat. Seals opened her small mouth and took a bite. Thoughts of her brother flooding her mind, tears cascading down her cheeks. Since the city's destruction, no one had treated her with such kindness. After a while, I will introduce you to Eileen. You two are bound to become good friends. By the way, all these things are for you. Feel free to take whatever you like. Tang Dun pulled out a copper pocket watch, glancing at it. Dinner time is approaching. I shall prepare a delightful feast from the Western realms. That sounds wonderful. Seals floated around Tang Dun, her skirt billowing. Has anything special happened during my absence? Tang Dun located the crate containing the ingredients, setting aside the magical tome's urgings. Not really. Little Tung-Ting needed water and lost 3 branches. Brother is still asleep. I intended to collect more magical stones for you, but those monsters wouldn't allow me into their territory. Remembering the fierce visage of the creatures, Seals felt anger swell within her. After all, they have no use for them. What is the harm in me taking some? Thank you. Tang Dun chuckled. What monsters? I shall take my anger out on them. Some ugly, hulking creatures plus knights with glowing green eyes. They are all quite fearsome. Seals, lacking knowledge, could not identify the types of undead. The former was uncertain, while the latter were death knights. Homar deemed it necessary to provide them with further training. After all, having a shallow-minded apprentice would be a disgrace to the encyclopedic knowledge he represented. As time flowed inexorably, 15 days slipped away like grains of sand along the shore, no matter how earnestly one attempted to grasp them. For the deathly siren and the magical tome, these days were merely ordinary steps in the rhythm of their lengthy existence, easily overlooked. However, for Tang Dun, they marked the most crucial phase of his life. Beneath the faint glow of phosphorescent moss in this dark, forgotten city, Tang Dun seized every second to enhance his prowess. Loneliness, solitude, and the looming threats of undead creatures submerged in his sweat, causing not a ripple of disturbance. In the Smithy-esque backyard, perilous battles raged on. Seals accomplished her task admirably, luring 36 ordinary ghouls into the space, nearly filling half the yard. Dressed in a lightweight Black Knight-esque armor, Tang Dun wielded a large ogre blade, fiercely engaging in combat. Witnessing such a horde of ghouls pursuing Tang Dun filled Seals with trepidation. She swiftly cast spells to alleviate his crisis. White phosphorescent arrows shot forth like a volley from a crossbow, striking into the ghoul mass, shredding flesh, and penetrating numerous bodies. Seals, your attack frequency is too rapid. Do not scatter them. Tang Dun dodged a ghoul's claw strike, swiftly severing half its skull with a single stroke. The force of the phosphorescent arrows was considerable. Seals' attacks could disperse the ghouls, reducing Tang Dun's evasion space. Oh, Seals acknowledged, yet her expression bore confusion, unable to comprehend the reprimand. Fool! Ghouls without soul Seals have yet to attain intelligence. They solely rely on instinct to hunt prey. The monsters you gather will scatter, Homar scolded. With the 3rd and 4th ghouls acting as shields under Tang Dun's guidance, they continuously repositioned to block the ghouls. Coupled with Tang Dun's own retreat and movement, they formed A-shaped defense, keeping the ghoul horde contained within a manageable range. Thus, at most, Tang Dun faced no more than 3 ghouls at a time. Significantly easing the battle, the scattered ghouls would not willingly return to the group, but would charge directly at Tang Dun. 3rd, move left 3 steps to block. 4th, return and guard closely, protect my right side. Tang Dun adjusted the positions of his ghoul minions while hastening his retreat. The foremost ghoul howled as it lunged, yet before it could reach him, Tang Dun struck its shoulder, cleaving open half its chest cavity. The ogre blade, spanning 2 meters with a slight curve, although its rune magic had decayed from neglect, rendering it inactive, remained an exquisite weapon. Even without the dragon-tearing edge, it proved adept at dispatching ghouls, as the battle axe's weight rendered it impractical for frequent use. Your task is to eliminate or repel those ghouls attempting to bypass the third and fourth. Ensure they do not disrupt Tang Dun's movements. Homar instructed seals, internally resolving to enhance the Deathly Siren's repertoire with broader area attack spells. Magic users are typically artillery, the masters of battlefield clearance. It was indeed embarrassing to be reduced to assisting a melee paladin. With a crash, the third minion was sent flying. Before the ghouls could charge, Tang Dun swiftly advanced, unleashing two powerful slashes. The sharp, broad blade enveloped two ghouls, slicing through their midsections before their remains hit the ground. Tang Dun kicked them forward, halting the ghouls' momentum. The third minion sprang back up, quickly reclaiming its position, but Tang Dun noticed its left leg twisted irregularly, limping and hampered in movement, significantly slowing its pace. Is it going to fail? Tang Dun retreated to reassess the third S condition, weighing its impact on the battle, striving to minimize any adverse effects. After this wave, it would be time to replace the minion. Homar mused, deeply impressed. I end these 15 days. Homar witnessed what true madness and perseverance entailed, realizing for the first time that a person could exert such relentless effort. Tang Dun's sleep rarely exceeded 3 hours each night. Aside from hunting ghouls, he devoted himself to meditation. Even mealtime became a mere necessity. Except for the grand feast on the first day, he subsisted on simple fare, bread, cheese, and smoked ham, unwilling to squander a second on trivialities. The intense battles resulted in sweat saturating every corner of the backyard, yet Tang Dun persevered. Yet, even the ghouls, clad in 5 sets of battered heavy infantry armor, began to falter. Only 7 ghouls remained. The third one was utterly incapacitated. In a desperate swing, its already battered arms were completely shattered, causing it to lose balance and become defenseless, ultimately torn to shreds by the throng of advancing ghouls. The ghouls, devoid of intellect, acted solely on instinct, viewing even their own kind as adversaries. There was no time to linger. With a decisive strike, Tang Dun felled one ghoul and immediately reached for a quick-acting mana potion from the emergency pack secured at his waist. With his dwindling magical energy replenished, Tang Dun unleashed a series of powerful attacks. The giant seal, descending from the heavens to crash into the horde of ghouls, sending chunks of flesh soaring. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. Breathless, Tang Dun propped himself up with his military knife to rest and regulate his breathing. Ceres glided over, dutifully offering a water flask in the backyard. Those ghouls whose heads had not been completely destroyed still clung to life, dragging their mangled bodies and attempting to crawl, though they posed no threat anymore. I am not thirsty. You should rest a while and avoid drawing more enemies. Tang Dun dismissed the death wraith's hand and began to survey the battlefield, delivering finishing blows to the ghouls that still lingered. The grimoire floated in the air, drawing in the remnants of souls, tendrils of crimson mist wafting from the corpses, absorbed by it. You should take a break. You've exhausted even the ghouls who lack pain receptors. I genuinely worry for your health. Homar's tone was not particularly harsh. Recognizing Tang Dun strong with it has been ages since I last told a story. Ceres eagerly nodded, mumbling, what about the Romeo and Juliet you promised? Even the death wraith, with her spectral constitution, was nearing her limits. The incessant headache from frequent use of void magic gnawed at her nerves. Yet it was precisely this intense combat that rapidly enhanced her strength, posing no challenge when facing ghouls of the same tier. Then let us rest for half a day. Tang Dun readily agreed. Approaching the third ghoul, witnessing its struggle to rise, that he swung his knife, crushing its skull. May your soul find peace in the heavens. Tang Dun offered a prayer, preparing to return to his hidden stronghold, when suddenly he noticed the grimoire, having drawn in the last remnants of his soul, burst forth in a brilliant red light, like a shooting star. What is happening with Homar? Ceres tightly grasped Tang Dun's arm. Concern etched on her face as she gazed at the grimoire. I am uncertain, Tang Dun replied, shaking his head, pulling Ceres behind him, positioning the fourth ghoul in front as he gripped his military knife. Ready for any trouble, that if trouble arises, you run first. Do not concern yourself with me, I will not abandon you. Ceres firmly refused. Oh, I seem like a villain. The light quickly dissipated as if it had never existed, and the grimoire floated over, gently bumping against Tang Dun's forehead. Can you hear me now? Tang Dun, ever observant, discerned the subtext in Homar's projected words. Indeed, I no longer need to endure your atrocious handwriting scrawling over me. Homar exclaimed with a dramatic flourish, as if liberated from the depths of hell. My handwriting is quite beautiful. Thank you very much. Tang Dun rolled his eyes, yet he felt a genuine happiness for the grimoire. Indeed, the stains on its cover seemed diminished. Humph, still too slow. All you've done is allow me to hear you speak. What is there to be proud of? Homar remained acerbic, though secretly satisfied. During this period, there had been over 200 instances of luring ghouls to be hunted in the backyard. The sheer number of kills was so substantial that Tang Dun had grown weary of keeping track. This remarkably efficient method of extermination had also yielded a wealth of soul remnants for the grimoire, and after settling debts with the chief deity, the remaining remnants infused with soul power had granted the grimoire a slight restoration. Although nearly 95% of its powers remained unusable, communication had become significantly more convenient. At least Tang Dun no longer had to write. Following the rooftop, Tang Dun and Ceres, cradling the grimoire, returned to their little nook to prepare a meal and enjoy a brief respite. The fourth ghoul was also nearing its limit. It would be prudent to replace it ahead of time to avoid complications during battle. The grimoire magically scanned the fourth ghoul's body, revealing numerous fractures in its bones and torn muscle fibers, rendering it exceedingly fragile. It is time to procure a new ghoul. Tang Dun tossed a cleaned apple to Ceres, unable to suppress his frustration. Having only 2 magical servants felt woefully inadequate for complete defense. Otherwise, employing a sweeping extermination tactic would have been safer, offering greater tactical options that we can continue to recruit with the undead confession. The grimoire settled atop the table, cushioned by thick layers of fabric, as per its request. Oh, my soul power has reached the threshold for one more, Tang Dun exclaimed with excitement. You lack awareness of your own body. Homar critiqued. Your diligence has earned you ample rewards. Your soul seed is nearing the pinnacle of the first tier. Does that mean I could ascend at any moment? Tang Dun's heart raced, filled with anticipation for that realm. At this pace, it will likely happen within 5 days. Thus, you must prepare for the second tier's ascension. The laws of rejection during the process are no jest and could annihilate you, Homar warned. Always be ready. Tang Dun clenched his fist, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. With the current strength of your soul seed, you can fully control 3 ghouls, and 4 may be feasible, albeit with the risk of rebellion. Homar advised, I recommend prioritizing caution point forward as then. Even if they rebel, they are mere fodder, posing little threat. Tang Dun calculated the benefits of commanding 4 ghoul servants, deeming it advantageous enough to dismiss Homar's suggestion. Whatever. Homar merely pointed out the risks, leaving the decision in Tang Dun's hands, and carrying a ticking time bomb would only make him more cautious. Point 3 would don heavy armor as shields, while 1 would wear leather armor to ensure adequate mobility, ready to provide support in emergencies. Tang Dun pondered how to maximize the value of his magical servants. If you were a supervisor, you would undoubtedly be the most heartless. Ghouls with a master like you are truly unfortunate. Homar teased, urging, hurry and tell a story. The grimoire exuded an artistic flair, resembling a poet in essence. Thus, it held a deep affection and obsession for Romeo and Juliet d'Onat Rush. There are still issues to address. Tang Dun's response caused Ceres to pout in dissatisfaction. The equipment from the weapon shop is still inadequate. The route to the armory has yet to be cleared, right? The inherent quality of magical servants was already fixed. To enhance their combat capabilities, Tang Dun could only seek solutions elsewhere. These mindless beings could not utilize magical accessories, leaving the options to upgrading their armor and claws to make them more resilient. The equipment from the weapon shop was too scarce, offering little selection and lacking maintenance, despite being of fine quality. However, upon closer inspection, it still fell short of that standard. Every city possessed an armory, stocked not only for the wear and tear of soldiers' daily training, but also as reserves for any sudden outbreaks of war. Thus, it typically housed a considerable amount of armor and weaponry. With Ceres as a guide, Dun would find the armory with ease, akin to crushing an ant, though the ghouls roaming the streets posed a nuisance. Dun aimed to eliminate them in advance. Otherwise, encountering a battle upon entering the armory could lead to a disastrous situation if nearby undead creatures were drawn over. All cleared, Homar reported, adding, by the way, the route to the bank is also mostly open. Once we obtain the equipment, we shall head to the bank. Dun served lunch, urging, eat quickly. Once finished, we move out. But what about Juliet? Despite the delicious caviar and candied foie gras, which left Ceres nearly salivating, she was eager to know whether the star-crossed lovers would unite as the story unfolded. After we conquer the bank, I will regale you for 3 days and nights. Oh, and I'll share the tale of the Count of Monte Cristo, which is guaranteed to be splendid. Dantun hastily devoured his meal, having made a promise, though he found himself at a loss. Constrained by the relentless march of time. Through Celestia's inquiries, Dantun gleaned intelligence regarding the Robinson trio, who were currently besieging the Mage's Tower. After vanquishing 3 sentinels guarding the tower, they had successfully claimed the lowest 3 tiers and were now preparing to ascend towards the pinnacle. The towering Mage's Tower was resplendent, its exterior alone attesting to the extraordinary stature of its master. Its intrinsic worth, at the very least, equaled 1/5 of the city's wealth, had it not been for the Robinson trio's fixation on the prospect of conquering the Mage's Tower. Dantun would have likely been discovered long ago, even if he had chosen to distance himself from that district to slay ghouls. Should the Robinson trio's offensive falter, they would undoubtedly turn their sights towards other valuable edifices, thus placing Dantun in peril. Time was of the essence. He resolved to amass sufficient wealth before them, not merely for self-preservation, but to turn the tide and eliminate them. Seizing control of the subterranean realm, setting down his knife, Downton's voice resonated with determination as he rallied himself, affirming that if he did not wish to live like a lowly insect, seizing this opportunity and fighting with fervor was imperative. I shall aid you, Celestia, moved by Downton's declaration, observed him straighten his posture, lips pursed with resolve, radiating an undeniable charisma. Quite the mindset, Homer concurred. However, upon the conclusion of this endeavor, you must compensate with at least 2 tales of quality no less than that of Hamlet. You might as well slay me, Dantun lamented. Had he not perused a few classic masterpieces in dreams and retained some knowledge, he would be utterly unprepared to contend with the grimoire. The demands of this fellow were excessively high. The armory lay to the south of the city, a mere 20-minute journey from the bakery where Dantun concealed himself. Though he had already dealt with the ghouls roaming the streets, he remained vigilant. Celestia floated ahead, cradling the grimoire against her chest, serving as a scout from a distance of 50 meters. Dantun, with a lantern in his left hand and an ogre's dagger in his right, adhered closely to the wall, moving stealthily like a shadow. The silence surrounding him was unnerving. In the dimly lit streets of the underground city, Downton's silhouette was cast by the lantern's glow. Dancing upon the ground like a specter, he memorized the route and remained alert, accustomed to the foul stench wafting through the air. Suddenly, Celestia halted at a fork in the path, observing for a few seconds before producing a luminous stone, tracing a large circle in the air. Ghouls were particularly sensitive to sound. Hence Dantun and the Banshee had established numerous signals, this one indicating the discovery of an enemy. Without hesitation, Dantun hurried over, spotting the wandering ghoul and quickly passing his weapon and lantern to Celestia. Softly chanting the incantation for undead atonement, Dantun raised his left hand, summoning a golden longbow, while his right hand drew the bowstring taut, causing a shaft of light to coalesce into an arrow. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth, striking the ghoul squarely in the head. Dantun swiftly brandished his dagger, prepared to confront the failed penitent spirit. Contrary to his expectations of a frenzied assault, the ghoul stood frozen in place after being struck. Had his success rate increased somewhat, Dantun commanded the ghoul to approach, declaring that from that moment forth, it would be designated as number 5, that extracting a spare suit of armor. He equipped number 5, transforming it into a metal canister. Your soul power has been enhanced, thus granting you a modicum of dominance over these lesser foes. Homer interjected with a note of wisdom. Can I atone for low-tier ghouls? Dantun mused. Their strength need not exceed that of first-tier soul. Finding the lantern's flame excessively bright, he dimmed it slightly. The failure rate would be quite high, and the chances of rebellion too significant, Homer cautioned, dissuading Dantun from taking unnecessary risks in the perilous underground city. Dantun conceded, opting to allow the nearly worn-out number 4 to trail behind Celestia to deal with any unforeseen crises while extracting its remaining value. Navigating through a series of intersecting paths and traversing a dozen silent streets, the haphazardly constructed dwellings of the common folk abruptly vanished from Downton's sight, giving way to a vast warehouse district. Its structures lined up neatly as if awaiting inspection. The armory had been reached. Due to years of neglect, these buildings exuded an air of desolation, with peeling walls and only the creeping vines lending a semblance of vitality. After some effort, Dantun located a rusted iron gate but opted not to push it open, instead vaulting over the adjacent wall. Ghoul spotted. Celestia floated nearby, poised to point it out, only to be restrained by Downton's hand pressing down on her head. I see it. Maintain concealment. Dantun removed his bulging backpack, extracting a crossbow while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. The area was rectangular, paved with flagstones, with a 2-story wooden building to the left, likely serving as the guards' quarters. While directly ahead lay the storeroom, nearly 50 meters from the iron gate, 26 ghouls roamed the encampment, evidently former guards transformed in death, some still clad in armor, having perished without shedding their gear. 3 of them were low-tier, posing a significant threat. Caution was paramount. After casting a magical detection, Homer reported their ranks, estimating that the 3 possessed strength around the 2nd tier of souls, though he refrained from divulging this information. Such measurements were merely speculative. Even with the grimoire's experience and might, accurate predictions were unattainable. Moreover, even among equally ranked foes, strength could vary dramatically, not to mention that some beasts could vanquish adversaries of higher tiers. Homer wished to deter Dantun from developing a reliance on him. True combat involved encountering enemies, testing various methods to glean as much information as possible, thus assessing the foe's strength to determine whether to engage or retreat, and deciding upon tactics for victory or safe escape. Admittedly, this was easier said than done, as the ever-shifting tides of battle tested the sorcerer's overall competence. Understood, Dantun displayed no inclination to retreat, immediately contemplating a strategy. One must always retain a trump card. Homer, ever the perfect textbook, seized the opportunity to impart wisdom, cautioning that in myriad realms, treachery abounded, be it the god of shadows, the Spider Queen, or the devils of the Inferno, who thrived on concealing their true power and holding back their cards until the moment of life and death. Celestia felt a twinge of anxiety, though she had previously slain low-tier ghouls. She had never faced more than 2 at a time, and those lacked formidable strength. Celestia, your task is to impede the movements of those lesser ghouls, buying me time if they converge upon us. Do your utmost to scatter them. Dantun began assigning roles, emphasizing that she must remain airborne and regardless of what transpired, she must not approach to provide support. The banshee nodded vigorously, her fingers trembling slightly around her staff. Homer, safeguard her. Dantun cast aside his backpack, preparing to unleash Dragon's Tooth, taking a deep breath to steady his mind and body for battle. Celestia felt deeply touched. Dantun was exceedingly kind to her. Commence the battle. Once assured that Celestia was ready, Dantun empowered himself with 3 divine spells, then directed his attention towards the nearest lesser ghoul, releasing the spell of undead atonement. Fortune seemed to have run dry. The atonement failed, and the startled ghouls, perceiving Dantun as fresh prey, charged at him with frenzied abandon. Stay calm. Accelerate and suppress with magic. Dantun commanded Celestia, swiftly firing another atonement arrow, which again met with failure. The ghouls moved rapidly, traversing half the distance in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time until their arrival, Dantun determined he had enough time to cast Undead Atonement once more and decisively loosed another arrow. A golden shaft struck a ghoul, causing its body to momentarily falter. Under Dantун's command, it lunged toward a nearby ghoul to intercept, with claws tearing and decaying teeth gnashing. The newly minted undead servant fought fiercely. Like a rabid dog, entangled in a deadly dance with its former comrades, Celestia hovered in the air, her face alight with excitement at the success of the atonement. Were it not for the incantation she was currently uttering, she would have surely cried out, "Focus!" Homer admonished, projecting an arrow on the grimoire to indicate the direction of attack. Given Celestia's rudimentary tactical knowledge, as an undead creature, she possessed a natural affinity for arcane energy, soul energy, and dark energy. Thus, Homer meticulously curated a curriculum centered around necromantic arcana, serving as her primary focus at this juncture. Upon completing her incantation, Celeste brandished her staff, unleashing a sphere of black liquid that, upon contact with the ground, swiftly corroded the earth, transforming a 10-yard radius into a quagmire. The noxious fluid bubbled and seethed, and 6 ghouls, caught unawares, fell into its depths. Success! Witnessing the death marsh spell execute flawlessly and ensnare the ghouls. Celeste's cheeks flushed with excitement, beads of perspiration glistening upon her brow. Continue. Throw it towards the wall. Homer urged. 3 lesser ghouls, having acquired a soul imprint, were able to slowly siphon magical energy to augment their forms, rendering them stronger and swifter as they surged toward the wall. As Dantun discarded his crossbow and seized the rending dragon tooth, a lesser ghoul leapt 3 meters, lunging at the parapet, twisting his waist and swinging his arm. Dantun cleaved at the ghoul with his battle axe, activating the might of the giants simultaneously. With a thud, a fist-sized emblem of power flickered above Danton's head, filling him with strength. The ghoul's claws were mere inches away, and Dantun could even discern the maggots writhing upon them, the stench assailing his senses. Yet, in the next moment, the battle axe, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck its head. It split in 2, cleaving down to the chest. The roar echoed as 2 more lesser ghouls leapt forward. Dantun swung his axe to the left, sending one of the bodies crashing down while deftly evading the third's attack. The third ghoul's momentum propelled it over the wall, landing outside the camp. Giant slaughter. Dantun turned, executing a downward strike to slay the third. With a resounding crash, the axe created a deep crater in the earth. But alas, the ghoul evaded, revealing that even these lowly undead possessed rudimentary intelligence. Not use the phosphorescent arrow. Switch to summon skeleton, Homer advised, gesturing towards the fallen ghoul. Celeste promptly complied. That a commendable strategy. Now let us see if you can execute it effectively, Homer remarked, observing Dantun engage in combat with the ghouls. His tactical objective was clear: unleash a powerful attack within 20 seconds to eliminate a lesser foe, thereby reducing the number of formidable adversaries, ideally 2. Without hesitation, Dantun leapt over the wall to confront the third ghoul outside the camp, using the wall to block the others and buy himself a moment. The approach of the lesser ghoul was simple, yet the ordinary ones were far from effortless. Danton's second giant slaughter was thwarted again by the third, merely severing an arm. Such a wound posed no threat to the ghoul, which continued its savage pursuit. Mouth agape, eager to rend Danton's flesh. The second ghoul vaulted over the courtyard wall, descending with intent to attack. With no other choice, Dantun decisively activated the soul shield, channeling the magical energy from the gemstone ring upon his finger. A shield-shaped magical barrier sprang forth. Dantun stood firm, engaging the third ghoul in a direct confrontation. The ghoul's claws sank into the shield, leaving 5 deep gouges as sparks of magical energy erupted like stars. Dantun unleashed his giant slaughter, and at such close quarters, the ghoul had no room to evade. However, as the axe descended, it tilted its head slightly. The sharp blade sliced through its shoulder, cleaving the ghoul in 2. Although its head remained intact, it was rendered harmless without a body and could be disregarded. The second ghoul closed in, its claws poised to strike. Dantun counted down the seconds, aware that the power of the giants would soon wane. At that moment, the heavy rending dragon tooth would become a burden, slowing his movements. Against ordinary ghouls, a slight delay was manageable, but against lesser ones, such nuances could spell life or death. Thus, Dantun charged forward, decisively discarding the axe and drawing the ogre's dagger from his belt. The second ghoul relentlessly pursued, its legs propelling it into a powerful leap, just as its claws were about to graze the soul shield. Dantun suddenly pivoted, summoning all his strength to swing the dagger. The 2-meter-long ogre dagger encompassed a wide arc, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, embedding itself halfway into the second ghoul's waist. Even as it was struck, the second ghoul's claws lashed out, colliding with the soul shield. It was swiftly repelled by the force of Dantun's dagger, tumbling to the ground. The giant imprint surged. The massive magical dagger soared forth, cleaving down with unyielding force, and Dantun spared no moment of hesitation, unleashing his full might. With a thunderous strike, the dagger descended, although the second ghoul attempted to evade. The colossal dagger generated by the giant imprint was too immense, sweeping widely. One of its legs was severed. Amidst the rising dust, Dantun surged forward, delivering a follow-up attack. With a rumble, the ordinary ghouls, driven by madness, crashed through the wall, pouring forth in a swarm towards Dantun. The waiting fourth and fifth immediately charged out, acting as a bulwark to intercept them and buy Dantun precious time. The second ghoul, now missing a leg, remained undaunted, propelling itself off the ground, mouth agape, intent on biting Dantun. Dantun took a step back, gripping the dagger firmly. As the second ghoul darted past, he executed a swift counter, severing its neck in one fell swoop. Reaching into his emergency pack, Dantun hastily retrieved a vial of potent magical elixir. Uncapping it and gulping it down as he swiftly retreated, a ghoul had leapt over the 2 meat shields and was already upon him. Splendid, Homar floated in the air, observing Dantun's fluid and seamless combat maneuvers, his adept adaptability in the heat of battle eliciting immense satisfaction. Dantun's tactical acumen was on full display, entirely dictating the course of the conflict. The only lament was perhaps that his assault lacked an element of grace and elegance. During this time, Dantun had become accustomed to the frenetic onslaught of ghouls, and fewer than 10 ordinary minions posed no threat to him whatsoever. Hovering 6 meters above the ground, Celeste unleashed a barrage of phosphorescent arrows, and through the breaches in the wall, Dantun observed a total of 10 ghouls ensnared in 2 death marshes, their flesh corroded to reveal the stark whiteness of their bones. The death banshee summoned skeletal sentinels from the corpses of the ghouls, who brandished thigh bones and swung them with fervor, though their damage was negligible. The marsh, waist-deep in muck, awaited the ghouls' arduous emergence, only to confront Dantun's dagger. However, many did not advance far before Celeste's phosphorescent arrows detonated their skulls. Dantun dispatched 3 lesser ghouls, extracting their soul imprints shaped like mahjong tiles, wiping away the brain matter and blood with a cloth before stowing them away. Homar began to feast, tendrils of deep purple soul remnants wafting from the ghouls as they were siphoned away. Dantun ascended the wall, shouldered his pack, and retrieved his crossbow. The previous battle had been too urgent for him to utilize it, and its power was insufficient. Even if a ghoul were riddled with bolts, it would still remain animated. Celeste ascended. Conclud Homa intends to mold the death witch into the ideal deity of magic, thus imposing exceptionally stringent demands upon her. Celis's countenance fell, her head bowed, as her 2 delicate white fingers intertwined nervously. After tidying up the ghouls in the armory courtyard, the storage room resembled a bride, shedding her garments, eagerly awaiting the ravishment of Tang Dun, the latest ghoul servant, having no armor for protection and desperately intercepting the foot soldiers, was torn to shreds, its head a mangled mass of bite marks, clearly rendered useless. Consequently, it was dispatched by Tang Dun without even acquiring a number. Holding an oil lamp, Tang Dun stepped over its corpse, making his way towards the armory's grand entrance. The 4th unit limped along, on the verge of collapse, its combat capabilities having plummeted. Adhering to the principle of utilizing waste, Tang Dun appointed it as the vanguard. He pushed aside the creeping vines, 2 rusted iron doors, towering 5 meters high, came into view, their surfaces coated in a thick layer of rust that a casual touch revealed a handful of iron oxide. Tang Dun prodded at the door seam with his military knife. It was tightly sealed, secured by 3 flat, palm-width white metal bars. Surely this isn't damaged. Tang Dun wiped the accumulated dust from the metal bars. These were magical locks, their runic formations far more complex than those used by commoners. Let me inspect. A beam of green light shot forth from the arcane tome, probing the magical lock. Just as Tang Dun was about to inquire about the results, The runic array flickered to life, emitting a faint glow before audibly clicking open, successfully unlocking the door. The tome, indeed, proved to be an encyclopedia, its efficiency astonishing, seemingly impervious to any challenge. Tang Dun pressed against one door, pushing it with force. The ungreased hinges screeching in protest, a sound so jarring that had there been any nearby ghouls left, they would surely have flocked to investigate. A musty, moldy odor wafted from the crack, the disturbed dust irritating his nostrils and prompting a cough. He hung the oil lamp on the arm of the fourth unit and commanded it to enter first. Inside the pitch-black armory, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that even the faintest breath could be discerned. The sound of the fourth unit's iron boots scraping against the floor echoed unervingly. Tang Dun welcomed this, as it would better attract the attention of lurking monsters. Nevertheless, he presumed the nearly sealed armory posed little danger. The storeroom, expansive as a football field and 6 meters high, housed several shelves laden with wooden crates, thus avoiding an appearance of emptiness. Tang Dun was not in haste to examine the spoils. He followed closely behind the fourth unit, scrutinizing every corner. Unable to contain herself, Silas cast a lighting spell and floated over to a large crate, curiously exploring its contents that a spherical orb flew up to the ceiling, scattering light in all directions, illuminating much of the armory's interior. Finding no crowbar, Silas resorted to brute force, unleashing a phosphorescent rocket upon the crate, splintering wood as a black, lightweight infantry armor emerged. The Death which inspected the helmet briefly before discarding it and forcefully opening another crate, revealing yet another set of the same infantry armor. With a sudden gust, Tang Dun blew away the accumulated dust on a crate's surface, unveiling red lettering. Holy Empire of Jitterania, Northern 17th Legion, 70th Light Infantry 1000-man Regiment. Number 782. He embedded the ogre's military knife into the gap, prying the lid open with a creak, and immediately his breath grew heavy. The armor was entirely black, emblazoned on the chest with the red imperial crest. It displayed a shield as its base, intricately carved with a crowned two-headed dragon, each head gazing to the sides, while its symmetrical claws clutched a sword in one and a scepter in the other. This was the standard equipment of the Jitteran Empire, the warrior-type light infantry armor. Through the inscriptions on the wooden crate, Homa confirmed the provenance of these armaments. Tang Dun nodded, compared to the naive Silas. He understood the value of this armor far better. To preserve these weapons and armor. The armory's ventilation openings were kept minimal to reduce the influx of humid air, ensuring dryness. The walls and floor were not only coated with moisture-absorbing paint, but also inscribed with various household dehumidifying magical arrays. Despite the passage of time having depleted the magical stones embedded at the nodes and the runic patterns deteriorating along with the peeling paint, the structural design of the storeroom kept it relatively dry. Moreover, the soldiers responsible for logistics at the time had not been negligent, applying ample protective oil to the armor, resulting in minimal rust. Even a mediocre blacksmith could easily polish and maintain them without excessive time or effort. Tang Dun quickened his pace, opening a crate every 10 meters, discovering each contained armor, confirming they had not been sold off by the logistics officer, finally breaking into a smile. That's all armor. How dull. Silas floated over after overturning dozens of crates, her disappointment evident. Silas, we have struck gold. Tang Dun joyfully ruffled the Death Witch's hair. Weapons are among the most marketable goods in any era, ever since the conclusion of the Fifth Holy War that swept across the Western continent. Large-scale conflicts have ceased. However, small-scale bloody skirmishes abound. The 9 great empires are at odds, seemingly engaged in a perpetual arms race, while second- and third-tier nations are also rife with undercurrents, poised for conflict. Not to mention those principalities and families that erupt into violent clashes over territorial disputes, mineral rights, and religious beliefs. Amid the chaos of the human kingdoms, the true magic empire of the Dark Continent remains restless, constantly scheming to launch a counteroffensive and conquer the Western continent. The subterranean dark races also covet the rich resources of the surface world, lurking like venomous snakes in the shadows, ready to strike with their fangs. Tang Dun's location, Frankfurt, is a third-tier nation, also plagued by unrest. To the northwest lies the Orc Empire, occupying the Sunset Prairie, while the west borders the vast Dragon Hills, home to numerous exotic tribes. As for the alliance of the 12 northern principalities to the east, friction has remained unceasing. 20 years ago, the northern nations united to wage a war against the 12 principalities, and even now, the scars of battle and trauma have yet to fade. In such a tumultuous environment, it is inconceivable for the arms trade not to thrive. As one of the 9 great empires, Jitterania's military technology is beyond question, and these so-called warrior armors are undoubtedly of excellent quality and craftsmanship. In truth, even if they weren't top tier, Dantun would not fret about their saleability. The potential clientele is abundant. Not to mention the underdeveloped forge nations, merely the affluent nobility and merchants across various regions could consume a great deal. Not to mention the orc tribes that rely on imports for most of their ironware due to a lack of mineral resources. That, if we spread the word about the weapons, we can simply sit back and await our riches. Dantun chuckled. Whatever you desire, I shall procure. More like waiting for corpses. Homa scoffed. I have a fair idea of the origins of this underground city that if you dare to sell these weapons, I assure you that within a week, you will be targeted by Jitteran's spies, kidnapped, interrogated, and ultimately discarded in the wilderness. That I was merely daydreaming. I never intended to sell. Dantun protested. The gold coins, gems, and artifacts within the underground city are boundless. I'm not foolish enough to risk my luck on weapons. Arms smuggling is a game reserved for those with power and influence. Should Dantun recklessly plunge into it, he would surely meet a grim fate. Moreover, he had no means to explain the origins of these weapons. The warrior sets, being standard armor, could not conceal the distinctive Jitteranian crafting style, even if the Imperial and Legion insignias were removed. If they cannot be sold, then these armaments would be rendered useless. Wouldn't they? Aren't they inferior to what you possess? Celis inquired. These armors are meant for ordinary soldiers. If Dantun were a minor lord or a noble permitted to maintain personal troops, he could easily form several hundred-man guard units to swiftly bolster his strength. Alas, he is merely a commoner. Homicide. This is a world of strict hierarchies. Dantун's birth is vastly inadequate. Even if he possessed enough gold to fill the entire underground city, he would still lack the means to purchase land and estates, as these have always been the emblems of nobility. And what's wrong with being a commoner, even as a serf or a slave? I shall not feel inferior. Dantun licked his cracked lips. Just wait and see. I will undoubtedly become a great noble, a lord with vast lands. As a destitute postman, Dantun not only had to fend for himself, but also strive to save up for his sister Elaine's tuition and living expenses, enduring arduous days filled with no less than 16 hours of labor. Yet he never relinquished his dream of rising above his circumstances. The notion of marrying a princess, becoming a royal prince, or joining the ranks of the nobility seemed far too distant. His current ambition was merely to become the mayor of Misty Hollow. The mere thought of Lister, who took advantage of his position as the mayor's son, openly threatening him and extorting him, ignited a fiery indignation within Dantun. This time, it was merely a torn dragon's tooth. What if it had been his sister? Elaine rarely returned home, a situation Dantun had insisted upon, as she was frequently harassed by Lister and his entourage. It is worth noting that the standing of commoners is perilously low. Should a noble accidentally take a life, the family would receive merely a paltry compensation, with little hope of justice, as for humiliation and bodily harm. The penalties were even lighter, and if one fell victim, they could only chalk it up to misfortune. The reason for the abundance of bandits along the borders lies not only in the presence of inherently malevolent individuals, but also in the plight of those driven to desperation. Unable to survive otherwise, that I believe you can do it, Celeste exclaimed, shaking her tiny fist in encouragement to Dantun. Are you a mere worm, or a goblin destined to languish in idleness? You possess the ancient grimoire, yet you only aspire to be the mayor of such a meager town. Homar scoffed, his disdain palpable. Please refrain from vocalizing such sentiments next time. I fear embarrassment on your behalf. Dantun rolled his eyes at the fiery, magical script before him, having grown accustomed to Homar's acerbic tone. You may continue to summon magical servants. With 1,000 fully armed ghouls, perhaps even a dragon could be slain. Concerned that Dantun might engage in a quarrel with the grimoire, Celeste swiftly changed the subject to a legion of ghouls. That concept is intriguing, Homar murmured, contemplating the feasibility of such a plan. Now let's inspect the other wooden crates. If they all contain similar light infantry armor, we shall proceed to the next armory. Dantun wielded his military blade, remaining ever vigilant, lamenting the absence of a supply record, as it would have saved considerable effort. Of course, the thrill of personally searching for spoils was a joy in itself. Celeste violently dismantled crates, effortlessly blasting open over 100 boxes with phosphorescent rockets, before leading Dantun to the second armory. Homar unlocked the magical energy lock, and the Banshee eagerly floated inside, casting a light spell upon the ceiling, revealing shelves still laden with long wooden crates, albeit of a larger size. St. Idolania Empire, Northern 17th Legion, 9th Heavy Infantry Battalion, number 238. After glancing at the inscription on the crate's lid, Dantun pried it open with his blade. Inside lay a set of black heavy armor, resting in a slumber of dust and slight rust, yet it could not overshadow the formidable weight of its presence, both in craftsmanship and material. The armor exuded a simple, understated elegance, imbued with a profound sense of security. Dantun lifted the helmet, surprised to find it much lighter than he had anticipated. The warrior-grade heavy armor, crafted using the techniques of the Rockhammer dwarves and infused with a modicum of rare metals, significantly reduced its weight while maintaining defensive capabilities. The Grand Encyclopedia Grimoire had not disappointed Dantun, providing further enlightenment. This type of infantry armor not only alleviated the soldier's burden, but also permitted a degree of speed on the battlefield, sparing them from becoming mere targets. Excellent armor, Dantun marveled. Heavy infantry would always be the most formidable defensive unit on the battlefield. However, the significant weight, slow speed, logistical strain, and exorbitant manufacturing costs hindered their development. Therefore, various empires were desperately attempting to overcome or find alternatives to them. How could there only be 800 sets? Dantun quickly surveyed the remaining crates and discovered that over half contained light cavalry armor and horse barding, causing him to grimace. Be grateful. Forging just one set of warrior heavy armor requires 10 times the time and resources compared to that of light armor. I suspect that had it not been for the ongoing war with St. Roland, you wouldn't even see 50 sets. Homar was correct. Had it not been for that massive mishap during the war, these supplies would have swiftly found their way to the front lines when time permits. Please enlighten me about the history of this underground city. Dantun was too occupied to listen, calling for units 4 and 5 to prepare them for armor. Wait, let's find the equipment for those centurions. Homar interjected, explaining that in various empires, grassroots military officers were predominantly magical practitioners, and to protect them, as well as to inspire the rank-and-file soldiers, the military had custom-designed superior equipment for them. Is it this? Celeste exclaimed, having discovered 100 boxes adorned with red and black paint in the eastern corner. These are the Centurion's specialized armor, classified as high quality, with a single set valued at 20,000 gold marks. Not only does it offer enhanced protection, but it is also inscribed with rune arrays that bestow magical effects to augment endurance. Naturally, after such a long time, the rune arrays would have deteriorated due to rust, but the inherent defensive capabilities remain intact. Dantun scrutinized the armor, noting that the primary distinction from the warrior heavy armor lay in its dark red hue. The armor was a third thicker, and the imperial emblem emblazoned upon the chest was considerably larger, nearly occupying the entirety of the left side. They are known as Centurion warriors, Homar explained, instructing Celeste to break open the boxes while ethereal, mist-like elemental arms extended from the grimoire to lift the armor, ready to adorn the magical servants. Wait! Dantun placed a standard helmet atop Unit 5's head. What is it? Homar queried, perplexed. Celeste picked up another helmet to try on, finding it somewhat heavy. She then floated before Dantun, placing it upon him and admiring the fit. Such a waste. The magical servant need not wear this. The standard warrior heavy armor would suffice. That Dantun's frugal instincts kicked in. Homar projected a series of red exclamation marks, conveying surprise and amusement. Poor Units 4 and 5. Celeste nodded vigorously, fully in agreement. There was little choice. The Centurion warrior sets were exceedingly scarce. Dantun felt similarly helpless. Thankfully, the magical servants lacked sentience. Even if they heard such remarks, they would not feel disheartened. that I understand your intent. You wish to reserve the superior gear for the lower-tier ghouls after their summoning. Correct? Homar teased. Indeed, Dantun adjusted the helmet. Can Celeste summon skeletons endure for an extended period? Will they require a set of armor? Not for now. Her rank is too low. Even if she manages to summon skeleton warriors, they would merely be fodder. That I plan to wait until her rank increases, set up a summoning array, and conduct a necromantic ritual to call forth a permanent high-tier undead guardian. Homar had meticulously planned each of Celeste's learning phases, with the summoning ritual being an essential component. Understood. Dantun refrained from further commentary, recognizing that the grimoire was far more knowledgeable. Hurry and don the armor. It appears quite impressive. Celeste picked up the breastplate, eager to assist Dantun in donning it, her brow glistening with sweat from excitement. This model is incorrect. It is too large. That Homar's elemental arms rummaged through the crates, selecting a suitably sized piece. The two halves of the breastplate fit together perfectly to protect his torso. Secured by 10 leather straps located at the sides, followed by the arm and leg armor, all crafted in a scale-like design, overlapping to facilitate ease of movement. Dantun donned the battle boots, leaping a few times, while the elemental arms presented him with gauntlets, which he readily slipped into. The elemental arms of the grimoire were remarkably dexterous, capable of intricate tasks like drawing detailed magical arrays, let alone the simple act of dressing. In a mere 5 seconds, Dantun was fully armored, encased within a black iron shell. Once he lowered the visor of the helmet, only a narrow slit remained for his eyes, drastically limiting his field of vision. And the exhaled breath was redirected back to his face, warming his cheeks. The entire suit of armor weighed approximately 50 pounds. Once adorned, he could no longer utilize the stone skin potion, as it would be too cumbersome. Dantun took a few strides, the sound of his footsteps echoing like war drums. That he swung his fists, turned, and kicked, performing simple movements. Though it was not tailored to fit him, it was manageable for the time being. After all, this was merely a temporary solution. Once they dealt with the Robinson trio and secured the underground city, they would venture to the capital to commission a perfect set of bespoke armor. Even Homer expressed his dissatisfaction. How could the master of the grimoire don such attire, which so diminishes his stature? I find it quite commendable. Ceres, however, was quite pleased. Due to his frugality, Dantun had previously subsisted on meager rations, resulting in a physique that appeared somewhat frail and slight. Yet, clad in this formidable suit of armor, he resembled a steel automaton, brimming with a robust presence. That I am merely 16, still in the midst of my growth. You know, I had custom-made this equipment, and soon enough, it may no longer fit. Danton's rustic mindset had yet to be shed. We are not lacking in funds. That Homer's declarations remained as imposing as ever. I am, after all, an encyclopedia. Even without the wealth of this underground city, earning a living is hardly a challenge. Ceres applauded, finding the grimoire's confidence, bordering on arrogance, quite admirable. Off to the next armory. Dantun lifted his visor, intending to keep it on as an added weight for his physical training. Homer did not dissuade him. This weight would not hinder Danton's development, but it was imperative to prepare a dietary and exercise regimen to lay a more solid foundation for his growth, ensuring a more impeccable physique. The third storeroom contained a plethora of garments and winter tents for warmth, all of which had decayed, exuding a moldy odor. The fourth storeroom did not disappoint, filled to the brim with an array of splendid items, an assortment of warrior-grade weaponry. Military sabers, short swords, long spears, and matching double-layered tower shields, all neatly arranged on the shelves. The tower shield weighed approximately 30 pounds, stood a meter tall, and was kite-shaped with serrated edges, capable of defending a third of the body. Dantun drew a warrior saber, wielding it effortlessly, appreciating the slight curvature and balance that facilitated slashing motions. Undoubtedly, it was a formidable weapon for penetrating armor, while the short sword, measuring less than half a meter, was intended for personal defense by soldiers. Douc. The shield could be mounted in the recess of the arm guard, eliminating the need to hold it constantly. Though merely a minor detail, it reflects the meticulous craftsmanship of the Gyderland Empire's military technology. Few things could elicit Homer's admiration. Some crates contained bundles of arrows, roughly estimated to number in the tens of thousands, yet the wooden shafts had become brittle, breaking with the slightest pressure, rendering them unusable. Nevertheless, such trifles could not dampen Dantun's spirits. The bounty from this expedition was too great. After inspecting the armory, Dantun smiled. With these armed, ghoulish minions, he felt emboldened to tackle the bank seized by the spiders ahead. To ascend to the second tier of the soul, one must endure elemental repulsion. An enhancement of defense is essential, should we consider a sacrifice to obtain a protective divine spell. Homer was determined that Dantun would not falter in such matters. Preparations must be flawless. Do you have any recommendations? As a wild paladin, Dantun possessed scant knowledge of divine spells. The identity of this underground city was becoming increasingly apparent. The architecture was predominantly Baroque, fresh and vibrant, yet the external contours, domes, and brick walls employed simple horizontal lines and minimalist design, exuding a sense of solidity, strength, and solemnity. This was the common architectural style of northern cities in the late Renaissance period of St. Giderlania. Among the residential finds were books and letters, their writing styles, Giderland script, the arrangement and design philosophy of furnishings, and the inscriptions on shop signs in the streets, all revealing the essence of Giderland in every detail. The armory's armaments bore the tricolor flag and insignia of St. Giderlania, undeniably the strongest evidence of its identity. Barusna, that is the name of this city. 3,000 years ago, a decade-long war raged between St. Giderlania and St. Roland, engulfing no fewer than 100 cities in its flames. Yet, the most memorable was Barusna, for a marshal from the Jais family of St. Roland wielded a forbidden spell that rendered the entire city vanish from the western continent. The grimoire was quite proud. Although it had previously surmised this was Barusna, it would not speak without definitive proof. Homer refused to allow himself to err. In truth, perusing documents and daily correspondence at the town hall or inspecting the Duke's family crest would reveal everything. But, given Dantun's strength, it was evidently unwise to wander freely through streets teeming with undead creatures. The danger was too great. What sort of forbidden spell possesses such might? Dantun harbored no doubts. For having spent so much time together, he had never witnessed the grimoire err. The plain submersion spell. Homer projected the words, cautioning, "The spider is about to spray venom. I am watching." Dantun raised the double-layered tower shield in his left hand and, with a sudden surge of force, slammed it down upon the shadow spider that had just opened its mandibles before him. The battle raged on down the long street, with many spider carcasses littering the ground. Bang! A mere splash of green venom was expelled, forcing the spider to shut its mandibles, swallowing its venom in frustration, which only heightened its fury. Despite its flailing pincers, it could not breach Dantun's defenses. Clad as he was in the 100 warriors' heavy armor, Ghoul number 4 had been utterly destroyed, collapsed in a corner nearby, while numbers 5 and 6 fought valiantly, surrounding the shadow spider, which was more robust than a warhorse. Demonstrating the effectiveness of their meat shield tactic, Ceres floated above, unleashing phosphorescent arrows at the spider. So, Barusna must no longer exist in the plane of the western continent, correct? Dantun inquired, "Where are we? Or rather, what lies above this underground city?" In a multiverse, numerous planes exist, vast as the stars, with the western continent merely one of the lower-tier planes. "I do not know," Homer replied with a resigned expression. Even that marshal could not ascertain the truth, for the plane submersion spell is an incomplete super-forbidden spell. But what of these ghouls? Could the submersion spell also carry the effects of the undead plague? The undead plague is a disease that originates from the whispering plane, capable of transforming living beings into undead. It is said that it was accidentally discovered by a powerful and malevolent lich while researching the activation of skeletal puppet cells. This is an invention that should never have existed. Even the undead race regards it with great trepidation, strictly prohibiting its use. Undoubtedly, this city has experienced an outbreak of the undead plague. That is how these undead creatures came to be. The cause of the outbreak, however, remains a mystery shrouded in the annals of history. The grimoire is not a deity. Though it has existed for eons, the western continent is vast, and certain clandestine events elude Homer's knowledge. The marshal was likely privy to the truth, but alas, he cannot rise from his grave to reveal it to us. Dantun jested, suddenly struck by a possibility as he swung his ogre slayer saber at the shadow spider. Missing the mark. "What is it?" Ceres gasped, startled. Dantun rarely made mistakes. Given that this city has endured an outbreak of the undead plague, could I be in danger? I have no desire to become an undead. Dantun thought that if he were to transform into a wretched ghoul, he would rather perish. 3,000 years have passed. Any plague bacteria would surely have been desiccated by now. Just as Dantun exhaled in relief. Homer's next words contorted his expression into one of despair. However, there remains a risk of infection, and with the streets teeming with rotting ghouls, there are bound to be other pathogens. It would be prudent to prepare some potions, just in case. The grimoire reassured him, "You need not worry excessively. You are a paladin, and many divine spells can purify the body." "That is good to hear." Dantun felt a sense of relief. Since we are on the subject of plagues, I find myself with even more questions. Who established the portal leading to Crow's Ridge? The grimoire, clearly reveling in mischief, altered the color of the projected text to a dark green, flickering as though it were a ghostly flame on the verge of extinguishing. Danton's brow furrowed in contemplation. What is Ceres' true identity? With that stunningly extravagant magical attire of her brother's, it could easily serve as a family heirloom for a minor noble. How could she wear it so casually? The grimoire was astute, its observations keen. Dantun turned to Ceres, who, with her youthful visage and sapphire eyes, displayed an expression of innocent wonder. This deathly maiden reincarnated by nature, Ceres had long since discarded many of her memories. "Have you yet decided what divine spell you wish to sacrifice?" The grimoire was deeply troubled. 2 days had elapsed since the acquisition of the armory, and he had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, poised to challenge the second tier at any moment. Yet, Dun had not yet made adequate preparations. What should be done, given the circumstances? Would it be possible to negotiate with the discounted deity for a buy-one-get-one free deal? Dun commanded the 6th unit to take position. This individual exhibited a quicker response than the 5th. Dreamlike musings ought to be expressed only in slumber. Homer, projecting his expression, rolled his eyes dramatically. After all, those were dragon-slaying tier divine arts. No matter how low the deity's morals sank, gifting them was out of the question. Then, the divine armor was the answer, requiring 1,500 soul offerings, to be repaid within 15 days. In truth, Dun was quite satisfied with this transaction. The divine armor, a divine art of the dragon-slaying tier, would, upon activation, consume magical energy and form a protective layer upon the skin. It would grant immunity to all magic, martial arts, and divine arts below the war tier. Against judgment tier adversaries, it could achieve a damage reduction rate of 50%. Compared to the equally dragon-slaying undead repentance, the divine armor proved significantly more practical. However, Dun's tier was too low, and his magical energy reserves insufficient, allowing the armor to activate for merely 3 seconds before succumbing to depletion. Thus, it was entirely unusable unless in dire circumstances. Enough of this, dispatch it swiftly, then capture the ghoul servants. Today we shall ascend to the soul 2nd tier. Despite Dun's rapid cultivation speed, the grimoire remained unsatisfied. At the very least, he needed to reach a level of self-defense against the Robinson trio and those low-tier undead beings. Dun unleashed his ultimate move, confronting an already heavily injured shadow spider, which posed no challenge to him. With a single strike of the giant seal, he effortlessly cleaved it in two, extracting the magical core and cleaning the bloodstains. Dun approached the 4th unit and decapitated it. Although the failure rate of the undead repentance remained high, with Celicy conducting preliminary reconnaissance, locating the ghouls became exceedingly simple, within a vast quantity of them. He summoned forth the 7th and 8th magical servants in less than half an hour. 4 ghouls clad in full warrior, heavy infantry armor concealed their grotesque forms, appearing far more formidable than their original appearance. When magical beings ascend, they endure the rejection of planar laws, subject to elemental assaults. Hence, the commotion was considerable, and Dun feared attracting the attention of undead creatures or the Robinson trio. Therefore, he chose a secluded courtyard, where the wandering ghouls had been cleared out days prior. Celicy, take the ghouls to guard the entrance, prepared for any sudden developments. Homer floated in the air, projecting text. "If you are ready, let us commence." The war space opened, and a bronze hand had accumulated all the magical stones gathered during this time upon the floor. Tang Dun seated himself, placing a dozen weapons beside him, and began to meditate. In less than a minute, spheres of soul energy materialized around him, subsequently transforming into soul angels, siphoning magical energy, condensing it into feathers before launching them towards Tang Dun's body. As time progressed, the soul angels appeared in a continuous stream, ultimately reaching 20. After saturating Tang Dun's soul seed with magical energy, ethereal and melodious hymns resonated from their bodies, doubling the speed at which they condensed feathers, commencing the process to breach the soul second tier. The power of the soul angels surged into full operation, and under the hymn's enhancement, torrents of magical energy flooded into the courtyard like a deluge. The concentration escalated rapidly, frequently erupting in star-like specks. Celicy understood the significance of this ascension for Tang Dun. Thus she was filled with concern, frequently glancing back, eventually hiding in a corner to observe. Had she not feared a reprimand from Homar, she would have entered sooner. The entire courtyard was awash with specks of magical energy, resembling a swarm of fireflies, swirling around Tang Dun, nearly engulfing him. The saturated soul seed could not contain the magical energy, forcing it to surge into Tang Dun's body. Do not rush. Gather more. Even as Homar projected the text, Tang Dun, lost in meditation, could not perceive it. The magical energy accumulating within his body would become the force to impact the soul seed. Like the ocean, the greater the accumulation, the more potent the impact, thus enhancing the success rate. However, not all magical beings could endure the excruciating pain of such extreme overload that a torrent of high-concentration magical energy surged into his body, akin to injecting gas into a balloon on the verge of bursting. Tang Dun's visage contorted, his body trembled violently. Every muscle, every cell ached, spasmed, and wailed, struggling and resisting, tenaciously erecting. Is he all right? Celicy floated over, whispering with concern. Tang Dun's face was drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked, with several patches of skin ruptured, oozing crimson blood. Silence. Homar warned. It is about to begin. Sensing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, Tang Dun jolted back to awareness, realizing he had reached his limit. Any further accumulation of magical energy would lead to his demise. Therefore, he immediately utilized his soul power to channel the magical energy towards the soul seed in his mind. The first wave of impact was upon him. Boom! The soul seed stood firm like an unyielding rock, undisturbed. Magical energy streamed from his limbs, converging once more in his chest, preparing for the second wave of impact. Tang Dun's cheeks twisted in agony. The forceful rush of magical energy felt like razors scraping against his nerves, sending tremors through his very soul. The immense pain instinctively urged Tang Dun to surrender. Although he had previously consulted his sister and discussed the ascension process with the grimoire, experiencing it firsthand revealed the true extent of its torment. The grimoire observed coldly. Ascension was the ultimate trial for magical beings, and only those with the most steadfast will could endure. Should Tang Dun fail, Homar would not hesitate to annihilate him. A man incapable of enduring pain, a coward, a failure, was unworthy of possessing the proud, ancient grimoire. He appears to be in agony. Can't you assist him? Celicy felt tears welling in her eyes. Be silent. Homar projected the fiery words, his anger palpable. Otherwise be gone. If he were to fall here, all would be lost. He would forever remain an inconspicuous minnow. Tang Dun clenched his teeth, fervently squeezing his soul power. The soul power swirled like a tempest, stirring the magical energy within his body, propelling it like a wild tsunami towards the soul seed. This time, Tang Dun forsook any pause for adjustment, launching a relentless barrage. If he did not succeed, he would perish. The soul seed began to sway, cracks appearing on its surface, which expanded continuously, fragments peeling away under the onslaught of magical energy. Break for me! Tang Dun bellowed, his heart racing like a war drum, the surging magical energy causing his entire body to heat up, his blood nearly boiling. Boom! The soul seed could no longer withstand the successive impacts and shattered, leaving behind a speck the size of a pinhead. This was the purest essence of power. Although diminutive in size, it contained magical energy far exceeding that of the first tier by several multiples. The ascension of a soul-tier magical being involved the continual rupture of the soul seed, leaving only the most primal speck, which would then be nurtured, repeating this process until the seed finally germinated. Signifying ascension to the war tier. Whoosh, whoosh, two soul shields sprang forth, revolving around Tang Dun's body. Exhaling, Tang Dun released a breath arrow filled with glimmering magical energy specks, resembling the breath of a dragon. Resplendent beyond compare. Oh, not let your guard down. The rejection of the laws is imminent. The grimoire projected colossal words, nearly filling the courtyard with its presence. Boom! Boom! Blue lightning erupted without warning, striking Tang Dun and causing the soul shields to tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Tang Dun grasped the double-layered tower shield, a white tornado formed in the sky, launching a massive arrow of holy light. The thunderous strikes intensified, forming a pale blue cloud that swirled like a tornado, incessantly unleashing bolts of lightning. The soul angels were directly obliterated. Tang Dun raised his shield. The holy light arrow collided with it, the tremendous force pushing him back 2 steps, followed by the lightning coursing through the metal shield into his arm, rendering it numbed. This never-ending. Tang Dun hurriedly positioned the shield to counter the lightning, while the shield primarily defended against the arrows from above. Within mere breaths, the sacred light tornado in the sky unleashed a volley of arrows towards Tang Dun. Such elemental assaults posed a significant challenge for melee magical beings. Due to the lack of a physical entity, the attacks could not find a target. Tang Dun, unwilling to confront them head-on, began to flee and evade. Hoping to delay until the elemental strikes ceased, waves of arrows rained down, shattering the ground and sending dust swirling, while the lightning tornado, as if imbued with life, pursued Tang Dun relentlessly. He was battered and bruised, his soul shield riddled with cracks. Yet the elemental assault was far from over. The fiery vortex of elemental flames coalesced, launching coconut-sized fireballs in his direction. This assault was reminiscent of an RPG, as Tang Dun took a direct hit with his shield, sending him crashing to the ground. His internal organs jolted. Deep bolo. And back for more. Tang Dun observed another water elemental vortex forming, its crescent-shaped water blades embedding themselves into the wall, prompting him to let out an expletive in frustration. The grimoire was astonished. Such a level of elemental strike equated to tenfold the intensity of an ordinary mage's might. However, reflecting on Tang Dun's ascension process, it understood, in his quest for a successful advancement, Tang Dun had amassed an overwhelming amount of magical energy, nearly reaching his physical limits. Enduring such a magnitude of magical energy impact had fortified his soul seed far beyond that of an average mage. Coupled with the solid foundation he had established during his ascension, this predicament was comprehensible. The stronger the mage, the greater the natural repulsion of the laws. This is an immutable truth, undoubtedly, while the dangers were immense. The benefits of enduring were countless. A more expansive soul force, greater reserves of magical energy, and a soul tree that would undoubtedly flourish in the future. Tang Dun waved his hand to cast 3 divine arts upon himself, gulped down a potion of stone skin, and then drew upon the power of the Titan statue, crashing through the wall and charging forward. The 3 tornadoes spiraled after him, unrelenting, while the holy arrows from the sky intensified. At last, one soul shield exceeded its limit and shattered. Tang Dun, in a state of disarray, evaded down half a street, grateful that he had donned a suit of leather armor for mobility. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Even the 100 warriors' heavy armor could not withstand such onslaught. A fireball detonated beside him, the shockwave toppling Tang Dun to the ground. As he watched the incoming water blades, he activated the celestial shift. Having already lost his ringed shield to the barrage of the blue liquid orb materialized above him, swiftly moving to consume the water blades before promptly bursting the fireball that approached head-on. The celestial shift proved its worth, intercepting and reflecting the elemental assaults that Tang Dun could not evade. However, this counterattack was rapidly depleting his magical energy. If it were empty, the celestial shift could not activate. Fortunately, he still had magical energy potions. Tang Dun rejoiced too soon, for just as he retrieved a quick-acting magical energy potion to consume, he witnessed the 4 tornadoes expanding simultaneously. Without hesitation, Tang Dun activated the sacred armor. It was as if a layer of luminous film had coated his skin, radiating a golden glow. Fireballs, water blades, lightning, and the holy arrows from the sky erupted simultaneously in a cataclysmic barrage. Boom! Tang Dun was engulfed by the elemental onslaught, which struck the long street, creating a cataclysm of elemental explosions and swirling dust. Sellers cried out, about to rush forward, only to be restrained by the elemental arm extending from the grimoire. He is unharmed. Those attacks cannot breach the sacred armor. Homar appeared calm, though inwardly he was also sweating. Long before the elemental strikes commenced, he had led Sellers far away. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the crossfire. By the time he saw the final scene, it was too late to warn her. But thankfully, Tang Dun reacted swiftly. After the 4 elemental tornadoes erupted, they dissipated, signifying that Tang Dun had endured the repulsion of the laws and successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of the soul. It's done. Upon hearing the grimoire speak, Sellers hurriedly embraced her, floating towards Tang Dun. Becoming a mage, always this arduous and painful. A large pit marred the long street, and Tang Dun lay on the ground, injured and unable to move. Upon questioning, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You think mages are as common as weeds? Homar instructed, this world is fair. To gain power, one must be willing to pay the price. Are you all right? Sellers helped Tang Dun up, her reddened eyes glistening with tears, concern etched across her face. Rest assured, I will not be daunted by such trivial hardships. Tang Dun forced a smile, revealing his white teeth. My sister, too, bears these burdens. Excellent mindset. The grimoire was pleased, for it understood that due to Tang Dun pushing his body to the limits of magical energy capacity, the suffering he endured surpassed that of any ordinary mage by tenfold. And as his tier increased, this pain would only multiply further. It felt akin to enduring a torturous ordeal. Tang Dun finally stabilized his breathing, realizing he would need to rest for 2 or 3 days. At the end of the long street, a figure concealed behind the wall peered with a single eye, silently observing Tang Dun before stealthily retreating before being noticed. In the Mage Tower, the Robinson trio, having just cleared the 5th floor, rested while gazing out the window at the white tornadoes drifting across the southern district sky. All 3 were mages, familiar with the phenomenon of elemental strikes during low repulsion. Is someone actually ascending? Tony spat, disbelief etched across his face. Was that low-tier scoundrel, Durin, still alive? In his view, the commoner named Tang Dun could not possibly survive in the undead-infested underground city. He had surely perished, leaving only the mage Durin as the likely survivor. Tony, go take care of him, Robinson commanded, having bandaged his wounds. How much magical energy has this guy stolen from us? Pierre would be heartbroken. I'll go too. You cannot. You would attract ghouls. Robinson refused, and that cunning construct may appear at any moment. Do you want me to be killed? I should have eliminated him earlier, Pierre lamented, regretting not knowing if he had disseminated news of the underground city. Stop joking, he's just a lowly fish. He likely struggles to survive. Tony toyed with the dagger in his hand, his expression dismissive. Rest assured, I guarantee he won't survive today, but you all better not slack off. Hurry and take the Mage Tower. Robinson is more anxious than you. Pierre knew Tony's ulterior motives, merely seeking to rest while avoiding the tedious chores. Remember, you must leave one construct from the alchemy workshop for me. Tony eyed Robinson, his gaze lingering on the iron constructs beyond the narrow vent, coveting them. Once activated, those constructs would serve as the most obedient and practical bodyguards, and no problem. Go kill that man, then lure some ghouls to the inn, ensuring he cannot activate the teleportation portal even if he gathers enough magic stones. Robinson instructed casually, having no inclination to fret over a lowly fish. He was deep in thought, devising a way to unlock the magical lock on the iron door of the alchemy workshop. A brute force approach would not suffice. Otherwise, the alarm mechanism above would activate, and within the limited time, it would be impossible to disarm it, leading to the destruction of the entire workshop by magical mechanisms. As a mage specializing in magical arts, The Mage Tower was of utmost importance for Robinson's advancement. The few parchment scrolls he had discovered, though mere random notes, had already proven immensely beneficial. Thus, he was eager to enter the upper-level bedroom and study to acquire the Tower Master's magical notes. "Well, I'm off." Tony descended the stairs, trained in stealth and assassination, allowing him to approach his target without alarming the undead monsters on the streets. Unbeknownst to him, as an assassin fixated on Tang Dun, he had regained some strength and departed from the partially destroyed block. The nearby ghouls had all been cleared. If anyone came, they would quickly notice the anomaly and could search for themselves without danger. Therefore, Tang Dun shifted towards the eastern district, which he had never visited before. He crouched low, cautiously traversing the undulating rooftops, avoiding the wandering ghouls on the streets. Celis, clutching the grimoire, floated up from a courtyard 60 meters away. Raising the luminous stone to trace 2 semicircles, Tang Dun hurried over. There were only 2 ghouls, and the area was spacious, indicating that the courtyard's owner was a minor noble. The projection of Homa has unveiled the theater of war. 4 demonic servants traversed the bronze gates and emerged into the courtyard. 2 ghouls, upon catching sight of them, turned their gaze, but, recognizing their kinship, refrained from attacking and diverted their eyes, as Tang Dun unsheathed his ogre blade and leapt from the rooftop. The demonic servants, fierce and formidable, charged forward, clad in heavy infantry armor, resembling war chariots as they effortlessly overturned their foes, pinning them down and rendering them immobile. With swift precision, Tang Dun severed the lives of 2 lesser adversaries before making his way toward the bedroom. Celeste had already inspected the premises, and Tang Dun was reluctant to waste time. Yet Homa called out to him, "T.O. the study. It is a suitable place for my concealment." An elemental arrow extended from the grimoire, indicating the direction. Pushing open the decayed wooden door, his vision was met with a towering bookshelf, laden with books bound in leather, numbering in the hundreds. As Tang Dun stepped inside, the wooden floor creaked beneath his weight. Dust coated the white oak desk, which held a few yellowed parchments, a brown coffee cup with a spoon nestled inside, and a solidified mass. All these are works from 3 millennia ago. For Tang Dun, an avid reader, this bookshelf piqued his interest. His fingers glided over the spines, sweeping away the dust to reveal the titles. He casually pulled a volume of Fag's poetry, leaning against the shelf as he began to peruse it. Hey, there's no time for leisurely reading now. The guardian of the Grand Library awaits your challenge. Homa interposed, casting a magical flame over the poetry selection. That I'm injured, and my soul shield has yet to recover. Going now would be tantamount to seeking death, Tang Dun retorted, puzzled. The soul shield, once shattered, would naturally mend itself, but it would require at least 3 hours, especially since Tang Dun was not in optimal condition. You won't perish. The Grand Library is a sanctuary of knowledge, not a battleground for life and death. IT won't claim your life. That a beam of light shot forth from the grimoire, expanding to form a Gothic-style portal. May I enter? Celeste implored, her cheeks flushed with desperation, her hands clasped together as she gazed at Homa with pleading eyes. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, she immediately cheered and dashed inside. As Tang Dun followed. He found himself standing in a hall constructed entirely from the heavenly starstone, more precious than gold, emanating an aura of purity and sanctity. Which way should we go? Celeste inquired, bewildered, addressing the grimoire. Stone steps extended before them, leading to towering library doors, countless in number. Each door was adorned with intricate reliefs, brimming with wisdom and sanctity. As Tang Dun surveyed the surroundings, he seemed to hear a melodious chant. Stop gazing, with your level of capability. This is the only door you may enter. Homa floated upward, urging them onward. Hurry, do not squander time. Celeste chose to ascend the steps rather than float, feeling diminutive in such a place, becoming somewhat self-conscious. The staircase comprised 267 steps, and Tang Dun noted that each step bore an inscribed aphorism. How beautiful! Celeste exclaimed, marveling at the door of wisdom, interrupting Tang Dun's silent reading and on 2 massive stone pillars. Each 88 meters tall, exquisite floral reliefs were carved. However, the most striking feature was a statue of a young man seated on the grass, engrossed in a massive tome, as if ravenously devouring its contents. The book bore 12 grand characters imbued with the essence of truth. Books embody wisdom. Wisdom fosters civilization. Under the grimoire's urging, Tang Dun stepped through this portal of wisdom. Once again, he found himself in an expansive hall. Seemingly boundless, yet with some differences, divided by a white line. The right side was a reading area, furnished with spacious desks and chairs, sunlight streaming through the glass windows, filling the space with a warm ambience. The left side was the borrowing area, with towering bookshelves reaching 30 meters high, uniformly brown and brimming with books. Wow, this is astonishing. How many books would it take to fill all these shelves? Celeste exclaimed, gazing at a table in front of the borrowing area, where assigned reading librarians sat. Yet no one was present. 12,630,000 volumes. The grimoire announced the figure, floating toward the borrowing desk. Even an ancient elf with a long life could not possibly read all these in a lifetime. Celeste followed suit. Knowledge is infinite. Homa's projection remarked, rolling its eyes that in all of the Western continent over thousands of years. Fewer than 5 individuals have qualified to read more than 2/3 of the books here. How can we borrow books from here? Tang Dun's eyes sparkled, akin to a traveler parched in a desert suddenly encountering an oasis. Eager to read that by passing the assessment and obtaining a borrowing permit, the grimoire replied, turning to Celeste, you must prepare to apply as well. Celeste gasped, but the next moment, she broke into a smile. That's wonderful. But do not be too quick to rejoice. The introductory spells of necromancy, the myriad transformations and derivatives of elemental laws, the basic applications of magical energy. These are your upcoming courses. Following that, you will delve into the 3 great laws of magical energy and the meticulous study of elemental theory. In short, you must bid farewell to words like playing games in your future life. The grimoire merely listed a fraction of the requirements, for Celeste aspired to become a renowned sorceress across the Western continent. The number of books she would need to read was indeed vast. Celeste looked at Tang Dun with pitiful eyes, yearning for him to intercede on her behalf. After all, the deathly wraith was merely a 15-year-old girl, still in the carefree years of youth, and loathed the thought of studying. Homa, please do not turn Celeste into a bookworm. Lighten her academic load a bit, though Tang Dun understood that the more capable Celeste became, the more assistance she could offer him. He did not wish for her to lose her joy, her entire adolescence consumed by tomes. You still have time to concern yourself with others. If you wish to become a grand potion master, your efforts must not pale in comparison to hers, the grimoire admonished. If you are afraid, you can leave now. Do not tarnish the grand library. Those who enter here do so with reverence and a thirst for knowledge. I meant Celeste. Tang Dun was not afraid. For him, reading was a pleasure, not a burden. You have no idea how fortunate you are. If those scholars of magical energy were to learn of this place, they would weep and cry, willing to pay any price just for a chance to peruse its contents. Yet they lack the qualifications. Not even an opportunity for a fleeting glance. Why do you not cherish this chance? The grimoire expressed its frustration. Tang Dun, eager to learn, quickly redirected the conversation. Who collected these books? You have no right to know. Homa refused to answer. But if you find books or knowledge not present in the grand library, you shall receive generous rewards. Rewards? Tang Dun queried, puzzled. You do not think you can peruse all the books here, do you? Homa teased. You must strive to obtain borrowing privileges. At your current level, securing the lowest tier would be an achievement. In the vast and tranquil library, Tang Dun's eager voice echoed far and wide. How can one gain borrowing privileges? By defeating the Guardian. That would only grant you access to a portion of lower-tier privileges. To attain mid- to high-level access, contributions are necessary, Homa earnestly advised. The Grand Library is not about profit. It is to instill in borrowers the understanding that all knowledge is priceless, wealth and power. Only when you feel the sting of your effort and dedication will you truly value the opportunity to read. Agreed. Tang Dun did not delve further into how to earn contributions. For now, securing borrowing privileges was his primary goal. Library sprite, process my borrowing permit. The grimoire settled on the borrowing desk, and as it projected the text, it was promptly attended to. With 2 soft thuds, 2 tiny sprites with dragonfly wings materialized in the air. The their stick-like arms dangling as they each carried a circular disc, fluttering before Tang Dun and Celeste. Tang Dun noticed that the center of the disc featured a pointer, its edges inscribed with an intricate array of literary masterpieces. "Just touch it, and good luck to you both." The voice of the book's sprite was cheerful, brimming with childlike wonder. They were the custodians of the Grand Library. Tang Dun flicked the plate with his middle finger, and the pointer immediately began to spin like a windmill, coming to a halt after a few breaths. The examination subject was Don Quixote. Upon the announcement by the book sprite, a loud pop echoed, and a book materialized in its hands, its pages flipping open violently, from which emerged a large mouth resembling bubblegum. Swallowing Tang Dun whole. "Tang Dun," Celeste exclaimed in shock. "Oh, not worry." Homer quickly reassured, as the deathly siren, in her anxiety, raised her hand to cast a spell against the sprite administrator. "Is it really safe?" Celeste remained unconvinced. "I assure you. Make your choice swiftly," Homer urged, detesting the waste of time and confident that he would never harm them. Celeste absent-mindedly touched the plate. The examination subject was Les Miserables. Again, a book with a leather cover appeared, consuming Celeste. The moment Tang Dun was devoured by the bubble, he drew his ogre blade. However, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in an arena. The stone walls around him bore the scars of blades and axes, while the seats in the stands were mostly shattered, suffused with a sense of ancient ruin. Creak, creak, the iron gate in the wall swung open, revealing a diminutive warhorse, dragging a frail knight who held a spear upright against his right breast. "Surely, I am not meant to defeat this fellow," after bestowing upon himself the initial 3 divine arts. Tang Dun scanned the surroundings, familiarizing himself with the battlefield. Don Quixote charged without greeting, though his pace was slow and his body swayed like a novice still unaccustomed to riding. Tang Dun remained unperturbed, fixated on his opponent, waiting to evade as the spear thrust forth. Yet, as Don Quixote rushed past him, that spear struck like thunder, piercing through with lightning speed. There was no time to evade. The spear had already penetrated Tang Dun's left shoulder, and he fell to the ground under the tremendous impact. This was a direct assault on his very soul. So although he did not bleed, the pain remained unabated, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. The horse halted before the wall, and Don Quixote shook the reins, urging the steed to turn and quicken its pace. Gritting his teeth, Tang Dun rose, gripping his blade tightly. He understood that evasion was futile. Embracing himself to endure was the better course. An exchange of injury for injury, as Don Quixote charged again, thrusting his spear in Tang Dun's vision. Only a fleeting shadow remained, with his legs firm and unyielding. Tang Dun swung his arm with vigor, his blade slicing horizontally. Yet, just before striking Don Quixote, the spear pierced his chest, pinning him to the ground. Tang Dun bit down hard, stifling a cry. The tearing agony made his muscles convulse throughout his body. The spear, condensed with magical energy, vanished without requiring Tang Dun to extract it, leaving no wounds. However, the damage to his soul was grievous enough to be fatal. He must rise. Hearing the thundering hooves of the horse grow more urgent, Tang Dun realized that Don Quixote's third charge was upon him. Brave and resolute, yet regrettably of too low a rank, the classic Don Quixote hovered in the air, with a sprite the size of a fist crossing its arms as it sat atop. Observing the arena, it greatly admired Tang Dun's determination and courage. Once more, Tang Dun's right leg was pierced by the spear, but he managed to leave a shallow mark on the horse's armor. 6 rounds had passed, and Tang Dun leaned against his blade to maintain his standing position. Yet he fixed his gaze on the charging Don Quixote, refusing to give up. It seemed he had no intention of killing me. Indeed, as Homer had mentioned, the Grand Library is a place of learning, not a gladiatorial arena. Therefore, even if I exchange wounds, I shall not perish. Suddenly, Tang Dun realized, it must be a test of how long I can endure. The thought had scarcely crossed his mind before he was once again pinned to the ground like a floundering fish. Both combatants had yet to be ejected. Homer glanced at the hourglass, noting that with Tang Dun's indomitable spirit and intellect, he had exceeded expectations. However, it was quite surprising that Celeste had not been thrown out either. In the 10th round, facing the charging knight, Tang Dun charged forth to meet him. Don Quixote thrust his spear, effortlessly piercing Tang Dun's chest cavity. Take that. A tremendous pain tore at his nerves, causing Tang Dun to bite his lip until it bled. Yet he endured, his legs propelling him forward in a burst of speed. As his chest pierced the spear, he swiftly closed the distance to the knight, slashing horizontally with his left-handed blade, while his right hand drew forth a short sword from his waist. Clang! The blade was knocked aside by Don Quixote, but the short sword found its mark against the knight's armor at the waist, sending forth a shower of sparks as it grazed his belly. Ultimately, the weapon was too inadequate to breach the defense. As the horse galloped past, Tang Dun knelt, straining to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength, allowing Don Quixote to charge once more, striking him down. And he lost consciousness entirely. The book's sprite rose to applaud. The purpose of this examination was to deliver a profound blow to the borrower's soul, forcing them to experience immense pain, thereby instilling the heavy cost of entering the Grand Library, a precious opportunity to be cherished. Don Quixote's task was to continue the assault until Tang Dun's nerves could no longer bear it, ejecting him from the arena. Having presided over so many qualification examinations, the book sprite noted that Tang Dun was the first to bravely retaliate from the outset, and he had confronted Don Quixote more times than any other borrower. Had his weapons not been so woefully inadequate, he might have truly injured Don Quixote. As for killing him, that was simply out of the question. Given the vast difference in their ranks, if the knight were to unleash his full power, he could easily slay Tang Dun. When Tang Dun awoke, his head throbbed painfully. Quite well, he had achieved E-level permission, one rank higher than he had anticipated. The grimoire praised him, expressing satisfaction after hearing the book's sprite recount the events of the arena. Is she all right? Tang Dun inquired, worried as he saw Celeste lying beside him. Rest easy. The Grand Library does not take lives. This spiritual assault serves as a form of baptism. Have you not noticed that the seed of your soul has become more refined? What level of permission does she possess? Tang Dun pondered, realizing he needed to prepare a few good weapons, as the ripping dragon tooth was far too heavy to carry at all times for self-defense at F level. The grimoire replied, a hint of pride in its voice. The candidates it recommended did not bring it shame. Their names would indeed be etched on the examination results board. How many levels are there? Is a level considered impressive? Tang Dun asked, excitement bubbling within him. Can I borrow those books? How many books? Third to last rank. Huffed. Tang Dun nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his expression instantly darkening to be grateful. This permission allows you to remain in the library for 10 days at a time. Homer anticipated Tang Dun's inevitable questions, so he elaborated that the time-flow ratio between the West Earth continent and the library was 1 to 10. So, a day in the West Earth continent equates to 10 days here. Upon receiving confirmation from Homer, Tang Dun found it hard to believe. Did this mean he could possess more learning time than others? Indeed. Homer added, however, there are restrictions on entry. You are allowed to enter only once a week. Even so, that was substantial, equivalent to a month, granting him an additional 36 days of time. Tang Dun beamed, but soon his brow furrowed, enough to crush a crab. You mean to say that my body will age faster than others? Right? With his wisdom, Homer easily deduced Tang Dun's concerns. Well, I certainly don't want to grow old while my sister remains youthful. If that were the case, I would rather not come at all, Tang Dun lamented. The power of the Grand Library was beyond what one could imagine. When you attained E-level permission, the flow of time around you was already stabilized. Within the library, your body would age in accordance with the time of the West Earth continent. Is it really that remarkable? Tang Dun marveled, questioning what kind of place this truly was. This is the formidable power of the laws that as for the Grand Library's location. I cannot say for certain, but it should be situated within a higher material plane. Homer remained composed, stating that as Tang Dun's strength grew, his horizons would expand, allowing him to witness ever more astonishing phenomena. If that is the case, can I cultivate here? Dantun had long lamented the insufficiency of time. Daydreaming, he mused about the absence of magical energy in this place and questioned how one could possibly cultivate skills here. Even if one were to bring in a gem of unparalleled quality, exceeding even that of magical stones, their potent essence would dissipate swiftly upon use. Homer extinguished Dantun's last flicker of hope, reminding him that this was merely a grand library, a sanctuary for acquiring knowledge, and nothing more. He ought to abandon any unrealistic aspirations. What if I were to enter the Grand Library while injured? Surely, 10 days would afford me more healing than a single day. Even if time flows consistently, Dantun contemplated another possibility. Indeed, one could read within the library while simultaneously tending to their wounds. However, it was imperative to remember that no potions would be effective. Only divine arts could mend the body. Homa finally provided a glimmer of good news. Almost all healing divine arts were harmless. Unlike potions, when the body grows steadily, metabolic activities slow down, which implies that the absorption rate of potions diminishes, leading to their accumulation within the body and potentially causing adverse reactions to the muscles and organs that I seem to know even a single healing divine art. Dantun exclaimed in astonishment, quickly followed by frustration. A wild paladin. He was utterly unfamiliar with systematic learning of divine arts. He had only ever sacrificed for whatever he needed in battle. The arcane codex, the altars in the dimensional space where divine flames had long been extinguished, and the hundreds of thousands of undead creatures in the dungeons. All three pivotal elements combined would enable Dantun to attain divine arts through sacrifice. Otherwise, he would be compelled to follow the same tedious learning path as other clergy. Have you only just realized? Homa teased. A paladin who scarcely qualifies as an apprentice. If you were to venture into secret realms or ruins, no adventuring party would even spare you a glance. Dantun resolved to defer his studies of divine arts until he left the library. For now, he would embark on his potions course. Reminded of the numerous soul sacrifices he still owed, he quelled his eagerness to sacrifice again for the time being. This is the list of books you will need to study next. The arcane script shimmered, forming an extensive list of nearly 100 titles. Introduction to Potions, Compendium of Potion Properties, Practical Potion Studies. 1,000 marvelous potions and 1,000 common potion configurations. With a resounding pop, a book sprite materialized, holding a slightly yellowed parchment and a pristine white quill. This all? The sprite inquired with wide eyes, its voice delicate. Yes, Dantun nodded. With Homa's encyclopedic wisdom, the potion study list he provided was undoubtedly the most efficient and practical available. Loan processing. As the sprite's voice concluded, the quill punctuated the air twice, as if dipping into ink, then began to inscribe a series of ornate, arcane words on the parchment adorned with plum blossom motifs. Each time a title was written, it twinkled like a star, and the corresponding books seemed to sprout wings. Soaring off the shelves, when Celeste awoke, she beheld the books descending gracefully before Dantun's desk, stacking themselves high like migrating geese returning home. Dantun picked one up and opened the cover, though the book was not brand new. It was well preserved, free of any damage or creases. Upon completion of your borrowing, please care for the books properly, or you will face penalties. After reiterating several important notes, the sprite vanished with a sharp pop. Feel free to read. I shall not disturb you. Should you have any questions, you may ask me or the book sprite. The arcane codex released paper and ink from the war space and flew toward Celeste. Come, let us move to the reading area on the other side. Reluctant, Celeste was promptly chastised by the codex, which firmly tapped her forehead before she obediently departed. Dantun's hands trembled slightly as he opened the book, recalling the moments of his childhood spent with his sister by the oil lamp, listening to their mother read. The quill kissed the parchment, producing a soft, rhythmic rustling sound, reminiscent of tender green shoots bursting forth from the earth. Laden with the dreams of spring, time flew by, yet Dantun's posture remained unchanged as he leaned over his desk. Observing him munching on dark bread, his gaze unwavering from the pages, Homa felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Over the past 10 days, it had witnessed this state many times. It was not a fleeting whim, but rather a genuine desire to become a master potion maker. Such focus and diligence would surely reap bountiful rewards. Homa sighed, reluctant to intrude, and took flight, allowing Dantun to savor every last moment. Given Celeste's vivacious nature, she could hardly endure the silence of reading, yet every time she sought Dantun, she found him engrossed in his tomes, absorbing knowledge like a statue. The lips of the banshee had parted numerous times, yet she ultimately refrained from disturbing him. At the very least, she must keep pace with Dantun. Inspired by these scenes, Celeste resolved to apply herself diligently, committing to her studies. With two industrious students, Homa felt content, assuming the role of a strict mentor, wholeheartedly teaching Celeste. With a sudden bang, the book sprite reappeared. Your borrowing time has expired. Please exit the library within 5 minutes. Otherwise, you will face forced removal and lose your borrowing privileges. The sprite maintained a businesslike demeanor, showing no leniency towards Downton's efforts. It already time? Downton stretched, feeling as though his body had rusted, his muscles slightly sore. During the past 10 days, he had left his seat only a handful of times, leading to inevitable stiffness. Had he not been a magic user, he would not have managed at all. Celeste flew over, cradling the arcane codex to her chest. Next time, remember to balance work and rest. If you're tired, stand and stretch. Homa projected text. Let us depart. Thank you. Downton reluctantly closed the book, tidied the table, and expressed his gratitude to the sprite. It is my duty. The book sprite, moved by Downton's demeanor, added an unusual remark. Would you like to borrow a book to take with you? Are you saying I can take a book out? Downton was taken aback, then elated, nodding vigorously. I need it. You possess E-level privileges and may borrow one book to take from the library. However, please ensure it's safekeeping. Any damage will incur severe penalties, the sprite added. The borrowing duration will be determined by the magical stones you provide. Please assist me in borrowing this one. 1,000 marvelous potions. Downton exhibited no surprise or complaint regarding the magical stones. He understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. A simple truth. Well chosen. You should now strive to memorize various potions quickly. Otherwise, purchasing counterfeit goods would be a waste of gold, and, more importantly, quite embarrassing, Homan noted. While it possessed this knowledge, it was its own. If Downton could not retain it, he would not even qualify to approach the realm of potion-making. Upon exiting the library and descending the steps, Downton returned to his study, the Gothic doors behind him dissolving into shimmering light, cascading into the air. Feeling the weight of the book in his hands, Downton experienced a surreal sensation. The power of the arcane codex was indeed astonishingly formidable. Prepare yourself. We shall continue our assault on the bank and hunt down spiders, first settling our debts. The codex had meticulously arranged the plan. Downton stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the dimly lit dungeon. Inhaling deeply, Homa, army, and summoned the magical servants. The war space opened. 6 elemental arms grasping the components of 100 warriors' armor began to don Downton in his gear, while 4 ghouls clad in warrior attire emerged from the portal. Surrounding him, one bore a battle axe, the dragon's tooth, upon its back. With the warrior's short sword secured at his waist, Downton brandished the ogre's blade as he made his way toward the central district, where the largest bank in the dungeon of Polusna was situated. Before the bank stood a stone monument, intricately carved with the Hohenzollern family crest, the hereditary nobility of St. Jordania. This name symbolized wealth, power, and influence. Let us hope the treasures within the vault will not disappoint us. Downton swung his blade, cleaving through the black-blooded spiders encircled by his magical servants. Why are there so many spiders? Celeste grimaced at the sight of these monstrous insects, larger than warhorses, with grotesque mandibles and compound eyes. Thus they hid far away, refusing to conduct any preliminary reconnaissance. Centered around the bank, the entire street was ensnared in a white web, with clusters of spider eggs the size of buckets scattered unevenly throughout. Aside from the black blood spiders that had ventured from their lair to hunt, the remaining ones were sporadically scattered along the long street. Guarded by their matriarchs, there was no need to rush. A slow advance was warranted, for these spiders were far more formidable than the common ghouls. After deliberation, the Grimoire and Tang Dun resolved to abandon their plans for a fire assault. Should a blaze ignite, controlling it would be impossible. It would inevitably attract a multitude of undead creatures. If a few higher-tier beings were to mix in, Tang Dun would surely meet his demise. Undoubtedly, the greatest threat lay with the Robinson trio. Should they become aware of the bank due to the flames and attempt to plunder the vault, Tang Dun would be left with naught. Perhaps within lay legendary grade weaponry. Tang Dun readied his crossbow and fired at the nearest spider. The bolt struck its mark, blood gushing forth as the creature swiftly darted towards him. Fortunately, the underground realm was not teeming with dark creatures, implying a scarcity of food that prevented the black blood spider population from thriving. Otherwise, Tang Dun would never have dared to target the Hohenzollern Bank, now a spider den. Continuously loosing arrows, Tang Dun remained poised to dispatch a ghoul to harass the spiders, ensuring they would not abandon their pursuit. As soon as they turned the corner, the prepared magical servants lunged forward fearlessly. Yet their safety felt insufficient, and their efficiency was lacking. After slaying a spider and collecting its magical core, Tang Dun did not hastily draw attention to himself, but instead contemplated calmly. What shall we do? Celis, relying heavily on Tang Dun, was too lazy to think for herself, convinced he would have a solution. You will soon find out, he assured her, not disappointing that a pair of dark red eyes watched him intently through a narrow window crack, followed by a flick of a crimson tongue across its lips. After a prolonged search, it was discovered that Tony, under Tang Dun's command, was hiding in a secure residence, soundly asleep upon a wooden bed in the courtyard adjacent to the long street. The ghoul minions were diligently digging a large pit, proving to be the most obedient cannon fodder, executing Tang Dun's every command without a hint of complaint. Tang Dun seized the moment to meditate in the living room, having ascended to the second tier of soul mastery. This was his first assessment of his physical condition. As anticipated, his soul shield had transformed into 2 orbs, a hallmark of the second tier. The primary function of the soul tier was to fortify the essence of the soul and enhance soul power. However, Tang Dun's physical prowess had also improved by 1/5, surpassing that of the average magical practitioner. Most gratifying was the soul power released by his soul seed, surging to 5 times that of the first tier, indicating that his ability to absorb magical energy had tripled, allowing him to command up to 6 magical servants, albeit with a risk of rebellion. The summoning of repentant ghoul minions was not a mere arithmetic issue. With each additional one, the required soul power increased exponentially. Why must the wall be demolished to a width of 6 meters? Wouldn't it be safer to make it narrower, allowing one to enter at a time? Celis squatted in front of a pit measuring 5 meters deep and inquired urgently as Tang Dun emerged from his meditation. The goal is to trap them all at once, ensuring that the pursuing spiders fall into the pit together. If we miss 1 or 2, the battle will become cumbersome. Tang Dun inspected the pit and, dissatisfied, leaped in to make adjustments. The walls must be perfectly vertical, preventing the descending spiders from finding footholds to escape. He then reversed a warrior's spear, embedding it at the bottom and along the walls of the pit to ensure they would be grievously wounded. Even Death Knights rarely employed underhanded tactics. They typically confronted their foes head-on. "This is a first for me," remarked Homa, floating nearby, observing the ominous pit. "You could simply say, I'm a poorly bred wild paladin," Tang Dun retorted with an eye roll. "It's merely about exterminating spiders. Must we duel them fairly? I find it rather thrilling. This is not treachery, but strategy, akin to a frail hunter slaying a brown bear." Celis earnestly defended Tang Dun, only to receive a light tap on the forehead from the grimoire. "All right, Celis, freeze a layer of ice approximately the thickness of a finger above the pit." Tang Dun sprang out, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Within the necromantic arts, there existed frost-based spells, and with Celis being a banshee, her innate attacks carried the chill of death, making the creation of ice a trivial matter. Celis nodded, softly chanting incantations as a white mist of frost visibly spread, concealing the pit. Tang Dun stepped onto it and jumped a few times, prompting Celis to scream in alarm and rush to pull him back. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her heart racing, "Just testing the ice's strength." Tang Dun replied with a smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Even if I fall in, the spear won't pierce this heavy armor." "That doesn't mean you should undertake such perilous actions," Celis pouted, her fingers entwining nervously. "No more of this. Let us commence the battle, starting with 5 to test the waters." Tang Dun left 2 minions behind and led the others towards the street in front of the bank. "You are recklessly bold. 5 is still considered simple," Celis complained. Though her words fell on deaf ears, "I see your audacity extends to raiding a dragon's lair," Homa teased. Yet he admired Tang Dun's spirit. It was only through constant challenges to one's limits that all potential could be extracted. The spiders lay motionless upon their webs, quietly awaiting unsuspecting prey. Tang Dun, with crossbow in hand, bypassed the first 2 and aimed at a slightly more distant spider adorned with patterns on its back. Pulling the trigger, the struck spider charged at him like a maddened war steed, with another following closely behind. Rather than retreat, Tang Dun swiftly reloaded, his gaze fixed on the approaching creatures. Indeed, the initial two were startled into a frenzy, both dashing forth. Only four? Not enough. Tang Dun calculated their arrival time and swiftly loosed another bolt, striking an untouched spider, which immediately bolted, alarming two others nearby. "Have you overreached?" Homer remarked, relishing the impending chaos as 7 spider-like creatures charged towards them with ferocity. However, he soon observed that Tang Dun displayed no signs of panic, methodically reloading and retreating towards the backyard of the long street. The first spider, struck, was the most frenzied, not only racing ahead, but also unleashing volleys of green venom the size of coconuts. One of the minions swiftly blocked the attack. Tang Dun seized the double-layered tower shield it carried. The spider, reeking of blood, closed in, its pincers raised to strike at Tang Dun's head. 2 minions quickly stepped in front of him as the pincers collided with their heavy armor, producing a jarring sound. "Die!" Tang Dun shouted, raising his crossbow, nearly pressing it against the spider's vulnerable compound eyes, and fired. The bolt penetrated deeply, green ichor mingling with red blood, the spider screeching in agony. Discarding the crossbow, he gripped the ogre's blade at his waist and followed up with a mighty slash. With a swift motion, the spider's head was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. 1 down. Tang Dun urged his 2 minions to retreat quickly. A barrage of green venom erupted like shrapnel, striking Tang Dun's shield and the 2 minions, fortunately causing no harm due to their heavy armor. Block the left. Noticing the 3 remaining spiders still approaching, Tang Dun established a defensive line at the gap in the wall. The left spider was ensnared by the 2 minions, while the right one lunged at Tang Dun without obstruction, its pincers poised to strike. With legs slightly bent, Tang Dun exerted force with his left hand, swinging the tower shield. Giant barrier. The shield deflected the pincers, striking the spider squarely in the face, sending it tumbling backward. Numbers 5 and 6. Seal the gap. Dantun now finds the spider's pace unbearably slow, prompting him to deploy 2 waiting magical servants. 4 ghouls stand guard at the breach, and alongside Dantun, they successfully fend off 3 of the spiders. Once the remaining 3 have gathered, Dantun commands the ghouls to form a V-shaped formation as they retreat towards the trap. The spiders lash out frantically with their pincers against the ghouls before them, their mandibles spraying venom in a chaotic shower. It must be said that even these lower-tier spiders exhibit a remarkable lack of intelligence. They are unable to discern which tin can is Dantun amidst the fray, leading them to attack indiscriminately. Celine hovers in the air, focusing her efforts on the few spiders at the rear. Should any of them break free from the ghoul's interception, she is prepared to drive them back with phosphorus rockets. Dantun, treading carefully on the icy surface, retreats past the trap, while the magical servants skillfully maneuver to flank the spiders, effectively trapping them within the confines of the impending peril. The 4 black-blooded spiders tread upon the trap, the ice unable to withstand their weight, beginning to fracture. The opening is narrowing. Celine exclaims anxiously. The spiders are sizable and cannot possibly cluster atop the trap simultaneously. Do not fret. Soon,